A little faster. Make him hold his head just...
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sounds of suspense. Welcome to the world of your own terrifying imagination. So many catastrophic things happen in this world because a lady asks a gentleman a question and then refuses to accept his answer. For instance, the Lady Eve. What great harm could it do if I took just the tiniest bite of that apple? Or the lady named Pandora. Why would it be a calamity if I should sneak just a quick little peek into that box? Now add to the list a charming young lady named Millie. She also has a question.
Why can't I have the bracelet, Kevin?
It belongs to the temple.
Oh, nonsense. It's been lying here in the jungle for at least 1,000 years. Who'd miss it?
Its owner, the beast goddess.
Oh, come on, Kevin.
And you know what she does with people who steal her property. She turns them into animals.
Really?
Well, it's the local legend, Millie. Now, you just take that little bracelet off your arm and put it back exactly where you found it.
Sure.
Millie, I mean it.
Sure, Kevin. Sure.
Our mystery drama, The Sign of the Beast, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Lois Smith. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. What is the difference between man and beast? There are those who ask, is there a difference? It wasn't very long ago that man himself was a beast, a carnivorous hunter with an insatiable appetite for raw meat. True, quite a bit has happened since. We've learned manners, we've invented civilization and culture, we've created a conscience, a code of morals, a system of ethics. But how deep do all these things go? Does the beast still slumber in each of us, waiting patiently, biding its time, ready at any moment to assert its mastery with fang and claw? This is going to be a very vital question for the very pretty and vivacious young lady who at this moment is riding in a helicopter. The copter is hovering over a large clearing deep in a South American jungle.
Here you are, Millie.
Thanks a million, Larry.
It's a sure bet Kevin and Professor Jorgensen won't thank me.
Better lift up out of here before they make you take me back.
You know, Millie, I don't think I'm doing you a favor.
Just toss my duffel bag over the side.
What's more, it could cost me my job. Company's coming.
And leading the parade, the adorable Kevin himself.
Well, all ashore is going ashore. This ship's sailing right now.
Thanks again, Larry. And if I ever leave Kevin, I'll marry you.
Gee, and I thought you liked me. Now jump out fast.
And furthermore,
you haven't even kissed me.
look, I'm very angry about this, Millie.
You could still kiss me, Kevin.
You promised to stay at the base camp.
That was last week.
But we're moving into the jungle tomorrow.
Kevin, we've already been through all the arguments. Category A, danger from animals. Well, I brought the 405 Anson Carteret, and I'm a better shot than you are.
Now listen, Millie.
Category B, danger from rare, unknown, mysterious, incurable tropic diseases. You have just as much chance of getting one as I do.
Dr. Jorgensen will be furious.
Your Dr. Jorgensen is my Uncle Bert. I can handle him.
It isn't a matter of handling people.
Well, it's true, you know. Millie can always handle me.
Uncle Bert, I love you, Chesterton.
Dr. Jorgensen will have to radio that idiot Larry.
I'm not going back, Kevin.
Sir, won't you make her see reason?
I warned you about this, Kevin. Last year, when you said to me, how about an introduction to that good-looking niece of yours, I told you the problems, but you would have her.
And I'm worth it.
Oh, Millie, it's only because I love you so much.
Uncle Bert, why don't we leave Achilles here to sulk in his tent while you show me around the camp?
Oh, and there's somebody you should know, that tall, powerful-looking fellow. His name is Imara. He's our straw boss. Imara, whenever you want something done, you...
Yes, Dr. Jorgensen.
Imara, this is Kevin's wife. Her name is Millie.
How do you do, Amara?
It is an honor to meet you, Millie.
Imara is in charge of setting up, taking down, and moving the whole camp.
Ah, well, I can see he does a splendid job.
Oh, no. The fact is he does a very bad job.
What? What did you say?
I said he does a poor and unsatisfactory job.
Uncle Bert.
No, it's the truth.
But everything looks to be so neat, so orderly.
Actually, Imara is unbelievably incompetent. He deserves to be fired.
I think that's unfair and heartless.
Excuse me, Millie. Imara, please go to Kevin's tent and bring Millie's .405 rifle.
Yes, Doctor. At once.
Uncle Bert.
No, before you say another word.
How could you be so heartless?
You must understand, Imara, his primitive superstitions, his beliefs.
But he's not some ignorant savage. You can tell by his speech. He's obviously educated. Must you insult him?
Millie, you simply cannot compliment these natives.
These natives? Oh, my, aren't we condescending? And why must we not compliment them? Will it spoil them as servants? Will it drive up the pay scale?
Oh, Millie, where to begin? In Imara's religion, he is surrounded by a host of jealous, angry, implacable gods and goddesses. They do not tolerate praise for human beings.
That's nonsense.
One man's nonsense is another man's devoutly held belief. You terrify Imara when you praise him. Therefore, on this expedition, never. There's a charm in being, quirky, kooky, offbeat. Just obey orders. Don't, under any circumstances, praise anybody. Understand?
Yes, Uncle Bert, I understand.
Things are bad enough. In the first place, you're a woman.
Well, I like that.
You need some prestige. That's why I sent him for the rifle. Hit some tin cans, break a few bottles at 300 yards, and you'll be one of the boys.
Uncle Bert, you actually are a male chauvinist. Who would have suspected it?
Well, I have to pack away my instruments. Can I trust you not to get into any trouble?
Implicitly.
Very bad shot, Millie.
And now, I'll break that bottle next to it.
Oh, that was terrible.
Not bad, if I do say so myself. And that's every bit of 250 yards. Now, you see those 3 cans?
You are a very poor shooter, Millie.
That's nothing. You should see me when I'm in practice. Oh, my. I didn't know we had children in the camp. Who's that youngster by the kitchen tent?
It is my little boy. He stays here with me till we leave the jungle.
What's his name?
His name is Isara.
Isara. Oh, what a lovely name.
No, it is an unpleasant name.
I should think you'd be proud.
Proud? Me? Proud? Why do you say I'm proud?
Oh, because he's such a handsome child.
No, he is plain, he is ugly.
He seems so intelligent. Notice how patiently he lines up those stones and shells.
No, you're stupid, I swear to you. He has no sense. He disgraces his mother and me.
Well, what are you saying, Imara?
This child is a fool. Anyone can see that. Now, I must go.
Where?
I must go clean the rifle. I must go.
Well, what made him so upset? Oh, now I remember.
Amira, you may serve the coffee.
I know the cuisine has left something to be desired these past few days, Millie.
Oh, none of this bothers me. I can live on tea and toast, fruit and vegetables.
By tomorrow sometime, we'll come to the ancient temple, the forbidden ground.
I have the cameras ready.
I must caution you, Millie. We were permitted to come here only because I promised the chief, who is my blood brother,
We do have a wild family, don't we,
that
Uncle
we
Bert?
will not defile the holy grounds. Now, all around you'll see scattered ornaments, bric-a-brac, all sorts of things. Touch nothing.
Uncle Bert, I hardly have to be told.
We can photograph anything, everything, but it all belongs to the goddess, the beast goddess.
It'd be dangerous to touch anything anyhow. You see, dear, this is very possessive.
I don't know why I have to be treated like a child and indoctrinated with lessons in basic honesty. I've been on digs with you before, Uncle
You
Bert.
take anything that belongs to the beast goddess, and she'll transform you into a wild animal.
What's that, Uncle Bert? Those drums.
You get used to it. It's just the native telegraph service.
What are they saying?
Oh, I never learned to read them exactly. I can just get the general idea. I think it's news of death.
Death.
Yes, it's someone's death.
How can you tell?
Well, the basic rhythm speaks of death. And since it's a very beat, it's probably, well, the death of a child.
A child?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Millie, is something wrong?
Oh, I have a headache. I think I'd better turn in.
Amira, let's put the scaffold here. I want to climb this wall and study the inscription. Millie! Darling, you feel better?
Yes, I suppose so. I'll just have to live with this headache.
Evelyn, come here a minute.
Okay.
I'm Mara.
Yes, Millie.
Your little boy, Sarah, he's dead, isn't he?
Yes. How did you know?
I know. I'm sorry.
I thank you.
I mean, I hope you don't...
Yes, Millie.
I hope you don't think I'm responsible.
Why should I think that, Millie?
Because... I don't know. Yes, I do. It's because I praised him just a few days ago, and you seemed so upset about it.
I was upset?
Oh, yes, very much. And Dr. Jorgensen told me...
I know. I know what he told you. But my little boy, Sarah, died of fever. The way so many children here do. Suddenly, without warning.
Then you don't blame me.
I blame you? No. I am not a...
I felt terrible.
I was afraid you might.
You see, in our culture, we believe in praise, especially when it comes to children. We automatically say nice things about children.
I understand. And have a gift for you.
For me?
We have a custom. When we make someone feel bad, we must give that person a gift. And the person must accept.
Oh, that's such a lovely bracelet. Where did you get it?
Here.
Oh, but we're not supposed to...
There are thousands of pieces of ornament. Who would know? Place it on your wrist. Ah, see how pretty it looks.
Oh.
Wherever you look, thousands of beautiful things. This is the very last. Besides, it is the custom. You see, you would have to explain why I gave it.
I understand.
And it would make them uncomfortable. Because everything they have come to believe about superstition would be wrong.
Millie!
What is it, Kevin?
Bring the camera. I want to shoot these inscriptions.
Thank you again, Anara. And it will be our secret. I'm coming, Kevin.
Yes. Go to him. Go to your husband, arrogant, heedless, ignorant woman. You have defied my gods and killed my son. Your punishment has been decreed. It has already begun.
Well, Aymara is obviously a man of parts, and he's already shown us quite a few of them so far. The punishment that has just begun will be expanded and continued when we return shortly with Act Two. Is it entirely valid to suggest that the best way to... There seems to be some historical basis for it. Archaeologist Kevin has ordered his wife Millie not to touch any of the artifacts or ornaments found in his latest discovery. And now, he finds it impossible to take his eyes off her wrist.
Is this the section of the temple wall you want me to film, Kevin? Kevin? Kevin, what are you looking at?
What's that on your wrist?
Oh, well, it's just...
Millie, Dr. Jorgensen told you. I told you. Under no circumstances were you to touch anything.
Well,
You not only touched it, you're wearing it.
Look, these silly superstitions.
Where did you get it?
Kevin, I don't like that tone of voice.
Hey, what are you two quarreling about?
Show him, Millie.
Oh,
Uncle Bert, listen.
I must ask you, Millie. Where did you get it?
I found it.
You found it here?
Well, around.
Millie, I can tell by the workmanship. It was made by an ancient priest of the temple. It has the same symbols.
What's all the fuss?
Millie, I thought we all understood.
Why can't I have the bracelet?
Because it belongs to the temple.
Nonsense. It's been lying around the jungle for at least 1,000 years. Who'd miss it?
Its owner, the beast goddess.
Kevin, are you serious? Listen, go ahead. Tell me the rest of it. Tell me she turns people who steal her property into animals.
Amira, let's put this...
We're looking a point, Millie.
If it were made of gold or silver or precious stones, I could understand, but it's just a twisted piece of copper.
Well, for all I know, we're being watched. If so, you can expect a poisoned arrow through your throat any second.
You know, I listened to the two of you, and I...
Millie, your trouble is that you don't listen.
Now, let's not have an argument. I gave my word. That's all there is to it. Millie, you will take that bracelet off your wrist and put it back. Put it back exactly where you found it.
Sure.
I mean it, Millie.
Well, sure, Uncle Bert. Sure.
Here. These are the symbols the Incas used for weddings.
Well, could they have originated this far north and east, Dr. Jorgensen?
Millie, photograph this section of the wall.
Yes. I need some more film. I'll be back in a second.
Well, you don't have to go. We'll send Amira.
No, it's all right. I just want to stop off at the kitchen tent. I think I need a snack.
We just had breakfast.
I know, but I'm
Are
hungry.
you sure you feel all right, Millie?
Oh, I'm fine. Just a little hungry. That's all.
Millie, about yesterday,
What about yesterday?
the bracelet.
Oh, that. Forget it, Uncle Bert.
I know that you see so much just lying around. It seems silly to make a fuss over some trinket, but...
I'm willing to forget it if you are. Hi, Mara.
Yes, Millie.
Where's the cook?
He will be back soon.
I was wondering if there's anything to eat.
What would you like?
Well, I'd like some meat.
I could cook a slice.
Oh, would you please, Amara, and hurry.
Will this be enough?
Just throw it on the fire.
Yes, Millie.
That's good. Oh, that smells good. Be careful, don't burn it.
I just put it...
No, you're burning it. Amara, that's good. It's good. Right now, just the way it is. I tell you, it's fine.
Yes, Millie. Let me get you a plate and a knife and a fork.
Oh, hurry.
Here you are, Millie.
Eyeball. Put up some more.
Kevin,
What is it, Amara?
you asked me to prepare a list of supplies for the helicopter.
Ah, yes, good. Let me write it down.
First, we need fresh meat.
Okay, fresh meat. Wait a minute. Didn't Larry fly some up just a couple of days ago?
Yes, Kevin.
Oh, we should have at least enough for the rest of the week.
The cook says he has only enough for tonight's meal.
Oh, that's impossible.
Would you like to see, Kevin?
I take your word for it. But is someone stealing meat?
I cannot say, Kevin.
Well, I know we eat a lot of it, but still, All right, put down meat. And this time, get plenty of it.
Is there any more meat, Hamara?
I will go see.
Meat since I've known you.
Aren't you going to finish yours, Kevin?
Well, I've had enough.
Let me have your plate.
The air out here must agree with you, Millie.
I'm starved, Uncle Bert. I don't understand it.
You must be famished. Honey, you haven't had meat in so long you've forgotten how to eat it. You have to chew it before you swallow.
Excuse me. Here are some chops.
Take them back. They're too well done. I want some rare.
I'm sorry. This is all we have.
Tell him to put up some more.
There is no more meat.
Well, that's right. Larry's due in with supplies in the helicopter.
When will he be here?
Well, I don't know. Sometime today.
Why don't I take the 405 and shoot us a deer or something we can eat?
Millie, are you all right?
Of course I'm all right. Now, why do you ask?
Well, don't snap my head off.
Millie, you'd better get some rest here. You're tired.
I'm not tired. I'm hungry.
Millie, darling, something's wrong.
Why?
Well, because this isn't like you, that's all.
Kevin, I don't know. I have such a pain in my stomach.
What kind of pain?
Hunger, that's the only way I can describe it.
But you shouldn't be hungry.
I can't help it. I have this terrible craving for food. Oh, no, not for food, for meat, for red meat. Oh, Kevin, Uncle Bert, I'm frightened.
Take her to a tent, Kevin. Take her to a tent. We'll give her a sedative.
Oh, yes. Maybe that'll be best. Maybe that pain will go away.
Yeah, come on, dear. Now, come on.
Kevin, you'll wake me when Larry gets here in the helicopter with the meat.
Sure.
Promise.
Yes, dear, I promise.
Is she asleep, Kevin?
Yes, finally. Dr. Jorgensen, what's wrong?
I don't know.
I've never seen her hysterical. Are you as worried as I am?
I'm worried enough to want to get her to Rio, to a hospital.
Let's radio Larry to get that damn helicopter here pronto.
I just spoke to Larry. We have a problem. It seems the helicopter needs some repairs.
What kind of repairs, for God's sake?
I don't know. It was technical. Larry's working on it.
Larry, he's an idiot. If he hadn't brought her here...
It's our fault, yours and mine. We let her stay.
What are we going to do?
You say she's asleep. Well, all she needs is rest. Maybe when she wakes up, she'll be better.
Kevin.
I'm here, dear. I'm here.
Oh, I was so sleepy.
I know.
It's dark out. What time is it?
Well, it's almost midnight.
You let me sleep. You didn't wake me.
I couldn't.
But Larry was here and he brought the meat.
No, dear. The helicopter's out of order.
Oh, Kevin, I am so hungry.
Well, I knew you'd be hungry when you woke up, so I'll make you an egg sandwich.
No, I want some meat.
But there isn't any.
There's plenty of meat.
Where, Millie?
All around you. Out there. There's deer. There's wild pig. Can't you smell it?
Oh, no, Millie...
Let me have the 405. We'll be able to feast.
You can't go... No, in the morning.
You can't hunt in the morning. Always at night.
Darling.
That's the time.
Now, listen. Here are some pills to calm you.
Kevin, something's wrong with me. I don't know what. I say things I don't understand. I have urges. Oh, I can't even describe. Hold my hand.
Yes, dear. What is it, darling? What is it?
Oh, my wrist. My wrist. It's burning. Oh, it's on fire.
What's the matter, Millie?
Look at her wrist.
Oh, that's a very ugly-looking irritation. How did you get it, Millie?
Oh, I don't remember. I don't know. Oh, Uncle Bert, I don't know anything.
I'm out. Here. Now, Millie, you must try to be calm. Try, dear.
Yes, Uncle Bert, I'll try.
Now, tell me, how did you hurt your wrist?
I don't remember.
Try to think. Try to remember.
You probably have an infection, some kind of bruise.
I don't have an infection. I'm not sick. I'm hungry. Do you understand? I'm hungry.
You want me, Dr. Jorgensen?
Bring the medical kit.
I'm hungry.
Well, the first thing we have to do is put a penicillin ointment on that bruise.
She's feverish, ravenous appetite for meat, bruise on wrist. Could be anything. She could have scraped it against a bramble, anything.
Or an insect. Dr. Jorgensen, we have to get her out of here. Now, radio Larry. Tell him it's an emergency. We have to do something.
Don't lose your head.
Listen, Millie.
Kevin, won't you get me something to eat?
Yes, dear, I will.
I have the medicines, Dr. Jorgensen.
Good.
Oh, Kevin, you don't love me.
I think we'd better put her to sleep. Hold your arm still, Millie,
No.
dear.
No, you want to stop me. I'm going to bleed.
Hold her arm, Kevin.
No, stop.
I'm all right. I want to ask you a question.
Yes, Dr. Jorgensen.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Yes.
Where? When?
Once, it was a man. He had invaded these holy grounds. He had stolen a jewel from the beast goddess.
Yes, go on.
He then became a beast. He disappeared into the jungle, and he was never seen again.
Thank you, Amar. You may leave. This kind of superstition we can do without.
Maybe. And don't bite my head off. Maybe there's something to it.
Something to what?
To what he's saying. Oh, I know. Primitive superstition. But look at us. You and me. Between us, we carry a considerable supply of the knowledge of the civilized world. Between us, we have degrees in medicine, anthropology, chemistry, sociology. Can we explain it?
Are you saying the legend is true, that Millie has offended the beast goddess, being punished?
I don't know what I'm saying. But look at her. Look how troubled, how agitated she is. She's flushed, breathing rapidly. She could burst through that sedative any minute.
Kevin, I'm so hungry.
Try to rest, darling.
I'm going to get on the radio.
The helicopter is out of order.
Past all that. I'm going to speak with the hospital in Rio. I'll describe her symptoms. They'll arrange to get her there.
My wrist. Oh, my wrist. Oh.
Doctor.
It's burning. Oh.
Look at her wrist. Look at her wrist. Something's on it.
Oh.
It's a design. It's the shape of that bracelet.
Kevin, it's your imagination.
Is it? Look. Do you see that symbol? It's on every ornament worn by the goddess. The design decorates her dress.
It's just a raw, ugly scar with some very wavy lines.
But it's her sign. The sign of the beast goddess. The sign of the beast.
It could be a coincidence.
Do you believe that? Tell me, do you believe it?
Kevin, I don't know what to believe.
Well, you've got a pretty good handful of advanced college degrees in that tent. Most of them in the sciences. And it's surprising how quickly knowledge abdicates in the face of the unknown terrors of the jungle. Can science be just a veneer also? I'll return shortly with Act 3. Hamlet said that there were more things under heaven and earth than were dreamed of in philosophy. Hamlet should be with us in a tent, deep in a South American jungle, amidst the ruins of an ancient temple, because there are more things than any of us can dream of.
Is she still asleep?
I think so.
She shouldn't be left alone.
I'll go back in the tent in a second. Dr. Jorgensen, I just had to find out. Were you able to radio the hospital?
Kevin, it's 2 o'clock in the morning.
What's the difference?
My contact there, the chief of medicine, he's due at 7.
Can't he be reached?
Kevin, he's returning from vacation. He's on the road. It's only 5 hours. Don't worry.
Poor Millie. You know, she really didn't mean any harm. And there are scads of this stuff lying around.
I know.
It's a pretty little thing. Who'd miss it? She didn't think it was stealing.
Kevin, don't talk as if...
As if what?
As if you believe this is the revenge of the beast goddess.
Can you rule it out?
Kevin.
If they can't send a copter for her, I'll carry her out of here on my back. Those damn drums, what are they saying?
Is it important?
I'm getting so jumpy. What are the drums saying?
Oh, no, nothing.
That isn't so, Dr. Jorgensen.
Why do you make an issue out of it?
Why do you refuse to tell me? Now, you can read those drums the way I can read a telegram. Now, what are you trying to keep from me?
It's just that I thought the agitated state you're in right
Well,
now...
don't make it worse. What are those drums saying?
Well, it has to do with revenge.
Revenge? What was that? Well, those are rifle shots.
Well, who'd be firing at this hour?
Come on. Millie! Millie! Oh, she's gone.
She's got a rifle.
Amira, wake everybody up. Rouse the camp. We have to find Millie.
Millie! Careful now. Watch every footstep.
It's a good thing there's a moon.
Millie, where are you?
Those shots came from just about here.
Why did she go out?
Oh, let's quit pretending. You know why she went out. To hunt.
At night? Why?
Because she's hungry.
Oh, Kevin.
When are we going to face it? Admit it.
Millie, can't you hear us?
Look.
Where? Oh, no. No, she can't be dead.
Millie.
She seems to be breathing. There's blood all over her.
But it isn't her blood. She must have shot this deer and... Millie. Are you all right? All right.
I feel so nice and warm.
Have you reached the doctor yet?
Yes, Kevin. They're sending a copter. It'll be here late this afternoon or tomorrow morning.
Oh, that's great.
They're doing the best they can.
Oh, sure.
I'll be reasonable.
Reasonable, huh? My wife is being destroyed before my eyes.
It seems there is, or they think that this might be a very unusual disease.
Oh, come on.
It's an infection. She might have picked it up from the bracelet.
What are you talking about?
It could have scratched her when she put it on.
And?
Well, it's been lying here for hundreds of years. All kinds of parasites, microorganisms. Anyhow, it seems this disease creates enormous cravings for protein.
And what does your man suggest?
Massive doses of penicillin.
Well, do we have enough?
I hope so. I'm Amar.
Yes, Dr. Jorgensen.
Bring me the medical chest.
Kevin!
She's awake. I'm coming, dear.
Kevin.
No, Millie, now lie still. Don't get up.
Oh, I feel so comfy.
How's your wrist?
My wrist? Oh, it's okay. It only hurts when I feel hungry.
And you're not hungry now?
No. Oh, you know, I had such a crazy dream. I better not tell you.
You've got to. You've aroused my curiosity.
You won't believe it.
You try me.
Don't laugh, promise.
I promise.
Well, I dreamed I went out into the jungle alone at night. There's a picture for you. Imagine me alone in the jungle at night. Anyway, I dreamed I shot this, I think it was an antelope. Something like that.
Yes.
And I was so hungry, I ate it right there.
What a dream.
Oh, you know, I felt so full just before, but just talking about food seems to give me an appetite.
How about some tea and toast?
Tea and toast. Ooh, how about a nice chop? Or steak? Rare. Very rare.
Well, Larry's been unable to fly up the supplies.
Doesn't matter. I can go out and shoot.
Later, Millie. Later. You're not hungry now, are you?
Oh, well, not very, but in a little while.
Okay. Then just a little while, huh? Promised.
Okay, I promise.
Where have you been, Doctor? I've been waiting in the tent.
Don't leave her alone again, Kevin.
Where's that penicillin?
That's just the problem.
What problem? Look, we just can't have any more problems.
We do. The penicillin is gone.
That's impossible.
All the bottles of penicillin solution, all the tablets, gone.
But how?
I don't know.
Are any other supplies missing?
No, everything's here.
Kevin!
Go to her quickly.
The penicillin.
Amara brought me the chest. The drug was missing.
We have spares in the supply depot.
I looked, gone from there, too.
Kevin! Kevin! I'm hungry! Oh, Kevin, you don't know! My stomach hurts! And my wrist, it's on fire! Millie, everything will be all right. right.
Sure, yes. Just let me take the 405 and shoot something.
No, Millie, no.
Kevin, I'm going.
Millie, try to get some rest.
I don't need rest. I need food. I need meat.
Please, Millie, lie back. Rest.
Take your hands off me.
Millie.
Let go of me.
Help me. Somebody give me a hand.
But I'm tired, Don. I'm all right. Get some rope.
Let go of me. Let go.
Where's that damn helicopter?
He could never find us at night. It'll have to wait till morning.
I don't know if she can wait until morning. Listen, we don't have medicine. Let's try the other thing.
What other thing?
The legend. Maybe we can placate the goddess.
Kevin.
Is there anything else we can do? Now, there's something happening here. The penicillin is gone. How do you account for
We
it?
may have forgotten to pack it.
Nonsense. Last night, you said the drums were talking about revenge. Revenge for who? For what? And what are they saying tonight?
It's revenge.
Kevin, come in here.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
Kevin, I want the 405. Untie me.
No, Millie. Millie. What did you do with it?
Untie me.
What did you do with it? The bracelet. You didn't put it back, did you?
I'm hungry. I'll die, Kevin. I'll die.
I'll untie you. If you just tell me, where did you put the bracelet? I'll get you some meat.
Yes. Oh, Kevin, yes.
The bracelet. The bracelet.
It's in my makeup kit. Oh, no, untie me. Let me hunt.
Where did you find the
You
bracelet?
promised to untie me.
Where did you find the
I
bracelet?
must go hunting. Oh, Kevin.
Where did you find the bracelet, Millie?
I didn't find it.
Tell me the truth or I'll never untie
I
you.
didn't find it.
I'll leave you here to starve.
Amara.
What about Amara?
I promised him I wouldn't tell.
What about Amara?
He gave me the bracelet. Oh, Kevin, untie me. Please, untie me.
Amara, you will tell us where you hid that penicillin, or I'll blow your brains out.
You may kill me.
That's not the way.
Let me beat it out of him.
For the past 2 nights, Amara, the drums have talked of revenge. Whose revenge?
Mine.
Upon whom?
Millie.
For what reason?
She killed my only son.
How?
She made the gods jealous. She spoke of his beauty, his intelligence, his skills. The gods were angry.
Of course, but she didn't know any better.
It made no difference to my son. He died.
And your revenge?
I gave her a bracelet. I tricked her. I fooled her. I made her take it.
Where did you find the bracelet? So that we may return it with a suitable prayer and beg forgiveness from the goddess.
I will not say.
Stand aside, Doctor. It's my turn.
You may kill me.
No, he won't kill you.
Who says I won't kill him?
Be quiet. No one will kill you. But I am a blood brother to your chief. I will tell him that you committed a sacrilege. I will tell him that you stole a bracelet from the goddess for an evil purpose. Now you may go, Amara.
What do you mean, he may go?
He'll be disgraced for life. His wife, his parents, his brothers and sisters, all will be driven from the village into the jungle. No one will speak to him. Why do you stay here, Amara? We have no further use for you. Oh, I believe we owe you a month's wages. Here, plus 2 weeks' notice.
The bracelet. It was taken. I took it from the arm of the statue of the goddess.
Now repeat this, Millie.
Why do I have to go through this mumbo-jumbo?
Oh, just do it, Millie.
Now place the bracelet on the wrist of the statue.
Ugly old girl, isn't she?
Millie.
Okay.
Now say, forgive my sin.
What sin? Okay. Forgive my sin. What else?
That's all. That says it.
Well, that's a relief. I must have been a trial to you boys. What happened to me, anyhow? The way you were shooting penicillin into me.
How are you now, darling?
Okay, I guess. Oh, but I'm so hungry.
Hungry?
Starved.
For what? Meat?
Meat. Since when did I ever eat meat? Just point me at some tea and toast and salad and fruit. I might even have an egg.
It's always good not to put all your eggs in one basket. Always have another course of action in reserve. What cured Millie? The atonement before the goddess and the return of the bracelet? Or the penicillin? Or both? I'll be back shortly.
Representatives in Washington, D.C. On this 17th day of February, 1801, the members of the House are about to try again to elect a President of the United States. Soon they will take the 36th ballot and hope this time to break the 6-day deadlock between Jefferson and Aaron Burr. Jefferson is still one state short of the required 9-state majority, and unless he's elected on this 36th ballot, the events of the past few days indicate that violence and bloodshed will descend on this infant capital. The 16 tellers appointed by the Speaker of the House will poll their states. Then they will drop the votes in the 2 ballot boxes provided by the Sergeant-at-Arms. The votes...
Washington,
reported to
February 17, 1801. The House of Representatives. You are there.
CBS takes you back 147 years. It is less than a generation since the end of the revolution which established the United States of America. Now the young republic faces the threat of another revolution arising out of a deadlocked presidential election. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there...
You are there.
You Are There is produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. And Walter Hamden plays Thomas Jefferson in today's broadcast. You Are There is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now...
1801, the gallery of the House of Representatives and John Daly.
This dramatic deadlock has come about in spite of the fact that Jefferson received the majority of the popular vote. A group of willful men in the Federalist Party, losers in the popular vote, are still trying desperately to block the people's choice. A tie in the Electoral College through this election into the House of Representatives, and here the Federalists are still hoping to elect Aaron Burr when he was meant to be Jefferson's running mate on the successful Democratic-Republican ticket. They think of Aaron Burr, a lesser evil than Thomas Jefferson. And now, on the 36th ballot, they're still pushing Burr against Jefferson for president. This confused situation. The Speaker of the House, Mr. Theodore Sedgwick, is pounding the gavel, and it looks as if the 36th ballot is about to be taken, so over to the rostrum.
The gentleman from Delaware, the Honorable James A. Beard, has requested that we postpone the balloting for 30 minutes. Are there any objections?
Mr. Speaker, we've been confined to this hall for 6 days. We're like prisoners, eating here, sleeping here, going about in our nightcaps, never permitted to go to our hearths and homes. Why must we have further delay?
May I remind the gentleman that his colleague from Maryland is also dying here? If he can risk his life, we can risk another half hour. Are there any objections? I hear none. The request is granted. The 36th ballot will begin in 30 minutes.
And as you heard, a delay in the voting. Mr. Bayard, who asked for the postponement, is the only congressman from Delaware, and it has been rumored in this rumor-ridden capital that Alexander Hamilton, leader of the Federalists and a bitter foe of Thomas Jefferson, is nevertheless urging Bayard to switch the single vote of Delaware to Mr. Jefferson. This request from Bayard now for a postponement suggests that these rumors may be true. We shall see. Anyway, the supporters of Mr. Jefferson everywhere are grimly determined to elect the man of their choice. Around the nation, there are demonstrations and threats by armed men, Jefferson supporters, who are preparing to march on Washington. Virginia, Jefferson's home state, is probably the strongest center of pro-Jefferson feeling, so we take you now to Richmond, Virginia. Jack Walters reporting.
I'm in the executive office of Governor James Monroe. The roll of drums and the bugle you can hear are coming from the great courtyard below. The Virginia militia has been assembling down there since early this morning. I'd guess that there are about 1,000 men here, fully outfitted for a long march. Governor Monroe is here at our microphone. Governor, when will the Virginia militia march on Washington?
Upon my orders, Mr. Walters.
And can you tell me, Governor, when you will give your marching orders?
If the Federalist Party continues to plot treason, we are ready to put it down. If the political knaves of the Federalist Party succeed in their nefarious plot to elect Aaron Burr over Jefferson, we shall avenge this violation of the people's will. I've been in touch with Governor McKean of Pennsylvania. His militia, too, is fully armed and ready. We are prepared to march troops instantly upon the capital for the purpose not of promoting, but of preventing revolution and the shedding of a single drop of blood.
But, Governor, there are rumors that some 1,500 Democrats from Virginia and Maryland threaten to assassinate anyone who takes the presidency other than Thomas Jefferson.
This is a wild story, Mr. Walters, published no doubt by the same inflammatory Federalist paper that accused Mr. Jefferson of the Sabbath massacre of 2 million people, among them women, children, and 24,000 priests. A slight exaggeration. The Federalists' bigwigs must learn that they cannot frighten the American citizen. They should have learned it when the people abolished the Federalist-inspired alien and sedition laws. Their plots against the people did not work then, and they will not work now.
Well, thank you, Governor Monroe. New York City is another stronghold of Jeffersonian supporters. We take you there now. Arthur Hannes reporting. Go ahead, Hannes.
I'm in the headquarters of the Sons of Tammany. The members of this so-called ancient order here in Manhattan are gathering in this somewhat ancient building to march on Washington. The men crowding this building, which they call the wigwam, wear Indian costumes and long, colorful feathers. They're men from the ordinary walks of life, the tradesmen, mechanics, and carpenters, the builders of this growing city. Here beside me is a man who calls himself an independent carpman, and he's a fiery speaker who just a few moments ago made a speech calling for a march on Washington. His name is Timothy Ryan. Mr. Ryan, will you tell us, does Mr. Burr know that you make speeches against him?
I care not a tinker's damn for the opinion of Aaron Burr. He's deceived us like a Judas.
Well, Mr. Ryan, can you tell us where Mr. Burr is now?
As long as I have been a member of the Sons of Tammany, I have never seen Aaron Burr step foot in the wigwam. He works through his leaders. Will not sully himself to congregate in our midst. Right now, I hear tell that he's hiding in Albany, 100 miles away. And well, he might be to escape our wrath. We should not only march on Washington to put down the traitors, we should also march on Albany and put away Aaron Burr.
Mr. Ryan, our reports tell us that Mr. Burr is in Albany because his daughter is being married there. But you tell me, as a loyal son of Tammany, Mr. Ryan, did you not yourself vote for Aaron Burr?
That I did, God help me. But I meant him for vice president, as all the voters did. It is Jefferson that we elected for president, and well does Burr know it. We were told to write 2 names on our ballot, and we wrote Jefferson and Burr. And we were not told to designate who for president, who for vice president. Any fool knew if he was on it.
But Burr has also done nothing to take the first place away from Mr. Jefferson.
But he's done nothing to give it to him either.
Mr. Ryan. In any case, according to the Constitution, the House must now make the final choice. That's the law. And you men, aren't you defying the law by your march on Washington?
Oh, defying the law, are we? Well, then I say we shall change the law. Change the Constitution. But let not the people be deprived of justice and cheated out of the man they voted for. Thanks be to the Lord that we defeated the Federalist Tories by a great majority. But if Burr is elected by the insidious plot of a band of apostates, I say, in vain have we fought for liberty. In vain have we fought the British misrule. I say, upon to oppressors, on to Washington. We have declared we'll be free, and neither bully or coach will deprive us of our natural rights.
Thank you.
On to Washington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ryan. While we've been reporting from here in New York, we've had word that Ken Roberts in the Capitol has succeeded in arranging an interview with Alexander Hamilton. So back to Washington and Ken Roberts.
I'm in the library of the home of Mr. Josiah Quincy, Federalist whip. Alexander Hamilton is waiting to meet Congressman James Bayard here. And while waiting, he consented to an interview. He has, however, stepped into the drawing room at the moment. In spite of the tensions and threats of violence that are shaking the few buildings in this capital, Washington society has not abandoned its social life. Right now, there's a party going on in this splendid mansion in the wilderness. The music is coming from the drawing room. Mrs. Josiah Quincy, our hostess, is here beside me, and she has offered to tell us a little about her prominent guests. Are they all Federalists, Mrs. Quincy?
Oh, no, indeed, Mr. Roberts. Even a member of Mr. Jefferson's party can find a haven of refuge here from the torture of the miserable boarding houses in Washington.
Even Mr. Jefferson himself?
Oh, good grief, no.
Perhaps he would enjoy the excellent company here and your wonderful canvas-back duck.
Indeed, he'd be welcome. But I suspect that Mr. Jefferson would prefer to be surrounded by, shall we say, more loyal admirers at Conrad's boarding house where he resides. Moreover, I doubt that he's given to the singing of psalms. To be sure, even an atheist may love to sing psalms, but certainly not in close harmony with Federalists.
Mr. Jefferson and his minister would deny he is an atheist.
Oh, if you'll forgive me a moment, I'll close the door.
Certainly. There are many notables gracing this home today. Mr. Robert Fulton, the inventor, is in the far corner of this library. Mr. Fulton is trying to raise capital for a new invention of his, a missile that can be fired underwater from a submarine vessel. Well, Mrs. Quincy has shut the library door, and Gouverneur Morris, the senator from New York, has come into the library with her. They're chatting now, and in a moment, Mrs. Quincy should be with us again. Right now, I can see Robert Fulton thumbing through a volume of Shakespeare. The English playwright is quite a favorite in this library. As a matter of fact, anything English is preferred in the home of a Federalist. Mrs. Quincy told me a blue ribbon evening was passed here last night when the senator from Kentucky read The Merry Wives of Windsor and the first act of Hamlet to the ladies. Oh, thank you.
Meanwhile, I brought you Gouverneur Morris, but you mustn't ask him any questions about politics.
Thank you, Mrs. Quincy. And thank you, Senator Morris. Do you think, Senator, that Mr. Hamilton will persuade Bayard of Delaware to break the deadlock today by voting for Jefferson?
Oh, now, please, no embarrassing questions. Senator Morris has just ended a very weary and dangerous trip from New York. Ask the senator how he likes Washington.
Senator, how do you like Washington?
Washington's fine. I almost got lost in the woods through Maryland, but Washington's fine. We only need here houses, cellars, kitchens, scholarly men, amiable women. You, of course, my dear Mrs. Quincy, are the exquisite exception.
Thank you, Senator Morris.
And a few more trifles are needed here to possess a perfect city. In a word, this is the best city in the world to live in the future.
We hope so, Senator. But as you know, there are threats of destruction of this capital by armed militia from Virginia and Pennsylvania if Jefferson is not chosen today. Do you think Hamilton will save the capital today by seeing...
You promised no questions on politics, Mr. Roberts, and I see that you're leading to a question on Hamilton again.
My dear, Washington is drunk with politics. The Federalists are like drunken men in their hatred for Jefferson. They believe that Jefferson's ideas on government are ideas of the rabble of revolutionary France. But Mr. Hamilton, alone among the Federalists, has remained sober. He believes, and I agree with him, that if the people want Jefferson, they must have him. A government must be fitted to a nation as a coat to an individual.
Thank you, Senator Gouverneur Morris. Now, the door of the library has just been opened and Mr. Hamilton has come in. He's coming toward our microphone. Mr. Hamilton, is it true that you are trying to persuade Mr. Bayard to cast his vote against Aaron Burr on the 36th ballot?
It is true that I am against the cattle line of America becoming, in fact, the man of our party. Mr. Burr is far more cunning than wise, far more dexterous than able. If Mr. Burr acts ill, we must share in the blame and disgrace.
But, Mr. Hamilton, if your pressure to defeat Burr is effective, won't you then, in fact, be electing your greatest enemy, Thomas Jefferson?
Mr. Jefferson's ideas of democracy are a danger to our country, and the prospects of our country under the evil of foreign democratic doctrines and French Jacobism are far from brilliant. The mass of the people are far from sound. Democracy is the most visionary theory. Democracy is a disease, the poison of which is most virulent.
Mr. Hamilton, to what specific ideas in the platform of Jefferson are you opposed?
Mr. Jefferson would have a government with no army, no navy. A national defense not by arms, but by embargoes, and as little government as possible from within. These are the pernicious dreams which put our country on the steep descent to ruin.
But if you are opposed to the democracy of Mr. Jefferson and opposed to the politics of Mr. Burr, how are you urging Mr. Bayard to vote?
That will be for Mr. Bayard to decide. But for heaven's sake, let not the Federalist Party be responsible for the elevation of Burr. If there is a man in the world I ought to despise, it is Jefferson. But the public good must be paramount to every private consideration.
I'm afraid I'll have to take Mr. Hamilton away now, Mr. Roberts. Congressman Baird has arrived.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton.
Not at all.
This is Ken Roberts. I return you now to John Daly in the House of Representatives.
In this committee room of the House of Representatives lies Congressman Joseph H. Nicholson of Maryland. He is the representative referred to earlier by the Speaker of the House as the man who is risking his life here. Congressman Nicholson has just come out of a coma, the result of a raging fever, which has not abated for 6 days, ever since he was carried through the blinding snowstorm of last Wednesday. Somehow, as if by a miracle, this dying man gathers his strength to inscribe the name Thomas Jefferson on a slip of paper placed in his hands by his wife. Mrs. Nicholson has just guided his feeble hand as he wrote the name for the 36th time on the forthcoming 36th ballot. Mrs. Nicholson is kneeling beside her husband's bed, supporting his head on her arms. Gently, she lays his head back on the pillow and turns now to our microphone. Mrs. Nicholson, there are some who say that by awakening your husband in his condition to vote, you take upon yourself a dread responsibility.
It is my husband's fervent plea. My wish, too. For we are both faced with a more dreadful responsibility than the life of a single patriot. We're faced with the lives, the fortunes, and the sacred honor of a whole people. Of some, I know I must ask pardon for quoting the Declaration of Independence. For there are men among us who seek to bury alive this child of freedom, though it is but 65 years old.
But in this room, ma'am, there are many Federalists who have come out of respect and admiration for the patriotism and the courage of you and your husband.
Oh, yes. It is the custom of conspirators to pay homage in the manner that the senators of Rome paid homage to Caesar. I have heard that a certain Federalist fears that my husband takes his life in his hands by his determination to remain here for the final vote, and that this Federalist would not thus expose himself for any president on earth. To this summer soldier, I say, do not fear for your life, for you are already dead. The Federalist Party has been pronounced dead by the popular vote of the people.
Mrs. Nicholson, I hope that your husband need risk his life no longer and that the Congress elects a president on this 36th ballot. And now, if you'll excuse me, Ned Calmer reports a heated quarrel in the corridor downstairs. Go ahead, Ned Calmer.
Matthew Lyons, Democratic congressman from Vermont, one of the two states whose vote is divided, has just accused John Brown, the Federalist congressman from Rhode Island, of attempting to bribe him into voting for Burr. Only the intervention of cooler heads kept them from coming to blows. They've calmed down a little now, but Congressman Lyons says he's willing to repeat for us his denunciation of the Federalist representative. Mr. Lyons, as you know, spent 4 months in prison last year for opposing the alien and sedition laws. Congressman Lyons, sir, what did Mr. Brown say that made you attack him?
I have been warning him, but the man is ignorant of my principles. He's an agent of the Federalist traitors.
But what did he say to you, sir?
He urged me to vote for Burr just now, for Burr, and of course I refused. And then he said to me, the scoundrel...
What did you say, sir?
Yes, sir, that's exactly what you are, sir, a scoundrel. What is it you want, Congressman Lyons, he said. Is it office? Is it money? Only say what you want, and you shall have it.
Mr. Brown, sir, have you any comment to make?
Yes, the gentleman from Vermont is a liar. Like all atheists are liars, and all the followers of Jefferson are atheists.
Now, just a moment.
They despise the truth as they despise God.
And their hatred for God is equal to their hatred for those who own property.
Oh, what
Why, these Democrats, these paupers, these vagabonds and outlaws, I say take away their vote. Or they will pillage our towns and stain our soil with blood.
Ridiculous. Perfectly.
Sir, I merely want to avoid bloodshed. For if Jefferson is elected, there is scarcely a possibility that we shall escape civil war.
But, Congressman, there are some who say that if Jefferson is not elected, there will be civil war.
Well, then let it come. It is bad, but far less than anarchy or slavery.
And I say that it is the Federalist Party that means to have a monarchy rather than a republic.
Well, better than rabble rule.
But the people will rise up, my dear sir. They will rise up and abolish the indignities of the Federalist Party.
By rise up, sir, do you mean revolution by force?
No, sir, I do not.
That's exactly what he means,
no,
sir.
No, I most certainly do not. My father-in-law was Ethan Allen. And when his Green Mountain Boys wanted to storm the jail in which I was imprisoned in order to free me, I urged them to desist and go to the polls to vote for their freedom and mine. And as you see, they voted me out of jail and into Congress. And I shall vote, express the will of my fellow citizens, and continue to cast my ballot for Thomas Jefferson.
Well, that is your privilege, sir, but it is also mine.
Thank you, Congressman Lyons and Congressman Brown. I have just been informed that Thomas Jefferson is expected at the home of Mr. James Madison. Douglas Edwards is there, so we take you to him now. Come in, Douglas Edwards.
Our hostess, Mrs. James Madison, Dolly Madison, as she's known by all, has informed us that Thomas Jefferson is on his way from his boarding house to dine here. We hope to persuade him to make a statement. To all of official Washington, this new house on F Street is more than the home of the liberal Virginian Democrat. It's a haven for tired statesmen. Most any afternoon at 4, you'll find the distinguished and talented of Washington and Europe enjoying the sumptuous dinners prepared by Dolly Madison, dinners lasting far into the night. This cordial Quakeress brings a touch of warm Virginia hospitality to Washington to thaw the February cold in the frozen mud of the capital. Her parties and dances and card games have won over the bitterest political foes of Jefferson. Dolly Madison is here with me now. She's wearing her famed white silk turban, draped with the large ostrich feathers. Margaret Baird Smith, who writes about Washington society, has said of Dolly Madison that she moves like a goddess and looks like a queen.
Yeah. That kind of flattery is reminiscent of my old friend Aaron Burr. Before Mr. Madison and I were married, Mr. Burr's extravagant flatteries and promises were meant to blind me to his true nature.
And what is your opinion of Mr. Burr now, Mrs. Madison?
His methods are the same in politics as they are in love, both deceiving. But let me tell you of some of our guests. They're all waiting for the outcome of the election. We have Joel Barlow, the poet of democracy. And there's a Bonaparte. And here is Mr. Merry, minister from Great Britain.
Your Excellency, are your hopes on Mr. Jefferson or Mr. Burr?
Well, His Majesty's government does not approve Mr. Jefferson's friendly views toward the Jacobins of France. My own opinion is that Mr. Jefferson has received the votes of a minority of free men and a majority of slaves.
And Mr. Burr, do you approve of him?
Mr. Burr, I do not want to seem too critical, but Mrs. Madison's food here is more like a harvest home supper than the entertainment of a statesman.
And I thought you were enjoying our hams, Ambassador.
Oh,
Forgive us if our food is too democratic for you, but we have to sacrifice the delicacy of European taste for the less elegant but more liberal fashion of Virginia. This is Noah Webster, Mr. Edwards. He's a Federalist, but he enjoys the company of writers here. He's a writer himself, you know. What are you writing now, Noah?
I'm working on a compendious dictionary, my dear.
Good heavens, what sort of a dictionary is that?
A compendious, an adjective meaning briefly stated, succinct, concise, containing the substance in narrow compass, condensed, abridged, synonym, see terse.
I see. Well, as a Federalist, Mr. Webster, will you give us your compendious opinion on Mr. Jefferson and his supporters?
They are rabble, threatening the safety of the state. From my observations, republicanism is impossible unless the poorer classes are excluded from the vote. Witness how the mass voted for Jefferson. Witness how they are now corrupting law and order, descending upon the Capitol with pikes and muskets in their hands. Savages! Primitives. Too stupid, too abject in ignorance to think rightly, and too depraved to draw honest deductions.
You might do your dictionary a service, Noah, by consulting our Vice President, Mr. Jefferson, for a more compendious definition of the people. For here he is now. Mr. Jefferson, this young man has asked if you'll make a statement to him on the election.
Well, now, I believed it my duty to be passive and silent during the present contest.
lest some Federalist senators accuse me of being partial whilst I yet preside over the Senate. But what is it, sir, that you would like to ask me?
Mr. Jefferson, do you favor or oppose the threats of imminent violence raging about this election?
Whose violence? The violence of the Federalist Party to usurp the people's will? Or the violence of revolution that keeps governments in order to remind them of the rights of the governed?
I refer, Mr. Jefferson, to the actions of the militias of Virginia and Pennsylvania. Should that violence cause civil war or revolution, would you still hold favor with it?
Yes, if the will of the majority of the voters is denied by a cabal of selfish interests bent on the destruction of democracy.
But some argue, Mr. Jefferson, that the public good will be best served by keeping the peace and avoiding violence at all costs.
I know there are men who would prefer that I sacrifice my principles for the guarantee of safety. But I say this is a threat and is itself pregnant with violence. I believe in a jealous care of the right of election by the people. I believe in a mild and safe corrective of abuses which are lopped by the sword of revolution where peaceable remedies are unprovided. Even if force must be invoked, the vital principle of republics is the absolute acquiescence in the decisions of the majority.
Mr. Jefferson, earlier in this broadcast, Alexander Hamilton derided certain aspects of your platform, particularly your belief in democracy. Would you care to comment on that?
Mr. Hamilton has a perfect right to his opinions. He has no faith in democracy. I have. I believe in, and I was elected on these principles: equal and exact justice to all men, of whatever state or persuasion, religious or political; peace, commerce, and honest friendship with all nations, entangling alliances with none; the supremacy of the civil over the military authority; the diffusion of information, and the arraignment of all abuses at the bar of public reason. These principles form the bright constellation which has gone before us and guided our steps through an age of revolution and reformation. The wisdom of our sages and the blood of our heroes have been devoted to their attainment. They should be the creed of our political faith, the text of our civic instruction, the touchstone by which to try the services of those we trust. And should we wander from them in moments of error or alarm, let us hasten to retrace our steps and to regain the road which alone leads to peace, liberty, and safety.
Mr. Jefferson, those are things that can't be said too often, I think.
Well, that's very nice of you.
Thank you, Mr. Jefferson. We've had word that the 36th ballot has been taken in the House of Representatives, and the results are about to be announced, so back to the House and John Daly.
The 16 tellers are down there on the floor of the House checking the results of the 36th ballot now. And by the way, we tried to get Congressman Bayard of Delaware to tell us whether he would swing the single vote of his state from Mr. Burr to Mr. Jefferson, but he refuses to make any comment. Sitting up here in the gallery is Alexander Hamilton, watching the proceedings down on the floor, and the Federalist Party leader seems a weary and disillusioned man. Whether Mr. Jefferson or Mr. Burr should win this election down there on the floor, it is going to be Alexander Hamilton who is finally the loser. The congressmen in the House are silent. There's a sense of high expectancy. All eyes are on the tellers. They're comparing totals. Seem to be in agreement now as one of the tellers is writing the results on a piece of paper. But there is no indication, no sign on the face of the tellers as to whether or not the deadlock has been broken. A while ago, there were rumors that the Federalists a teller has handed the paper now to Speaker Thomas Sedgwick. He glances at it. His face is impassive. There goes the gavel now down to the rostrum.
The results of the 36th ballot. Thomas Jefferson of Virginia, 10.
It's Jefferson by 10 states, one more than is necessary. Jefferson has been elected. The members of the House of Representatives and the spectators in the galleries have broken into wild, jubilant cheering and applause. Jefferson picked up 2 votes on that last ballot, one more than was required, and Mr. Burr lost 2. I'm going to try to find out which state broke the tie and which cast the blank vote. Perhaps it was Delaware, maybe Maryland and Vermont, but we'll soon know. We'll know in a moment as soon as we...
Washington, February 17, 1801.
We're going to have to detain...
The House of Representatives elects Thomas Jefferson, 3rd President
You have been listening to The Election of Thomas Jefferson, another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The Election of Thomas Jefferson was written by Joseph Liss. Walter Hamden was Thomas Jefferson, and the cast included Thomas Chalmers, Carl Swenson, Joan Wetmore, Bernard Lenrow, Guy Sorrell, Ann Seymour, Eric Dressler, Walter Grisey, Doris Dalton, William Podmore, Charles Webster, Gavin Gordon, Bert Cowlin, and others. Next week,
April 9th, 1865, Lee and Grant at Appomattox. You are there.
Next this afternoon, great music comes your way from the New York Philharmonic Symphony. This evening, great comedy with Amos and Andy, now exclusively on CBS, and with Hollywood star comedian Eve Arden, your favorite schoolteacher, in Our Miss Brooks. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Hollywood Radio Theatre. Starring Dan Daly and Deborah Paget in Deadline, USA. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. In tonight's play, Deadline, USA, we will tell you the dynamic story of a managing editor whose newspaper was his whole life, even to the neglect of his lovely young wife. And as our stars of this exciting drama, from the studios of 20th Century Fox, we have Dan Daly in the type of role which first brought him motion picture fame, and one of the most talented young actresses in Hollywood, Deborah Paget. Now, Deadline USA, starring Dan Daly as Ed Hutchison and Deborah Paget as Nora. It's early afternoon, a typical afternoon in the busy editorial offices of a daily newspaper. This newspaper is called The Day. Ed Hutchison, managing editor.
Here it is, Ed. The new tax program is coming in now on all the wire services. Where did this come from? Moffat in Washington. The story will be on page 1 of every newspaper in the country.
That's right, including the Day, after it's rewritten.
Rewritten?
Moffat knows better than this. All this talk about OPS, NAM, ECA. What's all that mean to our readers? What does billions mean to the average man or woman? That's an impossible figure. Break it down so they know what we're talking about.
Okay, sure.
What's it going to mean to the housewife for groceries? How much more for a car? Television set, $50, $100. Get a new lead for the second edition.
Right.
Tell Holcomb I want pictures and casualties from the UP flood story. Leads, pay, second section. Now, what's the city desk on that girl he fished out of the river?
Well, if you've got a minute, Ed.
What about her? Is it murder?
It looks like it.
Looks like it. Who is she?
We don't know yet. Got some pictures of her, though, from the morgue, and that fur coat she was wearing.
Stay with
was
the
mixed.
phone, play it down. No pictures.
Good.
I said no
Good-looking
pictures.
girl.
No pictures. Let the standard run the pictures.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hutchison, but they've called again from upstairs. They want you at that meeting.
I'll be up in a minute.
Meeting?
Mrs. Garrison, the 2 charming daughters, and the lawyer. Why isn't the paper making more money? What else could they want me for? Now, where's Burroughs?
Coming, Ed.
The Rienzi story's fine. Tie it off. You can leave tonight to handle that strike upstate.
Well, I'd just as soon stay with the Rienzi story.
You're wasting your time, baby.
Or not, if we can prove he's guilty.
It's not our job to prove he's guilty. We're not detectives.
Oh, give me a week.
Forget it. Don't you read what you write? The State Crime Commission couldn't prove a thing.
All right, I know they couldn't. Rienzi made a monkey out of him.
We've had a nice circus, that's all. Television's had a field day. All the papers raised their circulation. Rienzi's lawyers got richer.
All I want is a week, Ed. 3 days, huh? Please, I think I gotta leave.
All right, Boris. But stay out of trouble. Rienzi's plenty tough, and don't you forget it.
Okay.
Bradley!
Yes, sir?
Hold the calls. I'll be upstairs at the meeting.
We know you're busy, Mr. Atchison. We won't detain you for long. As you can see, this is a most informal little meeting, just you and the ladies.
You mean you're leaving, Mr. Crane?
Well, no, not exactly. As the family lawyer...
Let's tell him and get it over with.
Tell me? Why?
Well, as we all know, Mr. Garrison drew up a will just prior to his death 11 years ago. In it, he designated as his heirs his 2 daughters and his wife. Inasmuch as Catherine attained her majority last week and became entitled to a full vote, it has been decided to sell the newspaper.
Sell? Sell the day?
The decision was unanimous.
Any objections?
Would it make any difference?
None.
Then I have no objections.
The reason it was decided to...
Must we go into details? I have a headache.
My staff is going to feel the same way.
Oh, Ed, take that hurt look off your face as if you couldn't see it coming.
Now, what do we want with a newspaper? What do Kitty and I know about publishing?
You like money? The day gives you all a pretty fair income, doesn't it?
We never even come down here except twice a year for meetings.
You're invited every day.
Mrs. Courtney's husband feels the money could be invested more wisely elsewhere, Mr. Atchison.
John Garrison founded this newspaper, not Mrs. Courtney's husband.
We're taking care of you.
You're to get 1% of the sale price, slightly more than $50,000.
Thank you.
You'll notify all personnel. They'll receive 3 weeks' pay. Now, meantime...
Wait a minute. Who's buying the day? Well, who's buying it? Are you ashamed to tell me?
Lawrence White, the buyer.
White? We're being sold to the Standard?
Mr. White's paper is very successful. He'll undoubtedly make this one more profitable, too.
It won't be this paper anymore. It'll be lost in the Standard.
As far as we're concerned, he's made a very satisfactory offer.
He's eliminating his competition, that's all. Mrs. Garrison, you've got to stop him. Your husband had created a new kind of journalism. You helped him. Why, you even...
Ed, please.
It's there on the wall. Page 1 of the first paper you ever printed. Quote, "This paper will fight for progress and reform. We'll never be satisfied merely with printing the news. We'll never be afraid to attack wrong, whether by predatory wealth or predatory poverty."
Thanks, Ed, but we know all about that.
You're not selling the day, you're killing it.
I still don't know why we have to go to court to sell it. Perhaps because your father never intended it to be sold.
Oh, Mother, please. We've been over this 100 times.
The hearing to approve the sale will take place in Surrogate's Court the day after tomorrow. You'll be there, of course?
I never go to funerals. Excuse me, we still got a paper to get out.
I like that man. I always have.
I'm afraid he's too excitable, Mrs. Garrison. Might be advisable to replace him until the sale is consummated.
Mr. Crane.
Yes?
Shut up, please.
And I know it's hard to believe, but it's the truth. They're selling out. The paper's closing. You've got 3 weeks' pay coming to you. You can quit now, today, and start looking for other jobs, or you can wait for the decision of the court on Thursday. It's up to you. Well, I guess that's all.
We'll get the paper on the street. Some of them will quit, but we'll get it out.
They've got a right to quit. They all ought to quit.
Yeah, maybe. So they're selling out to the Standard, huh?
Don't knock it. The Standard's got twice our circulation and 3 times our advertising. It's wild and it's yellow. It's not exactly a newspaper, but it keeps people working. You were with the old New York World, weren't you?
Under Pulitzer, Cobb, and Barrett.
What did you do when it folded?
Let's see now. I think I got myself a drink. Yep, I'm sure of it.
Then what did you do?
Came over here, went to work for old man Garrison. He was a great newspaper man.
Yeah, but no good as a father. 2 daughters who hate the paper the same as they hated the old man. They couldn't get at him while he was alive, so now they're kicking him when he's dead.
Everybody in this racket gets kicked sooner or later, dead or alive.
People just don't want a newspaper anymore. It's not enough just to give them the news. They want comics and puzzles. They want horoscopes and tips on the horse races, how to interpret their dreams. If they accidentally stumble on the first page, maybe they'll read what's going on. Maybe they'll even care. But I doubt it.
20 minutes to press time, Ed.
Like you said, we'll get the paper out.
There'll be a nice, lively wake tonight in O'Brien's bar. Ever been to one?
Not for a dead newspaper.
Why don't you stop by? Before you know it, lad, you won't be feeling a thing. Not a thing.
Thanks, Porter. Yeah, I better stop by. Oh, the paper's dead, Nora. We buried it tonight in O'Brien's saloon. The day is done. A fine alcoholic funeral. And then I decided to come here and see you.
Ed, why don't you go home, please?
I had to see you. You're my wife.
Oh, no, I'm not. Not for some time.
I have decided to rededicate my life to you.
Yes, dear.
Yes, dear. And that's why I'm going to give you the best years of my life.
Here, drink this.
White beer.
Homogenized from cows.
I love you. Let's get married again. Tonight. It's the milk that could bring out my second childhood.
It already has, coming here this hour. Why, Ed,
Nora, I'm free. Fired. Can't. No more paper. Nothing to keep us apart anymore. The paper has been sold.
So you've said several times.
Did I? Divorce is a very evil thing, Laura. Down from my Olympian heights, I come humbly.
Yes, dear.
We're going a second honeymoon.
We never had a first.
No, I'm leveling, baby. Europe, South America, everywhere. Don't worry about expenses. I'm loaded.
So I noticed.
I mean money. More than we ever had in our lives. I was paid off by the Garrison family for being a good boy.
Ed, listen, you shouldn't have come here. It won't
What's
work
this
out.
stuff?
Oh, just some office work I brought home.
How's the advertising business, Nora? You know you were right to quit the paper. Now you got something you can depend on, something legitimate. I went to a wake tonight. I saw the light, sister. Hallelujah.
Ed, please.
Why should I fight? For what? Publishers don't care about the paper. The paper doesn't care about me, and I don't care about anybody except you. Hey, haven't I met him somewhere before?
The photograph? Well, there's another picture of him in the hall.
Oh, yeah, fight, huh? What with? I'm an employee, not a stockholder. What are you doing? Hey, where'd you go?
I'm fixing the sofa in the living room. I'm getting a blanket, a sheet, and a pillow. Now come in and lie down.
Lie down. Yeah, lie down and quit. I don't have to think about anybody but us.
Yes, dear. Now take your shoes off.
Nora, when you went to Reno, what was that you charged me with?
Incompatibility. Here, put your head on the pillow.
Incompatibility. That was a lie.
Ed, will they know where to reach you?
Doesn't matter. Hey, that guy's picture on the table. Who is he? I don't like him.
Sorry, I do. I like him very much.
I don't like him. I'll think of a reason later.
Now go to sleep. You'll feel better when you wake up.
Good night, Nora, dear.
Good night, Ed.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. Burroughs, when did this happen? What time is it now? 6 what? 6:20. What hospital? Oh, okay, no, I'll go myself.
Ed?
Oh, good morning, darling.
I thought no one knew you were here.
Well, where else would I go when I'm in trouble? Slept in my clothes, huh?
Ed, now look, it's time we had a talk.
Now, baby, I'm in a hurry. That call was urgent.
Dinner tonight?
Well, why not every night?
Alberto's place okay, 8 o'clock?
8 o'clock, fine. Kiss me goodbye.
I was hoping you'd ask me to. I thought you were in a hurry.
Hmm? Oh, yeah. Did I have a pleasant time last night?
Yes, dear.
I did? Well, what do you know?
Hi, Ed. Well, you warned me, didn't you?
Rienzi do this, Burroughs?
Who else?
The doctor says I can only stay a minute. Now, what can you tell me?
They started banging me around when they got me in the car.
How many were there?
3, maybe 4.
Well, what was it, 3 or 4?
I don't know.
What did they use, kid?
Fists. One of them hit me in the face with something harder. Club, I guess.
What did they say?
Nothing. Not after they got me in the car.
Before?
Yeah. Outside the Hall of Records, I went there to check on Rienzi. Man I talked to must have tipped him off.
What makes you think so?
Left his office for a few minutes. He probably phoned Rienzi.
But you're not sure?
No.
That I wouldn't stand up in court?
Well, how else were they waiting for me when I came out?
Who was waiting?
Rienzi's men.
Could you identify him?
One, maybe. Used to be a boxer.
You know his name?
Whitey, I'm not sure, Whitey, something.
If I brought him in, could you identify him?
Yeah. He asked me if I was bars, if I worked for the day.
What make of car was it?
I don't know.
Well, sedan, blue, black, what?
Well, what are you trying to do? Protect Rienzi?
I want facts that won't bounce. Facts that'll stand up against Rienzi's lawyers and libel suits. Facts that'll tear Rienzi's syndicate wide open. There just can't be any mistakes.
What are you worried about, Ed? Paper will be out of business, won't it?
Anytime we print the facts. Now, mind the doctor, Burroughs. You're a good reporter. Who knows? Maybe I'm going to need you. You heard me, Porter. Put every man you can spare in the Rienzi story. Picture layout, the works. Where does he get his money? His tie-ups, dates, facts, more facts.
The tough thing is to prove them, man.
Prove them later. Save anything that save this newspaper. This is it. Miss Barndollar.
Yes, sir.
You heard it? You ever hear of Rienzi?
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, go through the research department of yours and give me a...
I've got it right here, Mr. Hutchison. Rienzi Thomas, 51, born Palermo, Sicily, emigrated here 1914, attended public school 47, has 2 children by legal wife Gertrude.
We're not proposing him for the Chamber of Commerce. We want to convict him of every known crime in the books, all of which he's committed. I want everything.
Yes, sir.
Where's Mac?
Mac!
Get your camera. I want pictures of Rienzi, his wife, home, cars, everything.
Now, what if he smashes my camera? He's done it before,
Then get pictures of him doing it.
You sent for me, Ed?
Yes, I want a cartoon on Rienzi. I want it hard, tough, below the belt. A vulture sucking the life out of a city. You got it?
Oh, you can draw anything you want, but a vulture only preys on the dead or dying.
Praise, huh? Okay, here's your captain. Let us pray. P-R-E-Y.
Hey, Ed, look about those pictures you want. Now, why should I stick my neck out?
I want them for the first edition.
I get in a jam with Rienzi. Tomorrow the paper falls. Where's that leave me?
You're fired.
Now, wait a minute.
Pay him off, Porter. Get him out of here.
Look, why all the excitement? Everybody knows we're washed up.
That's your mistake.
But I've worked here for 3 years.
That's my mistake. Get your voucher. All right, Bentley, get your stenotype and come into my office.
Yes, sir. Oh, Dr. Emmanuel's on the phone.
I'll be right there. Draw $500 out of my bank and send it over to Burroughs' wife.
Dr. Emmanuel's on, too.
Hello? No. I'm fine, Doc. I need a favor. Personal friend of mine needs some help. He's at City Hospital. Name is Burroughs. George Burroughs. What? Well, which is more important, Doctor, delivering a lecture in Chicago or saving a man's eyesight? That's right. He may lose his eye. So cancel the lecture. Delay it. We weren't too busy to raise funds for your clinic. Well, certainly I'm putting it on a personal basis. What's a friend for if not for a favor? Thank you. A real humanitarian.
I'm ready with the stenotype.
Huh? Oh, page 1 editorial. 10-point type, double column. Byline set off in boldface will be John Garrison.
John Garrison?
You heard me. Quote, I am dead. I've been dead 11 years. By tomorrow, this newspaper may also be dead. But as long as it lives, the day will continue to report the facts and the meaning of those facts without fear and without distortion. Wait a minute. Cut out and without distortion. Somebody might not know what you mean.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what are the facts? Thomas Rienzi, who likes to be thought of as a hard-working and industrious building contractor.
In just a moment, we will continue with Act 2 of the Hollywood Radio Theatre. Now, our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act 2 of Deadline USA, starring Dan Daly as Ed Hutchison and Deborah Paget as Nora. It's a few hours later. In Alberto's restaurant, Ed Hutchison and the pretty girl who was once his wife have just sat down for dinner.
I read the paper while I was waiting for you, Ed. That's the best-looking front page in town.
As usual.
That editorial under the name of Garrison, yours?
Yeah.
It's wonderful.
As usual. And how are we? Are we as usual?
Stop it. Any repercussions from Rienzi?
Not yet, but there will be.
How's your reporter, Burroughs?
Well, he'll get better. He may not have an eye, but he'll get better.
Well, maybe now the Garrisonaires won't sell the paper after all. I mean, to sell it now in the middle of a fight like this, well, it would be like endorsing Rienzi.
That's a wonderful dress you're wearing. How do I look?
Better than you did last night. How do you feel?
Amorous?
Excuse me, Miss Doctor, some telephones.
Tell him I'm feeding.
But they said it was important.
Urgent, dear, as usual. You'd better answer it.
I'll be right back. Alberto.
Yes, sir?
Bring her some champagne. Oh, and keep calling her Mrs. Hutchison.
Yes.
Hello, Ed.
Yeah?
This is Willebrand. I'm at the city morgue. About the girl with the fur coat, the one they pulled out of the river.
Well?
Well, her mother showed up here to identify her. A Mrs. Schmidt. That's the girl's name, Bessie Schmidt. But she also used the name of Sally Gardner.
Why bother me? Write your story.
I have. Porter said I should check with you. It's a cinch Mrs. Schmidt knows a lot more than she's telling. We thought that maybe if you
Tell Porter I'm busy.
Okay, fine.
It wasn't urgent after all. I can see it in your face.
What else can you see in my face?
Plenty, so I'd better tell it to you fast and straight. I'm getting married.
Don't make jokes, Nora.
You don't even know him, Ed. He's my boss at the advertising agency.
First me and now another boss. Getting to be a habit with you, isn't it?
I'd like you to meet him, Ed.
Compare notes, you mean? Thanks. I know enough people already.
His name's Louis Schaefer.
I don't want to know anything about him.
I told him all about you.
Everything? Look, I'm not one of your modern husbands. Stiff upper lip and all that stuff. But I'm ready to discuss anything this sensibly.
There isn't anything to discuss. I don't need your consent, Ed. We're divorced for 2 years.
I don't recognize the divorce.
You agreed to it.
Well, I was wrong. You're my wife. Not only because somebody said a few words over us, but because of what we meant to each other. You can't change that with a piece of paper, legal or otherwise.
Another call, Mr. Atchison.
Go away. You want me to quit the paper? Sure, the day's as good as finished, but I'll quit the whole business. I'll get a job doing something else.
I don't want you to quit, Ed. It's your whole life, and for you it's right, but, well, I've got a right to a life, too, and you can't give it to me.
Can he? Mr. Louis Schaefer?
Yes, I think he can.
Can you be the same with him as you were with me? Is it that easy? Do you love him?
Ed, please.
No. No, you don't love him. Not the same way.
Maybe love isn't enough to make a marriage work. All I know is that
I'm sorry, Mr. Atchison. It's Mr. Porter. He says if you won't come to the phone, then to come back to the office, sir.
You'd better talk to him.
Yeah.
Brand story at Sally Gardner.
But I told her...
The story's been pulled by our advertising department. It seems that Sally was once a very good friend of Mr. Andrew Wharton.
Wharton's department store?
Right.
Switch me to advertising. Give me Fenway.
I'm in Fenway's office now. Here, talk to him.
This is Fenway, Mr. Hutchison. I'm sorry, but it just seemed to me that this was libelous material. I was trying to protect us.
Us or you? Or Mr. Wharton? And for how much?
Mr. Wharton denies...
I don't care what he denies. The girl was murdered.
But as a matter of policy, Mr. Hutchison...
Policy? Since when has the advertising department dictated our news policy?
I didn't do this just on my own.
I believe that. You went to Wharton.
I talked to Kitty Garrison. It was on her authority.
Kitty Garrison hasn't got the authority. Not until I'm off the paper. Or have you arranged for that, too?
No, sir.
You're slipping, Fenway.
Mr. Wharton is here in the office. If you care to
I'll talk
to
to Porter. Put him back on.
Yes, sir.
Yeah?
Run the story.
Wharton wants you to hear his side of it, Ed.
But I told... All right. All right, I'll be there in 15 minutes.
About Mrs. Atchison, sir.
Well?
She's gone, sir. She said to tell you that she won't be back.
Thanks. Okay, Mr. Wharton, now what's your side of all this?
I'm asking you, please, not to publish that story.
Why? Isn't it true?
It can't do you much good. It'll ruin me. I've been doing business with this newspaper for years.
And we need your business, Mr. Wharton, but not on these terms.
All right. I made a mistake with Sally, and I've paid for it in blackmail ever since.
That's a matter for the police.
You're interested in facts, aren't you? Well, one day Sally phoned me. She was letting me off the hook. Said there was another man.
There always is.
In this case, the other man was Thomas Rienzi.
Rienzi?
Sally said she loved him. She'd never bother me again. She said she was set for life.
What did she mean?
I don't know. She didn't say. Surely you don't think I killed Sally. I haven't even seen her in 2 years. Mr. Hutchison, I'm about to be married. My fiancée here's
Okay, we'll hold the story.
Thank you.
But if your yarn about Rienzi doesn't gel...
It will.
It better, for both our sakes.
Good night, Mr. Hutchison. Thank you again.
Well?
What have we got on Sally Gardner? We'll need proof that Rienzi...
Since when are we going in for gossip?
Since now.
Okay.
Tell Bondollar to go through the files. I want anything she can find. Anything at all. Send Thompson in from the sports desk. I want to see him.
This is real interesting, Ed. Sally and Rienzi, huh?
That's right, Thompson.
Hey, from this a fella could catch a hole in the head.
Yeah, he could. That bother you?
Oh, no, not at all.
Well, Brand told me that Sally's got a brother. A fellow named Herman Schmidt. Small-time stuff. He had some kind of a job as a political boxing judge or something.
That's right. Her brother, huh?
Yeah, get hold of Schmidt, Thompson. Sweat him. We're short on facts and we're awful short on time. Now find Schmidt.
Bondollar's waiting to see you. I'll send her in.
Thanks.
You're next, sweetheart.
Read what you got, Miss Bondollar. Make it fast.
Sally Gardner and her brother were born here. Mother came from Germany. Father dead. No known criminal record for Sally. No recorded marriages.
Yes?
Mr. Louis Schaefer to see you.
Send him in when Bondollar leaves. You come in too, Bentley. That's all for now, Miss Bondollar.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Schaefer, come on in.
Well, thank you. Happy to meet you, Mr. Hutchison.
Coffee, Mr. Schaefer? Sandwich?
No, thanks. I know you're busy.
How's my wife?
That's what I came to see you about.
Nora asked you to come here?
No, of course not. I thought that we could... Well, look, you're making her very unhappy. Why don't you let her alone, Mr. Hutchison? Her responsibility to you is over.
Then what are you doing here?
I'm only trying to do what's best for Nora.
That's not only ridiculous, but insulting. You're not that much of a prize.
Ed, here's a... Oh, excuse me.
Well, what is it?
Sally bought some government bonds 5 months ago.
Sally or Rienzi?
They're in her name. $40,000 worth. It took some doing, but we've got a checkup working in every bank.
Clary dug up some pictures of her, too. Bring them in, Clary.
Well, maybe we're getting somewhere. Here, take a look, Ed. Sally is a high school girl. Sally is a model. Sally is a showgirl. Sally when she worked at Wharton.
Sally in the city morgue. Thanks, Cleary.
Now, if we can plug up this hole between Wharton's department store and the river...
And fill it full of Rienzi. Goodbye, Mr. Schaefer. I can't wish you luck, but you know how it is.
There's something that you ought to know.
Webster's calling you on 32, Mr. Hutchison.
Put him on.
Nora and I are getting married tomorrow night.
Yeah, Bill?
I thought it best not to delay any longer. You know how it is. Good night, Mr.
Can you hear me? I'm backstage at the burlesque house.
Go ahead.
Rienzi's your boy, all right. Sally was a showgirl here 3 years ago in a musical produced by Al Murray. The show was backed by Rienzi.
Who says so?
Murray, I'm with him now.
I'll switch for a rewrite. Bentley, put Webster on rewrite.
Yes, sir.
All right, Porter, we'll use the Willibrandt story, but kill all reference about Wharton. Throw in a picture of Sally, just a face, no art studies.
Right.
Tell Barndollar I want a complete check on Louis Schaefer. He runs the United Advertising Agency. Anything from Thompson yet?
Nothing.
Switch him over as soon as he calls in. Bentley!
Yes, sir?
Send something to Burroughs at the hospital. Get him some books, flowers, a bottle of whiskey. I don't know. Find out what he likes.
Yes, sir.
And bring me some hot coffee.
Mr. Smith? I know you're in there, Mr. Smith. I just saw the light go out from under the door, so you might as well open...
Don't move, mister. Sit down at the table. Put your hands on the table.
Hey, what's with the gun, Herman? I'm only here to help you. My name's Thompson, sports reporter for the day.
Sports, huh? What'd you write today?
Well, a constant reader. That's fine.
I got the paper right here, so what'd you write?
The question of televising next season's baseball games was discussed at a heated session of the Hot Stove League yesterday afternoon.
Okay. What do you want?
Do you mind putting that thing away?
How'd you find me?
I know a lot of people in the fight game. They owe me favors. I collected a few.
All right. Get to it.
Why did Rienzi kill your sister?
Did he?
And who are you afraid of, Herman? Why this hideout? One room in a crummy tenement.
Get out.
Well, first, I'd better mention that I've phoned your address to the paper. They know where I am. By next edition, Rienzi will know where you are, too.
Maybe so, maybe not.
We're your only chance, Herman. Let me take you back to the office. You'll be safe there. If you don't, Rienzi's going to find you. You'll wind up in the morgue next to Sally.
You think you know something, huh?
I know that as long as Rienzi is free, you're a dead pigeon. But take your time. He won't get his copy of the day with your address until morning. I'll wait while you think it over.
Ed, it's past midnight. No word yet from Thompson?
Nothing.
You know what day this is? It's Thursday.
9 o'clock in the surrogate's court.
You're going to be there?
All this for what? The obituary of a newspaper. Yeah, I'll be there.
This court has been petitioned to approve the sale of the publication enterprises known as The Day. I have carefully read the last will and testament of the deceased, John Garrison, and I find nothing therein to prevent such a sale.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mrs. Garrison?
Your Honor, I object to the sale of this newspaper to Mr. White.
How can you object? Absolutely.
But this request for sale was signed by you, Mrs. Garrison.
I've changed my mind.
Your Honor, we are completely unprepared for this most embarrassing change of heart. I assure you I had no idea.
What about Mrs. Garrison's two daughters?
They want to sell, Your Honor, and they constitute a majority.
My husband would not have wished this paper to be sold to Mr. White.
But you knew all along that Mr. White was the purchaser.
I did not know that the day was going to be rubbed out of existence, which it will be if this contract is approved. I have priority of purchase, Mr. Crane. I'll buy the day myself. I'll raise Mr. White's offer.
But you don't seem to realize...
I don't see why you should object to my daughters receiving more money, Mr. Crane. That's what they're selling for, isn't it?
You can't do this, Mother.
I can, I want to, and I'm going to.
What good will it do? You're making us sound like fools.
You'll be happy to know that stupidity is not hereditary. You acquired it all by yourselves.
What changed your mind about selling?
Have you seen today's paper? And yesterday's? Loyalty. Loyalty's changed my mind.
You haven't got the money to buy the paper.
I'll get it.
You're crazy.
No. Just ashamed. Ashamed of you and ashamed of myself. Now, if you'll keep quiet, I think the judge wants to say something.
I shall require time to consider Mrs. Garrison's request. You'll all be notified when this court will reconvene. It now stands adjourned.
Mr. Hutchison?
Well?
My name's Hanson. I'm an attorney. Didn't I see you just now at the garrison hearing?
It was a real nice hearing. You're representing Mr. White?
No, I work for Mr. Rienzi. He's waiting to see you in his car.
Why?
It's personal business. The car's right here, Mr. Hutchison.
Mr. Atchison, can I give you a lift someplace?
Why?
I'm the sociable type.
They're expecting me at the office.
We'd be glad to take you. Okay, Frank?
I wondered when and how you'd get around to this.
Yeah?
Yeah, I expected something a little more poetic. There's no poetry in an armored car.
I think I like you, Hutchison. A man with imagination. They tell me you're a good newspaper man.
You're not bad at your trade either.
But they say you're a hothead.
Who's they?
Friends. I got friends everywhere. I like for you to be my friend.
Thanks. You're not my type.
You ever meet me before? Do business with me? Maybe you got the wrong impression, huh? Now, here's a newspaper, The Day. My family reads the paper. It's not nice what you print. I got a nice family, Mr. Hutchison. Sometime I'd like for you to meet them.
There's no point in that unless they're the ones that almost killed Burroughs.
Burroughs?
Never beat up a reporter, they say. It's like killing a cop, they say. Never drop girls in the river, they say. Not even with fur coats, they say.
What have I got to do with reporters or girls? I'm in the contracting business.
Capone was in the insurance business.
You got a sense of humor, friend.
Then why don't you laugh?
Very funny.
Tomorrow's paper will be even funnier. There. That's a Rienzi I like to see. This way you start shooting, friend?
What are you supposed to be, a little tin god? You gonna save the world? A hero or something? Know about what you print in the paper. My lawyer says I can sue you for this.
Well?
What you're doing's been tried before. Nobody could ever make it stick.
Then you got nothing to worry about. Oh, that's the office. Just down the block.
They're on the right, Frank. The gentleman's office. Cops, tax collectors, politicians, they all got an angle. What's yours? Come on, name it. What do you want?
I want to see you in prison. Thanks for the lift.
Well, I just met the man. Sometimes these things take time. Only maybe I... Hey, wait a minute. Yeah? They're going to the newspaper building, those two guys. Schmidt. That's Schmidt. We've been looking all over for him. Who's with him?
I don't know. I never saw him before.
Sally's brother walking into a newspaper office, huh? Drive around the block. I gotta make a phone call fast.
We pause now for station identification.
Curtain rises on Act 3 of Deadline USA, starring Dan Daly as Ed Hutchison and Deborah Paget as Nora. The door of Ed Hutchison's office is closed. With Potter, the city editor, he's entertaining a guest, Herman Schmidt, brother of the murdered girl.
All right, Schmidt, from the beginning.
How much?
I told you before. $1,000 after you testify against Rienzi. Yes or no?
Where do you want me to start?
Sally and Rienzi.
Well, they liked each other.
A few weeks ago, Sally bought $40,000 worth of government bonds. Rienzi pay for them?
Yeah, I guess so.
You're a liar.
Sally used part of the $200,000 that Rienzi gave her to hold for him.
What $200,000? Why would a guy part with that kind of scratch?
The city bank says your sister rented a safety deposit box. She gave it up a month ago, on the same day that she moved out of her apartment. Why?
Okay, it's true. He gave her the money to hold for him. When he wanted it back, she got scared he'd make a break. She said as long as she kept the cash, he'd stick. It didn't work out that way.
Hey, Ed, Mrs. Garrison wants to see you. She's waiting upstairs.
Fowler! When did you find out Sally was dead?
Oh, I read about it in the paper.
She was dead 3 days before the paper got it.
Your mother says you left the house last Saturday and didn't come back.
My mother?
We've got some good reporters, Smith. They get around.
Sally was killed that same Saturday night.
Well, so what? I leave the house lots of times. Well, for weeks sometimes.
To hide out? You were afraid of Rienzi. Why?
Maybe you knew he was going there, huh? To Sally's place?
I didn't even know where she lived.
The Leroy Hotel. She registered under the name of Bessie Schmidt and never left the room. She had only 2 visitors, Herman. Your mother and you. You were there Saturday night.
Well, I don't remember. But, maybe I was. Yeah, she phoned me.
The desk clerk says you phoned her from the lobby at 1:20 a.m. Now, either tell the truth or we turn you loose. No money, no protection. Rienzi will kill you.
Okay, Rienzi wanted his money. They couldn't find out where Sally was living.
So you showed them?
Why? What did Rienzi promise you?
He got me my job. I owed him money. I couldn't pay. He said the favor would square us.
All you had to do was put the finger on your own sister.
Well, I didn't know what they were going to do. I swear I didn't know.
Who's they? Rienzi and who else?
No, not Rienzi. He sent men, 3 men. I got scared. I ran out. That's all I know, honest. The next day I hear Rienzi's looking for me. He was afraid I was going to talk. I found a room, and I've been there ever since.
Type up a statement, Porter. Have him sign it. Get the names of those 3 men. I'll go upstairs and see Mrs. Garrison.
About Louis Schaefer, that information you requested.
Walk with me to the elevator.
Yes, sir. Louis Schaefer, age 42, only child of John and Harriet Schaefer of the chemical fortune.
Ever married?
No, sir.
Any arrests?
None on the record, sir.
Alcoholic, swindler? Maybe he's a fiend. You know, he looked like one. You check his army record, maybe he's a spy.
He got the Silver Star and the Purple Heart.
Oh, that's a rotten report, Miss Bondollar. Thanks anyway.
You've been keeping me waiting.
I know.
2 things, Ed. First, Rienzi started his libel suit. We were served with papers half an hour ago.
Second?
Judge McKay is going to hand down his decision tonight at 9.
Tonight? How come so soon?
Because of the libel suit. Oh, one thing more. That 1% you were promised. Alice and Kitty changed their minds.
What took them so long?
I've been to the bank, Ed. They're willing to loan me the money if we cut expenses 4%. Think you can do it?
I'll do better than that. Yes, go ahead, Porter. He what? What are you talking about? Yes, I'll be right down.
No, what?
A man was just shot to death in the press room. A man named Herman Schmidt.
We were working on his written statement when they walked in. 3 men in police uniform. They said they had a warrant for Schmidt.
And you let them take him?
They looked and acted like policemen. I tried to stop them.
Go ahead. What happened?
Schmidt made a break. He ran down to the press room. He almost got away, but then they started shooting. The plates are there now.
You better get down there.
What about Schmidt's confession? Do we run it anyway?
Without a signed statement, we're dead, Porter. We're as cold as Herman Schmidt. I'll get Mrs. Garrison, take her home.
Hello? Yeah. For you, Mr. Rienzi. It's Whitey. Now give it in. Yeah. But I told you I didn't want anything like it. This is stupid. Stupid! Well, get on here now, all 3 of you. And find Sally's old lady. Bring in Mrs. Schmidt. I want to talk to her.
Sit down, Ed. I'll get you a drink.
You know, Mrs. Garrison, no paper ever did a better, faster, more thorough job. All we needed was that one bit of evidence, and we had it. We had it as long as Schmidt was alive. I figured if we could get an indictment against Rienzi, they'd let the day stay in business.
We're licked, Ed. But we showed them how a real newspaper can function.
You're quite a girl. They must have made them different in your day.
Yeah.
More durable.
More pliable. Girls these days have stuff, but they're brittle. They break more easily.
Plenty of stuff, but no heart.
Meaning Nora?
Meaning Nora.
There will now be a respectable silence while we feel sorry for ourselves.
Well, she had no right to walk out on me. She's my wife.
You wouldn't have a wife if a newspaper had beautiful legs.
Sure. But you never walked out on John Garrison.
Who said so?
You must have had a pretty good reason.
The best. A bride always likes to think she's indispensable. But I woke up one morning and he was gone. Back to the paper to do the Lusitania story. I walked out.
Yeah, but you came back.
2 days later. He didn't even know I'd been gone.
But he loved you.
Exceedingly, between editions. Oh, but don't blame Nora. Unless she wants to come back, it won't work. If she stays away...
I can look for a newspaper with nice legs.
Well, court convenes in exactly 1/2 hour. You going to be there?
Maybe. Will you marry me, Mrs. Garrison?
Go away, Ed. You're much too old.
Sorry, Mr. Rienzi. Nothing yet on Mrs. Schmidt. They're still looking for her.
They'll find her. An old lady like that. Where can she go?
She's got to be silenced, you understand? Buy her off. Send her back to Europe.
Now, you're getting panicky, Hanson. She's my business. I'll handle Mrs. Schmidt.
There'll be another investigation. I hope you realize that.
Maybe a trial even, sure. But I'm not worried, see? We've been through this sort of thing before. We're still in business. The story's printed in the newspaper, so what? Tomorrow it's old news. They take the paper and wrap garbage in it. In a week, the people forget.
But if they keep on printing
They
stories,
won't.
If they keep us in the news until the trial, if they heat up the public...
You take care of your end. I'll handle the papers.
Hutchison won't handle easily.
He's got nothing. What's he got with Schmidt out of the way?
That won't stop him.
And he won't stop us. Tomorrow he won't even have a paper. The court will take it away from him. And if they don't, we'll take him away from the paper. Maybe they all need an example.
You're crazy.
Am I? Now, we'll wait and see.
And so the court has arrived at a decision. I can see no reason why the day should not be sold to Mr. White. I will, however, listen to any further evidence or argument. Mrs. Garrison?
There's nothing to say, Judge McKay.
May I say something, Your Honor?
If Your Honor, please.
Well, Mr. Crane?
Since Mr. Hutchison is not one of the heirs, and since I'm sure he's not here in the interests of Mr. White, whom does he presume then to represent?
I represent the paper.
Which is not yours in the first place.
That's true. But the day is a lot more than a building and furniture and presses. It's people. 1,500 men and women whose skill and experience make a great newspaper possible. We don't own one share of stock, but we, along with the 300,000 people who read this paper, have a vital interest in whether it lives or dies.
I suggest this is most irregular, Your
So is
Honor.
the murder of a newspaper. So is some unfinished business called Rienzi. If you read the day, you'd know what I mean.
I don't care to discuss Rienzi.
This newspaper does.
I don't question your good intentions, Mr. Hutchison, but they hardly concern us here tonight.
They concern the public tonight, and tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow.
The Day isn't the only good newspaper in town, Mr. Hutchison.
Right now, it's the only newspaper willing to expose Rienzi.
Mr. Hutchison, there are certain rules of procedure. We are concerned now only with the legal aspects of the sale. What happens after Mr. White takes possession is outside the jurisdiction of this court.
But whose jurisdiction is it, sir?
Just a moment. Since when is it immoral for someone to legally purchase a newspaper?
I don't care if Mr. White buys out another paper or 20 papers. But I do care when he buys a newspaper to put it out of business. Because without competition, freedom of the press can't exist. I'm talking about the right of the public to a marketplace of ideas, of news and opinions. Not those of one man or of one leader or even one government. Well, I guess that's all I have to say.
The existing contract is valid, made in good faith. As of tomorrow, the Lawrence White Publications will assume control of the Day. Court's adjourned.
Ed, thanks for trying.
If you'll excuse me, Mrs. Garrison, I better phone the office.
Go ahead, Ed. This is Porter. What's the story?
Lead off for the morning edition. The Day, after 47 years of daily publication, was sold last night.
But we've still got a paper until tomorrow. Get back here, Ed.
Why?
Williband's got Mrs. Schmidt here. She wants the boss. She won't talk to anyone else. I think we've got something, Ed. Something big.
Ed, this is Mrs. Schmidt. She wandered in on her own, looking for you. Here he is, Mrs. Schmidt.
You are boss?
Yes?
I am mother of Bessie.
About your son, too. I'm very sorry.
I do not come about that. I have here shoebox. In it are papers of money. Here, you look.
I'll say there's money.
Now, my Bessie, she comes to me and she says, here, Mama, you keep this. Something happens to me, you do not have to worry.
This little book, Bessie's diary?
Yeah, she writes down what happens to her and this Mr. Rienzi. She writes it down there.
Porter, you better call the police. And we're getting out the final edition as usual. Mrs. Schmidt, why didn't you go to the police?
Police? I do not know police. I know newspaper, this newspaper. For 31 years I know this paper. I come to America. I wish to be good citizen. How to do this? From newspaper, it show me how to read, how to write. And when Bessie dies, you do not say bad things of her like other newspapers. Now you want to find who helped my Bessie. That's good. I help. I think what to do. I go on subway. I ride all day. Then I'm here.
By doing this, you may be in danger, like your son.
You are not afraid? I am not afraid.
Thanks.
Hello, Porter.
Why, Mrs. Hutchison. Or is it Mrs. Schaefer?
No, of course not. Where's Ed?
In the press room.
Has he lost the paper?
Yeah.
What's he going to do?
Get out the last edition. And it ought to be quite a paper. We've got proof on Rienzi. Sally's mother. She came to Ed with everything.
And then what?
He'll look for another job, I guess, like the rest of us.
Is it all right if I go down to the press room?
I guess you still know where it is. Sure, go ahead.
Telephone.
Yes?
Thomas Rienzi, Mr. Hutchison. He wants to talk to you. I told him you were in the press.
Put him on. Hello.
Atchison?
Hello, baby. How do you feel?
How do I feel? Mrs. Schmidt came in to see you.
That's right. There's some loose cash in my office that belongs to you. $160,000. Oh, and there's something else, too. A diary. Sally's diary.
So what? Who's going to believe what a dame like that writes to herself?
I don't know. Ask your lawyer. There's something else that might interest you. We're accusing you of Sally's murder.
Look, before you hang up, friend, here's some advice to you. Don't you press your luck. You lay off on me. Don't press that story.
What's that, an order?
If not tonight, then tomorrow. Maybe next week, maybe next year. But sooner or later, you catch it. My lawyer's right here with me. He's yelling at me not to talk like this. But I say it anyway. You print that story and you're a dead man.
You forget something, Rienzi. It's not just me anymore. You'd have to stop every paper in the country now, and you're not big enough for that job. People like you've tried it before. With bullets, prison, censorship. But as long as even one paper prints the truth, you're finished.
I don't want double talk. Just an answer. Yes or no?
What time is it?
10:30.
That's when we go to press. 10:30. You want your answer? Listen.
Yes or no?
It's too late now, Rienzi. You hear that? That's the press. And there's nothing you can do about it. Nothing. You walked out on me at Alberto's.
I'd like to go back for dessert. You got time?
All the time in the world. Let's go.
In a moment, our stars will return. Now, here's Mr. Cummings with our stars.
And here they are for a well-deserved curtain call. Dan Daly and Deborah Paget. Well, Dan, how does it feel to have your dancing shoes off for a change?
Very comfortable, Irving. You know, I loaned them to Deborah to go to Norfolk, Virginia.
The opening of 20th Century Fox's new picture, Titanic, starring Clifton Webb and Barbara Stanwyck.
Yes, Irving. A group of us flew there to entertain at the premiere, which was dedicated to the Navy Relief Fund. I wish you could have been there, Dan.
Well, I've already done my share for Navy relief.
When was that?
When I joined the Army. Boy, was the Navy relieved.
Oh, I Oh, I'm sure both the Army and Navy would fight together.
No. You're the type they fight to get, Deborah. You remind them of the girl next door.
I would?
Well, if you wouldn't, I would. Because it's my latest picture for 20th Century Fox, co-starring with June Haver. It's called The Girl Next Door.
I think you'll both agree that next week's show is just wonderful, because we're going to tell the heartwarming story of one of the most glamorous couples in show business. It's Paramount Pictures' screen hit, Somebody Loves Me. And recreating her original role as the entrancing Blossom Seeley, we'll have Betty Hutton, co-starring with Gene Barry as Benny Field.
What a great story that is, Irving. Good night.
Good night, and we'll be seeing you.
produced by Mr. Irving Cummings. Our orchestra is under the direction of Rudy Schrager. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us next week at this same time for another presentation of the Hollywood Radio Theater. Hollywood Radio Theater is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
In
a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts, and year in, year out.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Remember,
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and fine tobacco is what counts in a cigarette.
Season after season, at market after market, independent tobacco experts, men who are right on the spot at the auctions, can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Real Lucky Strike tobacco. Fine tobacco that means real, deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
At 59 American.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you...
Wait a minute, Donzie. Hold it. Jackson ain't here yet.
What?
Neither is Dennis or Livy.
Oh, my goodness, this is awful.
What do you mean, awful? The audience is going to get a break today. I've been waiting for a chance like this for months. Hit it, boys. 1, 2.
Let's go see my dear old mammy. She's frying eggs and broiling hammy, and that's what I like about the South. Now, up there you can make no mistake, where those nerves are never shaky.
Rochester.
Yes, sir.
Step on it, will you? Can't you make this car go any faster?
Boys, did you ever hear the story of the hare and the tortoise?
Yes.
Well, both of them just passed us.
What tough luck. Imagine going out to the garage and finding a flat tire. Not a bit of air in it. It was the new one, too.
It had to be the new one.
Huh?
The other three are filled with sand.
Oh, yes, I forgot. Rochester, why have you got the windshield wipers going? We have no windshield.
I know, but it keeps the steam from the radiator out of my face.
Oh.
Say, boss, I think we're making better time. I just caught up with the rabbit that passed us.
Rochester, don't be silly. There are no rabbits on Sunset Boulevard.
Yeah. What's up, Doc?
Well, what do you know? I guess the warm weather brought them out. Gosh, it isn't bad enough I'm late. Mary and Dennis are waiting for us to pick them up.
Boss, you should be on the air right now.
I know. Turn on the radio and see what they're doing.
Okay.
Here comes old Bob with all the news, the box-back coat and the button shoes, but all paid up with his union dues, and that's what I like about the South.
Isn't that awful?
Here
Turn it
comes
off.
Roy down.
That song is enough to make a Yankee out of Senator Claghorn. Pull over at the corner, Rochester. This is where we're supposed to pick up Dennis. Mary, too. Oh, there's Dennis now.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hop in, Dennis. We're late.
I know. I was home listening to the radio, and Phil was singing That's What I Like About the South.
I know.
My mother said she wished a little bit of heaven would fall from out the sky and hit him right on the head.
Well, for once in my life, I agree with your mother.
She hates you, too.
All right. Come on, Rochester, let's go.
Oh, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. Hop in.
Jack, we've never been this late before. What happened?
Well, we were all ready to go to the studio. When we got to the garage, we found a flat tire. I really should have called for a taxi.
Call for a taxi? You wouldn't call for help if it had a meter on it.
First place, you read that line wrong.
I know.
Supposed to be you wouldn't call for help if it had a meter on it. I was even afraid of that this morning. What are you talking? I've taken you home from the studio in a cab many times.
Oh, stop bragging. It only cost 75 cents.
75 cents. The other night when I took you home, it cost me $3.50.
Well, it was your idea to go up on Mulholland Drive.
Oh, don't let it go to your head, sister. I only took you up there to show you how beautiful the city looks with the lights on.
I know. When the fog rolled in, you wanted your money back.
Money back. Stop making things up.
I went up to Mulholland Drive 3 nights in a row with my girl, and oh, boy, did we have fun.
Why? What did you do, kid?
We went around peeking into new Studebakers.
Dennis.
One of them had 1,800 miles on it.
That must have been a thrilling evening you had there.
Say, Jack, we're so late. Do you think Don can hold the audience till we get there?
Phil is entertaining him. I wonder what he's doing now. Rochester, turn on the radio.
So listen to your boy whose hair is flaxen, loosen your tie and start relaxing. When Harris is here, who needs Jackson? Because I'm what you like about the South.
Who needs Jackson? What a ham. Turn it off.
Let's go see my...
Rochester, you can park any place now. There's the studio up ahead.
Jack, why don't you spend 15 cents and put the car in the parking lot?
Because the streets belong to the people, and I'm a people. Rochester, what's the matter with you? You just passed a good parking place over there.
I know, but that's on our right, boss. This car only turns left.
Oh, yes, I forgot. The steering rod's broken.
Well, if this car won't turn to the right, how are we going to get back to Beverly Hills?
I got it all mapped out, Miss Livingston. We go straight to Pasadena, left to Bakersfield, left to Oxnard, then down the coast and home.
Oh, we'll get home all right. Once we get to Carthay Circle, we can head in any direction there. Now, keep your eyes open for a place to... Dennis, we're not on a parade. Stop sitting on top of the seat.
Huh?
And take that sign off your back.
Well, I want it there.
You don't need it. Everybody knows you've got 2 shows. Now, sit down on the... Whoop, whoop. There's a... Whoop, whoop.
What are you whoop-whooping about?
Rochester, there's a place to park right across the street.
Can't do it, boss. I'll have to make a U-turn.
Well, what's wrong with making a U-turn?
There's a $2 double charge.
There's a $2 cover charge for that. No Boy, all I ask is one rehearsal. That's all I ask. Well, go ahead. Nobody's looking. Now, grab hold of your door, Mary, so it won't fly open.
The door's on your side.
Oh, yes. Well, here we are. Uh-oh, is that a policeman?
It ain't Uncle Remus.
It's a cop, all right. Shut the motor off. Gee.
Well, what are you going to do, Jack?
Oh, I'll think of something.
Hey, you. What's the idea of making a U-turn in the middle of the block?
Eh?
I said, what's the idea of making a U-turn in the middle of the block? Don't you know it's against the law?
Well, I'll tell you, officer, I don't get the city very often, so I don't know much about your newfangled laws you got here.
What a performance.
Esri, be quiet. You see, officer, I live out Sherman Oaks way, and I just drove my old lady and my boy in to see the big city. Patooey. Ain't that right, Miranda?
You're darn tootin'. Patooey.
Thank goodness we have no windshield. Officer, this is the missus.
Oh, glad to know you, ma'am. Now, look, old-timer, you got to obey the traffic laws while you're in the city.
Well, I'll tell you.
Get your gun, Pa. That man's a revenuer.
Well, officer, guess we'll mosey along. Thanks very much for your advice.
All right, old-timer, but don't let this happen again.
I won't. So long, officer.
So long.
Come on, Mo and Esri, let's take a look at this radio station, see what those programs are like. And Zeke, you sit here and wait for it. Zeke. Zeke!
Oh, me?
Yes, you. Come on, Mary. The cop's gone now. Let's get into the studio. Dennis, hurry up.
Right behind you, Pa. Patooey.
Dennis, you're not a rube anymore. Put your shoes back on. 15 years on the radio, and it's the first time I've ever been late. Thank goodness we got here anyway.
She's got baked beans and candied yams, those sugar-cured Virginia hams.
All right,
baked
Phil,
full
all
of
right.
berry
I'm here.
jams, and
I'm
that's
here.
what I like.
Well, Phil, I'm here. You can stop.
What do you mean, stop, Jackson? I'm just getting warmed up.
Warmed up? You've been singing that thing for 20 minutes. I've been listening to you on the radio.
You've been listening to me?
Certainly.
Well, bless your little gray heart.
All right, Phil, you had your big day. Now go sit down.
Oh, Jack, what happened? How come you're so late?
Oh, it's a long story, Don. I had a flat tire, and then I got tied up in traffic, and Rochester didn't know what he was talking about. And right out here in front of the studio... Well, he was nervous. You know, a cop coming. You can blame him. You know. Then right out here in front of the studio, a cop tried to give me a ticket. I told him I was Jack Benny. He changed his mind fast. Didn't he, Mary?
Patooey.
Oh, stop that. Now, look, kids, the show is so mixed up, we'll have to start somewhere. So, Dennis, maybe you ought... Wait a minute. Phil.
What's the matter?
What are you, excuse the expression, musicians dressed like that for? Huh?
Oh, that. Well, a photographer's coming over to take some publicity shots, and I told the boys that if they look glamorous, they might get their pictures in Esquire.
Look, Phil, your boys will never get their pictures in Esquire. So you can tell Frankie to put down that white telephone and take off that low-cut sweatshirt. And tell him to cover up that tattoo on his chest.
Are you kidding? He gets paid for that.
I know, but it's such a ridiculous tattoo. This is the year of the yearling. What a slogan, the year of the yearling.
What about the slogan they had for your picture?
Mary.
This is the week of the weakling.
That shows how much you know. It didn't even run a week. Now, look, kids, before we start our play for tonight, I think Dennis... What's that?
Jack, there's a man in the third row with a gun.
Hey, mister, what's the idea?
Oh, I'm sorry. I tried to shoot myself, but I missed.
Well, what's wrong?
I'm a dentist, and my patient is driving me crazy.
Your patient?
Her name is Nora Prentice, and she won't open her mouth.
He must be crazy. A few minutes ago, he was a rabbit. Sing, Dennis. Go ahead.
How are things in life Glockamora. Is that little brook still leaping there? Does it still run down to Donny Cove, through Killy Bay, Kilkerry and Kildare? How are things in Glockamora? Is that willow tree still weeping there? Does that lassie with a twinkling eye come smiling by? And does she walk away sad and dreamy there, not to see me there? So I ask each weeping willow and each brook along the way, and each laugh that comes half time.
That was How Are Things in Glockamora, sung by Dennis Day. And Dennis, that was a cute little Irish number.
Not as cute as the one I took up on Mulholland Drive.
Well, has she got a friend?
Yes, but you wouldn't like him.
Oh. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature... Come in.
Pardon the intrusion, Mr. Benny, but could you do me, please, a favor?
Oh, why, certainly, Mr. Kitzel. Hello, what is it?
Well, I got 2 tickets to a radio program here at the NBC, and I don't know what studio it's in.
Oh, well, what program is it?
Edgar Borenstein.
Oh, Edgar Bergen. Edgar Bergen, yeah. He's in Studio A, right across the hall.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. I know you like Edgar's show. That Charlie McCarthy is really funny.
Yes, and you look so natural, too. Almost like a human being.
That's right. Many people mistake Charlie for a little boy.
Yes, I know. Once when I was by his broadcast, I went up to him and I said, "Please, Mr. McCarthy, could I have your autograph?"
I bet you felt silly.
Who felt silly? He gave it to me.
Oh.
But you know, he's certainly comical, that Charlie McCarthy. And so is the other little dummy, Mortimer Schwartz.
That's Snurd.
Oh,
By the way, Mr. Kitzel, I meant to thank you for the birthday card you sent me. It was very thoughtful, and it expressed such nice sentiment.
Yes, and I wrote that poem myself.
What was the poem, Mr. Kitzel?
Well, it went like this. To Mr. Benny. Today I hear you're 38, but I know you're 53. But if you're liking 38, that's okay by me.
Well, it was a very cute thought. Mr. Kitzel, in case you happen to pass my house during the next few days, drop in. I'll mix you a martini.
A martini? Oh.
Oh, you like martinis?
No.
Well, anyway, Mr. Kitzel, if you're around when I leave, I'll drive you home.
Yeah, well, thank you, but don't bother, Mr. Benny. You see, I got my own car, a new Studebaker.
You have?
Mm-hmm. It's got exactly 1,800 miles on it.
1,800? Dennis, that must have been the car you peeked into.
Ho.
Dennis!
Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny.
So long, Mr. Kitzel.
How are things in Glockamora?
Gee, he's a nice little guy. I'm sorry I forgot to invite him to my birthday party.
Oh, that reminds me, Jack. It's been a whole week now, and you never thanked me for the birthday present I sent you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary. Thanks very much. It was a wonderful gift. I really appreciated it.
What'd you give him, Livy?
A check for $10.
Well, Mary, it wasn't the sentiment, it was the money. I mean, it wasn't the money, it was the check. I mean, the sentiment. Now, come on, kids, we have a sketch to do. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight...
Oh, Jack, before you start the sketch, don't you think we ought to do a commercial?
Just one fella. That's all I ask. One man read a line right. That's all I ask. 13 years he's been with me. What were you going to say, Don?
Well, I say, before you start the sketch, don't you think we ought to do a commercial?
A commercial? Well, to start me an original idea. Yes, Don, by all means, let's be daring. Let's be daring and do a commercial.
Okay, Jack. Quartet's ready.
The what?
The
quartet?
Yeah.
Now, wait a minute, Don, wait a minute. No quartet and no more singing. That's final.
But, Jack...
Look, Don, since we opened our season 22 weeks ago, the Sportsman Quartet has been driving me nuts. It isn't bad enough what they do to me in the studio. But 2 weeks ago, you brought them right out on the street, right out on the corner in front of NBC, in front of a crowd of people, and embarrassed me something awful. Imagine them singing a commercial and people throwing money. Pennies.
How much was it, Jack?
$4.67. Some smart Alec threw a slug. So, Don, let's not talk about it anymore. The quartet is through. They'll never sing for me again.
Jack, I know I've asked you many times to give these boys one more chance, and I'm going to ask again, but just this once.
Don, look,
And if you don't like it this time, you can fire them, and I give you my word of honor, I'll not interfere.
Well, all right, Don. If you really mean what you said, it's a deal. I'll give these boys one more chance. Remember, fellas, this is your last chance. Is that clear? All right, Don.
Okay, their number is humoresque. Take it, boys, and remember, your job depends on it. Go ahead.
LSLSMFT means fine tobacco, don't you see?
Not bad.
Yes, LSLSMFMFT, my darling. Backwards, if you wish to spell, it's merely TFMSL.
Backwards?
So round, so firm, so
It's not bad at all. Very good. Very good.
Packed, pull me back. Razzmatazz, get with it, Joe. Rock it, you must
John.
sock it. A little bit of heaven is LSMFT. Ice, give me a piece of pipe.
John, look. No, John, that isn't what I want, John.
Prove it, light up a lucky.
John, that isn't what I want at all.
There is nothing quite like a lucky.
John, that isn't what I want. Wait a minute, fellas. Wait a minute, fellas. That's not it at all.
We know, so we say it's so fast.
Wait a minute, fellas. Look, wait a minute. Wait a minute! All right, fellas, I've had enough. That was it. You had your chance, and you're through making a fool out of me. You're fired. Through. Now get out. Out. Well, at last I'm through with them. And Don, don't you open your mouth or you go with them. And now, ladies and gentlemen.
Jack.
What?
If you ask me, I think you're making a big mistake firing your quartet.
I didn't ask you. And now...
Livy's right, Jackson.
Huh?
Livy's right, Jackson. You should never have fired those guys.
Huh?
They're harmony. It's great.
Phil, when you're talking about pool, I'll take your word for it. When we're talking about bourbon, I'll bow to your superior judgment. Even if we're talking about new hairdos, I'll acquiesce. But when it comes to music and harmony, I'd rather take the word of Lassie's other pup. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
I think you're right, Mr. Benny.
You bet I'm right. I'm glad you're on my side, Dennis.
The other side wouldn't have me.
I will. And the quartet is fired, and that's settled. Now, let's get on with the play. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight... Oh, now what? Come in.
How do you do, folks? I'm the photographer from Downbeat Magazine. I'm here to take pictures of Phil Harris's band.
Wait a minute, mister. We're trying to do a program. Why are you taking pictures of Harris's orchestra?
Oh, they just won a popularity contest that was conducted by our magazine.
A contest?
Yes, we stopped 10 people on the street and asked them who their favorite band was.
Uh-huh.
And all 11 voted for Phil Harris.
You stopped 10 people and 11 of them voted for Phil?
One of them had 2 heads.
That I can believe.
Hey, wait a minute, Bub. Wait a minute. We ain't posing for just anybody. Are you a good photographer?
Oh, I'm one of the best in the business. I have some pictures here that I've taken of my children. Here, look at them.
Now, look, we haven't time.
Oh, Jack, look at these pictures. Aren't they cute? How old is this little boy?
That's Irving. He's 7. And this little fellow is Julius. He's 5.
Well, how about this cute little girl, the smallest one on the end?
That's my wife. She's a midget.
I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. That is...
That's all right. Quite frequently, I get my wife mixed up with the children.
Really?
Yes, only this morning I fed her a bowl of pablum, threw over my shoulder, and burped her.
Oh.
I didn't realize she was my wife till her teeth dropped on the floor.
Her teeth?
Hey, what about taking the pictures? My boys are getting nervous.
All right, everybody smile now. Watch the birdie. 1, 2, 3, click. Got it.
Good. Now, if you don't mind, we'll get on with our show.
Just a minute. Before I leave, would you mind if I took a picture of your quartet?
My quartet? Why?
Just to keep for myself. I think they're wonderful.
Oh, you do, eh? Well, if you want a picture of my quartet, you can go outside and look for them. I just fired them.
You fired them?
Yes.
You fool, you!
What?
You mean old man!
I am not a mean old man, and get out. Nobody's going to come in here and tell me how to run my business.
But, Jack...
Wait a minute, Mary. Now, wait a minute. I've got something to say to you and everybody in the company, and you might as well hear it. I've been on the radio for 15 years. I've always had my own show. I've always run my own show. And I'm going to keep on running it. And you, Don, Dennis, or Phil, or nobody else in the world is going to tell me what to do. And that's final. Any questions?
Why do you wear those thick glasses?
Because they don't cost any more than the thin one. That's why. Now, let's get on with the show. Ladies and gentlemen... Oh, darn it, the phone. Mary, answer it, please.
Okay. Hello? Yes? Yes, sir, he's right here.
Who is it, Mary?
Jack, it's Mr. Vincent Riggio, president of the American Tobacco Company.
Oh, my sponsor. Hello, Vince. Vincent? Oh, Mr. Riggio. Well, what can I do for you, Mr. Riggio? You've been listening to the show? Wasn't it great? Oh. I shouldn't have what? But I had to fire him. That quartet was the worst. You don't think so? Well, everybody's entitled to his own opinion. I mean, that's why they put rubber mats around cuspidors. What? I guess you're right. It didn't get a laugh here either. But about the quartet, Mr. Riggio, I felt that... I know, but Mr. Riggio... I know, but... Yes, but... You might be right, but... I know, but... Mr. Riggio.
But, Mr. Jack, will be back in just a minute. But first, here's my good friend Basil Rysdale.
Tobacco Auctioneer, remember LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and fine tobacco is what counts in a cigarette.
Listen to the words of a man who's been an independent tobacco auctioneer for 21 years, Mr. Dewey H. Huffine of Reidsville, North Carolina. Mr. Huffine really knows tobacco, and here's what he said.
At thousands of tobacco auctions, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy mild, ripe, mellow tobacco that tastes good and smokes good. I've smoked Lucky's myself for 29 years.
Quote, at thousands of tobacco auctions, I have seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy mild, ripe, mellow tobacco. Unquote. Remember, independent tobacco experts like Mr. Huffine can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Yes, first, last, always.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
LSMFT.
No doubt about it. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and fine tobacco means real, deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
But, Mr. Riggio, well, all right, if you want a quartet, I'll have to think it over.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
At 59 American.
Fine tobacco is what counts in a cigarette. And today, tomorrow, always.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, fine tobacco.
Year after year, at auction after auction, independent tobacco experts can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. No doubt about it. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, last week Jack Benny fired his quartet, the Sportsmen. A few minutes later, his sponsor, Mr. Riggio, called from New York and insisted that Jack rehire the quartet. Jack stood his ground and, in no uncertain terms, said,
But I know, but Mr. Riggio, I had to fire them. I mean, that quartet was driving me. That quart.
Count me in, Jackson.
Quiet. Phil, I'm talking to my sponsor. But Mr. Riggio, if you knew what I went through with those boys, you'd... I know, but I...
Take back your rumba. Your samba.
Mary! Now, Mr. Riggio, I know how you feel about the quartet. I know you want them back. But I don't quite agree with you, so I'll have to think it over. What? I thought it over. Yes.
Look how white he is.
Well, all right, Mr. Riggio. I'll see what I can do. Yes, sir. Goodbye. Mr. Riggio thinks he can frighten me. He's mistaken.
He didn't frighten you, huh?
Of course not. I know my rights, Mary. I got a contract to work for Lucky Strike for 3 full years. And he can't tell me what to do about the quartet. I remember Clause 8 about picking talent.
Don't forget Clause 9 about picking tobacco.
What?
And you ain't gonna look so cute in that old straw hat, Buster.
Phil.
L-S-F-E Boone, L-S-F-E Boone.
Now look.
Yes, sir.
You bet.
Why, sure.
I've been smoking Lucky Strike for nigh on 3,000 years.
Damn it! Dennis. Now, wait a minute, Mary. Now, are you sure about that tobacco-picking clause in my contract?
Well, certainly.
Hey, Jackson, don't you read a contract before you sign it?
Well, I usually do, but when we started dickering about salary, we got into an argument. My sponsor jumped out of his chair, and then he accidentally stepped on my glasses.
What do you mean accident? You were wearing them at the time.
Well, look, kids, I made up my mind not to take back that quartet. Hand me that phone. I'm going to call up my sponsor and tell him...
It's long distance.
Hand me that pen. I'm going to write my sponsor. And I'm going to tell him that I've been offered another job at twice this salary.
Oh, Jack, how can you say such a thing when it isn't true? And it's only 10 days after George Washington's birthday.
Gee, you're right, Mary. I mustn't tell a lie.
You know, Jackson, I had an experience once like George Washington.
Phil.
One day when I was a kid, I took an axe and cut down my father's favorite magnolia tree.
You mean cherry tree?
I'm from the South, son.
Oh, yeah.
When my father came home and saw the tree cut down, he took me by the hand, led me into the living room, stood me in front of George Washington's picture, and said, "Son, who chopped down that magnolia tree?" I said, "Father, I cannot tell a lie. I did." And he beat my brains out.
What?
So go be president.
Well, I'm going to tell the truth no matter what happens, and I'm still not going to rehire that quartet.
But, Jack, if you get fired, what'll happen to us? I'll have to go back to my old job.
Oh, don't worry, Mary. You'll still be working for me.
Holy smoke, do you own the May Company, too?
Well...
Gee, May Benny.
Oh, stop, will you, Dennis? Now, stop. Now, cut it out. This is serious.
I'll say it is, Jack. If you lose your job, we don't work. And if we don't work, you don't eat.
I don't eat. Take the line, if we don't work, we don't eat. Don, you I'm not worried about. You could lose 20 pounds a day, live to be 108, and they'd still have to bury you in a Quonset hut. So go be president. I mean, go sit down. Now, Dennis, it's time for your song. Come on, let's have it.
Okay. My uncle lives in a Quonset hut.
He does?
Yeah.
All right, Dennis, your uncle lives in a Quonset hut. What's the joke?
No joke. I just thought you'd be interested.
Dennis, don't waste time with idle conversation. Now, let's have your song. His uncle lives in a Quonset hut.
I'm singing, then I'm sighing, then I'm flying. High above. You think I don't know why? Oh, but I do.
That was Oh, But I Do, sung by Dennis Day. And now...
Now what?
I don't know, Mary. This quartet thing sure has me worried.
You didn't even compliment me on my song.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was very good.
Then why are you sorry?
Dennis, he didn't mean that. Jack's very upset.
This isn't the first time he forgot to compliment me.
What?
He hates me because my uncle lives in a Quonset hut.
Dennis, don't be silly. Nobody hates you. And, hey, wait a minute, Dennis. Wait a minute. Maybe you could help me.
Huh?
Well, you sing, and if you could get 3 other singers, we could form a quartet.
I have 2 brothers that sing.
Say, that makes 3. See, if you only had another brother.
Well, I could talk to my parents, but
I don't mean that. Anyway, I don't know. I've got to think of something.
You know, Jack, before I became an announcer, I was a singer.
I know, Don, but I need a quartet.
Quartet?
What are you laughing at?
If Don had a mouth over each one of his chins, you'd have the Hall Johnson Choir.
Mary, this is no time for jokes or remarks like that either. But maybe I could form a quartet out of my cast. Now, Mary, I know that you sing, and Dennis sings, and... Now, Phil, he's a very good singer, too.
That's my boss who said that.
So maybe we could...
Love that man.
Phil.
He said it, and I'm glad.
Look, Phil, this must lead into a routine. I haven't got time. So let's drop it. Now, look, the 4 of you can sing, so I'll have a quartet after all.
That's no good, Mr. Benny. You have to have a male quartet, and one of us is a girl.
Oh, yeah.
Guess which one?
I know, Dennis, I know. Believe me. Well, I'm sure of one thing. I'm not going to apologize. I'm not going to apologize to the sportsman, even if I do have to pick tobacco.
Don't you worry about it, Jackson. Philzy ain't gonna let that happen to you.
What?
I got my own show. You can come to work for me.
You know, I may have to at that. Say, Phil, if I did go on your show, what would you pay me?
The same thing you pay me.
Why, you no good, cheap, chiseling hand. Now, you crazy?
But, Jackson, money isn't everything. You said that yourself.
When?
When the blue of the night met the gold in your vault.
I didn't ask you. Anyway, Phil, I don't want to be on your show.
But, Jackson, look what you could learn just by sitting there and watching me.
Me? Learn from you?
Sure. My stuff is sharp. It's right up to the minute. Now, ask me something, Jackson. Ask me what happened to the kid who swallowed a live duck.
Phil, I'm not going
Come on, Jackson. Just once, ask me. Now, ask me what happened to the kid that swallowed a live duck.
Oh, all right, Phil. What happened to the kid that swallowed a live duck?
He felt a little down in the mouth. Oh, Harris, your head may come to a point, but nobody's getting stuck with it.
Phil, why don't you stick your head in a pencil sharpener and get a haircut? Now, Don, I think it's time for a commercial, so let's have it.
Oh, Jack, I can't do a commercial. My heart won't be in it without the quartet.
Don Wilson. Twinkle Tummy. Don, you're supposed to do a commercial right here and now, and you're going to do it.
All right, but the way I feel, it won't sound right.
Oh, stop acting like a kid and do it.
Okay. LSMFT, LSMFT. Lucky Strikes are surrounds the firms, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. And they're made of that light, that fine, that naturally mild tobacco. And even though I love them, that's all I'm going to say. So there.
Don, stop pouting. Look at the way your lower lip sticks out.
What a place to open beer bottles.
You said it. Between Don, the quartet, and the sponsor, I just soon quit radio and forget about the whole thing.
Well, Jack, if you're so disgusted, why don't you quit?
Look, Mary, if I got the right offer from pictures, I'd consider it, believe me. I'm sorry now I turned down that big part they offered me in the Jolson story.
Oh, some big part. When Jolson sang Mammy, you were supposed to run out and put a cushion under his knee.
Not the part I'm talking about. Mary, why don't you stop kidding when I'm so worried?
Well, Jack, if you're so worried about the quartet, why don't you apologize to them and get them back?
Look, Mary, I can't humiliate myself that way. I have too much pride.
Well, you know what your sponsor said. If you don't get them back, you'll have no job, and no job means no salary.
Well, maybe you're right. I'll go find the quartet and apologize.
Wait a minute, Jackson. What about your pride? Your dignity?
Let Rawdon Coleman have dignity. I need a new suit. Now, come on, Mary, you go with me. Phil, you, Don, and Dennis can finish the program.
I can finish it myself.
You sure can. Come on, Mary. Come on.
All right.
You know, Mary, this is going to be a mighty hard thing for me to do, but you're right. It's the only way to...
Oh, Mr. Benny. Hey, Mr. Benny.
Jack, the doorman's calling you.
Oh. What is it, Pete?
Top of the morning to you, Mr. Benny. A telegram came for you while you were broadcasting, and I didn't want to be disturbing you.
That's all right. Hand me the telegram.
Oh, I say, old fellow, a message came for you while you were broadcasting over the wireless. I didn't want to interfere with your proceedings. Oh, pip, pip.
Look, will you please hand me the...
Senor Benny, for you came a telegram while you was broadcasting on the radio, I think, and I didn't want...
Stop auditioning and give me that telegram.
Yes, sir. Here.
Thanks. He hasn't got enough shows. He wants to be on mine, too. Mel Blanc. Mary, you read the telegram to me. I don't want my fans to see me with glasses on. Sort of destroys an illusion, you know.
Okay. Why, Jack, it's from Fred Allen.
Fred Allen?
Yeah, he says, Dear Jack, I heard you stand up for your rights and talk back to your sponsors, and I certainly admire your courage and integrity.
Well.
And, Jack, if you lose your job, don't worry, as here in New York, there's a splendid opening for you. All we have to do is lift up the manhole cover.
Well, isn't that nice? He wants me to live with him. Come on, Mary. The car is right out in front. There's Rochester waiting in the car. Hello, Rochester.
Well, hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, Miss Livingston.
Hello, Rochester.
Rochester, I want you to drive us to North Hollywood in a hurry. Mary, get in the car.
Just a minute, Jack.
What are you looking at?
That right front hubcap. Did that come with this car?
Oh, no, ma'am. That's off a 1947 Cadillac.
Really? Where'd you get it?
Well, yesterday, Mr. Benny and I were walking down the street.
Look.
A new Cadillac came around the corner real fast, hit the curb, the hubcap flew up in the air. Mr. Benny made a running catch, laddered it to me, and I took off like Buddy Young in the Rose Bowl.
Come on, Mary, get in the car.
Okay.
She's got backbones and butter beans, ham, hocks, and turnip greens. You and me in New Orleans, and that's what I like about the
Rochester,
South.
turn that
Did
off.
I tell you about the place called Do-What-Diddy? It ain't just...
Mary, next time don't slam the door so hard. It turns on the radio. You know, I feel sorry for the South. First the Boll Weevils, now Phil Harris. I don't know which is the worst of the two Weevils.
That was a good one, boss.
Oh, Rochester, do you really like that?
No, but tomorrow's payday, and I don't want to have another duel in the sun.
Now, come on, Rochester, start the car.
Yes.
Try it again, Rochester.
Okay.
Rochester, what's wrong with the motor?
Everything, including B.O.
Well, roll down the window and try it again. That's better. I threw a cough drop in the gas tank. Now, Rochester, drive us out to North Hollywood.
Yes, sir.
Rochester, did you hear my program?
No, boss, I was busy fixing the car.
Why, what happened?
When I wanted to turn on the radio, I slammed the door and the fender fell off.
Which fender?
The fender. The fender.
Oh, well, the next time you slam the door, be a little more... Rochester, what was that?
We just terminated our association with the Cadillac Motor Company.
Oh, my goodness, the hubcap.
Oh, Jack, when are you going to get rid of this car?
I don't know. I'm thinking of holding an auction at Santa Anita.
Why don't you get one of those new cars with a hydromatic drive? You know, the ones that have no clutch.
Oh, we're way ahead of them. We got no clutch, no brake, no nothing.
Rochester.
If Nora Prentice ever rode in this car, she'd say plenty.
Look, just keep driving, will you?
Say, Rochester, if this car has no brake, how do you stop it?
There's a hole in the floorboard, and I wear spiked shoes.
Well, better start dragging them. There's a red light.
Oh, Martha, Martha.
What is it, Emily?
There's Jack Benny again.
Oh, yes. My, but he's handsome. Every time I see him, my stockings begin to crawl.
Oh, Martha, you're acting like a silly girl.
Don't be such a prude, Emily. You'll have to admit that Mr. Benny is one of the most romantic men in Hollywood.
Well, maybe so, but I'm still loyal to Francis X. Bushman.
You know, Emily, 2 weeks ago was Mr. Benny's birthday, so I... Oh, no, Emily, you'll think I'm silly.
No, Martha, tell me.
I sent him a lock of my hair.
Oh, Martha, you think he received it?
He must have. Look, he's wearing it. Oh, Emily, I think Mr. Benny is looking at us.
So he is.
Oh, darn it. I wish I'd worn my bare midriff.
Rochester, the lights change. You can go. Well, here we are, Mary. Gee, I hate to go in there and apologize to the quartet.
Oh, Jack, it's nothing. It'll all be over in a few minutes.
I know, but how can you talk to them? All they do is hum and sing.
Oh, come on. Let's get it over with.
All right, here's the door. Says the Sportsman.
Well, go ahead and ring the bell.
Okay.
Bong, 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 bong.
Hello, fellas. Come on, Mary, let's get out of here.
Jack, we're here already. Go through with it.
Oh, all right. Now, fellas, I came here to talk to you about your job. I want to tell you that I'm very sorry that I fired you last week. I know I was hasty, but...
Here we go again.
Mary, keep out of this. Now, look, fellas, I want you to come back to my show. How about it?
Sooner or later we knew you'd be coming around to get us. But to get us, you must let us make much more dough.
More dough?
Sooner or later you'll pay us the money we want. We betcha. And we betcha that we getcha before you go.
But, fellas, I'm paying you a lot now. I mean, how much do you want?
Give us 500 more, only 500 more, and the contract to have and to hold.
But, fellas, you got a contract for 3 more weeks. How much longer do you want it to run?
Till the end of time, long as stars are in the blue, long as there's a spring and birds to sing, we'll go on singing just for you.
Well, I'm not going to give you a long contract, and that settles it.
Then thanks for the memory of LSMFT, the smoke for you and me, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so easy on the dream. Oh, thank you so much.
Look, fellas, why don't you listen to reason?
Thanks for the memory of shows we used to do, and they were all with you. But if you're such a dope, we'll work for Hope or Fitch Shampoo. Oh, thank you so much.
Well, all right, if that's the way you feel about it. I've been in radio 15 years. I never had a quartet before, and I don't need one now. So good night.
Good night, sweetheart. We won't meet
now
tomorrow.
Cut that out. And goodbye. Come on, Mary. Well, Mary, I tried. I apologize, but did they listen? No. And I got to get them back. I don't know what to do. What'll I do?
What do they do on a rainy night in Rio?
Oh, quiet. I'll think of some way to get them back. Ladies and gentlemen, as a result of the last war, no country entered peacetime reconstruction and rehabilitation with scantier resources than Greece. Here is another opportunity to share our blessings with our suffering neighbors overseas. The present drive on behalf of the Greek War Relief Association, a non-profit organization, is under the chairmanship of Herbert Hoover and includes men and women of every nation and creed. To give aid, contact your local Greek War Relief Association or the Greek War Relief Association, New York 19, New York. Thank you.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here is my good friend Basil Rysdale.
As you listen to the chant of the tobacco auctioneer, remember, LSMFT.
American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
When it comes to tobacco, Mr. Sidney Curran of Oxford, North Carolina, speaks with authority because for 25 years he's been an independent tobacco expert. Here's what he said.
At auction after auction, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy tobacco that's got real quality. Good, fine tobacco that smokes up mild, cool, and fragrant. I've smoked Lucky's myself for 26 years.
Independent tobacco experts like Mr. Curran are right on the spot at the auctions, where they can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Real Lucky Strike tobacco. Remember,
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, year in, year out.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and fine tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
I'm sorry, Mr. Riggio, but I did all I could. I went to the quartet and I apologized to them. Now, just a minute, Mr. Riggio. I've listened to you long enough. Now, you listen to me. If they want to come back, they can come back. And if they don't want it, it's all right with me. And that settles it. Goodbye. How does that sound, Mary?
Fine. Now let's get to a telephone and call them up.
Tomorrow, Mary, tomorrow. Good night, folks.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike, In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. First, last, always.
LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Friends, it's only common sense that fine tobacco is what counts in a cigarette. And season after season, independent tobacco experts, men who spend their lives buying, selling, and handling tobacco, can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Real Lucky Strike tobacco. Fine tobacco that means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
At 59 American.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go out to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills, where even as you and I, Rochester is filling out his income tax.
Let's see. Name, Rochester Van Jones. Occupation, butler, chauffeur, cook, gardener, valet, masseur, window washer, and author of What to Do in Your Spare Time. Now, let's see. Exemptions. If married and your wife or husband had no income, or if this is a joint return of husband and wife, list wife or husband. I better read that again. If married and your wife or husband had no income, or if this is a joint return of husband and wife, list wife or husband. Yup, that's what it says. That's what the form says. Uncle Sam said that. Well, fortunately, I'm single and have no wife or husband. Now, let's see. Enter your total wages.
Oh, hello, Rochester. What are you doing?
I'm filling out my income tax, Mr. Benny. It certainly is complicated.
I'll help you out if you like.
I sure would.
All right, let's see the form. Oh, Rochester, look at all the occupations you listed. You don't work that hard.
I don't, eh?
No.
I got housemaid's knee clear up to the hip.
What?
And at that point, middle-aged spread takes over.
Rochester, if you want me to help you, pay attention. Now, let's see. Your income. What was your income last year?
I don't want to tell him what my salary is.
Why not?
Boss, you pay it to me, and I'm even ashamed to tell you.
Rochester, you've got to put down your salary.
Can I write it in red ink?
Red ink? Why?
I want them to know I'm blushing.
Never mind. Now for the next question. List any extra monies you received as gratuities, gifts, or bonuses from your employer.
Oh, boss, come now.
Well, let's get on to business expenses. How much did you spend last year?
Well, let's see. There was $70 for uniforms,
Uh-huh.
$20 for a lawyer,
Yes.
and $50 for advice in preparing last year's income tax.
I thought I only charged you 40. But you're lucky it was 50. It gives you a bigger deduction, you see. Now we come to dependents. For every close relative you support, you can deduct $400 from your income tax.
Well, let's see. There's my mother.
Rochester, I didn't know you supported your mother.
Oh, yes, that sweet little old lady I take for a drive every Saturday night.
Your mother? I happen to know that every Saturday night you take my car and go up on Mulholland Drive.
M is for the millionth thing.
Rochester! Now, don't give me that stuff about your mother. Last Saturday night I followed you, and I distinctly heard you mention Lena Horne.
I said, Mother, don't lean on the horn.
Oh, sure. Now, Rochester, after you sign this, all you have to do is... I'll get it.
Hello, Jack.
Well, hello, Mary. I wasn't expecting you. Come on in.
Jack, it was such a beautiful day. I thought we might go for a walk.
Yeah, let's do that. I feel like going out today. In fact, if you hadn't come along, I was going to call up my girlfriend, Gladys Zabisco, and invite her out.
Oh, is Gladys still around?
Certainly. Why?
I thought Louis B. Mayer auctioned her off last week.
Now, Mary, I don't like the way you're always picking on Gladys. She's got a nice figure. Did you ever see her in a bathing suit?
Yes, and she looks like Gary Cooper.
Only from a distance. So what if she is a little thin?
She's homely, too.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. Gladys may not be the most beautiful girl in the world. I mean, I won't even say that she's the most beautiful girl in the United States. Or in Los Angeles. Or in Beverly Hills. Or in... You know, Mary, I think you got something there. Well, I'll get my coat and we'll go for a walk.
Okay, Jack, I'll sit here and read this letter I got from Mama.
Well, a letter from your mother, eh? What does the worst years of your father's life have to say?
I'll read it to you.
Go ahead.
My darling daughter, Mary, everything is fine at home, and the weather is getting to be real nice. We're pretty sure that winter's over now, because last month a groundhog came out of his hole, saw the sunshine, and went back in again to wake up Papa.
What?
Papa came out, saw me, and punched the groundhog right in the nose.
Oh, your mother just put that in for a laugh.
Now, where was I? Oh, yes. Even though it's nice now, 2 weeks ago, we had a severe blizzard, and when your Uncle Harry came in from the barn, his milking hand was frozen.
Gee.
I hope it thaws out soon, as I'd like to get the cow out of the house.
Mary! Mary, you mean to tell me...
Jack, please.
Oh.
Your sister Babe and I are going to the movies tonight and see a new picture. I heard that the picture's all about Jack and his violin. It's called The Beast with 5 Fingers. No other news. Love and kisses from your mother, the shocking Mrs. Livingston.
That's the silliest thing I ever listened to.
Oh, wait a minute. P.S. I think your Uncle Harry is thawing out, as I just heard a little squirt in the bucket.
Mary. Mary, look, why doesn't your mother write a letter sometimes without... Oh, who can that be?
Say, Mr. Benny, I came over to ask you if it's all right to...
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello. I came over to ask you if it's all right to...
Hello, Dennis.
Hello. I came over to ask you if it's all right to...
How do you feel, kid?
Thanks. I came over to ask you if it's all right to...
Dennis, what happened to your face? It's all cut up.
I know. When I shaved today, I tried out a new blade.
Gee, the way you're cut up. What kind of a blade was it? Single-edged or double-edged?
Double-edged.
Gee. Well, maybe you didn't have it in the razor right.
Oh, razor!
Well, certainly. You're supposed to put the blade in the razor before you lather up.
Oh, lather.
Dennis, if you don't know how to work a safety razor, why don't you get an electric razor? I mean, that would be easy for you.
Well, I tried an electric razor, but that doesn't work either.
What do you mean it doesn't work? All you have to do is plug it in.
Oh!
Now cut that! Well, kid. With all the trouble you have, you're better off going to a barber. Anyway, you haven't got a very heavy beard.
I know. I take after my mother.
Yeah. Now, look, kid. Kid, what did you want to see me about?
Well, I wanted to ask you if it's all right for me to sing You Can't See the Sun When You're Crying on the program next Sunday.
Yeah, I guess it'll be all right. Let's hear your arrangement of it.
Okay.
We'll leave in a minute, Mary. Go ahead, kid.
the sun when you're crying. A tear can hide the brightest sky of blue. You can hear a song when you're sighing. No matter how the birds sing for you, suppose you made believe your eyes were cloudy window panes. I'm sure you'd clean them up to look for rainbows when it rains. You can see the sun when you're crying. So smile and let the sun shine through. Suppose you made believe your eyes were cloudy window panes. I'm sure you'd clean them up to look for rainbows when it rains. You can see the sun when you're crying. So smile and let the sun shine
That was very good, Dennis. In fact, it's one of the most beautiful songs I've ever heard. And I thought the way you... Who came in?
Dennis went out.
Well, why didn't he say goodbye or something?
Maybe you're not paying him enough.
Could be. Well, come on, Mary. Let's go for a walk. Wait a minute. Hello?
Hello, Jack. This is Don.
Oh, what is it, Don?
Well, Jack, this quartet situation is pretty serious, and I think...
Don, I don't want to talk about the quartet anymore.
But I just got a special delivery letter.
I don't care if you got it.
It's from the sponsor.
Oh, sponsor. What does he say?
He says, Dear Mr. Wilson, unless Jack Benny has a quartet on his program immediately, next Sunday's show will open as follows. The Lucky Strike program starring Al Pierce.
Al Pierce?
With Tony Romano, Marjorie Main, Spike Jones, Stephen Fetchit, and yours truly, Harry Von Zell.
What?
LS-SOS, LS-SOS.
Harry, Don, do you think the sponsor is really serious?
I'll say he's serious. This letter is written on a Lucky Strike tobacco leaf.
Gee, he used his personal stationery. Well, I'll see what I can do about it, Don. Goodbye.
So long, Jack.
Come on, Mary, let's go.
Okay.
You know, Mary, this quartet situation is a lot more serious than I thought.
It certainly is.
Starring Al Pierce. You know, he's pretty good. He only made one mistake.
What was that?
He used to go on the air every week and say, I hope, I hope, I hope, I hope, I hope. And what happened? Hope became a star. I wonder what's the best thing that... Who's that?
Hey, Jackson. Hey, Jackson, come here a minute.
It's Phil.
Oh, yes. Hey, Phil. Phil, where'd you get that trailer?
Huh?
That trailer you're pulling. Where'd you get it?
Holy smoke, it's hooked on.
What?
That's my garage.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
I better wake up the maid. She lives upstairs.
Don't bother, Phil. She probably likes the ride. What are you doing around here, anyway?
Well, look, Don called me up this morning and told me you were in a lot of trouble with that sponsor about the quartet.
Phil, don't worry about it.
I ain't worried, Jackson. I'm thinking about you.
What?
I'm young and cute. I can get a million jobs.
You don't have to worry about me either. I can go back to pictures.
But, Jack, they talk in them now.
Oh, stop. Now, look, Jackson, if you don't get a quartet, you're going to be in a lot of trouble, and you know it.
Well, yes, I guess so.
Why don't you go up to a talent agency and audition some singers?
I don't know who to go to.
Well, why don't you try my agent? He's terrific when it comes to picking talent. Look what he did for me.
Huh?
He fixed me up so I'll never have to do another day's work in my life.
No kidding. What did he get you?
Alice?
Phil, you mean to tell me your agent got Alice for you?
Sure, and when we get 10 kids, we have to give them one.
Well, Phil, with all your joking, maybe you got something. I'll go and see your agent about a quartet.
Okay, here's his card.
Thanks, Phil. Thanks a lot.
So long, Jackson. So long, Livy.
Come on, Mary. We'll go and see Phil's agent.
Here we are, Jack. Here's the talent agency.
Yeah, let's go in. Gee, there are a lot of people in here.
Jack, I think that's the agent sitting behind the desk.
I'll find out. Oh, Mister. Are you the man who handles the talent?
Yes, Nelson is the name. Low State Nelson.
Oh, well, this is Miss Livingston, and my name is Jack Benny.
Well, I'd have known you people anywhere. It certainly is an honor that you came here first.
Thank you.
Benny and Livingston.
Yes, sir.
I'll make a note of that. Auditions are Thursday, and don't forget to bring your piano player.
What? Look, I'm not here to audition. I'm trying to replace a quartet on my show.
Oh, yes, I've heard them. I've got a quartet here that can take their place, and nobody will know the difference.
Good.
They're right in the next room, the Seal Brothers.
Seal Brothers. Well, we can change the name.
Oh, no, you can't.
Why not?
Because they're seals.
What?
Yeah, I'll get them for you. Okay, Seals, you're on.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, 4 seals.
There used to be 5. I gave my wife a coat for Christmas.
Look, I'm not interested in your wife, and you can send those seals back to their cages.
Okay, you can go back. He doesn't want you.
What are they mad about?
You broke up their gin rummy game.
Come on, Mary, let's get out of here.
Okay, but I've got another quartet for only $60.
I don't care if... $60?
Yeah.
Sit down, Mary. Let's hear them.
Come on in, fellows.
They turn out to be gophers. There's going to be trouble here.
Look, Jack, he isn't kidding. It's a real quartet.
Yes. Mr. Nelson, what are the names of these 4 boys?
John, Charles, Irving, and Thomas.
What'd you put Irving in there for?
To keep from being sued.
Well, okay, Mr. Nelson, let's hear him.
I want a girl just like the girl that married dear old Dad. She was a pearl and the only girl that they had. So true. One who loves nobody else but you.
Look,
I want a girl just like the girl that married dear old Dad.
Well, how'd you like them, Mr. Benny?
Well, I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? Their voices are beautiful. They sing like larks.
And the fat one looks like a bald eagle.
Look, Mr. Nelson, these fellas may be all right for some things, but I've got to have a quartet that can do the commercials for my Lucky Strike program.
Oh, they can do that.
They can?
Of course. Listen to this. Go ahead, boys.
I want a girl just like the girl that married Effie Boone.
Effie Boone?
Like a Lucky Strike, she's the one I like with her. I'd like to spoon and...
No, boys, look, that's not what I want, fellas. Look, Mr. Nelson. No, fellas, that's not it. Look at boys. Not that, not that!
Why'd you stop them? What's wrong?
Well, they're not exactly what I want.
Well, very well. All right, boys, you can go.
Come on, Mary. I'm sorry I bothered you, Mr. Nelson.
Oh, don't go away, Mr. Benny. I'm sure we have something that would... Excuse me. Hello, Nelson Talent Agency. Mr. Nelson left town. What's your complaint? No complaint? This is Nelson speaking. Yes, we have talent for every occasion. For a wedding, you need what? A violinist. You're willing to pay how much? $6? And dinner? I'll look in my book and see. Violinist. No, I'm sorry. We don't have any violinists available.
Oh, Mr. Nelson, don't hang up yet.
Jack!
Quiet, Mary.
Yeah, what is it, Mr. Benny?
Ask them what they're having for dinner.
It's too late now. They hung up.
Oh. Now, Mr. Nelson, I think I'll run along.
Now, wait a minute. You came in here for a quartet, and I'm going to get you
But
one.
I didn't like those 4 fellas you had out
All
there.
right, so you didn't like them. I have other talent, you know. Hey, girls, come out here.
Girls?
Yes, their names are Maxine, Patty, Laverne, and Irving.
Irving again?
No, Irving Schwartz.
Now, look.
Take it, girls.
Kiss me once and kiss me twice and kiss me once again. It's been a long, long time. So very long. Have a voice, it can remember when it's been a long, long time. You never know how many things I think about you.
No, girls, no. That's not what I want either, Mr. Nelson. Look, that's not what I want either. Stop, girls. Look, Mr. Nelson. Stop!
Mr. Benny, why did you stop them? They're wonderful.
But they're not what I had in mind. Mary, what do you think?
I like the seals.
Mary.
Would you like to interview them?
Well, all right. Now, girls, are the 4 of you sisters?
I am. I don't know about the other 3.
Well, I have to be very particular about my show. Where did you girls work last?
Oh, our last job was in San Francisco. We worked on the top of the mark.
Well, that's pretty good. How long did you work on the top of the mark?
2 months.
Why did you leave?
We finished painting the roof.
Oh, I see. Well, look, Mr. Nelson, I'm sure I can't find the kind of a quartet I want here, so I think we ought...
Just a moment. The Nelson Talent Agency. What? Oh, yes, just a minute. Fido. Fido, you want it on the phone.
Look, Mary, it's a dog.
Yes, and one of the smartest talking dogs in the country.
A talking dog? I don't believe it.
I'll show you. Here he comes now. Fido, how old are you? Fido, how old are you? Fido, say something. I don't know what to do with him. He's been acting like this ever since he saw Nora Prentice.
Some talking dog.
Fido, if you don't talk when we have dinner tonight, I won't let you bury your bone in my mashed potatoes. Now, come on. How old are you?
I'm 7 years old.
Gee, he can spell, too. Now, Fido, spell cat.
K-A-T.
7 years old, he can't spell cat. What a dope. Now, look, Mr. Nelson, I didn't come here to get any trick vaudeville acts. All I want is a quartet, and you haven't got one that suits me, so I'm going.
Now, just a minute, Mr. Benny. I've got another quartet that is positively sensational.
Look.
They're Russian.
A Russian quartet?
Yes, I'll call them. Tovarovich, Ivanovich, Stepanovich, Baranovich, come here.
How can you tell which is which?
Mr. Nelson, look, I can't use a Russian quartet.
You haven't heard them yet.
But...
All right, boys.
Boys, I don't want to hear them talk. Look, I want to hear them sing. Boys! Now, Mr. Nelson, I don't want to hear him talk. Let's not waste time. If they're going to sing, let them sing.
Okay, come on, boys. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1 a bitch, 2 a bit.
Why do they have to do that?
Lucky strike me.
Boy, don't cry. Look, fellas, you don't have to cry. Boys, you don't have to cry, really. You may get the job. That's not what I want. No, that's not what I want. Look, Mr. Nelson, wait a minute. Fellas, wait a minute. Come on. Wait a minute. Mr. Nelson, that won't do. Come on, Mary, let's get out of here.
Ladies and gentlemen, during the past week, over 1 million young people, as well as adults, have been observing National 4-H Club Week. 4-H clubs are made up of boys and girls who are agreed to learn to do by doing some phase of farming, homemaking, or constructive community activity. I, for one, am happy to salute the fine work of America's 4-H clubs and urge all boys and girls between 12, 10, and 21 to join, and all qualified adults to enroll as leaders in their locality for the continuation of national 4-H clubs. We'll all be back in just a moment, but first, here is my good friend, Basil Rysdale.
As you listen to the chant of the tobacco auctioneer, remember, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and fine tobacco is what counts in a cigarette.
Speaking of fine tobacco, here are the words of a man who really knows tobacco, Mr. Frank A. Brown of Stoneville, North Carolina. An independent tobacco warehouseman for 25 years, he said,
"Season after season, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy good, ripe tobacco. Tobacco you just can't beat for smoking quality. I've smoked Lucky's myself for 29 years.
Year after year, at market after market, independent tobacco experts like Mr. Brown can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Remember,
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
LSMFT.
No doubt about it. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Say, Don, where's Jack?
Well, Mary, he had to leave. He's on Phil Harris's show.
Gee, I didn't know he was going to work on Phil's show.
Yes, I heard them talking in the hall, and Phil offered him some money.
Oh, money. Good night, folks.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
At 59, American.
Fine tobacco is what counts in a cigarette. And year in, year out.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
Season after season, at market after market, independent tobacco experts, men who really know tobacco, can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Real Lucky Strike tobacco.
And remember, this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, last Thursday night, the Academy Awards were given out to a favored few. All the Hollywood celebrities gathered at the Shrine Auditorium to take their hats off to the winners. And so tonight, we bring you the man who had the hat check concession, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, you shouldn't have introduced me as the man who had the hat check concession at the Academy Awards. I was master of ceremonies, too. And, Don, having the hat check concession certainly taught me a lot about those so-called big stars in pictures.
What do you mean, Jack?
You should see the tips they leave. Cary Grant, 15 cents. Clark Gable, 10 cents. Margaret O'Brien, a nickel. I felt like throwing it right back in her face. I couldn't believe it. I thought that, I never saw such small tips. I thought that tambourine I had on the counter would help a little. What? And Don, you know Rex Harrison?
Yes?
A shilling. How do you like that? He thought because it looks like an American quarter, I wouldn't notice it.
A shilling in this country? Well, what can you do with it?
Let the Owl Drugstore worry about that. I had breakfast there this morning. Anyway, Don, it was really a thrill seeing all those stars get those awards. Harold Russell, Ann Baxter, Frederick March, Olivia de Havilland, Ray Milland.
Ray Milland? Did he win something again this year?
No, he won an award last year. He just came back to get a new cork for it. Anyway, Don, the whole affair was really exciting.
Well, tell me, Jack, who else was there?
Well, there was Jane Wyman, Gregory Peck, Lionel Barrymore, Larry Parks, Dinah Shore, Hugo Carmichael.
Hugo Carmichael? Jack, you mean Hoagie Carmichael.
Don, if Hugo is good enough for Sam Goldwyn, it's good enough for me.
But, Jack...
Don, I know what I'm doing. I never worked for Goldwyn. I'm not going to louse up my chances. Anyway, Don, it was such a wonderful affair. I was proud that they picked me as master of ceremonies.
Well, Jack, I can understand you're being honored and thrilled. As a matter of fact, I, too, have something to be proud of.
Really? What, Don?
Well, this is Television Week, and they've asked me to appear on a television program.
You on television? Don, let me look at you, will you? Don, wait a minute. Turn around again, will you? No, it'll never work, Don. It'll never work. You can forget about television.
Why?
They'll never get a 60-inch beam on a 10-inch screen. Believe me.
Oh, Jack, I wish you wouldn't kid me about my size. I'm not so fat.
You're not, eh? How about the time you got stuck in the Hollywood Bowl? I remember... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Don.
Hello, Mary.
What are you talking about, fellas?
Oh, the Academy Awards, television, and Don's stomach. You can take your choice of subjects, you know.
Well, I picked television. And, Don, I read a wonderful poem about it.
A poem about television? Well, let's hear it.
Okay. Television is here to stay, and it won't be hard to sell it. Now you can hear and see Jack's show, and soon you'll be able to smell it.
Smell it? Mary, don't talk about my show. Have you ever tuned into Fred Allen's program when the wind is from the east and your air conditioning is fighting a losing battle? It's enough to make you lose faith in your air wick.
Oh, Jack, I'm just teasing. If you want to know something, I went to the academy Thursday, and I thought you were wonderful as master of ceremony.
Well, thanks, Dollface. Thank you.
But I still had a feeling that when they're giving out the awards, you thought the committee was unfair.
I thought the committee was unfair? What gave you that impression?
You were the only one on the stage with a picket sign.
I wasn't picketing. The sign said, keep your eye on your own hat and coat. I'm on the stage now. And I wasn't a bit jealous. When Olivia de Havilland won her award, I walked right over to her, slapped her on the back, and said, congratulations.
What are you laughing at, Mary?
Then Olivia slapped Jack on the back. His toupee slipped down over his eyes, and Jack whispered, kiss me, honey, the lights went out.
That was a long speech, and you got it out. But that could happen. I'm always worried about those long speeches. But that could happen to anyone, really.
Oh, but seriously, Jack, I thought you looked wonderful up there on the stage. And that good-looking tuxedo. Where'd you rent it?
I didn't rent that tuxedo.
I know you didn't buy it. Now, come on, where'd you get it?
Mary, let's drop the subject. By the way, where were you sitting?
Oh, about the 10th row. And, Jack, you'll never guess who was sitting right in front of me.
Who?
Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Ronald Coleman was there? What was he wearing?
A tuxedo.
Well, you beat me to that joke. He must have two of them.
Jack, you
Mary, we made a deal. Ronnie loaned me his tuxedo, and I returned his lawnmower. Now, what's the use of being neighbors?
Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Dennis.
I'm sorry I'm late, Mr. Benny, but I had trouble with my new car.
Well, Dennis, I didn't know you had a car.
Yes, my first one. When I drove down to the studio, I had to go around the block 86 times before I ran out of gas and the car stopped.
Well, that's the silliest thing. Dennis, when you want to stop a car, all you have to do is step on the brakes.
Oh, brakes.
Now, don't start that again. And now that you're here, let's have your song. What's it going to be?
Well, tomorrow's St. Patrick's Day, so I thought I'd like to sing Johnny God.
Well, and sure, and I'd be disappointed if you didn't. Go ahead.
It seems like only yesterday I left the Port of Cork, and on a ship from Old Erin's Isle I landed in New York. Without a friend to meet me there and a stranger on the shore, I wore an honest Irish heart and fortune came galore. So here I am going back to dear Old Erin's Isle. The friends, they'll meet me on the pier and they'll greet me with a smile. There are faces there that I'll surely forget, for I was so long away. Oh, my mother will introduce them all, and this to me will say, shake hands at your Uncle Mike, me boy, shake hands at your sister Kate. Here is the girl you used to swing down on the garden gate. Shake hands with all the neighbors and kiss the colleens all. Oh, you're as welcome as the flowers they made to dear old Johnny Gall. They'll give a party when I get back, and they'll come from near and far. They'll line the road for miles and miles with Irish jaunting cars. The spirits are flowing, we'll all be gay, and we'll fill our hearts with joy. The piper will play an Irish reel to greet the Yankee boy. Oh, what a party we'll have there! I'm telling you, you'll never see the like of it. Oh, tomorrow off to the church I'll go, and wedded I will be to my pretty little Colleen Bond, sweet Nellie McGee. Oh, Nellie was true and faithful to her Dinny or the sea. We'll join the harp and jamrock to the stars of liberty. They'll come Brannigan, Flanagan, Milligan, Gilligan, Duffy, McCuffy, Malacca, Mahone, Rafferty, Lafferty, Donnelly, Connolly, Dolly, O'Doly, Muldowney, Malone, Madigan, Cadigan, Lanahan, Flanahan, Fagan, O'Hagan, O'Houlihan, Flynn, Shanahan, Lanahan, Ogety, Fogarty, Kelly, O'Kelly, O'Benny, McGinn. Then I'll shake the hand of my Uncle Mike, the hand of me sister Kate. Oh, I'll hug and squeeze as much as I please the girl in the garden gate. I'll invite all the neighbors to me wedding great and small, and I'll live content and pay no rent in dear old Donegal. Yahoo!
McGonagall, sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis.
Oh, bless you, may your cows never go dry. You know, Mr. Benny,
What?
I sang that song for my mother.
You what?
I sang that song for my mother.
Oh, well, it certainly is an appropriate song. I don't know anyone more Irish than your mother.
Yeah, she wouldn't see the Jolson story till I told her it was the life of Pat O'Brien.
No.
And she liked that new picture about Jerome Kern.
Which one?
Till the McClouds roll by.
Till the McClouds roll by.
I bet his mother thinks NBC stands for Nolan, Brannigan, and Cassidy.
Well, as long as it keeps her happy, I guess it's
Hiya,
all.
Livy. Hello, kid. Sorry I'm late, Buster.
Well, Phil, look, it's about time you got here, you know.
Well, it wasn't my fault, Jackson, and I got a good excuse.
Yeah, I know. You're going to tell me that you overslept, jumped out of bed, dressed as fast as you could, and rushed over here.
Hey, how did you know?
You left a curler in your hair.
All right, so I got a curl in my hair. I overslept a little. I'm sorry I'm late, and let's forget it.
Forget it?
Unless you want to make something out of it.
No, I don't want to make anything out of it.
Phil, you must have gotten up on the wrong side of the bed.
Why?
You've got Alice's shoes on.
Yeah.
How do you like that? I told her 1,000 times, put 'em under the pillow, Blondie. Put 'em under the pillow.
Look, Phil, stop kidding. You wore Alice's shoes for a gag. You got your laugh. Now take 'em off.
What are you talking about, Jackson? We need that kind of laugh. Sight stuff. Television is here.
I know.
Ah, television. That's when I'll shine. When
Yeah.
people can hear and see Harris. Shangri-La with a ham hock.
Isn't that awful? You know, folks, he really thinks he's handsome. Phil, what makes you so egotistical?
I ain't egotistical. I'm much better looking than I think I am.
Oh, I see. So you're not conceited, eh?
Not me. In my family, Alice is the one who's conceited.
Alice?
Yeah, she thinks she's prettier than I am.
Why, the ingrate. After all the years, you let her support you. Do it. Now, Phil, Stardust Eyes. Narcissus Boy. Hey, Schlemiel.
What?
How about picking up your baton and making like you're leading a band, then see if you can't... Who can that be? Come in. Yes?
Mr. Benny, my name is Lewis. On last Thursday night, the Motion Picture Academy of Arts and Sciences gave out their annual award.
Yes, that's right.
At that affair, you were the master of ceremonies, weren't you?
Yes. In fact, I was on the stage during the entire proceeding.
Oh, that's what I want to see you about. There's an Oscar missing.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Lewis. Does the Academy Award Committee think for 1 minute that a man in my position, a celebrity, a star for 15 years, a man who is respected by millions, would stoop so low as to steal an Oscar?
Yes.
Oh.
He borrowed the tuxedo, too.
Mary, please. Mr. Lewis, I consider that an insult, and I wish that you'd get out of here now. Now, go on, get out.
All right. But before I go, there's another matter I want to talk to you about. The Owl Drug Store.
Get out of here. That's gratitude for you. The Academy Committee calls me up, asks me to be master of ceremonies, so I accept. What happens? Do I get any thanks? No. Do I get any salary? No. Just taxi fare and a lousy cheese sandwich. No butter.
Hey, Jackson, what about my band number?
Just a minute, Phil. We got to have a commercial first. Go ahead, Don. Let's have the commercial.
Well, Jack, I'm glad you finally got around to it.
What?
I've got a surprise for you.
Surprise? What is it?
Well, you had trouble getting a quartet. The sponsor insisted on having one, so I took things in my own hands.
Wait a minute, Don. You took things in your own little fat hands before. You got the Sportsman Quartet. They cost me $500 a week, and that's what caused all the trouble.
But, Jack, I got you another quartet, and it isn't going to cost you nearly as much.
I don't care if
Jack, give him a chance to talk. Maybe this new group will satisfy the sponsor and solve your whole problem.
Well, all right, Don. What did you do? I mean, who have you got?
Well, first of all, I only had to get 3 other fellas because you've already got Dennis, and you pay him anyway.
Well, now you're really thinking, Don. Where are the other 3 guys?
Oh, they'll be here any minute.
Okay, Don, I'll give them a chance. Who can tell? Maybe they'll... I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. What do you want?
I'm in a lot of trouble, boss. You shouldn't have asked me to bake a loaf of bread for dinner tonight.
Why? What happened?
Well, I took a small bowl and put in 2 cups of flour.
Uh-huh.
Then I put in a cake of yeast.
Uh-huh.
Then I added 1 cup of water and stirred it together.
Well,
It looked kind of dry, so I added more water.
I see.
Since I added more water, I threw in another cake of yeast.
Well, isn't that a lot of yeast?
That's what I thought, so I put in more water. More flour. Flour, yeah.
More flour. I
That made it too dry, so then I added more water.
see. Rochester.
That made it too soggy, so I put in some more yeast.
More yeast.
So to balance the proportions, I added more flour.
Well, you balanced that one. You didn't let it drop, anyway. Huh?
Yeah, I balanced the proportions with more flour.
Flour?
That made it too dry, so I poured in a quart of champagne.
Champagne?
I had to do something to break the monotony.
Rochester, that's ridiculous, mixing champagne with flour, water, and yeast.
We got the only loaf of bread with a bun on it.
Now, stop being silly. You made this whole thing up, and you know it. I thought so. Now, come on, Rochester. What'd you really call me for?
You know that thing you brought home Thursday night that you woke me up to show it to me?
Yes?
Do I shine it with bronze polish or gold polish?
Don't bother shining it. I have to give it back. Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
You rascal, you.
Never mind. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
He makes up the wildest things I've ever heard in my life. Now, Don, what about the quartet you say you've got? Dennis is here. Where are the other 3 fellows?
Well, Jack, they ought to be here any minute. In fact, here comes one now, Andy Russell.
Andy Russell? Andy, I can't believe this. I mean, do you want to be in my quartet?
Why, sure, Jack, if it'll help you out.
Gee, this is wonderful. Dennis, this is Andy.
Where's Amos?
It's not the Andy and Amos and Andy. This is Russell. Not that Russell. Now, Andy, I'm thrilled with having you in my quartet. But,
That's Portuguese. For how much money do you want?
Yes, Portuguese. I mean, how much money would you want?
Oh, $35 a week.
$35 a week?
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe it.
Well, would 30 be all right?
No, I'm perfectly willing to pay $35. You must spend at least half of that for tooth powder. I mean, it must be wonderful to have such sparkling teeth.
Well, it has its drawbacks.
Huh?
Well, when I talk to Don Amici, we blind each other.
I can understand that. Well, anyway, Andy, as soon
Oh, hold it, Jack, hold it. Here comes another member of the quartet, Dick Hames.
Dick Hames! Dick, I haven't seen you since you were on my show 3 years ago.
Oh, I know, Jack. It's nice to be with you again.
Well, thanks. But tell me, Dick, why are you wearing those dark glasses?
Well, Andy Russell might smile, and I'm not taking any chances.
Oh, yes, the teeth. Mary, you remember Dick Hames, don't you?
Hoo-hoo-hoo.
Mary! Well, Dick, I'm certainly thrilled having you as a member of the quartet, but,
what? What's the matter, Dick? Can't you understand Portuguese?
Dick, what I'm trying to say is, well, if you're going to be in the quartet, how much money would you want?
$35 a week.
$35 a week?
Well, now, Jack, if you're going to start haggling, just forget about it.
No, I'm not haggling. I mean, I think you're worth every cent of it, you know? But, of course, I can't make
Hold it, Jack, hold it. Here comes another member of the quartet, Bing Crosby.
Bing Crosby.
When the blue of the night meets the gold of the day, LSMF
Bing Crosby, I can't get over it.
You were expecting maybe a transcription.
No, it's just that it's just that I'm so surprised. I'm so surprised to see you. By the way, Bing, how's Dixie?
Ask Senator Claghorn. Oh, Crosby, you shouldn't have wasted that one here, hoping to give you $2 for it.
Well, we needed that one. Now, Bing, believe me, I'd love to have you as one of my quartet, but,
$50. I understand Portuguese.
$50? Wait a minute, Bing. Andy Russell and Dick Hames are both willing to work for $35. Why do you want $50?
I got 4 kids.
Oh, yes, I read where you're going to put them in the movie.
Yeah, one of them is almost 9. He's been loafing around the house long enough.
Well, look, fellas, I know that you're all good singers individually, and Dennis has been with me a long time, but do you think you can all give me what I want as a quartet? Wait a minute, fella. If that's your idea of a quartet, you're starting off on the wrong foot.
Don't worry, Jack. Don't worry. They're just warming up. Now, do you want to hear what they prepared?
Of course. Now, let's see. 35 and 35 is 70, and 50 is 120. Not bad. All right, Don, let's see if they're let's see what they've got to offer.
Okay, fellas, let's have it.
I'll be loving you always with a love that's true, always, always. When the things you plan need a helping hand, I will understand, always, always. LSMFT, always.
Fellas, wait a minute.
That's the smoke for me. Oh, who the hell picked out this key, Dennis Day? Not for just not for just a year, but
That was very good, and the commercial was all right. But for my purposes, I got to have something a little more lively. Do you think you can do it?
Yes, sir.
You bet.
Why, sure.
Yeah, I've been smoking Philcos for now into 20 years.
No, Bing, that's not what I mean.
Oh, Jack, Bing's right. Every time you sit down to listen to your radio, you're Autolite a lucky.
Auto-like, yeah, to get the plug in, huh? Now, come on, fella, I want to hear a livelier number. How about it?
Okay, take it, boys.
He always sings raggy music to the candle as he swings back and forward in the saddle on a horse.
Pretty good horse,
While the syncopated there's such a funny meter to the roar of his repeater. How they run, oh, how they run when they hear the fellows gun, because the western folks all know he's a highfalutin, scooting, shooting son of a gun from Arizona. Ragtime cowboy, oh, that cowboy, LSMFT, puff, puff.
Now, fellas, the singing I can't complain about, but that time you didn't give me enough commercial and it was just a little bit too fast. I want something in between the two numbers that you sang.
Oh, we have another song, Jack. It'll be just exactly what you like.
You have?
Hey, Dick, I'll sing bass this time.
No, I want to sing bass.
I think I ought to sing bass and get down where the money is.
Look, fellas, don't argue about it. Why don't you flip a coin for us?
I think the old man is right. Here, I got a coin. What do you say, Dick? Heads or tails?
Hey, Bing, where'd you get that funny-looking quarter?
I had lunch at the old drugstore.
Look, fellas, you're holding up the show. Now, this cost me $120. If you don't attend the business, I'll call the whole thing off. Now, come on, let me have your other song.
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Take it, boys.
Nothing could be finer than Goldsboro, Carolina in the morning. Don and Phil and Jack go out and pick that fine tobacco in the morning. round and firm and fully.
You left out a word.
Easy on the draw, it's jolly.
It is the best tobacco that you have ever saw.
I hear bad English, fella.
Happy Boone and Speedy never looked the least
Not
bit
what I want,
seedy in
John.
the morning. They're picking and they're planting while they're singing and they're chanting in the morning. LSMF, LSMF, MFFT. That's a lucky strike to smoke for me. Nothing could be finer than go for a Carolina in the morning.
No, fellas, that's not it.
If you
Look.
smoke a Lucky, they will love you in Kentucky.
Wait a minute, boy. That's not what I want. Look, fellas, that's John.
Now, give me a Lucky Strike, one for Pat and one for Mike.
No, wait a minute. That's not what I want. Fellas, wait a minute. Look, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute! Now, look, fellas, you tried, you meant well, and believe me, I appreciate it. But you boys just won't do.
What? How do you like that?
Now, you can leave your names, and maybe something will come up. So long, fellas.
Well, how do you like that?
There's no use talking. I just got to get my old quartet back.
Jack will be back in just a minute. First, here is Basil Rysdale.
As you listen to the chant of the tobacco auctioneer, remember, LSMFT.
At 57, American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
Mr. Alexander G. Irvin of Reedsville, North Carolina, has been a tobacco warehouseman for 14 years. He really knows tobacco, so listen to what he said.
Facts are facts. And at the auctions for a good many seasons, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy good, ripe, mellow tobacco. The kind of fine tobacco that you just can't beat for real smoking quality. I've smoked Luckies myself for 14 years.
Remember, independent tobacco experts like Mr. Irvin can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. No doubt about it.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and fine tobacco means real, deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
I want to thank Bing Crosby, Dick Hames, and Andy Russell for being with us tonight. It was very nice of them.
Jackson, just a minute.
What is it, Bing?
Weekly Variety, which is the outstanding newspaper of the entertainment world, has given you an award for your 15 years in radio. They feel that your weekly clam bakes on the air have been consistently right in the groove for, these many years, and I agree with them. Congratulations.
Well, thanks, Bing. Thanks very much. On behalf of my cast and writers who have been with me so long, I want to thank the Variety for this honor. And say, Bing, it was nice of you to make this presentation to me, but I wish you'd do me a favor.
Sure, Jack. Anything. What is it?
After all, we got a classy program. The next time you come over, tuck your shirt in, will you? I mean, those palm trees waving around upset me. They really do. Good night, folks.
The National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike. In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, fine tobacco.
Season after season, at auction after auction, independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. No doubt about it. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and fine tobacco is what counts in a cigarette.
So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, So free and easy on the draw.
At 50, say I'm not 59, American.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, 4 weeks ago, Jack Benny got into trouble with his sponsor because he fired his quartet. Despite the fact that Jack auditioned several singing groups, he could find no suitable replacement. So now we find Jack at home, where he has just started to type a letter to his old quartet, the Sportsmen.
Gentlemen. Now that sounds too businesslike to start off with. Let's see. Dear Sirs. No, that's still too formal. I've got it. My darling sportsman. That's it, yeah. My darling sportsman. Now, that's a little too personal. I'll knock out the my. Now, let's see. Fellows, I hope you will receive this letter in the spirit in which it is sent, because... Whoops! Oh, silly me, it's only us. I am willing to let bygones be bygones. I know that you boys want more money, but... Gee, I even do it on the typewriter. Let's see. I know you want more money, but that can be discussed later. I realize that apologies at this point would be superfluous. Superfluous. S-U-P-U. No, that doesn't look right. Oh, Rochester, how do you spell superfluous?
S-U-P-E-R-F-L-U-O-U-S.
Thank you. Would be superfluous, but I'm sure we can iron out any discrepancies. Rochester, how do you spell discrepancies?
D-I-S-C-R-E-P-A-N-C-I-E-S.
Thank you. Iron out any discrepancies that may come up. Yours sincerely, Jack Benny.
B-E-N-N.
I know how to spell it. Rochester, do you think this letter will do any good?
I don't think so, boss. They wouldn't even talk to you when you went to see them.
Yeah, I guess so. Anyway, this letter isn't right. I'll throw it away. Rochester!
What's the matter, boss? What happened?
I had my tongue caught in the roller. It hurts.
Let me see.
You
spelled superfluous wrong after all.
Never mind. Gee, Rochester, I don't know what to do about a quartet.
Well, boss, I thought the quartet you had last Sunday was pretty good.
Yeah, each one of them is a great soloist. Dennis Day, Andy Russell, Dick Hames, Bing Crosby. But I know, but when you put them together, what have you got? Personally, I'd rather have Hugo Carmichael.
You know, boss, if you need any help, I can sing a little bit like Mr. Crosby myself.
You?
when the blue of the night meets the gold of the day. Ba-ba-ba-boo, ba-ba-ba-boo, ba-ba-ba-boo.
Rochester. Rochester, if you think you sing like Bing Crosby, then I play the violin like Yasha Heifetz.
Oh, you do, boss, you do!
Thanks.
Excuse me, there's someone at the door, Yasha.
I'll get it, Bing. You put the typewriter away.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. I was expecting you earlier.
Well, I would have been here sooner, but I was working out in the garden all morning.
You were? How are the flowers coming?
Fine, only I shouldn't have bought the seeds at the corner of Hollywood and Vine.
Why not?
I was wearing a sunsuit, and the snapdragons kept snapping at me.
I don't blame them, Livy. You've got better stems than they have. Oh, Jackson, it's only the second day of spring, and you're in full bloom already.
Jack. Jack, why must you always go along with a gag?
Because I feel good. But, Mary, it doesn't seem possible the flowers in your garden are up already. You only planted them a few weeks ago.
I know, but I scattered plenty of Vigoro around. That stuff really makes things grow.
It does? Vigoro, huh? Say, I wonder if...
No, and anyway, it would look messy on your head.
I wasn't thinking of that. But you know, Mary, I like gardening and flowers and growing things. You know, in fact, I saw a preview of a picture the other night, The Egg and I. It was wonderful. Claudette Colbert is married to Fred McMurray, and they live on a little farm where it's quiet and peaceful. And they raise their own chickens and eggs, and grow their own food and everything.
Gee, I wish I had that.
A farm?
No, Fred McMurray.
Well, I can see you're not the type that's interested in farming. Now, look at me. In my garden, I raise carrots, peas, lettuce, all kinds of useful things.
Well, Jack, I know it saves you a little money, but I think you're going too far.
What do you mean?
You even grow rice in the shallow end of your swimming pool.
I do not. Mary, if you keep talking like that, next fall when I pick my grapes, I won't let you help me make wine out of them.
Good. I had enough of that wine making last time. My feet were purple for 2 weeks.
All right. It stained my bathtub, too, you know. I'll get it, Bing.
Okay, Yasha.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Come on in, kid.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mary. I passed your house this morning, and I saw you working in the garden. Boy, that sunsuit you were wearing.
Dennis.
My mother has a sunsuit just like Mary's, only it's yellow.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when she wears it, she looks like the Wilshire bus with lace bumpers.
Well, look, kid, Mary and I are leaving for the studio in a few minutes. Have you any idea what you're going to sing today?
Oh, sure.
Well, let me hear it first, and then we'll... Hey, Dennis. Yeah, I just noticed it. You've got a scratch on your nose. How'd you get it?
Well, I was riding down here on a bicycle built for two, and I ran into a telephone pole.
Well, how did that happen?
There was nobody on the front seat to steer it.
Well, Dennis, why didn't you sit in the front seat?
I've got 2 shows. Why should I drive?
Oh, for heaven's sake. Come on, kid. Let's have this fun.
I'll close my eyes to everyone but you, and when you're away, I count each lonely day, and through the years, those moments when we're apart, I'll close my
Dennis, that was a lovely song. I'm glad you're going to sing it on the program. You really... Dennis, what are you taking your shoes off for?
Isn't it time to make the wine?
No, not till after we pick the cotton.
Oh.
Lift that bale, tote that bud. Well, come on, kids, we'll go to the studio. Huh?
Say, Mr. Benny, what are you going to do about a quartet?
I don't know. I want to get my old quartet, the Sportsmen, back, but I don't know how to go about it.
Say, Jack, I've got an idea. Why don't you go over and talk to their manager? I bet he'll help you get the boys back.
Well, say, that might help at that. Rochester, get the car out. We're going into town. See you later, Dennis. Rochester, try the starter again.
Oh, Jack, we've been trying to start the car for 20 minutes. Let's take a cab.
Don't worry, Mary, it'll start. Rochester, try it again.
Yes, sir.
Step on the starter again, Rochester.
Yes, sir. It's not long for this world.
Rochester, maybe there's something wrong with the spark plug.
I don't think so. I cleaned them both this morning.
Oh, we'll try it once more. If it doesn't work this time, we'll take a cab.
Yes, sir.
It started. It started.
Off we go into the wild blue yonder.
Yes, sir. I knew it could do it.
Oh, why don't you get a new car? I never heard a motor that carries on so much.
I know, Mary. It's a little mad at me since I made a join Afra. Rochester, take us to 1507 Benedict. Well, this is their manager's house, Mr. Stewart. I wish I'd sent my lawyer to sort of pave the way for me.
Pave the way?
Yeah, you know, talk to him first to see how he feels. Say, Mary, you can do that.
Oh, but Jack...
Go ahead, ring the bell. I'll hide behind the hedge.
Oh, okay.
Yes?
How do you do? My name is Mary Livingston, and I work for Jack Benny.
Oh. Well, go around to the back door. I'll give you a cup of coffee.
Can you spare 2 cups of coffee?
Certainly.
Come on out, Jack. I paved the way.
Very funny, very funny. Now, look, Mr. Stewart, I didn't come here only for coffee. I came here to talk to you about the quartet.
Well, come right inside and we'll talk it over.
Good, good. Come on, Mary.
Well, I'll wait in the car.
Okay, this won't take long. Now, Mr. Stewart, to show that my heart's in the right place, I'm willing to take the quartet back and not deduct anything for the 3 weeks they've been off.
Well, I have the new contract all prepared, and if you'll just sign it, everything will be fine.
Gladly, gladly. I'll sign right... Wait a minute. Look at this Clause 8. Why are these words scratched out?
Well, we made a slight change in the clause where it said they have to mow your lawn.
Slight change?
Now you have to mow their lawn.
Now, wait a minute. I was over to their place, and they live in an apartment. They don't even have a lawn.
I know, but they're going to buy a house in Beverly Hills where there'll be plenty of grass.
Well, how can those guys afford to buy a house in Beverly Hills?
Read Clause 9.
Let me see. I, Jack Benny, party of the first part, agree to pay to the party the second part $5,000 a week if I... $5,000? Look, if I pay them that much money, they'd have to be the stars of the show.
Read Clause 12.
Now, Mr. Stewart, I don't mind paying them a little more money, but this Clause 14 is ridiculous. I'm not going to do their laundry.
I don't know what you're so excited about. You've been doing it for months.
I've been doing the sportsman's laundry?
Well, certainly, didn't you know?
Mr. Stewart, I'm a busy man. When Rochester brings in the bundles, I don't ask them who they're from. If you stand around asking questions, your water gets cold. If you take Now, if you'll take out those ridiculous clauses and make the same deal we had before, I'll sign the contract.
Okay. Here's a pen.
All right. There you are. Now, where are the sportsmen?
Well, I don't know where I can locate them, but if I do, I'll send them to your studio.
Good. And thanks very much, Mr. Stewart. Okay, Rochester, here we are. Let us out right here. Come on, Mary. Rochester, you can go now, and on your way home, stop at the Automobile Club and get some maps. I'm going to drive to San Francisco next week.
You're going to take this car up to San Francisco?
Yes. What are you laughing at?
It'll be easier to bring San Francisco down here.
Just make sure those 2 spark plugs are working. I'll get there. Come on, Mary, let's get in the studio.
Jack, why are we going to San Francisco?
Well, we're going to do our broadcast next Sunday for the San Francisco-Oakland Newspaper Guild. I like San Francisco, Mary. The weather's so crisp, the scenery's so beautiful, and the Golden Gate.
Stop trembling. It's only painted that color.
I know, but it's so nice to...
Hello, Mr. Benny. Pardon the intrusion.
Well, hello. Hello, Mr. Kitzel.
Oh, thank you.
What are you doing here at NBC?
Mr. Benny, I got to ask you a favor. Would it be too much trouble for you to handle these cards around to your friends? I'm in a new business now.
A new business? What is it?
It's called Ye Old Knick-Knack Nuke and Antique Shopping.
Ye Old Knick-Knack Nook?
Yes, and we have a slogan. Don't be a schnook. Take a look at Kitzel's Nook.
Well, that's kind of catchy. And you have antiques, too?
Have I got antiques? I got the original bed George Washington slept in it.
You have the bed George Washington slept in?
Yes, but you should excuse the chocolate on the pillow. Martha was a little careless.
Oh, well, that's really a valuable antique. Anyway, thanks for the cards, Mr. Kitzel. I'll give them to my friends, and someday I'll drop in myself.
Oh, wonderful. And remember, Mr. Benny, we sell everything. Tables, chairs, drapes, rugs, lamps, bookcases. And if you don't say what you want, we sell eyeglasses, too.
I'll remember that. By the way, Mr. Kitzel, I'm just going in to do my broadcast. Come on in with me. You can sit on the stage.
Oh, thank you. How do you do, Miss Livingstone?
Hello, Mr. Kitzel.
You like antiques, don't you?
Mr. Kitzel, there is nothing serious between Mr. Benny and myself.
Mary, don't be funny. Please. Oh, my goodness, look at the clock. The program's already started. Let's hurry.
Hey, here's another one, Don. Ask me why fat men always wear suspenders.
Okay. Why do fat men always...
Hold it. I'm here now. You can sit down.
Sit down. Look, Buster, why did you stop me right when I was in the middle of a joke?
What?
I got the audience in the palm of my hand. I was telling gags and singing songs, and they love me. They love me.
Now, wait a minute, Phil.
Quiet. Don't call me Phil. They think I'm Al Jolson.
Al Jolson?
When April showers may come your way, yeah. They bring the flowers, those pretty little flowers. Mammy, can't you hear Joel say, boy, coming home? I'm coming home, Mammy.
Phil!
Mammy, don't stop me, Jackson. I got him rolling. It's downhill from here.
How do you like that? He was out all night, can't get up off his knees, and he thinks he's Jolson. All right, Phil. If you think you're such a great comedian, go ahead and tell that fat man joke I interrupted.
All right, thanks, Bub. Come on, Donzie. Ask me why a fat man always wears suspenders.
Okay, Phil. Why does a fat man always wear suspenders?
Because he's afraid his stomach will make his belt buckle.
Belt? Buckle?
You heard me. Those things on the side of your head ain't bookends.
I know, and Don, I'm surprised that you fell for a joke like that. You, of all people, should know why fat men wear suspenders.
Well, I don't wear suspenders or a belt either.
And what keeps your pants up?
The NBC censor. Oh, Wilson, you take up half the stage, but you're worth it.
What kind of a show is this? Phil is Al Jolson, Don is Phil Harris. Mary, who would you like to be?
Mrs. Fred McMurray.
Now cut that out. Seems the only sensible one around here is Dennis.
Just call me John Charles Thomas.
Well, it's my own fault for... Thank heaven, and I don't care who it is. Come in. Well, look who's here. My old quartet, the Sportsmen. Boys, I can't tell you how happy I am to have you back. No, don't hum. I'll do the talking. And Mr. Stewart, you came with them.
Yes, Mr. Benny. I knew how anxious you were to have them again and to hear their glorious voices, so I spared no effort to find them today. Isn't that right, fellows? Oh, shut up.
You see, Mary, it's not only me, you see. Don, look, your children are back. Aren't you happy?
You bet I am, Jack, and I'm glad you feel the same way.
Yes, sir. Well, Mr. Stewart, now that the boys are here, have they got a number?
They certainly have, and to celebrate their return, they want you all to join in.
All of us? Well, that's fine.
Come on, boys, let's have it.
Old Jack Benny had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, and on this farm tobacco grew, E-I-E-I-O. With a big leaf here and a big leaf there, here a leaf, there a leaf, everywhere a big leaf. Old Jack Benny had a farm, E-I-E-I-O.
Old Jack Benny likes to smoke.
L-S-M-F-T.
Likes to smoke, and that's no joke.
L-S-M-F-T.
With a puff, puff here and a puff, puff there, here a puff, there a puff, everywhere a puff, puff.
Old Jack Benny likes to smoke. L-S-M-F-T.
There's one thing you must learn.
Take a tip from me.
It's so round and it's so firm.
L-S-M-F-T.
With a round here and a firm there. Here a round, there a firm. Everywhere a round firm.
That's one thing that you must learn. Take a tip from me.
Old Jack Benny loves to play
L-S-M-F-T.
on his fiddle night and day.
Ay-yi-yi-yi-yi.
With a squeak, squeak here and a squeak, squeak there. Here a squeak, there a squeak, everywhere a squeak, squeak.
Old Jack Benny always plays L-O-U-S-Y.
Jackson Benny is so cheap.
C-H-E-A-P.
Why, he won't spend a dime a week.
T-I-G-H-T.
With a no-tip here and a no-tip there. Here a no, there a no, everywhere a no-tip.
Old Jack Benny is so cheap. C-H-E-A-P.
Mr. Benny, how do you do?
H-E-L-L-O.
I can always laugh on you.
Ho-ho-ho-ho-ho.
With a hoo-hoo here and a hoo-hoo there. Here a hoo, there a hoo, everywhere a hoo-hoo.
Mr. Benny, how do you do? H-E-L-L-O.
Jackie Benny is so sweet.
Sweet as apple pie.
And he's a fella hard to beat.
B-E-N-N-Y.
With a blue eye here and a blue eye there.
With a hoo-hoo here and a hoo-hoo there.
With a no-tip here and a no-tip there.
With a squeak, squeak here and a squeak, squeak there.
With a round here and a firm there.
With a puff, puff here and a puff, puff there.
With a big leaf here and a big leaf there. Here a leaf, there a leaf, everywhere a big leaf. Old Jack Benny had a farm. L-S-M-F-T.
Fellas, that was absolutely wonderful. I'm glad you're back, and from now on, I'll let... Excuse me a minute. Hello?
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Mr. Benny has a car.
T-R-A-S-H.
It's a car that won't go far.
C-R-A-S-H.
With a no clutch here and a no brake there. Here a nick, there a knock, everywhere a nick knock.
Rochester!
I'm not finished yet.
You are too, and goodbye. I like my car, I like my cast, I like my quartet, and Phil, I even like your lousy band. Let's hear 'em. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, the American Red Cross is in the midst of one of its most important campaigns to continue helping our hospitalized fighting men and veterans both here and overseas, to say nothing of its many other services to our communities. Please give generously to your local Red Cross chapter. Thank you.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here's Basil Rysdale.
As you listen to the chant of the tobacco auctioneer, remember, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
Listen to the words of a man who really knows tobacco, Mr. Charles L. Belvin of Durham, North Carolina. He's been an independent tobacco buyer for 16 years, and he said,
"The makers of Lucky Strike buy good, ripe, mild tobacco. Season after season, I've seen them do it. And take my word for it, the fine tobacco makes one swell smoke. I've smoked Lucky's myself for 16 years.
Quote, the makers of Lucky Strike buy good, ripe, mild tobacco. Unquote. At auction after auction, independent tobacco experts like Mr. Belvin can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Yes.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Certainly.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real, deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, next Sunday night we're broadcasting from San Francisco. Now, don't forget, kids, we want to be there for their big frolic Saturday night.
Mr. Benny, I don't want to go on such a long trip.
What?
Last time I went to San Francisco, I was on the train for 8 days.
8 days? What are you talking about? You get on the train here at night, and the next morning you get off.
Oh, get off!
Oh, quiet. Good night.
NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Johnson Wax program with Fibber McGee and Molly. Makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with Free for All. Is such an important room in the house, you can't blame a woman for wanting to make it cheerful and convenient. In the first place, it's her workroom, where she spends a good many hours. Also, it's a room where both neighbors and family like to visit. Why shouldn't it be a pleasant room with colorful curtains, convenient cabinets, and a beautiful, easy-to-keep clean floor? That, of course, is where Johnson's Glow Coat comes in. A floor that's kept sparkling with Glow Coat does wonders for your kitchen. Keeps it clean and bright with a minimum of work. And don't forget that the regular use of Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat makes your linoleum last from 5 to 10 times longer. Now, you know, of course, that Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing. It's self-polishing. Glow Coat gives a floor lasting luster, has a flexible film that wears evenly and smoothly without chipping. And Glow Coat is economical because a little goes a long way. But for real Glow Coat results, don't be satisfied with anything but the original Johnson Self-Polishing Glow Coat with the familiar red and yellow label. Buy some tomorrow. The worst blizzard in 76 years has hit Wistful Vista. Snow has drifted up to the second-floor windows in some places, and this is one of the places, the home of Fibber McGee and Molly.
Well, it certainly is nice to stay home by a warm fire tonight, isn't it, dearie?
I'll say. Ain't a fit night out for a man nor Hitler.
I tell you, it must be terribly cold out.
Cold? Why, when I come home tonight, that snowman in front of Toops's was blowing on his fingers.
Say, what's the exact temperature? Stick your head out the door and see what the thermometer on the porch says.
Oh, no. I wouldn't protrude my puss out those portals tonight for all the retreads in Detroit. No, sirree.
Well, then turn on the radio. It's just time for the weather report.
Oh, say, it is at that. I wonder just how cold it is.
Terribly.
Thanks.
Well, at least we're comfortable and warm here. You want to play a game of rummy, dearie?
No, I got a lot of stuff to do. Never have a better chance to do them, too, either.
Just what have you got to do?
Oh, I got to paste my defense stamps in my book, and sort out my trout flies, and write a letter to Aunt Sarah thanking her for my Christmas present.
She didn't send you any Christmas presents.
Well, I'm in a sarcastic mood.
Well, I'm glad you're going to be busy, McGee. Maybe I can finish knitting this.
This what?
I wish I knew. I'm not much of a knitter yet.
Well, you're a swell needle pointer.
I know, but the Army has some silly objections to needlepoint sweaters. Now, maybe if I'd...
My gosh, there's somebody at the door.
You know, that's what I love about you, McGee. You grasp things so quickly. Well, let 'em in. They'll freeze to death out there.
Okay, but if it's the good humor man, he ain't using good judgment.
Good evening. I'm Mr. George Melvin. Come in. At the door. Let me get the door shut.
Hello. Wind goes through you like a collector from the Internal Revenue. What'd you say your name was, Bud?
Spelvin, George Spelvin. You're Mr. McGee?
That I am indeed. And this is my wife, Molly. Molly, Mr. Spelvin.
Oh, how do you do, I'm sure.
Delighted, madam. My, it's nice and cozy in here. Don't tell me you're knitting on a tiny garment. Congratulations. When is the happy event?
Huh?
It isn't a tiny garment. It's a sweater for a soldier. And if I don't stop dropping stitches, it won't be a happy event either. Have a chair, Mr. Spellbound.
Spelvin, and thank you. But first, I'd better drop this overcoat and these wet overshoes in the hall.
McGee. Who is he?
I don't know. But I wouldn't turn a dog away on a night like this. And he looks kind of like an old hound I used to have when I... Well. Have a chair, Spelvin, old man.
Thank you. A nice place you have here, Mrs. McGee.
Thank you. We like it. We have to. We own it.
Well, I imagine you'll be seeing a great deal of it for the next few days. You won't be able to get downtown to a restaurant till this storm is over.
Well, so what? Home is where the heartburn is, I always says. Did you want to see me about something, Spelvin?
What? Oh, yes. Mr. McGee, I have a special message to you from the governor.
Heavenly days from the governor. Maybe you've got an appointment, dearie.
Well, it's about time. I've volunteered for everything from air raid warden to mixing macaroons for Marines. What'd the governor say, Spelvin?
Well, first, Mr. McGee, may I ask if you have a car?
Every time I see it, I ask myself the same thing.
Sure, I got a car, Bud. Tip-top condition, too.
You're not kidding, McGee. That top tip's under any condition.
Well, it really doesn't matter as long as it runs.
Oh, it runs. That car will do 55 in second gear, Spelvin.
And 30 in high.
Oh, now, Molly, you're giving George here entirely wrong impression. You see, George... You don't mind if I call you George, do you?
Oh, not at all. Glad to have you.
Fine. You see, Spelvin, before we were married, my wife used to go with a guy that owned a Stutz Bearcat, and she never got over
Never mind me, McGee.
Huh?
What did the governor say?
Yeah, what'd he say, Spelvin?
Well, the fact is, McGee, it's of the utmost importance that you...
Oh, dear. Now who? You answered, McGee. I'm right in the middle of a mistake in my knitting.
Okay. Excuse me a minute, George.
Oh, certainly.
I suppose somebody wants me to tie some hot coffee around my neck and go rescue their St. Bernard.
Oh,
there, Johnny. Hey, can I borrow that old timer? Come on in. Open the door. Who is it,
Who is it, dearie? The old timer, Molly.
Okay, Johnny. Just for a minute. Hello there, daughter. What you doing? Knitting for Britain or crocheting for the Malayans?
We can't stand that applause, can we? Oh, good evening, Mr. Oldtimer. May I introduce you to Mr. Spelvin? Mr. Spelvin, this is Mr. Say, what is your name anyway, Mr. Oldtimer?
Yeah, I don't believe I ever heard it either.
Just call me Old Timer, kids. Names don't matter. It's character that counts. As long as the feller's true blue, honest, straightforward, backward.
Oh, don't be so coy. What's your name?
Come on, old-timer. After all, it couldn't be worse than Fibber.
Maybe not, Johnny, but I'm more sensitive than you are.
Won't you tell us?
Nope.
Just tell me.
Nope.
Whisper in my ear. I won't tell anybody.
Promise?
I promise.
Okay.
Oh, heavenly days, it couldn't be.
It's his, though.
Can you imagine? Mr. Spelvin, this is the old-timer.
How do you do, sir?
Well, hello, son. Sorry to butt in like this, kids. Just wanted to know if I could borrow a hot poker.
A hot poker? No, I'm sorry, old-timer. Our poker's busted.
What on earth did you want that for?
Oh, me and my girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
No, my girlfriend, Frances.
Oh.
We were playing in the snow along the street here, diving into snowdrifts. And all of a sudden, I missed Fran. Must have knocked yourself out in a fire hydrant or something. Anyway, she's under a drift someplace along here, and I was going to jab around with a hot poker. Oh, well, guess I can use a sharp stick. See you later, kids. Good night, Mr. Tailspin.
Won't you have another cup of coffee before you and McGee start talking business, Mr. Spelvin?
Thanks. I believe I will. Delicious coffee, Mrs. McGee.
I'm glad you like it. I make it from a recipe I got from McGee's half-sister, Beth.
What do you mean, half-sister? She's my sister.
Not since she worked for that magician and he sawed her in two.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that. Just a family joke, Spell. We always kid Bessie about wanting to go on the stage.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah.
You know, I had a younger brother always wanted to go on the stage. Finally made it, too.
Good for him.
Yes, he was out in Desert Springs, Arizona once, and he wanted to go to Dry Gulch, New Mexico, but the trains weren't running, so he went on the stage.
Well, let's get down to business, Spelvin. As long as you represent the governor, suppose you tell me just exactly what he wants me to...
Well, for goodness sakes, more orphans of the storm. See who it is, McGee.
Okay, excuse me a minute, Spelvin, while I see what no good this ill wind is blowing us.
Oh, good.
Hey, Molly, Uppy's here. Come on in, Uppy.
Oh, how do you do, Abigail? May I present Mr. Spelvin, Mrs. Uppington?
Oh, how do you do?
Not the Mrs. Uppington through whose window someone threw a rock.
The very same, Spelvin, the very same.
Will you have a cup of coffee, Abigail? You look awfully cold.
Oh, thank you, I will, my dear, and I am cold. In fact, I'm quite numb.
That's what I was telling Molly just this morning, Uppy. I says that Uppington trail is just about the...
McGee. He said numb.
Hey, what are you doing out on a night like this, Uppy? This kind of weather's only good for one thing. To keep the Germans rushing back from the Russian front. Did you get it, folks? I says to keep...
Ain't funny, McGee.
I thought it was rather amusing, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, thanks, Bell. Have a cigar?
Oh, thanks. I have one.
You got two? Thanks.
Answering your question, Mr. McGee, I had little Fifi out for a walk. She adores the snow, you know.
Is Fifi your daughter, Mrs. Uppington?
Fifi is a Pekingese, Mr. Spelvin.
How interesting. I'd love to meet her. Chinese girls are so intelligent, I say. I'd love to discuss the situation.
Fifi is a dog, Spelvin, and she ain't interested in the foreign situation.
As I was saying, it was so blustery and so cold outside, I was frightfully afraid of being lost in the storm. And yours was the only light I could see, for simply blocks, my dear. So I struggled through the drifts and finally succeeded in forcing my way through the snow to your front door.
But where's Fifi?
Oh, I took her home first.
Well, sit down and take a load off your eye millers, Uppy. Mr. Spelvin here was just about to give me a message from the governor.
As a matter of fact,
What we need is a doorman. Does anybody here know any unemployed Eskimos? Well, go see who it is, McGee.
Okay, but... All right. Come on in, Martin. Come on in. Shut the door.
Oh, boy. Oh, gee. Thanks, Fibber. My hands were so cold I couldn't find the doorbell. I had to hammer with my elbows.
Haven't you got sense enough to stay home on a night like this, Harlow?
Well, my conscience was bothering me, Fibber. I just ran across a book I borrowed from you a long time ago. Here.
Oh, thanks. What is it? Oh, If Winter Comes. You sure this is mine?
Yep. I borrowed it in 1925. Hey, is that coffee I smell?
It is, and you do. Come on in, Harlow, and defrost your eyebrows.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
How do you do, Mr. Wilcox?
Hello, Mrs. Uppington.
Harlow, this is Mr. George Spelvin. Spelvey, old man, this is Harlow Wilcox, your linoleum's best friend and severest critic.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, this is a coincidence, Mr. Spelvin. I was demonstrating Johnson's self-polishing glow coat to a Mrs. Spelvin yesterday afternoon, showing her how easy it was to apply, how quickly it dried to a beautiful polish, and how the easier homework would take years off her life and put them on the life of the linoleum. Let me see. No, it wasn't Mrs. Spelvin either. It was Mrs. Woods. No, Crawford. That was it. Mrs. Crawford. No relation, I suppose.
Tall, dark woman with a mole on her arm?
No, short and stout with a poodle on her lap.
No relation, I guess.
Oh, speaking of poodles, Mr. Wilcox, I hated to take Mrs. Fifi out tonight.
Well, there's nothing like a dog.
There's nothing like Uppy's dog. I'll go that far with you. There ain't even another dog like her dog.
Yeah, I had a dog once.
Man's best friend, I always say. Just like Johnson's glow coat is a woman's best friend because it saves so much time and effort.
Heavenly days, Mr. Wilcox. Can't you forget Johnson's glow coat for 1 minute?
I don't know. I've never tried.
As I was saying, I had a dog once.
I did, too. Part Springer Spaniel on his mother's side and the smartest dog I ever knew on his father's side. Smarter than a human being.
Oh, now, McGee.
Well, he was. Every Sunday morning, he'd go out on the porch and look both ways up and down the street. Then he'd kind of shake his little head and come back in the house. Every Sunday morning for 11 years he did that.
Well, what was he looking for?
We never knew. He knew, but we didn't. So he was smarter than us. I'll have another cup of coffee, too, Molly.
As I was going to say, I had a dog once.
That mud of George's is going to die of old age before he gets it into the discussion. Excuse me while I see who's at the door. Oh, hi, Latrivia. Shut the door. Come on in.
Thank you, McGee.
Glad you dropped in, Latrivia. The conversation around here was going to the dogs. Hey, everybody, here's Mayor Latrivia.
Hello, Mayor. I don't believe you know Mr. Spelvin, Your Honor. Mr. Spelvin, this is Mayor Latrivia.
Yeah, I had a dog once. Oh, excuse me. I'm glad to meet you, Your Honor. How do you do? Are you a resident of our fair city, Mr. Spelvin?
No, he don't vote here, Latrivia, so you can let go of his hand now.
Mr. Spelvin represents the governor, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, he does? Well. I see where Mr. Spelvin and I can spend a profitable few minutes together. We can
have a cup of coffee, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, and an egg sandwich. I just stopped in to tell you, McGee, that a complaint has reached my ears.
I had the same thing last summer, Latrivia. Started in my neck and reached my ears in 2 days. The doctor says it was just a
Mr. McGee, please. I was about to say that I have received a complaint from the street commissioner that you have been remiss in the matter of snow removal from your front sidewalk.
Oh, well, thanks for warning me, Latrivia. It's a funny thing, too. I really enjoy shoveling snow.
You do?
You do?
I surely do. I'd rather hear the frosty clang of a snow shovel on a sidewalk than the finest symphony music in the world. To feel the red blood coursing through my veins as I swing that shovel to and fro. That marvelous glow that comes from exercising in the cold winter air. The sharp tang of the wind on my cheeks as my muscles respond to the healthy rhythm. And what an appetite I get. Sleep like a baby. Oh, I love the feeling of the snow.
Hold it, McGee. Where are you going, Mr. Mayor?
I'm going to shovel your walk-off for you. I haven't felt like that in years. There's the snow shovel.
Snow shovel's right in here, Latrivia.
Where, McGee?
Right here in the hall closet. Got to straighten out that closet one of these days.
The King's Men sing Gay Ranchero.
A gay ranchero, a caballero, can always find someone to pet. A senorita, a sweet pepita, her other loves will soon forget. If he's insistent and she's not distant, the senorita will confess.
A gay ranchero,
a
caballero,
he'd only ask and she'll say yes. Soon there'll be a fiesta with a blushing bride, and the gay ranchero standing by her side. He'll be so excited on his wedding day. Ask him if he loves her and you'll hear him say, Si, si, tu amor, la señorita hermosita, estrellita. Si, si, tu amor, cuando le doy todo mi amor, Floracita del corazón. Oh, look at Pancho, back on his rancho, with his Pepita by his side. She thinks he's handsome, worth any ransom. To him she's still a blushing bride.
the gay ranchero,
so very happy is he,
the caballero,
so very happy is he, and all the world knows how they met. This very happy ranchero, this gay caballero has not one single regret. Now to end the story that I once was told, here's a little secret that I must unfold, for they found the promise that they had in store. Now they're really counting those muchachas by the score, and maybe more.
Hey, everybody.
Yes, Mr. McGee?
Look, I think the storm's letting up a little.
Yeah, so if any of you want to get home before you really get snowed
Oh, I
in-
don't want to go home, Molly. I'm having fun.
So am I, Mrs. McGee, and I can talk to your husband later.
Won't you join us, my dear, when you get through making the sandwiches?
He wasn't making any sandwiches.
Oh, he wasn't?
No, but I will. I guess Molly McGee can take a hint without being hit in the face with a wet bathing suit.
Well, I'll join you guys here. What you playing?
We're playing Sinky Dink.
What on earth are Sinky Dink?
Well, look, it's my turn. I'll show you. All right. I'm thinking of a contented insect in an auto robe.
I knew. A snug bug in a chug rug. Now, your turn, Mr. Selvin.
All right. Now, what's a wide-awake quintet in a juke joint?
Oh, that's easy. A live five and a jive dive.
Oh, this game is a cinch. Let me try it.
Oh, do, Mr. McGee. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm thinking of a tired Indian in a borrowed teepee. Give up, a spent gent in a lent tent.
Oh, hey, you didn't give us time to guess, Fibber.
Oh, you wouldn't have got it anyway. Go ahead, Molly. It's your turn.
All right. I'm thinking of a hand-painted spark plug dancing with a red-haired kangaroo on a Wednesday afternoon.
Good heavens. I can't think what that would be.
Neither can I, so I'll go out and make some sandwiches. Go ahead and have fun. Oh, dear, go see who that is, McGee. It may mean extra food and more coffee.
Okay, excuse me, folks.
Oh, sure.
I don't find out pretty soon what the hell.
Hello, Mr. McGee. My goodness. Isn't it a terrible night out?
Yeah.
Not that any night out is very terrible to me, though, because... Oh, you have company.
Oh, come on in anyway. Hey, folks, here's Wallace Wimple.
Hello, Mr. Wimple. I don't think Mr. Wimple knows Mr. Spelvin, McGee. Mr. Spelvin, Mr. Wimple.
Good evening, Mr. Wimple.
Oh, it's nothing of the kind, Mr. Spelvin. It's a horrible evening. I'd never have buzzed out of the house if I hadn't run out of cigarettes.
Oh, you don't have to go clear to the cigar store, Wimp. I'll give you a couple of packages. What do you smoke?
Cubed.
I didn't know your wife would let you smoke, Mr. Wimple.
Well, she doesn't really approve, Mrs. McGee. Not cigarettes, anyway. So she promised me a pipe last Christmas.
Briar, Wallace?
No, Mr. Wilcox. Lead. She promised she'd let me have it if she ever caught me smoking again. You see, Sweetie Face is my wife, Mrs. Selvin.
Oh, I see.
Sweetie Face is simply obsessed with health fads.
Oh.
Why, sometimes for dinner, we just have a heaping plate of spinach apiece.
Just spinach, Wimp?
Just spinach. I pretend I don't know she has a filet mignon under hers. And later I run out and get a nutty burger.
Oh, but don't you ever protest against such inhuman treatment, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, of course I had, Mrs. Uppington. Why, just last Saturday I said to her, Sweetie Face, I said, I'd like to have a little more freedom. And she said, why, Wallace, dear, how can you say that? Why, you're as free as a bird.
She did, really?
Yes. And then she said, in fact, I bet you can fly. And she threw me out the window.
Your wife sounds like quite a character, Mr. Sweetie Face.
Wimple Spelman. His wife's name is Sweetie Face.
Oh, excuse me.
Well, I wouldn't want anyone to misunderstand me. Sweetie Face is really a delightful person when you really get to know her. She says. Well, I must be running along, folks. It's been nice to see all of you. Really.
You sure you can't stay a while and play some games, Mr. Wimple?
Well, if I do it, I'd better hit him. I'll get one anyway. I'll stay.
Now, let's all play games again. Now, who would suggest...
Hey, just a minute, folks. Just a minute.
What's the matter, McGee?
Look, you're welcome to stay all night and play all the games you want, but Mr. Spelvin come here tonight with a message from the governor. Now, I don't want to wait any longer to hear what it is.
Well, we'll go in the other room, Fibber, and let you talk.
No. Now, we want you all to hear it, don't we, McGee?
Huh? Do we?
Why, of course we do. I'm proud of it.
Oh, well, I guess we do at that. All you people thought I was kind of unimportant around here, didn't you? Thought I'd never amount to anything. Well, there's going to be a few opinions changed around here tonight. Go ahead, Spelvin, old man.
All right, Mr. McGee. Do you realize that your tires wear out twice as fast at 45 miles per hour as they do at 30?
Why, certainly, we know all of that, but what is that?
Driving habits are hard to control. So what's the best answer? An automatic control. Therefore...
Hey, what's all this got to do with giving Fibber a state job?
Yes, why does the governor need our car?
That's what I've been getting at. It isn't so much that the governor needs your car as it is that your car needs a governor.
Hey, what is this, Bud? Who do you represent?
Well, you never let me quite explain that, Mr. McGee. I represent the Governor and Carburetor Corporation of New Jersey, and I...
sure.
When you step into some homes, don't they seem to be more livable and friendly than others, aglow with warm hospitality? A wax-protected home is usually a warm, friendly one. Floors that shimmer and gleam with a rich Johnson's wax polish add beauty to the entire home. They are protected, too, against wear and dirt, actual money-saving protection, and they're so much easier to keep clean. But this Johnson's wax protection and labor saving doesn't stop with floors. Wax your tabletops, chair arms, woodwork also, and your windowsills, Venetian blinds, shelves, refrigerator, shoes, luggage, lampshades. Then you'll be practicing what authorities call protective housekeeping. Right now and during the next year or so, it's important to take extra good care of your things. Give them an occasional application of genuine Johnson's wax, which you can buy now in 3 forms: paste, liquid, and the new cream wax especially formulated for furniture and woodwork. Oh, by the way, Johnson's wax is great, too, for Army boots and leather service equipment.
Ladies and gentlemen, this country has a big job ahead of it and won't stop till it's done. We've got to get in there with our money and our work and our loyal 100% support.
Yes, Uncle Sam has rolled up his sleeves, and now what he needs is more sleeves.
So let's give him our shirts. Good night.
Good night, all.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Once again, be my guest on a strange journey. A weird, wild trip through a mysterious, uncharted terrain. Bounded only by your imagination. There's an expression, the night of the long knives. And it has come to mean an orgy of murder. And it usually follows a rebellion or a civil war. It's a time when many of those on the winning side take the opportunity to settle some personal scores.
Why are you leaving, Roberto?
It isn't obvious. Who can live here any longer?
There is another woman.
Oh, Pilar, there never was. There never will be another woman.
You are going to her.
There is nothing here for me any longer.
That's a lie.
Pilar, won't you understand?
Yes, I understand one thing. You are tired of me.
Pilar, one day, as soon as...
I cannot have you. No one will.
But I tell you, there is no one else.
Oh, Roberto, don't leave me.
Goodbye, Pilar.
Oh. Patriot! patriot. After him. That man running down the street, after him. He is a traitor.
Our mystery drama, The Longest Night, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Bryna Rayburn. It is sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal and new sugar-free Diet 7-Up. I'll be back shortly with Act One. You're about to discover one of those little-known, out-of-the-way restaurants where the food can only be described as heavenly. It's a safe bet you've never heard of a place called Mama Pilar's. It is located in a tiny seaport village called Puerto San Jorge in an obscure Latin American country. It's a long way to travel for dinner, but be assured it's worth it. Mama Pilar's doesn't look like very much. It's small, dark, narrow, but don't let that put you off. Seated at his usual table near the door is a chubby, pleasant-looking middle-aged man named Ciriaco. Ciriaco is unable to talk, but his guitar speaks for him. Tonight, the only customers in the place are Pete and Marge Miller, and they are obviously young, North American, and newly married.
This is the finest restaurant in the entire world?
Darling, taste is the test. Now, come on, bear with me.
Pete? Whose picture is that on the wall? He's just like one of those funny admirals in a Gilbert and Sullivan operetta.
Marge, come on, don't talk like that, as if...
As if what?
Well, as if you're back home in a free country.
Well, you see that picture everywhere. Is he some local wheel?
Angel, he is the wheel.
No kidding.
He is the generalissimo, numero uno, a maximum leader.
Even so, he looks like a pig.
Marge, now you can't talk like that in public. Besides, he's the client. He's the man I was sent here to sell, and you'd better pray for him.
How can I pray for him? Instinctively, I hate him. You can see evil all over his face.
Well, he's a very sick man.
Oh, really?
I understand he has severe ulcers, yet eats like a pig.
Ah, now you said the word.
Here she comes.
Who?
The great lady, Mama Pilar herself.
Welcome to this house.
You don't remember me, Mama Pilar?
Oh, of course I remember you, Senor Miller, but, well, I thought it best not to say so.
Oh, why?
Well, I see this charming young lady as your wife. Perhaps she is not supposed to know you were here before. Now, what would you like for your dinner?
Mama Pilar, we are in your hands.
Good. I hope you are hungry.
He's quite a character.
It's amazing. This dictator, what's his name?
Oh, General Zorilla.
Zorilla. He actually does look like a pig.
Now, Marge, you simply cannot...
Darling, I come from Iowa. I know a hog when I see one.
You are a guest in a foreign country, and you should have enough good sense
You're always so afraid I'll say something to embarrass you.
We will have to socialize with this man.
You'll be proud of me. I'll chatter so charmingly no one ever will suspect that I've got a brain in my head. Oh. What is that? Oh, divine aroma.
Uh-huh. Well, you taste it.
Now, good friends, your dinner. Oh, what is that? Food, that is all. That's all. What's a song? Notes. But it's how these things are put together. Oh, thank you, Senora. You have been married long?
Well, this is our honeymoon.
And also a business trip. Oh, well, can the two be combined? You will be here a while?
My company is working on a development plan with General Zorilla.
Ah, yes. The leader will make us into a great nation. One day we will all be rich. Oh, sure. He promised. Well, don't bet on it. You think he lies? At least, I think.
Marge.
No. Tell me, Senora. Who has poisoned you against our leader? The traitors? The cowards and doubters who fear to believe? Oh, you are a foreigner, so how can you understand that I love my leader because I love my country? When he fought the old government, that unholy alliance of thieves and oppressors, when he called for volunteers, I gave this man, my only son. Go, I said to Ramon, follow him. And today, my Ramon is a captain. And one day he will invite me to the capital city and present me to the leader. Forgive me, I talk too much. Well, see what the wind blew in. A beggar.
Maman Pilar.
Yes, old woman. You found me.
If you are Maman Pilar, I have a letter for you.
A letter? For me?
From your son.
From Ramon? How is he? When did you last see Ramon?
I have no time here. Take your letter.
But I want to talk to you. Oh, well. A letter. Oh, that devil, Ramon. You'd think he'd come by to visit his old mother. No. Well, he is busy. Senora, you read, I am sure. Me, I never did learn. Would you be...
I'm sure that it must be something private between you and your son.
Oh, no, Ramon, no. Someone will have to read it to me. It would be a favor, Senora.
All right.
Well, what does he say? His letters are always so amusing.
My dearest little mother, when you receive this letter, I will be dead.
Read.
Our leader has betrayed us. We thought we fought for freedom, but he has made slaves of us all. Mama, he is a madman, and now that he realizes I know him, he will kill me with his own hands. Avenge me, Mama. Avenge me. My last thoughts are of you, the loving son, Ramon.
You lie. You make up this ugly falsehood because you hate the leader.
I'm sorry.
Mama Pilar, can we help you?
Leave me.
Well, if you need anything, we'll be in the capital city.
Goodbye, Mama Pilar.
Siriaco, you see that face? The face that looks down upon us from the wall? I will kill him, Siriaco. I will kill him with my own hands. And after I have killed him, I will weep for Ramon.
Marge, darling, I'm sorry a thing like this had to happen.
Pete, I know you have a job to do in this country, but I can't take any part in it. I will not socialize with that man. I will not visit his palace. He will not be invited to my home.
But, darling...
I refuse to discuss it.
All right, dear. All right.
My leader, you are breaking your diet.
Oh, shut up.
Yes, my leader.
What appointments have I this afternoon, Escobar?
Dr. Suarez is due here at any moment. Then the young North American engineer, Senor Peter Miller.
Is there more meat?
My leader, what will Dr. Suarez say when he sees you have broken your diet?
I am starved. Dr. Suarez.
Get rid of that slop. I gave you a diet.
No. What are you doing? I must eat. I'm not a bird. I'm a man.
You are a self-indulgent fat slob.
See, Escobar. See how he talks to me.
Here you address our leader.
Be quiet, you obscene little rodent. You, open your shirt.
I don't care if the man is a doctor. He must have respect
Dr.
for our...
Suarez, why don't you like me?
Roll up your sleeve. I will take your blood pressure.
I tolerate you because you are the best doctor in the country. But take care now how you provoke me. Be moderate.
Exactly my prescription for you.
But I cannot live without good food, wine.
Then die.
You're not the only doctor in the nation.
Indeed not. Fetch some quack, some boot-licking flatterer. Tell him what to prescribe. I'm sure the charlatan will oblige you, and in 3 months you will be a dead man. Good day. I will be here tomorrow.
He's right. The dog. Moderation. I'll see the North American.
Standing, Senor Peter Miller.
Moderation. Moderation and abstinence. That's the way to live forever. You must keep me to that diet, Escobar. Keep me to that diet. Yes.
Your Excellency?
Yes, sir.
I have here the report on all the preliminary studies.
Have you,
Yes, sir. An overall program to build hospitals, schools, bridges, aqueducts, drain swamps. We can transform the entire country.
Can you?
Now, if you'll examine these papers.
Enough.
Sir?
Be silent. Mr. Miller, do you know what you are? You, sir, are a barbarian. You enter a man's office, and with absolutely no regard for the amenities, you start slapping your business documents all over his desk.
1,000 pardons, Your Excellency.
Is it your impression that you will have me sign these documents and be on an aircraft bound for the United States within the hour?
No, sir. I'm completely at your disposal, sir.
I understand your lovely wife is with you. How is she?
Fine.
We shall hold a reception in her honor tonight at the palace.
I'm afraid she's not feeling well. It's been a long trip. She's not a good traveler.
Oh, I am sorry. Perhaps tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Or the day after. Now, be sure to convey my warmest personal regards to your lovely bride and let us know when she will find it convenient to honor us with her presence.
Yes, sir.
Good day.
Good day, sir.
Now, what remains to be done today, Escobar?
Ramon.
Ah, yes. Ramon.
He waits in his cell.
We shall miss Ramon. He was a fine boy.
He was a traitor, a criminal.
Is there a family?
He never spoke of anyone.
These ambitious country boys. They get big ideas. And soon they grow ashamed of the old peasant mama back on the farm. Whoever she is, wherever she may be, let her believe her boy died a hero. To say something nice on the radio, Escobar. Yes, my friends, this brilliant young soldier, a hero of the Holy Revolution, was one of our leader's closest companions. Patriots, mourn for the man our leader called my friend Ramon.
Swine. Oh, I will avenge you, my little Ramon. I will avenge you. Oh, Siriaco, did you get the flowers? Oh, what a beautiful bouquet. Oh, thank you, Siriaco. Oh, thank you. And now, dear friend, we must practice. I will stand outside the palace gate and wait for him to come. Now, you pretend to be the pig. Now, you are leaving the palace. Start walking toward me. I call out, my leader! You hear a woman's voice. You look. You see a peasant. Her face, it shines with adoration. I hold out this bouquet, and because you are a depraved and evil man, the sight of sincerity must always amuse you. You step forward to receive my homage, my gift. I extend it eagerly, lovingly. And as you reach out to take it, my right hand withdraws the knife from inside the flowers, and I step and thrust.
Mama Pilar has prepared many a peppery plate in her lifetime. But now she is assembling the ingredients for the most pungent dish of all, revenge. The recipe will come to a boil when I return shortly with Act 2. violent hate. These can be two sides of the very same coin. And just as a coin can be flipped, so can the human emotions. Mama Pilar worshipped General Zorilla, the dictator of her country, until he murdered her only son. Now she regards him as a pig to be slaughtered. And with this object in mind, she approaches the presidential palace. In her hand is a beautiful bouquet of flowers. Hidden among the stems is a knife. Clutching the bouquet, Mama Pilar addresses the soldier who stands guard at the gate.
Senor, I beg your pardon. Can you tell me if our leader will be leaving the palace today?
Why do you want to know?
Well, I want to give him this lovely bouquet of flowers.
How do I know there is not a bomb hidden inside those rosebuds? I know. Oh, you better beat it.
But why?
He's going to get very rough around here. Sweetheart, go home.
Take your hands off me.
You can't get near him. He's surrounded by his personal bodyguard.
I want to give him
Nobody ever gets within 50 yards of him. Move back. Move back, sweetheart.
I have a gift for my leader. I have a gift.
Run, sweetheart. They love to hit. Let me help you.
Don't touch me.
You'll be okay. You just fainted.
No.
Oh, now don't cry. Don't cry.
Let me alone.
You're pretty lucky, you know. We used to have a captain of the guard. He'd give orders to kill people. Don't cry. Don't cry. Why don't you just go home?
You must sign these death sentences, my leader.
How much longer must I wait for food?
Till 2:30.
It's 3/4 of an hour. What can I have, eh?
A carrot.
A carrot. Don't let me cheat. I warn you. Don't let me cheat.
Yes? It's Senor Peter Miller.
Admit him.
Let him in.
Dr. Suarez. A swine. But he's right. You must not let me cheat.
Your Excellency?
Sit.
Thank you. I hear the reports of a field.
Tell me, Mr. Miller. Why doesn't your wife like me?
Oh, sir.
Now, you may ask, why should it matter to me if the spouse of some machinery peddler, which is all you really are, dislikes me?
Oh, but sir...
I have feelings. I dislike being snubbed. I am entitled to courtesy. I deserve consideration. I have the right to be taken seriously as a human being. Who is your wife, anyhow?
Now, sir...
Now, sir. But, sir. It won't do. For 2 weeks now, you have refused all my invitations.
My wife is still somewhat indisposed.
May I send her our own physician, a man of international repute?
Well, I think it's just a matter of getting, used to the climate and
yeah,
the food.
of course. You must remember to give her my regards.
Yes, sir. I have some reports here.
Reports? Business? On such a glorious day?
Well, Your Excellency, the time grows short.
Time, my dear boy, grows neither short nor long. She maintains her own steady rhythm despite all our futile efforts to hurry or delay her. Until tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
And if your lovely bride is sufficiently recovered, bring her with you for cocktails. I mean tea. Good day.
Good day, sir.
How much longer, Escobar?
Exactly 37 minutes.
See to it. It must be a very large carrot.
Hello, Robert.
Hello, Pilar. Human beings. What an astonishing lot we are. After all that has happened, we meet by chance, and it's hello, Roberto. Hello, Pilar.
We have not met by chance, Roberto. I have come here to talk to you.
Oh? The last time you talked to me, you denounced me as an enemy of the revolution. It was here, right here, on this very street.
Please, Roberto.
Well, you did. I lost my job, my property, most of my teeth. But that's no matter. There's not much to eat nowadays, anyhow.
Roberto.
Are you going to denounce me again, Pilar?
You have every right to make this difficult for me. Roberto, read this letter. Read it.
I don't read anymore.
It's from Ramon.
Yes?
For the love of God, Roberto, read it.
Very well, Pilar.
Read and realize it is Ramon who writes.
Yes, I see. It is Ramon who has written. And now that I have read it...
Is that all you can say?
What is there to say?
I say I am going to kill the pig.
Don't let me delay you.
Roberto, listen. I cannot do it alone. He's surrounded by his guards, but I don't have to do it alone. I can join the resistance. Roberto, please, let me join the resistance.
What have I to do with the resistance?
But you need me. The resistance needs me.
I am tired.
I am strong. I fear nobody.
And I have grown old.
And I can help the resistance. Pity me, Roberto, pity me.
Fighting resistance will meet tonight.
Oh, thank you, Roberto.
In your cafe.
In my...
Why not? It's the safest place in the city.
Is that you, Pete?
Yeah, Marge, it's me.
Oh, what about dinner?
We'll have to send out.
Oh, I see. I'm still being punished.
Well, how can we be seen anywhere? I said you were indisposed.
Well, why'd you say that?
What else could I tell him?
The truth. I don't care for his company.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Another cozy evening at home with the Millers. Pete, Marge. Oh, you got a call from New York. Mr. Lowry.
Oh, they're getting nervous. I don't have result number 1 as yet.
You just won't understand why I refuse to see that man.
Marge, it's okay to have principles.
As long as you don't practice them.
Listen, we can really help these people. We'll drain swamps, cut down disease, raise food, create industry. Give them the strength to rise up and fight him. That's how to destroy Zaria.
Well,
Honey, I'm right. You know I'm right.
Okay.
Now you're finally doing the right thing.
You really do believe that my only mission is to keep you happy. I'm not a human being in my own right.
Oh, for crying out loud, there you go again.
What do you mean? There I go again.
Marge.
I have no thoughts, no feelings of my own. I'm even required to give up my own honeymoon because you don't have the backbone to stand up to a two-bit would-be Hitler who needs your machinery more than you need his business.
I didn't say I would...
Said enough.
Where are you going?
I'm indisposed. Roberto, will it be all right if I say a few words?
Yes.
I will tell everyone who comes here tonight. Never despair. Never give up. Can I say this at the meeting?
Of course.
You told everyone about the meeting to come here?
Yes.
Good. Well, when will the meeting begin?
Now. I call the meeting to order. Who wishes the floor?
But where is everyone?
Here.
You lied to me. You didn't tell the others.
I couldn't tell the others. They are dead.
But you said the resistance would meet tonight.
The only organized resistance to Eduardo Guillermo Carlos Vicente Zorrilla, known as the Pig, is assembled in this room. My precious Pilar, the strong and the quick are now the weak and the dead. You stood by while that obscene swine destroyed the resistance. Now you call on it to avenge your son.
Our son.
I would have acknowledged him. I would have married you.
What kind of man marries a woman out of pity?
What kind of woman denounces a man out of hate? Is there any new business? Any proposals?
I propose we kill the pig.
There has already been violence enough. Other resolutions? None? Unless the chair hears to the contrary, this meeting stands adjourned. Good night, Pilar.
Good night, Roberto.
Good night, Ciriaco.
Remember, Ciriaco, the little American girl who read me the letter? He looks like a pig, she said. Just like that. A skinny little girl looks at his picture and says, pig. You know what makes her so wise, Ciriaco? She thinks. Oh, there you have it. She and Roberto, thinkers. They would say, we have a problem. What is the most effective way to kill a pig? But what do they know about killing pigs? They are thinkers, philosophers, aristocrats. Oh, no, I know how to kill a pig. Tell me, Ciriaco, tell me, do I know how to kill a pig?
There are probably many ways to kill a pig, but all of them have one basic requirement for success. It is necessary first to have your pig firmly in hand. Till now, this has been Mama Pilar's fundamental problem. However, we can depend on her to solve it when we return shortly with Act 3.
Yes, when you say Budweiser.
One thing you can't fool American beer drinkers about, and that's taste. When it comes to beer, they know what they like.
Yes, when you say Budweiser.
And so many millions of American beer drinkers prefer and choose the Budweiser taste that it's the largest selling beer in the history of the world. And that's a fact. Pick up a six-pack of Bud and taste why. You'll see that brewing beer right does make a difference. And that when you say Budweiser, you said it all.
Yes, when you say Budweiser, you said it all. Yes.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Sometimes a gentle rain in one place adds up to a raging torrent in another. A torrent that can uproot lives as well as trees. To remedy the things that can be remedied in a disaster, America has a unique emergency force, the American Red Cross, America's good neighbor. Red Cross is on call 24 hours a day, every day, to cope with emergencies, whether they're on the next block or a continent away. Most of the help that's given is from volunteers. The money's from volunteers, too. Volunteers like you. If you need help, join us. If you can give help, join us. The American Red Cross. Help us help people just like you. Marge Miller is a young newlywed who is having the first fight of her marriage. And permit us to say, it's a beaut. The reason may sound familiar. She refuses to socialize with her husband's client. It acquires deeper dimension when we consider that the client also happens to be the absolute dictator of a small nation. However, here comes Mama Pilar with her own score to settle. And does she bring salvation or disaster?
No, I'm sorry, Pilar. It's out of the question. Why does the senora insist I wish to kill somebody? It's not just somebody. Zorilla.
Me? Kill my leader?
Oh, why else would you want to prepare a dinner for him?
Oh, senora, I am growing old. Running a restaurant is too much for me. I'm looking for a job, and your husband's work, Senora, requires you to entertain. You need a good cook.
No, we don't entertain at all.
Oh, but you should, Senora.
Don't you start that. Besides, if I let you cook a meal for old Zoria, you'll bury a knife in him the minute he walks in.
I will not. On my word of honor.
Well, you spike his soup with arsenic.
I will not. On my word of honor, I will do nothing to...
I believe you. But Pete would never buy it.
Why not?
Why not? Well, let's just say he's very nervous and upset right now.
Ah, then you have a problem. Such a man is no good to a woman. No. We must relax him, restore his desire for romance.
Amen.
Now, just suppose you said to your husband, invite the leader here for dinner.
You're trying to sneak up on me.
I said, just suppose. Well, what would he do?
I guess he'd flip.
Well, that must mean something good, eh? But, no, there is no need to tell him I will cook the dinner until everyone arrives. And then it will be too late for him to object. How simple it is.
Simple and deceitful. Why do you want to prepare a meal for Zoria?
I have my reason.
Sure. I want to help my husband do his job. But I can't very well have his client killed at my dining room table.
Senora, this dinner will resurrect your marriage.
Makes you think that my marriage needs to be...
When a bride sits alone all afternoon, emptying glasses, filling ashtrays... Pilar. Oh, no, little one, don't cry. No, I promise you, this dinner will bring you both joy and happiness. It will restore your love, revive your honeymoon. But you word of honor, you won't kill him here. My word of honor. I won't kill him anywhere.
Mr. Miller, now I understand. If my wife were as charming as yours, I would also keep her hidden.
Oh, thank you, Your Excellency.
Well, we want you to share an important event with us, Your Excellency. This is to be Marge's first home-cooked meal.
Oh, no, dear, I didn't say I would cook the dinner myself. I hired some help. We even have music. Siriaco, play for us, please.
Excellency, your eating schedule.
Oh, yes. Yes, Escobar. Thank you. My dearest Mrs. Miller, someone to cook.
Oh, certainly. Pilar!
Marge, what are you doing?
Relax. No matter what happens, remember, I love you.
Your Excellency.
Your name is Pilar?
Yes, my leader.
You are not from the city. I would know that hill country accent anywhere. Now, don't tell me. Puerto San Jorge.
I was born there, my leader.
That's the real country. Those are the real people. Now, my good Pilar, prepare for me 2 boiled eggs, 3 minutes. You tell the time?
Yes, my leader.
3 minutes, no more, no less. Tea with 1 teaspoon of skim milk. Toast. 1 dry slice thin.
But, Your Excellency,
I am on the strictest diet, my dear.
Oh, forgive me. Please, forgive me. I didn't know. Pilar, you'll serve all of us eggs, tea, and toast.
I forbid it. No, you are so sweet, sympathetic, sensitive, my dear, but I must forbid it. Pilar, you will serve your master, mistress, and Captain Escobar the prepared meal.
Yes, my leader.
But, Your Excellency, we have no right to enjoy
something I must learn to live with. It's for the best. What is food? Merely a fuel. And with me, it was once a passion. Now that passion is spent, it is burned out completely.
May I serve now, Senora?
Well, yes, I suppose so.
The true passion stuck, that one. Where on earth did you find her?
Oh, sir, you must never ask a lady where she finds her help. These must remain our little secret.
Oh, Oh, smell that. Oh, smell that. I have not seen beef marinated San Jorge style in years. Oh, Pilar, you are a genius.
Oh, thank you, my leader.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm hungry.
I command you to eat.
But we have no right to enjoy gourmet cooking while you
My
have that...
dear, this is not gourmet cooking. This is hill country cooking. Oh, I was weaned on it. That meat before you. Let me tell you how that divine fragrance and flavor is achieved. The meat is first soaked in specially spiced wine, then marinated in a special spice and garlic sauce. The exact recipe is a secret handed down from mother to daughter.
But, Your Excellency, we have no right to do this to you. We should send it back to the kitchen.
No, I curb my passions. And so enjoy yourselves. I command you to enjoy yourselves.
My leader, your eggs, tea, and toast.
Thank you, my dear Pilar. Thank you. There you are. See? You see how quickly I have fueled my engine. Half a dozen bites, a couple of swallows, and I am done. You will scarcely begun. You will fritter away your lives at the table. Whereas I shall have endless hours free for work, for study, and for I don't see how just perhaps the tiniest piece of that meat could do me any real harm. Pilar.
Yes, my leader.
Let go of her arm, Escobar.
My leader, I am only doing my duty.
You deserve a decoration. Make note of it. Now, Pilar, that piece, and that's one. Oh, fine. Splendid. Oh, this is every bit the way I remember. Oh, this is the foods of the gods. The gods, Pilar.
My leader?
Special spiced wine is always served with this.
Oh, I have it here, my leader.
Yes, this is... Oh, good. I'm renewing myself. More meat, Pilar.
Where did he put it, Pete? Where?
I don't know.
Your Excellency, your diet. You shouldn't eat this much in a week. Hey, month.
Pilar.
Yes, my leader.
My glass is empty. My plate's empty. Oh, this is heavenly. Where has the shining light been hidden? Pilar, more meat. More of everything. Oh, you work for these good people, Pilar.
Yes, my leader.
And when they go home...
Oh, well, I must find another place to cook.
No. I must eat no more. I have eaten too much. I should have eaten nothing. Take it away, Pilar. Remove everything. I must not eat no more. I must not. My doctor is right.
Your doctor lies.
Huh? What have you said?
Oh, please, my leader, I meant no harm. All my life I have prepared food. It's never hurt anyone. How can a doctor blame food?
Yes, my kind Pilar.
Oh, all the men in my family, my father, my brothers, my son, they always ate what I cooked. Not one was ever sick. My leader, this is food. This is life.
It was so good. So good.
My leader, who ever heard of doctors at the hill country? My father died at 95.
My father was drowned at 86. He was trying to swim the San Jorge River to visit the most beautiful widow in the province. Mr. Miller, Mrs. Miller.
Yes, sir.
You have made me aware of something I seem to have forgotten. My roots. I lost them. But I find them here, just in time. Yes, I shall be nourished by the food of my peasant ancestors. Escobar, dismiss that quack Dr. Suarez.
But, Your Excellency...
Mr. Miller, why have you come to this country? To make your fortune, eh? Well, your fortune is made. Create, build, construct, send me engineers, teachers, technicians, designers. Have the necessary papers ready for signature in the morning.
Your Excellency.
See? You are successful beyond your wildest dreams.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank me by giving me this woman, Pilar. Would you like to live in the palace?
Oh, my leader, what does a peasant woman know of a palace?
The kitchen. You shall rule over the kitchen.
I?
Yes.
Me? To cook for my leader? Oh, but I am only a plain peasant woman.
Escobar, it was a plot.
A plot, Excellency?
A clever plan to kill me. How? They would starve me to death.
Oh.
Pilar, is there more meat?
Oh, yes, my leader.
Of course, I've learned a lesson, even from my enemies. Moderation. I shall enjoy good food, but in moderation.
And what does my leader desire for his breakfast?
Do I solicit your advice on the training of troops, the administration of justice? Do not consult me. Prepare what you choose. Is there dessert?
Of course, my leader.
I'll go and help Pilar serve.
Pilar, see? I gave you my word of honor.
But you are going to kill him. You see that man? He can't help himself.
Neither can a pig. It's the nature of the animal. But Pilar, look at him. A knife, a bullet, a few grains of poison. Much too swift, much too merciful. No, this is better. I have seen swine stuffed like him. They die slowly, badly, in agony. Much better. Oh, be happy, Senora. I have kept my word, and you have won your husband again.
Pilar, the dessert.
Oh, time once again to stuff the pig. Coming, my leader. We have a simple sweet.
A simple sweet?
Yes, senor. We call it the Mountain of San Jorge. Whipped cream, ice cream, chocolate, preserves, not fruit.
Oh, Pilar. Dear good friends, you have renewed my life.
Your slave, my leader.
Escobar, have Dr. Suarez shot at once.
There is plenty more in the kitchen, my leader.
I can hardly wait for breakfast. What shall we have, Pilar?
Oh, you said for me to surprise you.
Oh, you will serve me always, Pilar. Say you will serve me always.
You are my leader. I will serve you to the death.
As some people might say, what a way to go. But this is something the Mama Pilars of the world understand. If you can't get to a man's heart with a knife, another way, and a better way, is to get there through his stomach. I shall return shortly. You may have heard it said, the pen is mightier than the sword. This sentiment was written by a man and can be dismissed as male chauvinist propaganda. What every woman knows is that mightier than the pen or the sword is the knife and the fork. If you don't believe it, just ask Mama Pilar. Our cast included Bryna Rayburn, Marion Seldes, Jack Grimes, Leon Janney, and Gil Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, Buick Motor Division, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is The Hour of St. Francis, featuring Richard Basehart as Ensign Robert Baker, a man who found more than his voice when he talked to a statue.
One foggy morning, I walk into this Navy hospital, which used to be one of the swellest beach resorts on the West Coast. After 3 months of throat doctors, clinics, electrotherapy, massage, and gargles, I'm giving the medics their last chance. It's not much of a chance because I can't talk, and I know I never will. I'll never be able to speak a word or be a lawyer or go back to Scarsdale and marry Anne Marie. Well, there's a lot of deep blue Pacific where a man can lose himself after he's lost everything else. At the desk, I take out my pad of paper and my pen. I write, Ensign Robert Baker. I lost my voice in a plane accident. I hand the slip to the orderly, and he blinks at it.
Oh, a dummy, eh? What'd they send you here for? The only space we got's in a room with a lieutenant who's batty. But he's harmless. Would you mind bunking with him till we get a room? Well, now what? Put me any place. All right, Ensign, you asked for it. Come this way. The only thing is, this guy's a holy Joe. Now, here's your room. You get the bed by the window. Swell view of the Pacific. Hey, what are you pointing at? Oh, a statue of the nun? That belongs to the holy Joe. He calls it his sister, the little flower, I think it is. But take my advice. Don't kid him about it.
A fine pair of roommates we're going to make. A dummy and a nut. And the nut's a padre. I look at that statue again, I feel kind of embarrassed, like I'm butting in where I don't belong or something. I'm unpacking when this Joe comes in. When I see him, I get a real shock. He's bigger than me. I'm 6'1". Must weigh close to 200. He's not handsome, but he's friendly looking.
Hello. What are you doing here? Well, you want me to read this note? Ensign Robert Baker. I'm your roommate. Lost my voice in a plane accident. Well, Ensign Baker, I'm very glad to meet you. My name is Joe. It really isn't Joe. It's Father Tom, but everyone here calls me Joe. I'll introduce you to my little sister. Sister Teresa, this is Ensign Robert Baker. I'm going to call him Bob. He lost his voice in a plane accident. Bob, it's all right. She says it's all right. I'll pray that she'll drop a rose petal from heaven for your voice. If she sends you a rose petal, you'll be cured no matter what's wrong with you.
Saved with a bell. That's the sweetest mess call I've heard since I joined the Navy. But I can't say anything to anybody, and that's lucky for me because I catch on fast that the fellas don't let anybody crack wise about Joe. The first Sunday I'm there, a Navy bus pulls up at the front door and a shipload jumps overboard. They grab Joe. He hauls me along. We wind up taking over half the beach. While Joe's refereeing boxing matches, pitching softball, and generally running the show, one of the enlisted men sets me straight about it.
Joe was chaplain on our cruiser, the time we spearheaded one of the first Guadalcanal attacks. We took a couple of direct hits. Joe worked on the deck all day and straight through the night, sorting out bodies, helping fellows die, carting our wounded below. Then a hit exploded right on top of him and blew him 50 feet. He's been like this ever since. NP, the medics call it, neuropsychosis, something there's no medicine to cure. All I know is every time our cruiser hits San Francisco, the boys charter a bus and beat it down here to see Joe. He may be NP to the medics, but he's okay with us.
When the bus finally rolls away, Joe looks dragged out. When he gets back to the room, he doesn't talk to the statue. He just kneels in front of it. I guess he knows he hasn't got all his buttons, but I feel sorry for him. Yeah, but I've got troubles of my own. I can't even talk to a statue. The next morning, I got more troubles. Joe finishes a long, low conversation with his little sister, and then he jumps at me.
Bob, she says I should teach you to talk. If she says I should teach you, you're going to learn for sure. That's great, isn't it? Padre, all I want is to be let alone. I can't talk, and I never will. Bob, that isn't right. My sister told me to teach you. Let's start now. What are you writing? Definitely no. Bob, listen.
I have to get away from this nut. How balmy can you get? I spent 3 months making funny noises in the best clinics in the country, and a batty padre's going to teach me to talk in one easy lesson. The next morning, it'd have to be my turn to go on guard duty, which means following the padre around all day to see that he doesn't get hurt if he strays off the property. He gets up at 6 and dresses in his khakis. I trail out of the hospital after him, into the fog. He heads straight down the avenue to a church. It's one of those old California missions. He rings the front doorbell, and a big padre with a red face opens the door.
Good morning, Monsignor.
Good morning, Father. A beautiful day it's going to be.
This morning, Monsignor?
No, son, I told you that the day Almighty God will let you say Mass again, I'll be shouting it from the housetops. Come on in, lad. I have a pot of coffee on the stove waiting for you. Oh, you come in too, boy.
Monsignor, this is Bob. He can't talk, but my little sister and I are going to teach him.
Good morning, Bob. Father, you go ahead into the kitchen. Bob, it's a shame. A fine lad like him. He comes here every morning at exactly 7, hoping to say Mass. And every morning, I have to tell him the same thing.
Well, I remember how my grandmother used to say that the best cure for your own misery is to try and help somebody else out of theirs. So the next morning, Joe and I start our lessons. I know it won't work, but I do it to please Joe. I like the guy. I sprawl in the easy chair, and he sits on the floor.
Bob, we'll learn the way babies do. A baby couldn't say Massachusetts, so we'll start with baby words. I'll say them first, and then you try. Mama. 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 You can say Mama and Dada just fine, Bob, and we've only been working 3 weeks. Now, let's take a hard one. Ba, ba, black sheep. Ba, ba, black sheep.
Ba, ba, black sheep. I get stuck so long on that one that when I finally get it, we use it as a kind of a password. Ba, ba, black sheep. Well, it means good morning, good night, anything you want it to mean. The next word we tackle is please. One morning, I'm in my easy chair, Joe's on the floor, his long legs stretched out.
Take it again, Bob. Please. Please.
Lees. Lees.
That's great. You're getting it. Now, once more. Please. Please.
Lieutenant Martin and Ensign Baker, this is Captain Seward from Washington. He's inspecting hospital facilities. Lieutenant Joe, stand up, please.
Commander Wilson, is this the NP case?
Yes, Captain Seward, but he's absolutely harmless. And he does something for the morale here.
It's entirely contrary to regulations. I can't imagine how he got here in the first place.
Have you ever met my little sister? Sister Teresa, these are Navy men. We must pray for them. We must ask a rose petal for them.
Commander, we have mental institutions where this man can receive treatment.
Sir, if you take him away from here, it'll do him tremendous harm. And not only him, but everyone else. He makes the boys forget their own troubles. Won't you let him stay here doing his job, saying his little prayers?
I don't think that's possible, Commander.
Please.
What is it, Ensign?
That's one of the half-dozen words the ensign can pronounce. The Padre spends 4 to 5 hours a day teaching him to talk. What the ensign wants to say, Captain, is that he'll take care of Joe. He'll watch him like a hawk.
Commander, I'll give you my final word tomorrow.
I know what that word's going to be. That night, I can't sleep. I lay there listening to Joe's deep breathing. I look over at the statue. And all of a sudden, I get up. I go over and plunk down on my knees in front of Joe's little sister. I try to pray, but all I can think of is, now I lay me down to sleep. And my knees begin to hurt, so I get up and sit in the easy chair. I keep staring at the statue. And then Joe's little sister seems to get bigger and bigger. Or maybe I'm getting smaller and smaller. She talks to me.
Good evening, Ensign. You can speak without your voice, and I can hear you very well.
It'll kill him, little sister, if they take him away.
Why did you go down on your knees tonight?
Well, I seen Joe praying for everybody in the hospital, and well, maybe I figured somebody ought to pray for him.
He has prayed for you.
I know.
And I have listened to both prayers. From our Father, I have permission to give his help to one of you. Which one should it be?
There's no difficulty about that. It's Joe.
You forget, Ensign. He has prayed for you. Is your prayer better than his?
I didn't mean it that way.
I'm sorry. I will cure you, my friend. And you will help my brother.
Hey, don't go. Wait a minute. Hey! I'm sitting straight up in the easy chair, talking to a little statue. I'm talking. Ma, ma, ba, ba, black sheep. Now I lay me... Roger! I sneak out the door quiet but fast. I walk down the corridor to Commander Wilson's room.
Come in.
Commander Wilson?
Ensign, you're talking.
You're telling me, sir.
Joe and his little sister?
Yes, sir. Joe and his little sister.
Ensign, we're going to see Captain Seward right now.
Ba Black Sheep, sir. A week later, I start off on 30 days' leave before I return to active duty. It's not much leave, but it'll give me time enough to get to Scarsdale and to Anne Marie. The last morning at the hospital, before I leave to catch the 6:30 bus, I take a final look out of the window. I see Joe walking down the avenue in the fog. He'll be attached to the hospital as long as he wants to stay. A sleepy ensign is trailing after him. Joe's on his way to the church to ask Monsignor. Something gets in my eyes, and it isn't fog.
This episode of The Hour of St. Francis, entitled Ba Black Sheep, featured Richard Basehart as Ensign Robert Baker and was adapted for radio by Juanita Vaughn from a story by the Reverend Stephen Early, S.J. The cast included Dan O'Herlihy, Jack Moyles, Virginia Gregg, Bob Bruce, and Hal Gerard. Sound effects by Art Fulton, with music by Gaylord Carter. This program was produced and directed by Father Kenneth and was brought to you by the Third Order of St. Francis, whose members pray with St. Francis, O Divine Master, grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive, it is in pardoning that we are pardoned, and it is in dying that we are born to eternal life. Amen. For a copy of this program, Ba Black Sheep, or the Peace Prayer of St. Francis, write to The Hour of St. Francis, in care of this station.
A flying saucer came to Earth, so ends a mystery. For out jumped 20 men who said smoke LSMFT.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Friends, are you happy with your present cigarette? I ask because a recent 38-city survey shows that millions of smokers are not happy with their present brand. Now, if you're one of these unhappy smokers and you want complete smoking enjoyment, switch to Lucky Strike. You see, fine tobacco, and only fine tobacco, always gives you that happy blending of perfect mildness and rich, true taste. And LSMFT, Lucky Strike, means fine tobacco. Yes, friends, for complete smoking enjoyment, for everything you want in your cigarette. Be happy, go lucky. Make your next carton Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, the Sportsman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Benny and his gang are in New York City. And why? Because in 1/2 hour from now, our little star will do his second television show. But let me take you back a few hours and to the place where Jack is staying, the Acme Plaza Hotel.
Acme Plaza, every room has a private air wick. What? Okay, I'll reserve a room for you, Mr. Jones. But you'll have to send a $5 deposit. $5. And if you stay less than 2 weeks, we'll refund the difference. Thank you. Goodbye.
Oh, miss.
What can I do for you, Fatso?
I'd like to see Mr. Benny. Would you mind ringing his room?
Oh, I'm sorry, but Mr. Benny isn't here. He's at the Sherry Netherlands Hotel.
Jack Benny? At the Sherry Netherlands?
He's visiting Miss Livingston. She lives there.
Well, how long ago did he leave his room?
I don't know. But he must have left in a hurry. He didn't even make his bed.
Well, maybe I can catch up with him. Goodbye.
Well, it was a long walk, but there it is. The Sherry Netherlands. What a beautiful hotel. Mary told me it has 900 rooms, and all above the street. 900 rooms. Looks classy, but I don't know how they get business. They don't even have their rates painted on the awning. Gee, look at this lobby. I wonder what room Mary is in. Pardon me, clerk. Can you tell me what room Miss Livingston is in?
Why, certainly. Miss Livingston is in room 3406. That's on the 34th floor.
Oh, thank you. Where's the stairway?
Stairway? Why don't you take the elevator?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Going up.
Coming.
Floor, please.
34.
Yes, sir.
"34th floor.
So fast?
It took longer than you think. You blacked out.
Oh, well, thank you. Let's see, 3406. Gee, these carpets are so nice and thick. I think I'll take off my shoes and... Nah, somebody might see me. 3402, 3404. Oh, here it is, 3406. Yada-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum, dum-dee-da-da-dum.
Jack!
Oh, hello, Mary.
Come on in. I didn't expect you over so early.
Hey, Mary, this is a beautiful hotel. And you have a lovely... Mary, what do they call it when there's more than one room?
A suite.
Oh, yes. It's a lovely suite.
Jack, let me show you the different rooms. This is the dinette.
Gee.
And look at the size of this clothes closet.
Gosh. What's that door over there? Mary. In the same room.
Jack, you've been stopping at the Acme Plaza too long.
Well, Mary, if I must say so,
Pardon me, Miss Livingston.
Yes?
I made the beds, vacuumed the rug, and emptied the waste paper basket. Is there anything else?
No, thank you.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Mrs. Broderick.
I'll be in again in the morning, Miss Livingston. Goodbye.
Jack, you know the chambermaid?
She lives at my hotel. But, gee, Mary, I can't get over this suiter rooms. What are all those buttons on the wall?
The first 4 radio stations here in New York.
Well, what's the 5th button?
Well, downstairs in the dining room, they have continuous music. And if you press that button, you can hear it right in the room. They have a wonderful orchestra.
Gee, I just can't get over it. You know, at the Acme Plaza, my room only has 1 button.
What's it for?
I think it's for the heat. Once I pressed it, and the bellboy brought me a bucket of coal. But, Mary, your room is really amazing. You mean if I push that button, you'll get music from the dining room?
Yes, go ahead, try it.
Okay.
And now, our next selection will be Pizzicato from the Sylvia Ballet.
Smoke for me. They're round and firm and even more, they're free and easy on the door, so hurry up and light one, 'cause that's what it's for. Friends, enjoy your smoke. If you're not happy with your present brand, then switch to Lucky Strike. No puff is ever rough, so why not switch to good old Lucky's? That's the smoke you will like. F.T. for me. O.G. Be happy and go lucky, and you'll find that you enjoy your cigarette the way the others do. Oh, L-S, 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 S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S-S. Now we're through.
See, Mary, this hotel really has everything. I just can't get over... What's that? What's that? What's that? Mary, what's that? Huh?
The telephone. I've got that in the same room, too.
Gee.
Hello?
Hiya, Livy. This is Phil. I'd have called you sooner, but I had a hard time finding the phone without a dial.
Phil, I've been meaning to ask you, why do you always use a phone without a dial?
Them operators love to hear my voice.
Well, your voice does something to me, too, but fortunately, I have some Tums with me. Do you want to talk to Jack?
That'll be better. I can't get nowhere with you.
Jack, it's Phil.
Oh. Well, hello, Phil. What do you want?
Well, Jackson, I know you're busy, but there's something I got to talk to you about.
What is it?
Well, the guy who plays the harp with the New York Philharmonic Orchestra is begging me to take him to Hollywood and let him join my band.
Phil, you say that the harp player of the Philharmonic Orchestra wants to join your band?
That's right.
Well, for heaven's sake, take him. Take him.
Well, I don't know, Jackson. I got to think it over.
Think it over? What are you hesitating about? If he's with the symphony, he must be a great harpist.
Well, that's what worries me.
What?
Any guy who can move his fingers that fast would be murder in a poker game.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, well, what's more important, a poker game or good music?
Jackson, there are moments when aces back-to-back are better than Beethoven Bach-to-Bach.
Phil, you don't even know who Bach is.
He's the fella that makes all that beer.
I thought so. Now, look, Phil, I got to go over to do my television show, so goodbye.
All right, goodbye. Oh, wait a minute, Jackson.
Now what?
Hey, did you hear about me winning that golf tournament at Pebble Beach?
Yeah, it was marvelous. You shot a 76. How in the world did you sink that 40-foot putt?
When I got to the green, I switched to a pool cue.
Good. Goodbye, Phil.
So long, Jackson.
Mary. Now, did you ever see anybody like Phil? Here he's got a chance to get a great musician. He can't make up his mind with... Are you expecting anybody?
No. Coming. Well, Dennis.
Hello, Sis.
Sis?
What do you hear from Mother?
Mother?
Close the door.
Dennis, what is this sis and mother business?
To fool the house detective.
What?
Kiss me, Toots.
Dennis.
Oh, you're here.
Now, stop. Now, what makes you think a hotel detective would follow a silly kid like you?
Well, he did.
He did not.
Oh, that's him now. Don't let him take me. Hide me. He'll send me up the river. I'm too young to die.
Dennis.
Oh, there you are.
Officer, what did he do?
He left his bicycle in the revolving door.
Oh, well, officer, he won't be up here long. In fact, with that window open, he may beat you down.
Good.
Now, Dennis, why don't you be a good boy and go?
Okay, but first Hey, what are those buttons on the wall?
Well, push the last one, Dennis, and you'll see.
All right. Gee, music comes out.
Yeah.
Hey, I know that song.
You do?
Yeah, listen. More, please come back to me.
You sang that very well, Dennis. Now, here's your hat and go.
Oh, I'm afraid to go. Maybe the hotel detective is still in the hall.
Now, stop being silly.
Oh, please, Mr. Benny, step out in the hall and see if he's there, huh?
Dennis.
Jack, humor him.
Oh, all right. There's nobody out here.
Dennis, why did you lock him out?
Kiss me, Toots.
Dennis, open that door.
Oh, that settles it. I'm through with games.
Dennis, why did...
Goodbye.
Goodbye. What a crazy kid. Say, Mary, if we want to have dinner before my television show, we better go now.
Okay, I'll get my coat.
While you do that, I better call Rochester to the theater and see if everything is ready.
Hello, Mr. Benny's dressing room.
Hello, Rochester.
Oh, hello, boy.
Rochester, I called you to find out if everything is going along all right.
Yeah, and boss, you should see your dressing room. You can hardly get in here. It's so full of flowers.
Well, isn't that nice? A lot of them, huh?
Boss, there's so many flowers here for you, it's good to hear your voice again.
Gee, who are they from?
Oh, practically everybody. There are bouquets here from Mr. Paley, Dinah Shore, Fred Allen, Ethel Merman.
Fred Allen? He sent me a bouquet?
Yeah, and he left a card with it. I'll read it to you.
Yeah, let me hear it.
To Jack from Fred. Roses are red, violets are pink. On radio, you're bad, but on television, good luck.
Good luck.
He had another finish, but I talked him out of it.
Were there any other calls for me?
Well, before I left your hotel room, a fella came from Collier's Magazine. He said they were going to do a story about you, and he asked me some questions.
Well, what did he ask you?
Well, first he wanted to know your approximate salary.
Uh-huh.
Then he wanted to know how long you've been making it.
Uh-huh.
Then he got to the question that for years has been a burning issue in the public mind.
What question?
Could you possibly be as cheap in person as you are on the radio?
Uh-huh.
When he hit me with that one, I had to think fast.
What did you tell him?
I told him you were such a lavish spender you was known from coast to coast as Diamond Jim Benny.
Oh, good.
Then I told him you threw your money away like you were allergic to green ink.
Atta boy, Rochester.
And I just about had him convinced when in walked the man.
What man?
The man you rent your other twin bed to.
Oh, my goodness, of all the times for him to come in. Well, Rochester, do you think the man from Collier's will write a good article about me?
Oh, I think so, boss. He even wanted a picture of you. So I gave him the one of you shaking hands with the King of England.
Oh, swell. Good.
But the picture was too big, so they had to cut it down a little.
Gee, I hope they didn't cut out the king.
Oh, His Majesty's all right. But your hand looks like it's coming out of a wall.
Well, that's better than nothing. Well, goodbye. I'll see you at the studio.
Goodbye.
Well, I'm ready, Jack.
Good, let's go. You know, Mary, I can't get over what a nice hotel this is.
You know, you get such a beautiful view from way up here.
Yeah.
Hurry, there's the elevator.
Down, please. Watch your step, Mary.
Main lobby.
Come on, Jack. Jack!
You'll have to wait a minute. He blacked out again.
I did not. I'm waiting for my hair. There it is. Let's go. Come on.
Jack, there's a little French restaurant just around the corner we can walk.
Okay. Gee, there's sure a lot of people in here.
Yeah. Maybe you should have called for a reservation.
I didn't think of it.
Well, maybe you could get a table if you gave the head waiter a tip.
Well...
Give him $5.
Mary, you're cute. You wait here. I'll go talk to the head waiter. Excuse me.
Oui, monsieur?
I'm in a hurry. I'd like a table for two.
Oh, I'm sorry, monsieur, but all the tables, they are taken.
Oh. Well, look, I'm in a hurry. I've got to do a television show tonight.
I am terribly sorry, monsieur, but I am sure if you would like to wait, it will not be too long.
Well, Captain, come here a minute.
Oui?
Obtenir moi un tablet, et je vous récompenser.
I do not understand.
Why not? You're French, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm from Brooklyn. I put this on for the rubes.
Well, look. I've got to have
I am so sorry, monsieur. There are no tables.
Well, all right.
Did you get a table, Jack?
No, let's go to some other... Hey, Mary, look who's sitting over there.
Where?
In the corner. It's Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., and he's all by himself. I'll ask him if we can sit with him.
But, Jack, if he's eating by himself, maybe he prefers to be alone.
Don't be silly, Mary. He'll be glad to have company. Come on, let me do the talking. Hey, Mary, what a surprise. Look who's here.
Huh? Oh, hello, Jack. Hello, Mary.
Well, if it isn't Douglas Fairbanks, Jr.
You know, Jack, this is a funny place. You say, well, if it isn't Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., and everybody in the restaurant applauds.
Yes.
Say, Doug, this is quite a surprise running into you. What are you doing here in New York?
Oh, I'm here to see some shows. Guys and Dolls, Call Me Madam. As a matter of fact, I'm thinking of investing in one of the new ones.
Well, isn't that a coincidence? I've got some money invested in South Pacific.
No. You lucky fella. How much money have you got in it?
Oh, it's not much. Really not worth talking about.
No, I'm interested, Jack, really. How much have you got invested in South Pacific?
$8.80.
That was for the ticket.
Ticket? So much just to see you?
Doug, we're sorry we interrupted you. And
No, Mary. Look, Doug, we're in a spot. You see, all the tables are taken, and we're in a hurry. Would you mind if we joined you?
How can he say no? You're already eating his rolls.
There's enough for both of us.
Sure. Come on, sit down. Here, I'll make room for you, Mary. Here.
Thank you.
Now, Jack, I'll move over so you can...
Oh, just sit still, Doug. You needn't move for me. I'll squeeze right in here and... I'm sorry, Doug. I knocked over the pitcher and spilled the water on you.
Oh, that's all right. I was expecting it.
Huh? Oh. Well, here, Doug. Let me hand you my napkin so you can... Knocked over the ketchup bottle. Some splashed on your coat there.
You know, Jack, I've been sitting here eating for 30 minutes. You've been in here 10 seconds. And you've got more on me than I've got in me.
Well, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to... Doug, why are you smearing the mustard on your sleeve?
Well, you're in a hurry. I thought I'd save you the trouble.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
May I take your order, mademoiselle?
Yes.
He meant me.
Oh.
I'll just have a club sandwich and a cup of coffee.
Yes, mademoiselle. And yours, monsieur?
Gee, I don't know what to have. What's that you're eating, Doug? It looks delicious.
Oh, this is something my mother always used to make for me. It's my favorite dish.
What is it?
Matzo ball soup.
Oh, waiter, I'll have a club sandwich, too, and coffee.
Very good, monsieur.
By the way, Doug, I saw your latest picture, The Great Manhunt, and it's certainly an exciting mystery.
Oh, thank you, Mary.
You made that picture over in England, didn't you, Doug?
Yeah.
You can tell because the scenes in the English slums were so realistic. You must have searched all over London to find such a run-down place.
Well, you know, as a matter of fact, that was the only scene that was shot here.
You mean here in New York?
Yeah. At a place called the Acme Plaza.
Well, that's a coincidence.
Jack, shut up!
Oh. What's wrong?
Nothing. You're eating.
Oh. Say, Jack, what are you doing here in New York anyway?
Well, I'm here for a television show. I'm going right down to the studio from here. I think it's going to be good, too. I'm having John L.C. Savoni and two special guest stars, Frank Sinatra and Faye Emerson.
Well, that sounds exciting. You brought your entire radio cast to New York, too, didn't you?
Yes, I did. How did you know?
Well, I ran into Phil Harris at the Stork Club.
You did? Well, if I know Phil, he had his foot up on the rail.
No, as a matter of fact, he had his head there.
Well, as long as he was comfortable.
Here comes our food, Jack.
Oh, yes.
Gee, that sandwich was good.
Yeah. Hey, look what time it is. I better get the check. Waiter! Waiter, our check. Waiter! Waiter!
Jack, he sees you. Get off the table.
I'm sorry. I'm in such a hurry. I don't know what I'm doing, you know?
Excuse me for interrupting, but I happen to have a snapshot of you, Mr. Benny. Would you mind autographing it?
Oh, I'd be happy to. There you are, Jack Benny.
Oh, thank you very much. It was nice meeting you.
Oh, wait a minute, lady. This is Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. Don't you want his autograph?
No, but 30 years ago I would have.
Jack, look what time it is.
Gee, look, Doug, I've got to run over to the studio for my show. Perhaps we can have lunch sometime while I'm
Here is the check, gentlemen.
Oh, thank you, Pierre.
No, Doug, let me take it. After all, it was your table and Mary and I barged in. So I insist on paying it.
No, Jack. I'd feel better if I paid it.
Well, if your health is involved, go ahead. Well, I've got to run along, and see, my hands are kind of sticky. Where's my napkin? Oh, here it is. Oh, I can't pull it up. What's the matter with this napkin?
You've got my shirt tail.
Oh. Oh, well, here, I'm through with it. Well, so long, Doug.
Goodbye, Jack. Pierre.
Yes, Monsieur Fairbanks?
You have a television set here?
Oui, monsieur. There's one in the bar.
Well, have him tune in to CBS immediately so I can see Jack Benny's television show, will you?
Monsieur, are you a big fan of Jack Benny?
No, but that Faye Emerson, wow.
Okay, yeah, if I didn't have to work, I'd go with you.
Jack will be back in just a moment. But first, let's take off on a musical roundup of the old Wild West.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
We've rounded up a milder smoke out on the lone prairie. Our brand is known throughout the land, it's LSMFT.
Lucky's are my favorite brand at home or on the range. And when she finds a smoke like this, a gal's a fool to change.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Friends, are you happy with your cigarette? Here's why I ask. A recent 38-city survey shows that millions of smokers are not happy with the brand they're now smoking. Now, if this is true of you, and you want complete smoking enjoyment, switch to Lucky Strike. You see, fine tobacco, and only fine tobacco, always gives you both perfect mildness and rich, true tobacco taste. Everything you want in a cigarette. And LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, every Lucky you light always gives you complete smoking enjoyment. That happy blending of perfect mildness and rich taste. So be happy, go Lucky. Start with a carton of Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Thanks very much, Douglas Fairbanks, for appearing on my program. Good night, folks.
Transcribed. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, enjoy Best Plays on NBC. First, we'd like to remind you that weekdays, too, this station entertains you royally. For quiz listeners, there's a trio of top shows. Red Benson's Phrase That Pays, and our two newest editions, Second Chance and It Pays to Be Married. There's comedy with Bob Hope, interesting guests with both Dave Garroway and Tommy Bartlett's Welcome Travelers. And here's a reminder that beginning this Thursday, Counter Spy moves into the Thursday lineup. Right now, it's Best Plays on NBC.
From New York, where the American stage begins, NBC presents Best Plays, transcribed with John Chapman. Best Plays, a series of hour-length dramas selected from the outstanding successes of the New York stage. Now, John Chapman, drama critic of the New York Daily News, is here to introduce John Forsythe and Joan Loring in The Farmer Takes a Wife by Mark Connolly and Frank Elser. Mr. Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Collins, and greetings once again to our audience. The comedy we have chosen for this performance is a type of which I am very fond, a warm and understanding picture of an interesting segment of American life. The play, The Farmer Takes a Wife, takes us along the Erie Canal in the 1850s, where the people called themselves canallers. Walter D. Edmonds became interested in those people, the place and the period, and he wrote a fine novel about them titled Rome Hall. Two men of the theater, Frank B. Elser and Mark Connolly, were fascinated by the novel and thought it would make a play. Elser wrote it, and Connolly looked over his shoulder. Connolly also produced it and directed it on Broadway, and it made a great personal success for its two principal actors, Henry Fonda and June Walker. I expect that now it's going to be a success for our own two principal actors, John Forsythe and Joan Loring.
We were 40 miles from Albany. Forget it, I never shall. What a terrible storm we had one night on the Erie Canal. Oh, the Erie was a-rising, and the gin was a-getting low. And I scarcely think we'll get a drink till we get to Buffalo, till we get to Buffalo.
America today has almost forgotten the Grand Canal, which was the Erie. For more than half a century, the Erie Canal was the life stream for the opening of the West, feeding men and supplies from the eastern seaboard between Albany and Buffalo. This story is an attempt to recapture some of the simple excitements of the people of that age which began to vanish as the first railroads opened to the West.
What the Sam is that?
That's Fortune knocking on the ceiling. The noise must be disturbing his patient.
What patient, Gammy?
Ain't you heard? Fortune set himself up as the first dentist in Rome, New York. He's working on his first patient now.
Who's that?
Lucy Gurgit, old Sal's wife.
Oh.
Tied up here last night with the worst toothache you ever heard. Sal brung her to the hotel for a few drinks, thinking it might help. And as luck or the devil would have it, old Mr. Fortune was sitting here drinking, and he allowed he was a first-class professional dentist as a boy.
Poor Lucy. I'd hate to be in her shoes.
Give me a drink, Gammy, quick.
Sure, Sal, sure.
How's Fortune making out with your wife, Saul?
He got the wrong tooth.
No.
He asked Lucy to point at the one that hurt it, and she pointed, and he pulled, but that warn't it. She's powerful miserable.
Land sakes.
I sure hope he gets her fixed up. We got hogs to haul to Buffalo.
I thought you wasn't going to haul hogs this year.
I wasn't. Me and Lucy just got the boat, so it smelled reasonable when J.L. Fisher comes along and offers us a full cargo, so we took it. With the railroad coming, a man's got to get it while he can.
Now, listen, Saul. Don't you get to believing them stories about the railroad wrecking the canal.
No?
Long as railroad tolls are as high as they are, we'll be running freight.
J.L. Fisher says it's going to be the best year ever. J.L. Fisher says the ice is clear out all the feeders already.
That J.L. Fisher is so stingy he'd skim milk at both ends. Whose horn is that?
That's Molly Larkin.
Enos Larkin's girl?
Yep. She signed on Jotham Clora's boat as cook.
That Clora's a comer.
Too many folks let that young man think he's boss of the Hall Canal.
All gals is fools for boaters what fights for 'em, Molly Larkin included.
Well, well, here's the new dentist.
Fortune, how's Lucy?
She's resting, comfortable. Give me a pint of bourbon, Gammy.
You got any money, Fortune?
Saul here will pay. It's anesthetic. For Lucy.
Ain't you finished yet?
We located the right tooth now. Just a matter of time.
$2, Saul.
$2?
Don't quibble, man. A woman's jaw is at stake.
Well, I reckon if Lucy needs it...
I'll call you as soon as we finish.
Suppose he knows what he's doing.
Oh, he wrote a whole book on it. Says he's going to specialize on immigrants as soon as the line boats start going through the canal.
Hi, Gammy. How's the best lady bartender in Rome?
Keeping up on my shoe tops, Jotham Clora, which is more than I can say for some younger folk around here.
Hi, Sam. Give me a Jamaica, Gammy.
Your Molly's blowing for supper, Jotham.
And let her blow. What's wrong, Saul? You got a face like Keezer's ghost.
His wife is getting a tooth pulled upstairs.
You going for your supper?
I'm taking my time. Molly's getting too independent. She gets notional, too. Wants to be cook and captain both. She bossed her pa around like he was just a driver boy. Well, this year she signed up with a canaler that's going to learn her different. Yes, sirree, Bob.
Knowing Molly Larkin, I wouldn't be surprised if you was going to learn a few things yourself.
She's a fire eater, all right. Had all the fellers on the canal hanging around old Enos's boat when he was alive.
You notice he ain't hanging around my boat, I take it. By God, I'll lick two of them right at the funeral.
Here's your drink.
Here's to the canal. Yeah, that's good rum, Gammy. You got a card game going out back?
I run a hotel, not a gambling house.
Uh-huh. Looks like I gotta go out back and find it for myself.
He's gonna get his comeuppance someday, and Enos Larkin's girl is just the one to give it to him.
He's crazy for her, Gammy. They're gonna marry.
Oh. Sam, if some of these other young boaters had some gristle on their bellies, she might have got a better article.
Well, it's done.
How's Lucy?
She's sleeping it off on the couch upstairs.
Is she going to be able to help load the hog?
After the bourbon, the anesthesia, that is, wears off, she'll be fit as a fiddle. I'll be up to Durhamville sometime next week. Her gums ought to be good as ever by then.
I better go up to her.
Just a moment, Sal. That'll be $4.
You said 2.
I had to pull 2 teeth.
Well, the first one didn't count.
Lucy printed to it.
Well, I reckon you done a good job. Here.
Thanks.
What you gonna do with all that money, Fortune?
You still purveying them lottery tickets, Gammy?
Right here.
Let me have 2 of them and another bottle of bourbon. Gee, hush of it. That woman has a jaw like iron. Well, look who's here. The flower of the Erie Canal. Hello, Molly, dear.
Hello, Mr. Fortune. Hi, Gammy, Mr. Weaver.
Hello, Molly.
If you're looking for Jotham Clore, he's out back playing cards.
Well, he can just stay there for all I care. Me with supper ready half an hour ago, and I was supposed to be loading in Herkimer tomorrow morning, and him off gambling and drinking and fighting.
Well, that's the way a cook's life goes on the canal, Molly.
Oh.
I reckon that's why my old Annie run off with that salesman after shipping with me for all these years. Said I weren't dependable.
Sit down, Molly. You're too excited.
I know I am. Gammy, do you suppose Jotham's right? Am I getting too notional?
Well, you are notional. All canal women is notional. Jotham just don't understand why.
Well, he don't feel things quite the same way we do. He ain't been a canaler long enough. Why, when the canal opened, my Annie used to fair jump out of her skin for excitement.
The most exciting time of the whole year, ain't it? Pa used to give me a ribbon on opening day when I was little. I'd like to have died.
You see? That's it. 2 weeks ago, when they started letting the water in, you started getting restless. Just the way Annie used to get.
Yeah.
Yeah. Always does that to you if you was born on the canal. Jotham don't know how to deal with canal women.
Well, maybe you're right. I'm still mad, though.
You're, fixing to marry, ain't you?
We was. Well, I guess he's still the best fighter on the whole canal. Even in Albany, they admit he's the bully right now. He can even outdrink Mr. Fortune here.
Idle gossip.
Well, why don't you go back to the boat and wait? I'll send him along after the card game busts up.
Well, maybe I will. Would you like to come take supper with me, Mr. Weaver, seeing as how you ain't got a cook?
Well, now, that's right tempting, Molly, but I'm expecting a new driver boy from the employment agency. He's supposed to meet me here at the hotel. Then J.L. Fisher's coming over to give some commission, so I reckon I better stick around.
J.L. Fisher's got my pa's old boat now on the Swift Shore line.
He won't run it like your pa done.
Nope. Nobody ever will. Well, see you soon, all.
Yeah, well, so long, Molly. So long, girl.
Oh, excuse me.
Huh?
This Hennessy's hotel?
Bar's in there.
Well, I wasn't looking for the bar, ma'am.
Oh.
Agency sent me over.
Why, you must be Sam Weaver's new driver boy.
Reckon I am.
Well, he's carousing in the bar.
Oh, well, I wouldn't want to disturb him. I'll wait here on the porch.
You're new here on the canal, ain't you?
Yeah. How'd you know that?
Because if you wasn't, you'd be in the bar by now.
You don't live here, do you?
You mean am I a fancy girl?
Oh, no, ma'am. Nothing like that.
Where are you from?
Boonville, up the Black River. My name's Daniel Harrow.
Pleased to meet you. My name's Molly Larkin.
Pleased, ma'am. You work on the canal, ma'am?
I'm a cook. Jotham Clore's my boater. Did you ever hear of him?
No, ma'am.
One with the loudest voice is him. You'll hear of him if you stay on the canal.
I don't aim to stay.
What's your hurry?
Don't know that I'd like the canal?
Oh. Well, last year there was 25,000 working on the main ditch, men and women. You won't be missed, I guess.
I can believe that.
Well, what'd you come for if that's how you feel?
I'm going to drive one of them teams that pulls the boats till I get some money, and I'm getting a farm. Got it all picked out up near Utica. It's fine to have land all your own.
The canal's all our own.
You ain't got a deed.
Well, my part's mine. I'd like to see anybody take it.
What about the railroads?
What about them?
The canal ain't the whole of life, you know, ma'am.
Oh, ain't it? Well, it is to me. My goodness, there's boats coming and boats going, and there's all kinds of people and smells and sounds. Naturally, though, you won't like it if you took such a frenzy for the farm.
Some things I like about it already.
Such as?
You.
You joshing me?
I don't josh about things like that.
Well, Molly, I see you're still... Oh.
Mr. Weaver, this here's your new driver, Dan Harrow.
Harrow? You kin to Henry Harrow?
My father.
By the holy dang. Henry Harrow's boy. Why, your pa used to run the Golden City. Yep, made a record run from Schenectady to Buffalo when the canal first opened.
That's right.
I thought you wasn't a canaler.
Well, I didn't say that. Just said that I'm hankering for a farm.
Yeah, how is your pa?
Well, Pa died about 5 years ago, Mr. Weaver.
Oh, sorry to hear that, boy. I'd be glad and proud to hire you on as my driver.
It's awful nice of you, Mr. Weaver.
Nothing at all for Hank Harrow's boy. I'll give you regular wages, too, $12 a month.
Well, that's just fine, Mr. Weaver.
Come on, I'll take you over and show you the boat. She's named the Saucy Sal, Rome, New York. Painted right across the back of her. Red belly with green stripes. Hope you like her, Dan.
Beginning to think I will. Which is your boat, Miss Larkin?
The Emma. Can't miss her. She's the biggest boat on the canal.
Let's get going, Dan.
Yes, sir. Well, I sure hope that we meet again, Miss Larkin.
Where are you and Clore Holland, Molly?
East. We'll be in Little Falls Wednesday.
Little Falls? Well, so will we. We'll see you there.
Oh, that's wonderful. I mean, it'll be nice seeing you, Mr. Weaver.
Uh-huh. How come you're so consarn glad to be seeing me again when I practically changed your dieties for you and seen you all year, every year since? Wouldn't be, Dan'l here, would it?
I just, like to meet old friends on the canal, that's all.
Yeah, well, we'll be seeing you. Don't let that Clore get mean.
I can take care of myself.
Well, good night, ma'am. See you day after tomorrow.
Good night, Mr. Harrow.
Couldn't you call me Dan?
I only call canalers by their first name, not farmers.
You know, maybe I could be a canaler. For a while, anyway.
You coming?
Okay, Mr. Weaver. Good night, Molly.
Good night, Dan'l. I'm right here, and don't shout at me. My hearing's as good as it ever was.
Yammy told me you was waiting. Why didn't you come sooner?
You're lucky I waited this long.
Oh, now, Molly.
Don't now Molly me, Jotham Clore. You may be a big bully on the canal, but where I come from, we don't take kindly to men what lets a good supper go to spoil. I've just got a mind to walk off.
Now, Molly, I'm sorry. Molly.
Well, all right, Jotham.
That's my girl. I like you when your eyes change color like that. First they're full of fire, and then they get all smoky when the anger goes out of them.
Oh, come on. Get home to the boat.
I was just talking to Fisher inside the bar. He gave me a full cargo of grain to Rochester, right up to the hatches.
To Rochester? What? I thought we was hauling dairy stuff to Little Falls.
We was, but we ain't. Why, that dairy cargo's so puny wouldn't make half a cargo. Why, we'll have enough to get married out in this grain cargo.
What?
Well, what's the matter? If your mind's solid on going east this trip, I'll tell Fisher. Is it?
No, of course it ain't, Jotham. I'll do whatever you want to do.
That's a good cook. You know, I'm so blamed hungry I could eat me a horse. Well, I feel I could lick the whole state of New York tonight with one hand. Honey, when we get married, we're going to paint the boat white all over from top to bottom, and her name is going to be changed to the Molly Lark. What do you think of that?
It's nice, Jotham.
Yes, sir. I'm going to parade you up and down the canal and say, this here's my wife. See, everybody? And the first fella what looks at you sidewise even, I'm going to bust him right in the snout. Here?
Yes, Johnson.
We were chock-up full of barley, we were chock-up full of rye, and the captain, he looked down at me with his tarnal wicked eye. Oh, the rye was a-rising, and the gin was a-getting low, and I scarcely think we'll get a drink till we get to Buffalo, till we get to Buffalo.
Hey, Wardy.
Girl. That fire makes us skittish.
Yeah. Hold that bellows closer, will you?
Like this, Mr. Fry?
Aye, that's it. So you're old Hank Harrow's boy.
Yeah.
I used to shoe your father's team years back.
Yes, sir. I remember you. When I was just a little shaver, I can remember Pa coming in here with a team and me being so scared by the fire and the noises and the what all.
Listen. Listen to them idiots singing at 5 o'clock in the morning. You can hear them all over to Utica.
Guess there ain't much else to do. With this fog on the canal, there ain't a thing moving between here and Syracuse.
You been on the canal long?
Just 3 weeks, Mr. Fry.
Well, you just want one shoe on the bay, don't you?
That's right. What you doing with a knife, Mr. Fry?
Well, the sorrel's got a corn starting. I'm trimming the bars.
Well, you can't stop corns by cutting them out, not on a horse.
I've been doing it for 15 years.
But if he's got one started, it's 'cause some other smith has been cutting out his bars.
Young man, Mr. Fisher sends me his best trotters from Utica every week. What's good enough for him ought to be good enough for you.
You ain't shoeing trotters now, Mr. Fry. When a horse is hauling a boat or a plow, you gotta let the heel of the hoof spread. Tie him up with a close shoe, cut out his bars, he can't help getting corn.
Well, if you want a dirty hoof, you can have it.
Well, I don't want a dirty hoof. But just clean out the back angle and leave the bars be.
Well, have it your way. You've got some of your pa's stubborn streak in you, eh?
Well, what you do may be all right for trotters, Mr. Fry, but these fellas have got to pull again weight.
Well, they're a nice pair.
They ain't bad.
Hello there, Canola.
Are you talking to me, miss? Molly. Molly Larkin. What? I heard you was around Buffalo, till then.
We was. Now we're short hauling for the Michigan 6-day line. We're tied up right in front of you. Thought when we come in last night we'd like to scrape your deck house off. You must have been asleep.
I've been getting to bed early.
That's on account of your being a farmer, I guess.
I reckon.
Sam Weaver told me you was down here at Mr. Fry's. So I come down. I brought Sam some breakfast this morning.
Oh, that was nice of you. He ain't been feeling too sprightly of late.
What boat are you on, Molly?
Jotham Cloris. He's got the Emma.
Wasn't that Mr. Theatham's boat?
Jotham bought it last year when he won a prize in the Ohio lottery. Claims I brought him luck, so he's aiming to win again this year.
Well, that's pressing a little. When's the drawing?
Supposed to be Monday. Do you buy a ticket, Dad?
No, ma'am.
You wouldn't buy one nohow, I'll bet.
Wouldn't be prone to. No, ma'am. Would you?
My boater bought 6.
Oh. Wish him luck.
Them your horses?
Yes, ma'am.
You like them as well as mules?
Wait, you mean for canal work?
Certainly I mean for canal work. Think I mean for pulling the plow?
Well, no, ma'am. I thought you meant did I favor horses to mules as a general proposition?
Well, do you?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Weaver favors them, too.
I guess you two get along. Got a cook yet?
No, ma'am. Mr. Weaver's hoping that the woman he had will get fed up with that traveler man and come on back. I expect I'll be gone before then.
Gone?
Farming.
Don't you like the canal?
Well, it just don't seem staple. Well, I like the people on it well enough.
It was real pretty yesterday coming down to Oneida. Sat out on that chair there in the sun. Watched the birds coming north for spring. You like flowers?
Yes, ma'am.
Certainly is a mess of violets and patty cutters this side of Rome. I had the urge to get off and get some.
You ought to pick some of them elderberry blossoms. Make wine.
Oh, boaters don't drink anything as weak as wine.
Yeah, I noticed.
Why, my Jotham can drink more than any two men on the canal. You know, he's been down there at the Etna House ever since we tied up last night. I went down to get some eggs just now, and he wasn't ready to come home yet.
Still drinking?
Mr. Purcell, the bartender, told me he expects Jotham to bust all existing records. Why, when my Jotham starts to drink...
got a mule and her name is Sal. 15 years on Erie Canal. Low bridge, everybody. Hello, everybody.
I reckon he's busted them records.
My goodness.
Well, he's walking, ain't he? Morning, Jotham. This here's Mr. Daniel Harrow, Jotham. Ain't you gonna say how-do or something?
How'd it do?
Find out who won the Ohio?
They sent the numbers over from Utica.
Yeah.
I was very unfortunate, but Sam Weaver drew one.
Oh, how much?
I don't know, $100 maybe.
Gosh.
That ain't nothing. If I'd been fortunate, I'd have won first prize, $15,000. Won by some female in Buffalo.
You're pretty near drunk, ain't you, Jotham?
I am mere disgusted with this fog.
Well, it ain't gonna lift for a while. You better get some rest.
I ain't drunk enough yet.
Mr. Purcell tells me you busted all records.
He said you come down and left word breakfast was ready.
Well, it ain't quite ready.
Why did you tell him it was ready? I hate a liar.
Now, Jotham.
I'm down at Etna House establishing myself as the greatest drinker in the whole canal, and you're standing here talking to whoever this is when you should be fixing my grub. You know that's against my principles. You, sir.
Me?
I said you, didn't I? Why'd you keep my gal from cooking me my breakfast?
Oh.
I ain't stopped her. I ain't said a word.
That's right, good for you, because otherwise I'd have laced you one. Molly, get on that boat and start cooking.
You get on it, and don't talk to me like that.
Maybe the time has come to give you a good lace.
That time ain't never gonna come, Jotham Clore. Now get on that boat.
Molly, you ain't gonna speak back like that.
Where you going?
Back to the Etna. I gotta work on my reputation some more.
Oh. Danged if I like him like that.
He was talking mean to you. Called you a liar.
Well, he knows I ain't no liar, so I don't mind that. I don't blame him when he gets mad, because I get mad myself when I'm notional.
You mad now?
By jeepers, I'm getting to be.
Well, if you should find out maybe that you really are, why don't you transfer over to our boat?
Oh.
Well, that is, Mr. Weaver'd be right glad to have you as a cook.
Well, I ain't worried about finding work.
Oh, no, ma'am. It's just that he'd admire to have you, and the boat's so handy.
But I reckon you'll be quitting him soon and going to the farm.
Well, I was planning something like that.
Hmm.
Of course, I might stay a few days extra.
But you're still sot on the farm, ain't you?
I reckon.
Well, I ain't worked up enough yet to quit, Jotham. Maybe he was just showing off in front of you. Boaters are very peculiar folks, you know. I guess I'll go cook him breakfast. See you again sometime.
So long.
So long. I guess Mr. Weaver'd probably let me come, but I mean, he don't eat much, and you know, I love to cook.
Well, yeah, that's true. He ain't much of an eating man. Mostly he's drinking.
Of course, there ain't much wrong with your appetite, I guess.
Me? Why, I've ate my share in my time.
But then you're going off to the farm.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I better be going.
Mm-hmm.
Will the cooking be good on the farm?
Likely not.
How long since you had a good meal?
I don't remember when.
You like chicken pie?
Oh, yes, I do.
Like griddle cakes in the morning?
Well, yeah. Oh, yes, ma'am. I like them fine.
Why, you see, if you had some good canal food, maybe you'd just forget all about that farm.
Well, I'd never feel different about the farm, ma'am.
Oh. Well, it's no use me going on Weaver's boat, then.
Well, he'll get another driver.
Don't know whether I'd like him or not.
Well, Molly, look.
Yes?
Nothing.
Oh. Well, I'll be getting back to Jotham. Goodbye, Dan.
Bye, Molly.
Oh, you farmer!
Molly, Molly, wait.
Well, I got your team all shod, Dan. What's wrong with her?
I don't know. Suppose it could be because she's a woman?
Could be.
You always know your pal. If you ever gave it
what's
on
this?
here, I can know. Dan!
Hi, Mr. Weaver. Hi, Fortune.
Hi, devil boy. Have we ever got news by the bellyful for you?
News?
By God, it's the first time it's ever happened on the canal. Sam here won third prize in the Ohio lottery. $5,000. Almost me. Get up, Sam.
There it is. Ticket D2008. And we're going to Buffalo Thursday to get the money.
$5,000.
Already sent to Durhamville for a new 96-foot boat. Yes, sir. 150 tons. She'll be the grandest thing on the canal.
Get up, Sam.
Yeah.
What are you going to do with the saucy sow?
Now, I bought this here ticket the day you hired on. I had a feeling you was good luck. And to show my appreciation, I'm giving you the saucy sow.
Scotland. That's a fine present, Mr. Weaver.
Maybe it'll encourage you to stay on the canal, son. Well, what's the matter? Ain't you glad?
Well,
don't you want it?
Mr. Weaver, can I take a few minutes before I say yes? It ain't that I ain't appreciative, but, well, there's something I got to do.
All right, son, go ahead. Well, where you going?
I'll be back in a minute, Mr. Weaver. Just a minute. Molly, I gotta talk to you.
I knowed you'd come.
Where's Jotham?
Still off drink and have some breakfast?
No, not now. Molly.
Griddle cakes.
No, let me say it. Molly, listen. Mr. Weaver just gave me the boat. He gave me the saucy Sal. He gave it to me. It's mine.
For certain?
Yes, honest. Molly, listen. What I want... It's about getting married.
Yes, I know it is. You like me, don't you?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I've got to say I do.
I liked you the first time I seen you.
Well, that's how I feel. What do you think about it?
Well, I don't know. You're going to stay on the canal a while now.
A while, but I'd aim to change your opinion, Molly. I'd try to make you see the farm at the end of it.
What if you found out you liked the Erie?
Well, then I'd stay.
Well, I'll just come and cook for you.
All right. You don't want to get married yet, huh?
Well, not yet, Dan. I mean, we don't know.
All right, Molly. It ain't part of my plan to make you unhappy.
Oh, the fog's clearing up. I'll get my things together. They're all packed.
What?
I was figuring on quitting Jotham anyways.
That all you're taking?
No, this rocking chair, too. It belongs to me.
I'll take it along.
Put it down.
Jotham, I'm leaving.
You ain't going no place.
I'm going to cook for Sam Weaver.
With this driver boy here?
He ain't a driver boy. He's captain of his own boat now.
Well, you ain't going no place. Now, you driver boy, get off this boat.
On ahead, Molly. I'll be along in a minute.
Dan, don't fight with him.
Don't worry, Mom. He's too drunk to make much trouble.
Please, Dan, he'd kill you.
Leave it to me now.
Sure, I'll show you what it's going to be like, driver boy. See this fist? Well, try it on your face.
I'm sorry, Jotham.
Jeepers. What'd you hit him with the chair for, Molly?
Couldn't let you fight him, Dan. He'd kill you. Is he all right?
Just stunned. You shouldn't have done that, Molly.
Oh, that's all right. Come on now. Whew. You'll have to fix that chair, Dan. I want it up on the bow end of the boat so as I can keep my eyes open for elderberry blossoms.
a moment, Act Two of The Farmer Takes a Wife, starring John Forsythe and Joan Loring. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. Now, Act Two of the Best Plays production of The Farmer Takes a Wife, starring John Forsythe and Joan Loring. Here again is John Chapman.
So Molly is cooking on the Sarcy Sal for Dan, and when she isn't cooking, she's sitting on the front end of the barge looking for elderberry bushes. And both are trying to keep their pact of not talking either about the canal or the farm. That's hard to do, because it's hard for anybody to keep from talking.
I've got me a boat and her name is Sal, 15 year on the Erie Canal. She's a good worker and a good old pal, 15 year on the Erie Canal.
Ahoy! Ahoy, the Sarcy Sal! Anybody home?
Fortune! Come aboard! Fortune!
Well, Molly, how are you? My goodness, you look just lovely. Let's see. Must be 5 months since we saw each other back in Utica. How's Dan?
Oh, he's just fine, Fortune.
Good.
He's off to the scalper getting a haircut. He'll be along home soon. Sit down. Have some peppermint tea?
Don't mind if I do. You two married yet?
We're fixing to do it right soon.
Wonderful. Where's old Jotham these days?
Ain't you heard?
Heard what?
About Jotham? He's been in jail.
Jail.
Yes, after he come to and found me and Dan had moved on to Albany, he come looking for us with a knife. Anyway, Sam Weaver and Mr. Fry the blacksmith, they tried to stop him, and Mr. Fry got himself cut up pretty bad.
Well.
Jotham landed in jail. Reckon he was pretty drunk to do a thing like that. Fortune, don't talk about it to Dan, will you?
Well, don't he know about it?
I don't know. He never mentions Jotham's name. Don't you think that's nice of him? Oh, he's such a grand man.
Yes. Well, I hear Dan's made a heap of money hauling short freight for the railroad.
I hate doing anything for the railroad.
They pay a lot.
Fortune, the canal ain't going to be whipped, is it?
Tempus fugit, Molly.
What does that mean?
Times is flying.
When I first knowed him, Daniel said the canal warn't stable. But I think he loves it now, don't you?
Well, haven't you talked to him about it?
We made an agreement in the spring. He said he wouldn't argue with me about the farm if I didn't pester him about the canal. And then we'd see how we felt when the season ended. Oh, he's been so nice, Fortune. He ain't bothered me about it once. Fortune, I am in love with him.
Now and then, I've got that impression.
He's not like any boater I ever seen. I mean, he never gets drunk. Mad or excited or anything. I guess he's a funny feller.
Well, hi, Fortune. Yeah. Hello, Daniel. Who's a funny fella?
You're a funny fella, that's who. Dan, what's that?
A little present for you.
It's awful big.
Mirror for you to see your new dress in.
Dan, ain't it grand? Ain't it too big for the cabin wall?
Well, it was the nicest one they had, and it sort of took my fancy.
Oh, it's so handsome. Ain't it, Fortune?
Very.
Like me in my new dress?
Spin around. Jeepers, you look pretty. Huh, Fortune?
Like the face that launched 1,000 ships.
Who's that?
Helena Troy.
Well, Molly's prettier than any girl in Troy. Or Albany, either.
Oh, I guess you're right. You going to the fair tonight?
We was planning on it. Meeting Sol and Lucy Gurgett.
That woman put me out of the dentist business by spreading a bad rumor about me. Seems that second tooth weren't the right one, neither. Looks like I'll have to try a new profession. You'd think in 25 years I'd have settled on one.
Fortune.
Huh?
Fortune, tell us about how the canal opened. You saw it in 1825, didn't you?
Oh, well, you've heard tell about it.
I want Daniel to hear it.
Well, there were cannons strung all the way from Buffalo to New York. I helped fire one.
Here?
The minute the canal was open, the water come in. first muddy, and the guns started going off right down the line as the water come in. More and more and more. I tell you, it was something.
Hear that, Dan?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I gotta be running along. I'll make a deal with a man for some more next, and I'm getting them real cheap.
Going to the fair?
Oh, I'll be there. Well, nice to see you again, Molly. Daniel, so long.
So long. See your haircut. Smells nice.
Told her not to put it on.
You look grand, Dan.
Already told you how you look. And who is this Helen of Troy, anyway?
Sounds to me like a fancy woman. You ain't gonna get interested in her, are you?
Pretty well satisfied.
How do you know? Never had no other girl but me.
Never wanted any. Just how you are. What's wrong?
You said that's so serious.
Well, that's how I felt it, Molly.
Then, will you stay on the canal? Will you, Dan? I'm sorry. We promised we wouldn't talk about it till after the season.
Well, the season's almost over now, Molly.
Dan, do you know what...
Ahoy there! Ahoy!
Oh, I guess we ain't going to get to talk about it anyways. Here comes Saul and Lucy.
Oh.
You ready for the fair?
Just about, Saul. Look at Dan. Don't he smell heavenly?
Straight.
Did I see that tooth butcher Fortune walking towards Hennessy's?
Well, he stopped by.
Better not stop by Lucy or he'll get an umbrella over his skull. Come on now, we best get going.
Well, ain't you going to tell him so?
Well, I don't know as we ought to. It might spoil the evening.
Tell us what?
Well, it ain't really nothing.
Well, I think they ought to know, Saul. After all, he might come round when they ain't ready.
What are you talking about, Lucy?
Well, maybe you ought to know, Dan. It's Jotham Claw.
What about him?
Well, he's out of jail. He's tied up about 5 boats back.
Are you sure?
Well, I saw him gone into Hennessy's today.
Oh. We sort of hoped you two would get away before he found out you was here.
Well, Dan ain't afraid of Clore. Are you, Dan?
Don't make much difference one way or the other.
By golly, he's a savage fighter, Dan. He almost killed a man in Lockport.
Did he mention Dan or me?
Well, he did, but I gave him no information. He was somewhat drunk, and I gave him a small section of my mind about his general orneriness. Sorry I bothered you with it now, though.
Well, glad, Saul. I had the feeling all along he'd show up sometime. After all, I did take his cook.
We better get going, Lucy.
You two go ahead. We'll catch up.
Well, we could wait if
Lucy!
you... Oh, well, all right. We'll walk ahead slow like.
What's the matter, Molly?
Dan, I'm scared.
What about?
Well, I don't know. I know you'd stand up to Clore if it come right down to it. You would stand up to him, wouldn't you?
I reckon. Would you be disappointed if I didn't?
Well, I couldn't take to you if I thought you was a coward. Besides, Dan, I gotta ask you about the farm.
Well, we wasn't going to talk about it, Molly. We was going to wait.
Your mind's already made up, Dan. I can tell.
Now, Molly, let's have a good time.
It is. It's made up. Why, you were checking up on your money this morning. And then you went to town and got a haircut? And bought that mirror and everything. Dan, did you buy a farm?
No. Well, I did take an option on one.
You paid money?
Just for an option.
But we was going to wait till the season was over before we made up our minds, Dan. That was how we agreed
I know, Molly, but it's the best farmland north of Rome, and I just couldn't let it slip away.
But
it ain't definite yet. I got 2 months to decide.
You have decided. You always was decided. You kept your promise about arguing, all right, but you never give the canal a chance. Even from the beginning, you never even bothered to notice how beautiful it was, or how happy you was.
Well, that's because I was in love with you.
That's because you wanted me and the farm both. All the time you kept saying your mind wasn't made up, you knew about this. And all them things you've been buying for the boat, those things that are too big for it. That stove, and them 2 rocking chairs on deck, even that mirror you bought today. For me, why, it don't even fit in the cabin. It's for the farm, that farm.
Molly.
Well, it's true. It is true, Dan. Now, you admit it. You wasn't playing fair. You wasn't.
All right, Molly, maybe it wasn't fair. Maybe I knowed all the time I wanted the farm.
Oh, you're just so sure, ain't you? I bet you even got this dress for me to go to church in.
No, I was hoping you'd use it to get married in.
Oh, you're so certain sure of everything.
You never even let me show you the farm, Molly. You might like it.
I hate it. And I hate you. I thought Jonathan Clore was mean, but at least his meanness comes out where you can see it and deal with it. Yours is all underneath.
Oh, now don't say that, Molly.
You're even afraid to face Jonathan.
I ain't afraid.
Using me like I was just nothing.
Now, Molly, listen, if that's how you feel, I'll go away. I'll go away right now.
Well, you go ahead.
Well, all right. That boat is yours. You can do what you please with it. You can keep hauling till the season ends, and then you can sell it or sink it, or you won't be using it next year anyway.
What do you mean?
Don't you see what's happening, Molly? In another year, the railroads will have made this a big empty ditch.
Oh.
And folks will go flying by in trains and say, look at that old wooden thing laying in that ditch. I suppose it was once a boat.
The canal ain't gonna die, Dan. Nothing can lick the Erie. I might miss you after you go, but one thing is sure. I'm gonna watch this canal grow bigger and more wonderful every year.
You're wrong, Molly.
Well, we'll just see.
I ain't waiting to see. I'm going up and get my farm. And if you ever want to find me, I'll be waiting for you up at 5 Combine.
I ain't never gonna want you or your farm.
Goodbye, Molly. I hope you'll think kindly of me.
I hate you. I just hate you.
Goodbye.
Dan. Oh, Dan.
Hi, Gammy. Hi, Fortune.
Well, hello there, Sam.
Colder than the grave outside. Canal is freezing up already.
What brings you to Rome, Sam?
Oh, I got a letter from J.L. Fisher. Says he needs somebody to make a haul for the railroad.
You got your new boat in commission yet?
No, there ain't much point in putting her into commission now with the canal practically dying on its feet. I come up to see if Molly Larkin and let me use the Sarcy Sal for one haul. I was to meet her here.
Now, she's been living here at the hotel.
Oh?
Molly ain't used the Sal much lately.
Well, how is she?
Well, she ain't exactly herself these days, Sam.
What's wrong? Is she sick?
Not so as you can see it. It's just that she's changed.
It's my opinion she's suffering from a broken heart. Ever since she and Dan split up a few months ago, she's just been pining away.
Now, how is Dan?
Now, we don't see much of him. Once in a while, he comes in the town for supplies or something. He looks right prosperous.
I reckon he knowed what he was doing, quitting the canal before the railroad come through.
What are you figuring to do, Sam?
Me? Oh, just raise a little money if I can make this last haul before she freezes, and then head south.
What about that grand new boat you was a-building?
I ran out of money before she was finished. Still got her up on the way, so I guess she'll rot there. Let me have some blackstrap, Gammy, whilst I fill my pipe.
All right. But don't you strike that loco-foco in here.
This ain't a loco-foco, it's a Lucifer. They don't hardly stink at all. What about you, Fortune?
Well, I took the money I made and invested it in almanacs. They're next year's.
Where'd you get 'em?
A feller I run into at the American Hotel. He'd just come into town to sell 'em to the feed stores. And I told him the town was full of almanacs. But I didn't say what year. I bought 'em out for 4 cents apiece. I can sell 'em at the feed stores for 6, and I got over 500 of 'em. Here, have one as a present.
Oh, this is that comic almanac. It ain't as good as the Farmer's or the Bachelor's Register.
And it's full of little thunderbolts of fun and humor. Listen to this riddle. Round as an apple, busy as a bee, cutest little thing you ever did see. What is it?
I give up.
A watch.
Well, I'll be.
It's got a lot of new ones like that.
I hate them almanacs. They always come around when the canal closes for the year.
There'll be plenty of excitement around this year. They're going to keep working on the Watertown and Rome Railroad right through the winter.
J.L. Fisher's hiring canalers right and left for railroad work.
That's a damn insult to any respectable canaler. That whole railroad is an affront to a man's dignity. Puffing and heaving and getting black soot over everything. I tell you, it's
Here's your blackstrap, Sam.
Yeah, Fisher's coming in here most every afternoon. Picks up a few canalers. He's got 500 already, I hear.
Well, here's one he ain't getting. After I make this freight haul, I'm going someplace else. Maybe down south. Well, hi there, boater.
Hello, Sam.
My gosh, you look as pretty as ever. Did you get my letter?
I did.
What do you say? Can I rent your boat for the haul? I'll give you half.
I'll do better than that, Sam. Turn the boat over to you.
Well, I don't...
I never really wanted her anyway, Sam. I was just keeping her running till you come back.
Well, Molly, I don't know. I give her to Dan, and if Dan give her to you, well, then she's yours.
But I don't want her. So she's really yours. Team's on board. I'll get my things off as soon as I can.
Molly.
What?
What's troubling you?
I'm just tired with being a boat captain, Sam. Don't want the burden of it. I'm just a cook, and it's a job I like.
It wouldn't be Dan, would it?
Don't want to hear about him.
Still mad?
I ain't never been mad at nobody, Sam. I'm just plumb tired out, that's all.
Well, I'm glad you ain't mad at him, because he's on his way in right now.
What?
Yeah, I just seen him out the window.
I gotta go, Sam. I'll see you later.
Molly, don't be a fool. Stay and talk to him.
I don't want to talk to him. I don't want to see him. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Molly,
Hello, Dan.
you ain't leaving, are you?
I was just going.
Could you stay a minute?
We got nothing to talk about.
Matter of fact, they come all the way down from the farm just to talk to you.
To talk to me?
Uh-huh. It's about your horses. I heard you were laying up the boat. I thought I might buy your team.
Oh,
I'll give you twice what I paid for them when I bought them for Mr. Weaver.
I ain't interested in discussing it.
Well, Dan, we were just talking about you. How are you?
Hello, Mr. Weaver.
Well. Did you ever think the three of us would be standing here in the lobby of the Hennessy again? It sure is a coincidental world. What brings you to town?
Came to see Molly here about the horses. Want to buy the team.
Ain't my horses. I just turned them over to Sam.
No, just a minute. I ain't really accepted him yet.
Well, I don't want him. You do as you please.
Well, now, as I see it, we better sit down and straighten this out.
I ain't interested in talking to Mr. Harrow here.
Well, this is just business, Molly. It's got to be straightened out.
Well, just business then.
Yeah. Now, what about these horses?
Well, that's for you to decide.
But I ain't got nothing in writing. I don't want to get involved in a lawsuit.
You got a paper for me to sign?
No, but I can get one in a minute. I'll go into the bar and get Fortune to draw one up. He's a kind of amateur lawyer.
Well, couldn't I just write it down myself now?
Oh, no. It's got to be all legal with whereases and covenants and such. Right, Dan?
That's right.
Yeah. So you two talk it over while I get Fortune to write it. I won't be a minute.
Well?
Well?
Here we are, alone.
I don't aim to take much notice.
How have you been?
Oh, I've been all right.
Figure into winter here in town?
Till the canal opens up, I reckon.
Hope you have a pleasant winter.
Oh, I will have. Lots of fun around here.
Is there?
How's your little farm?
Even finer than I hoped.
That's good.
Next year, if you happen to be up the Black River, stop by and see it.
Might if I'm up that way.
400 acres when it's cleared.
Oh. Lots of woods on it, huh?
Mm-hmm. Maple, beech, cherry. Must be 1,000 cord.
Chickens, too, I suppose.
Yes, ma'am. Spanish black, sea bright, Shanghai. All healthy.
Be awful cold for them soon.
Oh, I got a good hen house. And the main dwelling. That's good, too. French colony.
Got, anybody working there?
Sure. Got a big fat old woman. Does the washing and cooking.
Oh.
She ain't much of a cook, though.
Uh-huh. Thought you was looking thin.
If I had somebody could cook like you.
Are you making suggestions?
Well, I know how you feel about the canal.
You're right. I do feel that way about the canal. And I ain't going to no farm.
Oh, it's grand land, Molly. There's 80 acres.
Dan!
There's 80
Molly!
acres cleared.
Got the papers?
We ain't got no time for papers now.
Clear, Molly.
Salgers just come in the back way, and he says that Jotham Clore heard you was in town, Dan. He's coming over here.
Along the river, Molly. The
Dan,
best bottom land you ever seen.
Dan, did you hear me? Clore's coming over. He's got blood in his eye. He's still saying you run away from him that time when he got out of jail.
Yes, I heard you, Mr. Weaver.
Well, then...
You'd love that land, Molly.
Molly, get him out of here.
Maybe you better run off, Farmer, just like you did the last time.
Not till I finish telling you about the farm, I ain't.
He'll be here any second, Dan.
He won't be drunk this
I don't
time.
give a good hoot. Listen, Molly.
Hello, Jotham.
Hello, Mr. Weaver. Hello, Molly.
Hello, Jotham.
You.
You addressing me?
I looked at you, didn't I? Your name'd be Harrow, wouldn't it?
That's my name.
That's what I heard. I've been looking for you for some time.
I've been around.
Maybe after today you won't be around so much.
Dan, get out. He's sober.
Jotham, don't start an argument.
That's just what I'm aiming to do.
Boys! Boys, come on out
Dan
here.
will get out. He'll kill you.
I ain't interested in him, Molly. Don't you want to see the farm?
This ain't no time for fun.
But it's a fine farm, ain't it?
Dan, will you get out?
What seems to be the trouble, Sam?
There's going to be trouble.
Molly, you'd love the place. There ain't a foot of sour land on it. Every bit I tasted was sweet.
All right, Mr. Harrow, I'm giving you 5 seconds to get your coat off.
Now, wait a minute. You want to kill each other? Do it on the towpath.
No!
Let him settle it. Plenty of room here. Nice tape, too.
You're gonna fight, Harrow?
I reckon. Molly, you remember what I told you. You're going to love that fat old housekeeper of ours.
Dan! Don't, Dan!
Come on, driver boy.
Oh, Gabby, I don't want him to get killed.
There, child. Sometimes these things got to be settled this way.
I don't want to watch.
Oh, that boy of yours can take care of himself, Molly.
Tell me when it's over.
We ain't even started yet. Jotham's got his coat off. Now Dan'l's got his coat off.
Oh.
He's handing it to Sam Weaver so it won't get dusty.
Oh!
Come on, Dan. Come on, driver boy!
Here they go. My jeepers, that child looks a wallop like Poor Dan'l.
Oh, Gabby! Gabby! Gabby, I don't want him to be Is he dead?
I don't know. Fortune's coming. He's coming.
Sammy, get a bottle out quick. Dan'll throw Jotham halfway across the canal. Never seen anything like it in my life. He was swimming for the other side when I come in. The boys want a bottle to celebrate.
I'll get you the best I got.
Hurry it up. Here he comes.
Dan'l! Oh, Dan'l. You all right?
Never felt better. Now, getting back to the matter of the farm.
Oh.
You want that big mirror in the parlor or in the bedroom?
Dan, you sure you ain't hurt?
Of course not. Now, would you try it? Would you try it for 6 months, Molly? If you don't like it, we'll come back when the canal opens again.
Is that a promise?
A promise.
Well, it's again my principles, but... Oh, yes, Dan.
Hey, you two. You coming into the bar to have a drink?
Sorry, Fortune, we gotta be going. You want to come along with us?
Where to?
We're going to get a license to get married.
Can I be of service? I used to be a preacher. Marry her real cheap.
What do you say, Molly?
Well, we're going to need all our money for the farm.
All right, Fortune, you got a job.
Where you going for your honeymoon?
Well, I reckon we'll take a train trip.
You do, and I'll personally blow up the whole dang railroad. No, sir. I'm a-sailing you two back to the farm in the Sarcy Sow.
Is that all right with you, Dan?
I reckon so.
We might be sailing back again in 6 months when the canal opens again.
Ain't you heard? There's talk it won't open at all, count of the railroad.
Dan.
So help me, Molly, I didn't hear a word.
Come on, everybody. Down to the boat.
Here's all the champagne. Been saving it since the opening of the canal in 25.
Thanks. Hey. We'll be seeing ya.
Bye, Gabby.
So long, farmer.
Let's have a song, boy.
Oh, the gals are on the Police Gazette, and the crew is all in jail. And I'm the only son of a gun that's left to tell the tale. Oh, the ERIA was a-rising, and the gin was a-getting low. And I scarcely think we'll get a drink till we get to Buffalo. Till we get to Buffalo.
And that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Easy, Joe. Easy. Can't help it. I gotta get you out of sight. Oh, I think we lost him. Doubling back. Yeah. Now, let's see. Now, Joe. There's no use fooling with it, Joe. You just hold still. Oh, that dirty Marshal. I ain't gonna make it. Sure you will, Red. I gotta clean it out some, though. No, just let it be. Now, a little water ain't gonna hurt you. Please, Joe. You hang on now. This ain't no time to quit. We got a chance. We got a way. Not me. That Marshal fix me. Don't you worry none about that Marshal. He ain't finding us now. You get him for me, Joe. You're going to be able to get him for yourself, Red. All you need's a little rest. Joe? You get him. Red, don't die on me now. We got off. You give up chasing us. Red? All right, Red. All right, I'll get him. If I don't do nothing else, I'll get that Marshal. I tell you, Kitty, I don't know whether to put salt on that feather or to shoot it.
What? What are you talking about, Doc?
That feather in your hat. Oh, every time you turn your head, it nearly puts my eye out.
Oh, for heaven's sake. If you think this one's bad, look at the one in Jonas's store window.
Well, if you were wearing that one, a man would have to get right off the boardwalk.
Well, with some of them, that wouldn't be such a bad idea.
You may be right, at that.
President's company accepted, of course.
Oh, no, never mind the soft soap, kid.
Well, you know, any girl would be proud to be seen walking down Front Street with you.
Oh, sure,
Hey,
yeah.
oh, look. Just riding into town.
What's Matt?
Yeah.
About time you get back. Matt! Oh, Matt.
Howdy, stranger.
What's been keeping you? Say, Matt!
Matt!
Oh, honey, that's a funny thing, isn't it?
He didn't even answer.
Oh, the grumpy old goat. He couldn't help hearing us.
That's not like him, Doc.
No, Kitty, it isn't. I think I'll walk over and have a talk with him.
Yeah, Doc, I wish you would. Oh, Doc?
Yes, Kitty?
You let me know if you need anything, huh?
Oh, sure, Kitty, yes, sir. I'll do that.
Dillon, you should at least ought to let me take your boots off anyway.
Don't bother me, Chester.
I ain't wanting to bother you, man, but you won't rest near as good laying there with your boots on.
Will you just never mind?
It's just that I'm trying to make you more comfortable.
Get out of here and let me go to sleep, will you?
All right. Well, the man just too ornery to know how to rest proper, then just ain't nothing I can do about it. Hello, Doc. Matt back there? He's back there, all right, but he ain't worth seeing. What do you mean? Well, he's just plain out of sorts, for one thing. Oh, that's nothing new. What else ails him? Well, he ain't acting like he's got good sense. Trying to go to sleep after a 4-day ride without even taking his boots off. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. I sure do wish you would.
I thought I told you to... Oh, sure, Doc. Listen, will you come back later, please?
I'll just be a minute.
Just want to get some sleep.
Open your mouth.
What? What do you want?
Let me see your tongue. All right, now. Give me your hand.
Oh, Doc.
Give it to me. I want to take your pulse. Chester? What? Get me some water. All right, Doc.
Old woman. Can't let a man get his sleep.
I'll let you get it in a minute, man. In fact, you're going to sleep much better. Here you are, Doc. Here's the water. Thank you, Chester. Here you are, Matt. Take this.
Oh, Doc, I don't want to
take it. It's just a powder to chase away what's left of the fever you've had. So go ahead, Matt, and take it. Here.
Tomfool notion.
Matt didn't kill you, did it?
Now, will you get out of here?
Oh, sure, man, sure. And you'll thank me when you wake up.
Will you get out of here?
I don't know why they'd choose a U.S. Marshal who acts so much like a mule. Hey, Doc, is Mr. Dillon really sick? Yeah, I think the worst of it is over, but he probably had a pretty bad touch of fever on the trail. No wonder he's worn out. Well, ain't there something I can do for him? Oh, I don't think so, Chester. He needs sleep more than I. Yeah, but, Doc, you know I ain't so bad at taking care of sick folks. I know, but I don't think Matt's going to need any of your expert nursing. Well, it just don't seem right. There ain't nothing I can do. Matt's right, Chester. You are like an old woman. Well, I'm just trying to help. Well, if you want to help so much, why don't you pick up his things for him? Look, he sure did spread them around, didn't he? Oh, it looks like a pigsty in here. He just throwed his stuff down as he walked through. Look, saddlebag, bedroll. Yeah. Oh, that's fine. That's good, Chester. You can fix them all up for him. Doc, just look at there. Wait, just take a look at his gun. Well, he just dropped the belt in the corner there. Yeah, I see. That looks like it's been in the mud. It sure does. Now, that ain't like Mr. Dillon. No, it isn't, but I don't think he's been feeling much like himself for the last 2 or 3 days. Sir, I just don't understand how his gun could get this way, Doc. Look. I don't know, Chester. Maybe he fell off his horse. With a fever, he would have been giddy. There's no question about that. Well, I'm just obliged to clean it for him. All right. That's good, Chester. Yes. Now, there's something you can do, at least. Chester, you want to watch out for one thing. What's that? Well, you want to be sure and take the cartridges out of that gun before you clean it. Well, now, I don't think Matt would take too kindly to the idea of your using his gun to blow your brains out with. Of course I'll take them out. I haven't started to clean it yet, you know. There. You can see for yourself. Oh, well, now, I must say that I'm relieved about that. Well, any fool would know that. Well, I'm glad to hear it, yes. Well, Chester, I'll see you later. Don't buy any wooden bullets. Of course I won't buy no wooden bullets.
I swear a body don't get credit for no sense at all.
Mister?
Come in and shut the door, boy. There ain't room for no more flies in here.
This here's the marshal's office?
Yes, this here's the marshal's office. You can't see Mr. Dillon, though.
I came to see Chester. You him?
I'm Chester. What do you want?
I'm to fetch you.
Fetch me where?
Doc says you're to come.
Doc? Oh, that can't be so. It ain't been 5 minutes since he was right here.
You're to come right away.
Are you sure about that? Seems like Doc would have told me himself.
Down to the corner. Josh Prentice broke his leg.
Well, I can't do nothing about that.
Doc wants you to help hold him down whilst he sets it.
Oh, well, all right. Come right along. Wait. I better look and see if Mr. Dillon needs anything first. Dead to the world. All right, boy. No. Wait a minute. Better put Mr. Dillon's gun back for him. I declare it keeps the body busy just remembering all his chores and duties around here much less than doing. Well, come on, boy. We can't keep Doc waiting.
Barkeep. You're right, man. Oh, Bill Bear. I ain't seen you in a month of Sundays.
Howdy, Sam. It don't look like I've missed much.
We don't change a lot, and that's the truth. Whiskey?
Same old Portland.
Okay.
Thanks.
You sitting in on the poker game? Old Dolph would be glad to see you again.
I reckon he would. No, not tonight, Sam. I figured Dodge is a good place to be shut of tonight.
What do you mean?
I don't want to be around when Joe Lime cuts loose.
Joe Lime? Why, he must be 100 miles from here.
Not now, he ain't. I've seen him.
Matt Dillon chased him and his brother out of here after that holdup last week. You must have seen somebody else.
Oh, Matt Dillon chased him all right, and he killed Red. That's why Joe's back to get Matt.
You sure?
I'm sure. He's down at the livery stable tending to a lame horse. He's telling it right out plain he's out to get the marshal. So I think I'll ride right on through.
Well,
if I'm going to catch a bullet, I don't want it to be one that was meant for somebody else. So long, Sam.
So long, Bill.
Sam,
yeah, Miss Kitty.
was that man talking about Joe Lime? Did he say he's back in Dodge?
He sure did, Miss Kitty. He said he's down at the livery stable and he's out to get the marshal.
Oh, somebody ought to tell Matt.
You want me to send somebody?
No, Sam, thanks. I'll go myself. Chester, we gotta wake Matt. Chester. Oh, dear. Matt, wake up. Come on, Matt. Wake up. Oh, water. I need some water. Sorry, Matt, I gotta do it. Matt!
What?
Now, Matt, you've got to get up.
Well, what is it, Kitty?
It's Joe Lime, Matt. He's in Dodge to get you.
Huh?
Joe Lyman.
Yeah.
He can't be. I lost him halfway to the border. All right, Kitty, will you go?
Matt, it's true. You killed his brother. He's after you.
Are you sure?
Bill Burr saw him just a few minutes ago.
Oh, where?
He was at the livery stable.
All right, Kitty. I guess I better go over there.
Well, wait till I fix you some coffee. You need your eyes wider open than that.
Oh, never mind. Just hand me that gun belt.
Here.
Oh, thanks, Kitty. I'll see you later.
Matt, are you sure you're all right?
I better be all right.
Well, now, all right, Josh. That's all there is to it.
Well, thanks, Doc.
I'll get somebody to drive you out home.
Well, now, Doc, I'm going to be able to use the leg all right again?
Of course you are, Josh. Sure. Probably be better than ever after I've worked on it.
I guess you're right, Doc.
All right, now, a couple of you boys, give Josh a hand over to his wagon.
Yeah, thanks again, Doc. Go ahead, boy.
Now, is that all you need me for, Doc? Yes, Chester, I guess so. You were a great help.
Well, I should be getting on back to the office.
Sure. Oh, I forgot. Yes, you were in the middle of a mighty important job, weren't you now? Cleaning that gun.
Oh, I finished that, Doc. You sure don't give me credit for having much sense, do you? Telling me to be sure and take the cartridges out.
Well, you better get the gun back to where Matt left it. He might catch cold if he got up and started wandering around without wearing it.
You don't think I'd go off and leave Mr. Dillon's gun where he couldn't find it, do you?
Well, I don't know, Chester.
I put it right where he can see it.
He's all right, Chester, all right.
Yeah. Oh.
Huh?
Oh, my.
What's the matter?
I got to get back there right away.
Well, what is it? You figured the coffee's going to boil over?
No, Doc. I clean forgot to put them cartridges back in Mr. Dillon's gun.
Out of tune? If you're irregular due to lack of bulk, help yourself get back in tune with Kellogg's All Brand. You'll feel right on pitch when Kellogg's All Brand gentles away irregularity the natural way. So fight constipation as millions do with good-tasting Kellogg's All Brand. ALL-BRAN. Kellogg's All Brand. And for all you All Brand users who are also flower fanciers, here's good news. Kellogg's All Brand again is offering beautiful rose bushes, including formerly patented gold medal winners, in a choice of 5 colors. For each rose bush, just mail 50 cents with a box top from a package of Kellogg's All Brand to Queen of the Garden Roses, Box 974, Tyler, Texas. See the back of specially marked packages of Kellogg's All Brand today for full details.
Marshal? Hello, Moss.
I thought I ought to tell you, Marshal.
Joe Lyme's still in the stable?
He's there, all right, and talking awful mean. Almost crazy about you killing his brother.
Yeah.
I just don't believe I'd go in there, Marshal.
And I gotta get him.
I just thought I ought to tell you.
Thanks, Moss. You stay out of the way.
Yes, sir. I believe I will.
Lime. Joe Lime. Come out of there.
I've been waiting for you, Marshal. Ain't you going to shoot back, Marshal?
I gotta see him first. It'll be better for you if you come out, Lime.
You come and get me, lawman. You just come and get me.
All right, I'm coming.
Look out for the loft, Marshal. He might have got up into the loft.
Yeah.
sure look big and brave diving into that stall, lawman.
Come on down, Lime.
Big and brave, like when you shot Red. All right, lawman. I'm ready for your move. Come on. If you're even going to try to get me, you're not worth a single shot. You better make your move, Marshal. I ain't going to wait up here forever. Come on, move, or I'll move you out. Move, lawman.
Give up, Lime. Come on down.
You come get me.
I don't have to. I've been counting the shots. Your gun's empty. That's your last chance. Come on down.
I'm coming down, all right. Let go of your gun, lawman. I'll stomp you till you do. That's better. I got your gun. I got you, too. Now just stand still. Don't try nothing foolish. I ain't gonna kill you easy, Marshal. I'm gonna kill you slow. A little bit at a time. You got anything to say now, lawman?
Not to you.
Maybe you will after this. Why, don't shoot. It's got to shoot.
It's not gonna shoot, Lime. You're through.
Not hardly. I can still break you in bits.
Stand right where you are. You make one move and I'll blow you in two.
Chester.
Mr. Dillon, you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. You keep him covered with that shotgun.
Yes, sir. I got him covered real good. I come down here with the gun as soon as I remembered.
Remembered what?
Then I forgot to put them bullets back in your gun when I cleaned it.
You forgot to put the bullets back?
Yes, sir. Your gun was empty. Lord of mercy, you could have been killed, all thanks to me.
Yeah, I could have been killed. I would have been, too, Chester. If you had put the bullets back.
You mean an empty gun saved your life? I just don't rightly understand, Mr. Dillon.
I'll tell you about it sometime when I'm loading my own gun. All right, Lime. Jail's that way. I get going.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you Mr. John Lund in The Man in the Room, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Harlow, what's the best bait to use for bass?
I don't know, Hap. Better ask an ichthyologist.
An ichthyologist?
An ichthyologist, an expert on fish. When I need information, I believe in going to an expert.
That go for spark plug information, too?
Sure. And who knows more about the best spark plugs for your car than Autolite ignition engineers, the men who design and build complete ignition systems, used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars.
You mean they know how to build into spark plugs the best in quick starting, smooth performance, and gas mileage, eh, Harlow?
Of course, Hap. That's what's made Autolite the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. And it was Autolite engineering know-how that made possible the development of the Autolite resistor spark plug, one of the greatest advances in spark plug design for automotive use in the past 20 years. So, friends, see your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer tomorrow. Have him replace worn-out spark plugs with world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Whether you choose the resistor type or the regular type, you'll be right, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with The Man in the Room and the performance of John Lund, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
When I was 10,
I first read Edgar Allan Poe's story of the miraculous room. The room whose terrible walls closed slowly in upon their prisoner. Made a deep impression upon me. My most persistent nightmare was that I was the poor devil in the story. I didn't know then that he had been impressed by it, too, and that someday I would actually be the man in the room. Excuse me. Can you tell me what floor Miss Markham is on?
Miss Markham? What do you want with her?
Why, I want her to do some work for me. She does typing, doesn't she?
Mm-hmm. 3rd floor. Step in.
Thank you.
You're a writer?
Yes.
What do you write?
Stories, mostly.
Mm-hmm. Sell 'em?
Occasionally.
Mm-hmm. She's down at the end of the hall, where you see the door open.
Thank you very much.
Oh, come in, please.
Thank you. Miss Markham?
That's right. What can I do for you?
I saw your ad in the paper. I thought perhaps you could do some work for me.
Oh, yes, of course. What is it? Typing? Mimeography?
Typing. Manuscript.
You're a writer?
Yes.
Oh. Would you shut the door, please?
Oh, yes, of course.
Thank you. You'll find that I do absolutely perfect work, and at the most reasonable rates. I've had many years of experience, although not in this city. I've just recently moved here. Will you have much for me to do?
Well, that depends. Frankly, Miss Markham, the price is a factor with me. You see, I'm a freelance writer, and at best, that's a precarious occupation.
I see. Well, is 30 cents a page too much?
Why?
25?
I was about to say that 30 seemed extremely reasonable.
Well, I've already said 25, so we'll leave it at that.
You're very kind.
Not at all. Excuse me, please.
Was that the elevator man running down the hall?
Well, no, I didn't see anyone. It's been a lovely day, hasn't it?
Yes. Yes, it has.
I think the weather is so perfect here. I know I'm going to love this city. It's so difficult coming to a new place and trying to establish oneself, especially so late in life. But I think things are going to work out fine.
I hope so.
Would you like to leave your manuscript now?
Yes, here it is.
Oh, thank you. Yes, 40 pages. I'll have that ready for you day after tomorrow.
Oh, that'll be fine. I'll come back and pick it up then. I left the office and rang for the elevator. The old man who ran it didn't speak to me on the way down, but I stood in the back of the car and looked him over carefully. He was a funny little old duck, almost dwarf-sized, with shoulders so rounded he was nearly humpbacked. I was sure he was the one who had been listening at the door upstairs. But, after all, it was none of my affair. 2 days later, I returned to the old office building to pick up my manuscript.
You come to pick up your typing?
Yes.
Here it is. She left it for you.
Oh. Well, I've got to go up anyway. I have some more work for Miss Markham.
I'll take it. She don't want to be disturbed.
Well,
Just give it here.
All right. I gave him the manuscript and left. Several days later, when I returned, he had the completed work ready for me, down on the first floor. That's the way it went on the other occasions when I had typing for Miss Markham to do. The old man took it from me downstairs and had it ready for me when I returned. There was always a reason for me not to go upstairs. Miss Markham was working and didn't want to be disturbed. Or she just left for lunch. Or she wasn't down that day because of illness. One day, when I came to pick up some material, the elevator was not down on the first floor, and my curiosity got the better of me. Instead of ringing, I took the stairs and walked up to the 3rd floor.
Oh, it's you.
Where's Miss Markham?
She ain't here. You can see she ain't.
Yes. Are you typing?
Sure. I help her out sometimes. She's sick today.
Oh, I see.
I just finished your story.
That's fine.
It won't sell, though.
What?
I say it won't sell. It's clumsy.
Oh, you think so?
Yes. It's all hodgepodge. You write too fast.
Well, I'm sorry you don't like it, but if you'll just put it together, I'll send it off anyway.
All right. But it won't sell.
That night at home, I'd been working for hours on a plot for a mystery story and was having absolutely no luck. I simply couldn't concentrate. Then I had a thought. How would it be to use Miss Markham and the elevator man as the basis for a story? Just take the situation as it stood now and fabricate the rest of the plot from there. Let's see. The old man could have murdered her and hidden the body. Possibly he'd done it immediately after I'd seen her last, and she'd been dead all this time. I even made up a fine name for the elevator man. I called him Gracklin. But for the life of me, I couldn't build a story. Why had he killed her? What had he done with the body? The plot wouldn't move. And yet somehow I couldn't discard it and try another. I knew that I was stuck with it until I worked it out. Well, how about the reality? What had happened to Miss Markham? Why hadn't I seen her for over 2 weeks? The only thing to do, I decided, was to find out more about the real situation. Perhaps I could evolve something from that.
Hello?
Hello, George? Bert.
Oh, how are you, Bertie, old boy?
Fine. Listen, George, who does your typing?
My typing? Why, Harrison Lewis.
Oh, yes, at 50 cents a page. I forgot you were rich.
Why?
Well, I thought perhaps you'd seen the same ad in the paper that I did. A Miss Markham. She's been doing some work for me.
Markham? No, I didn't see it. Well, why? Is she any good?
Oh, yes, she's very good.
Well, what does she charge?
30 cents a page.
Hey, that is cheap. Maybe I'll switch. Where's she located?
202 West Olive. Why don't you go up and see her anyway? Let me know what she says.
All right, I'll go in the morning.
Fine. Goodbye, George. The next morning, I called information and got Miss Markham's office number. It was not yet listed in the directory. I called the number, somehow knowing there would be no answer.
Hello?
Oh, hello. Miss Markham?
Yes?
Well, this is Mr. Freeland. I heard you were ill yesterday. Just thought I'd call and see how you were.
Oh, that's very nice of you. Thank you very much. I'm feeling much better today.
Oh, I'm glad. I expect to have some more work for you at the end of the week.
All right. Just bring it in.
I will. And, oh, yes, Miss Markham, I haven't received a bill from you yet. Would you send one soon?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Goodbye, Miss Markham.
Goodbye.
I hung up thinking, well, there goes my plot into a cocked hat. I realized then that I had begun to believe something had happened to Miss Markham. Talked myself into it, I guess. Confused the fiction with the reality. But just because she was alive and well, that was no reason why I couldn't still build a good story from the same idea. Now, let's see. Gracklin had killed Miss Markham and hidden the body. But when I called up, she answered. No, I couldn't use that. But wait a minute. Why couldn't I? Why, certainly, there was the twist. Sure. Gracklin gets another woman to impersonate Miss Markham. The only ones he'd have to worry about would be the people who had seen the first Miss Markham. Well, that's the way my story would go anyway. I sat down at my typewriter and made it sing for a couple of hours. The story was coming along fine. Only thing I needed was some background on Gracklin. Well, nothing like the source. At about 4:30 that afternoon, I was down on West Olive Street near the 202 building. At about 5, Gracklin came out and started up the street. He got on a bus, so I looked around for a cab. Cabby, you taken?
Nah, hop in.
Good. Listen, follow that bus, but not too close. I'll tell you when to stop.
Okay.
He stayed on that bus all the way to the end of the line. I got out of the cab about a block before the final bus stop and saw the old man get off. It was almost prairie here.
large vacant lots and only a few scattered houses. He entered one of them. After about 20 minutes, when it was getting dark, I walked slowly up to the place. There was a light around and back, and I went quietly along the side of the house to the window. I looked in. There sat Gracklin, bent over a table, writing with a quill pen. But it was the room that surprised me. The walls were filled from floor to ceiling with books, heavy, scholarly books. And then I saw it. On a smaller table against the wall stood her picture. She was younger in the photo and prettier, but it was unmistakably she. Miss Markham. Autolite is bringing you Mr. John Lund in The Man in the Room. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Harlow, do ichthyologists and zoologists have anything in common?
Well, in a way, Hap, you see, any kind of an ologist is an expert in his field.
Well, I guess that makes you a spark plugologist, hey, Wilcox?
Well, not exactly. I'm more of a gabologist. The real experts are the Autolite ignition engineers. They design and build complete ignition systems for use as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. So naturally, they've built spark plugs that will work as a team with the ignition systems. Spark plugs that are unexcelled for quick starting, smooth performance, and gas mileage.
Sounds logical.
Of course. And these same Autolite engineers developed the famous Autolite resistor spark plug, one of the greatest advances in spark plug design for automotive use in the past 20 years.
They're experts, all right, Harlow.
So, friends, see your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer tomorrow. Have him replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Whether you choose the resistor type or the regular type, you can't buy a better spark plug for your car because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star, John Lund, in The Man in the Room, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. In the next morning's mail was her bill, but there was a mistake. She'd charged me 40 cents a page. So I put on my coat and started downtown. As I walked up Olive Street, I wondered if Gracklin would let me up to see Miss Markham. If it were in my story, he couldn't, because I'd immediately recognize her as another woman. 3, please.
Watch your step.
Miss Markham is in today?
Yep.
You know, I haven't seen her for some time. She's always been out or sick or something.
That's so?
Certainly it's so. You were the one who kept telling me.
Oh. Well, I can't remember everybody who comes in here.
Oh, I shouldn't think it would be too hard. I'll bet not over 10 people a day come in here. This is the most deserted office building I've ever seen.
Well, sometimes it is a little quiet. You know where it is?
Yes.
Come in.
Miss Markham. You are Miss Markham.
Yes, of course. Why?
Oh, no reason. I'm a little confused. Been writing too much lately, I guess.
Oh.
Well, the reason I came down is because of your bill.
There's a mistake.
But don't you remember you said you were going to charge me 25 cents a page? But your bill says 40.
Oh, yes, I do remember now. That's right, 25. The error is mine. I'll change it. I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, that's all right. I wasn't worried about it. If you'd like to refigure it, I can leave you a check right now.
Do you possibly have the cash?
Well, let's see. Yes, I think I do. Would you prefer that?
If you don't mind.
I paid the bill and went home. Back to my story. My story that had turned out to be pure fiction after all. Miss Markham was alive and well and back in her office, looking just as she had the first time I saw her. Well, I had used all of the real situation I could, and from now on I was operating on pure imagination. Let's see. Hey, wait a minute. Just because she looks the same doesn't mean she's the same woman. She was a twin, see? The first Miss Markham's twin sister, and Gracklin was, their brother. Why had he killed the first Miss Markham? Well, for money, her life savings. That was always a good motive. And the twin sister was in on it and would split with him. Fine. I rattled off the story, and the next morning brought it in to be typed.
Good morning, Mr. Freeland.
Good morning, Miss Markham. Got another story for you.
Oh? Well, I'm not sure that I can start on anything right now. I'm closing up the office, you know.
Oh?
Oh, yes, this climate doesn't agree with me at all. As a matter of fact, I never did like city life.
You've evidently changed your mind about things.
I beg your pardon?
Remember the first day you came up here? You were telling me how well you liked our city and the weather?
Oh, yes. Well, you can always depend on a woman, can't you?
Yeah, I guess so. I really wish you could finish this story for me. It's not very long.
Oh?
Only about 28 pages.
I see. Well, perhaps I can rush it out. I sort of feel that I owe you something anyway.
Why?
For being so nice about that mistake I made on your bill.
Oh, that was nothing.
Well, leave the manuscript here, and I'll try to have it done by tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow's my last day. Come in about 2 o'clock.
Right. And thanks a lot, Miss Markham. The next day was Saturday. And if the building had seemed deserted on other days, it had really been a beehive compared to 2 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. Now it was a morgue. When I entered Miss Markham's office, she was standing there holding a sheaf of papers.
Mr. Freeland, where did you ever get the idea for that story?
Oh, well, I hope it didn't disturb you, but I was desperate for a plot, and I guess I just let my imagination run wild.
I see. Well, I'll just put it in an envelope.
Thank you. And I'll pay you now because I probably won't see you again.
That's right. You probably won't. Well, I guess I'll just say goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Markham, and good luck.
Thank you. And the same to you.
Gracklin was waiting for me there on the 3rd floor. He had probably just stayed there while I was in the office. I got in the elevator, and he closed the door.
Get your story, Mr. Freeland?
Huh? Oh, yes. Yes, I did.
Not a bad story. Miss Markham let me read it.
Oh?
But it needs rewriting.
Oh, is that so?
Yes. Like I told you before, Mr. Freeland, you write too fast. You aren't careful enough with reality.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, now that part about hiding the body in the elevator shaft, for instance, you almost had a good thing there, but I could tell you've never been in an elevator shaft. Have you?
Why, no. You've passed the 1st floor.
Let's go down a bit. I'd like to show you something. This is the basement.
Yes, I see.
You notice how the air gets closer as you go down? It's little touches like that that make a story real.
Yeah.
Sub-basement. Mr. Freeland, would you like to see what an elevator shaft looks like?
Well,
Come on, it's very interesting, especially for a writer.
All right.
Fine, follow me. Now, we'll just go down these stairs on your left. There's only a few of them, but they're kind of dark. Be careful.
I will.
Wouldn't want you to fall. Now, we go through this little steel door. After you, Mr. Freeland.
Thank you.
See, this is what the bottom of an elevator shaft looks like.
Yes, it is interesting.
You could make all kinds of noise down here and no one would know.
Well.
Now, about your story. You had Gracklin, bury the woman in the floor of the shaft. Now, that would never do.
No?
No. If you dug a grave down here, the inspector would find it in a minute.
Oh.
Yes. The inspector's very sharp. Very sharp. But in the wall.
The wall?
Yes. See those bricks? Now, If I go to exactly the right place, look, I can pull several of them right out. And after I've got all the loose ones out, there's a regular cavity been dug out behind them. Come here. Look for yourself.
Miss Markham!
Yes. See how snugly she fits in there? I spent a long time digging that hole.
She's dead. You killed her.
Yes. Didn't you really know? I'll just put these bricks back now. You had some of the things quite right. The woman upstairs is Millie, her twin sister. This one's name is Dorothy. I married Dorothy, but I should have married Millie. You see, Mr. Freeland, I am a writer, too. More than a writer, a poet. But I didn't sell anything, and Dorothy lost faith in me. She typed stories for hacks like yourself, while I had to turn to running an elevator. She caused me to lose faith in myself. Finally, Dorothy left me and came here. I followed her and got a job in the same building. At last, I did what I'd wanted to do for years. I killed her. When I told Millie, she said I'd done quite right, and she came here to help me.
You're insane.
No, Mr. Freeland. I am a poet.
I'm getting out of here.
No, I don't think you are, Mr. Freeland. Are you surprised how strong I am? I've done many things in my time, even lifted weights in a circus.
You madman.
No, don't try to get up, Mr. Freeland, or I'll just have to knock you down again. You see, I've got something quite interesting in store for you. You remember Edgar Allan Poe's wonderful story about the man in the room that got smaller and smaller until it would crush the life out of him?
What are you talking about?
There, Mr. Freeland, I have such a room. You're in it now. The walls won't move, but the ceiling will. Look above you. Most elevators won't go all the way to the bottom of the shaft, but this one will. I fixed it.
Get out of my way, you lunatic!
I warned you, Mr. Freeland!
He hit me a crushing blow, and I dropped to the ground, stunned.
And you were wrong on my name. It's Al Jones.
Then he jumped out of the door and slammed it shut. I staggered to it, but there was no knob or latch of any kind on the inside. It was smooth and flush with the wall. I heard his footsteps running up the stairs. Then I heard them above me, in the elevator. Then came a sound that drove me to panic. Racklin! Stop! You'll never get away with 2 murders. You'll go to the electric chair. Racklin! Listen. I won't tell anybody about Miss Markham. I'll tear up the story. Racklin! I sank to my knees till it came on. Then I fell flat on my face, and still it came closer and closer, only inches away now. Desperately, I flung out my arms to flatten myself close to the ground, and my hand touched the bricks of the wall, found one of the loose ones. Without knowing what I was doing, I clawed at the loose brick and pulled it out a little. Then, miraculously, the elevator hung suspended. The side of it caught on the brick. I knew it wouldn't be stopped for long. Already the side of the elevator was grinding into the brick, and in a moment it would break it and come pressing down upon me like an ant. But then I heard a new sound. The elevator stopped crushing into the brick now and hung motionless. He'd evidently shut off the power. He was trying to make up his mind what to do. Suddenly, the elevator lifted. I saw it going up and up, away from me. And then, I don't remember. I must have fainted. The next thing I knew, 2 policemen were holding me up, asking me questions. I told them something of what had happened, and then I asked them about the elevator man.
Oh, him? Well, we sent him off in the wagon. It was a funny thing. You see, there was this guy from some publisher, I think he was. Came here to tell this elevator guy they'd won some big poetry contest. Well, this fellow from the publisher waited around upstairs and finally started pressing the buzzer. When the elevator came up, the old man jumped out, knocked the publisher guy down, and then went running out into the street. That's when we got him. After we sent him off, we came back to investigate. We found you.
Really? Really? Well, that's about all there was to it. Except that old Dracklin really was a pretty good writer, I guess.
Because I made the changes he suggested. And you know what? I sold the story.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. John Lund.
Hello. Got another poem for you.
Okay.
Harlow Wilcox, the car owner's delight, awoke one night from a deep dream of...
Autolite. But let's be more specific, Hap. I dreamed that every car in America was equipped with world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. And you know, spark plugs are only one of more than 400 products made by Autolite for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Spark plugs, batteries, generators, coils, distributors, electric windshield wipers, starting motors, bullseye sealed beam headlights. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, our star will be Miss Claire Trevor. The play is called Angel Face, and it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Man in the Room is an original play written for radio by William Idelson and Mary Castle. John Lund is currently being co-starred with Barbara Stanwyck in the Paramount picture No Man of Her Own. In the coming weeks, you will hear such stars as Charles Boyer, Edward G. Robinson, Jack Carson, and Dennis O'Keefe. And don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Claire Trevor.
You can buy world-famous Autolite resistor or regular spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
In spite of better food supplies, millions are still starving in Europe and Japan. The need is particularly acute in Free Berlin. Send your contributions to CARE, C-A-R-E, New York. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is your narrator, the Man in Black, again about to introduce tonight's Columbia program, Suspense. The story is The Pit and the Pendulum by Edgar Allan Poe, the adaptation by John Dixon Carr. Our guest is the distinguished American actor, Mr. Henry Hull, who plays the part of a prisoner of the Spanish Inquisition. If you've been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery, suspicion, and dangerous adventure, to hold you in a precarious situation and withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so it is with The Pit and the Pendulum and Mr. Hull's performance. We again hope to keep you in suspense. And now, The Pit and the Pendulum. I was sick. Sick unto death with that long agony. And when at length they unbound me and I was permitted to sit, I felt that my senses were leaving me. The sound of the inquisitorial voices seemed merged in one dreamy, indeterminate hum. Yet, for a while, I saw, but without terrible an exaggeration, I saw the soft and nearly imperceptible waving of the sable draperies on the walls of the room. I saw the flames of the 7 tall candles which burned on the table. I saw the lips of the black hooded judges, and these lips appeared to me white as paper, white as horror. I saw them writhe with a deadly locution. I saw them fashion the syllables of my name.
Jean d'Albret, Captain Jean d'Albret.
Good fathers, gentlemen.
We hear you, my son.
I am very weak and infirm. I've been confined for many months in a dungeon. I've been tormented by nightmares.
Conscience, one trusts. Pray silence, Fra Antonio.
Even now, I have no knowledge of where I am or to whom I may be speaking.
You are speaking to me, my son. I am Fra Pedro de Espela, prior of the Dominicans of Segovia and Grand Inquisitor of all Spain.
Is this the court of the Inquisition?
It is.
Oh, then God help me.
He will help you, my son, if you trust him.
But I am a French officer.
That is true. A soldier and creature of the arch-fiend Napoleon Bonaparte.
But a French officer nonetheless. A prisoner of war. By what right do you try me in this court?
Let the clerk read the charges against this prisoner. Pray silence while the clerk reads the charges.
The charges against the prisoner are as follows. Imprimis, that he is one Jean d'Albret, a captain of artillery in the army of Bonaparte, so-called Emperor of the French.
This means nothing, as the prisoner says. It is no crime. Proceed.
Item, that on the 4th day of September in the year of our Lord 1808, that said Jean d'Albret did wed, espouse, and marry the most noble lady, the Doña Beatriz Valdez, niece of and ward of the illustrious...
One moment.
Your Excellency spoke.
Fra Antonio, was any cheat employed to trap this girl into marriage against her will?
No, we have no actual evidence of any cheat.
Was the girl of age?
I believe so.
Then wherefore is the prisoner here? This marriage was a deplorable thing, if you like. Bonaparte himself is almost at the gates of Madrid. His general, Lasalle, menaces our city of Toledo itself. But lawful marriage, however regrettable, is no sin or crime.
There are other matters in the indictment, I think.
Then continue, but give us nothing that is not material.
Item, that on the 12th of October, 1808, the said Jean d'Albret, being in command of a 5-gun battery of light artillery, did direct the fire of his guns against the Holy Church of St. Martha the Innocent.
What?
And thereby of his wicked malice destroyed that church utterly.
Captain d'Albret, is this charge true?
It is, yes.
You admit it?
Good father, hear what I have to say. The church blew up, I think.
Would you boast of your sin, young man?
It blew up because it was stored with kegs of gunpowder for your army. I had every right to fire on it.
And that is all the defense you have to make?
I tell you, I had every right to fire on it by military law.
Is military law above God's law?
I don't know. I did my duty, that's all. Long live the Emperor!
Captain d'Albret, mark what I say. No man, however great his heresy, is ever condemned to be burnt in the fire.
Fire?
The fire.
If he first recant and acknowledge the error of his ways. But for you, Jean d'Albret, there can be no mercy, no pity, no atonement. The only sentence of this court can be death.
Death?
Yes. The secular or government arm to which we must release you has devised 2 ways of punishment in cases such as yours. You hear the tolling of the bell?
I hear them.
It is the procession of the condemned going to the auto da fe.
Soon the yellow light of the flames will stream through the windows and flicker on floor and ceiling.
Nunc et in hora mortis intuis manibus Domine. Most of those condemned out of mercy will be strangled before they are burned. It cannot be so with you, Jean d'Albret. You must die in one of 2 ways. either with the direst of physical agony.
A slow fire of green wood, iced bandages about the head and the heart, so that the fire does not approach too quickly.
Or else, Jean d'Albret, you must die in a certain other way.
Have done with this. Pass your sentence and let me go.
The law does not permit me to tell you now what this other way is. The sentence of this court, therefore.
I had swooned. Yet still, I would not say that all of consciousness was lost. In the deepest slumber, no. In delirium, no. In a swoon, no. In death, no. Even in the grave, all is not lost. There are shadows of memory which tell us indistinctly of tall figures that lifted me and bore me in silence down, still down, until a hideous dizziness oppressed me at that descent into the earth. Then, as consciousness swam back to my wits, darkness, a stone floor, and darkness.
Oh, Beatrice. Beatrice, my wife, Beatrice.
Did you call me, Jean?
Beatrice, was that you who spoke?
Yes, Jean.
You here in the dungeons of the Inquisition.
I am not really speaking to you, my poor Jean. I am only in your imagination.
Am I mad, then?
No. But your brain is fevered. You only think you hear me.
No, I do. I hear you clearly. As clearly as I once heard you.
In the little church near the Ebro where we were married.
Yes. I destroyed that church, Beatrice. I had to. It was my commanding officer's order.
I know, Jean. Be comforted. There are those who care.
You won't leave me.
As long as I am in your heart, I shall be here.
I was strong once. Now I am weak. Once I was reckless. Now I'm afraid. What am I, Beatrice? What are they going to do to me?
I cannot tell. Remember, my voice comes only from your own brain. Are you fettered?
Fettered? No.
They've not chained you to the wall?
No. They've taken away my uniform. They've given me sandals and a robe of what feels like coarse serge, but I'm still free. Free.
Take courage, Jean.
Free. And in the grasp of the Inquisition. Beatrice.
Yes, Jean.
It's completely dark. There's hardly any air. I dread to get up. I dread to stretch out my hand. Suppose they've buried me alive.
Courage. Can you stand up?
I think so, yes.
Then walk. Walk as far as you can. Measure the limit of the cell. If this is not a tomb...
You're right, Beatrice, as always. I'll try.
Are you on your feet?
Yes, now pray. Pray for a poor devil who always meant well. 1 pace, 2 paces, 3, 4.
You are very weak, Jean. Rest a moment.
Where are you now, Beatrice? In the flesh, I mean.
You know that, Jean. In the old house by the olive grove. Scorned of my people.
Yes, I know it.
Each morning I climb to the hilltop and watch.
Go on.
Sometimes I think I hear gun wheels
Yes.
rumble in the hills.
Yes.
And long-moving columns
Yes.
with the red dust rising about
Go
them.
on, go on!
First come the heavy cavalry in plume-crested helmets.
Yes.
On their flanks, wheeling like hawks, light hussars in blue and scarlet. And behind them, in a glitter of bayonets as vast as light points on the sea, rank upon rank, the long gray coats and the tall bearskin caps.
The old guard and the Grand Army.
It is only a vision, my dear one. They do not come.
Will they ever come, Beatrice?
I cannot tell.
Then I must face what has been prepared for me.
Walk again, Jean. Try. Keep your hand in front of you.
This robe, it impedes me, and the floor is treacherous with slime. But I'll try. 4 paces. 5, 6, 7.
It can't be a tomb.
8, 9.
Look out!
I'm all right. I fell to my knees.
in front of me. It's lower than my face, but I feel nothing.
Nothing, Jean.
It's a pit. A circular pit. And I fell on the very edge of it.
Oh. They would have made you walk into it.
Yes. Oh, there's a loose fragment of rock just inside the edge. If I can dislodge it. Listen.
Water.
There's something down there.
Rats, it may be.
Rats, yes, but something else. I heard it move.
So did I. What is in the pit, Jean?
I don't know.
But you're saved.
Saved, Beatrice. Saved from the Inquisition. My torture has been merely postponed. A deep sleep fell upon me. Sleep like that of death. How long it lasted, I know not. But when I opened my eyes once again, I could see. Yes, see. My prison was large and lofty. Its walls formed of massive iron plates, bolted or joined together. A wild, sulphurous luster, I could not trace its origin, lit up the dungeon, and the circular pit, and the crudely daubed skeleton figures painted in evil colors on the iron walls. Skeleton figures, demon figures, gargoyle figures. Their colors a little blurred, as from the effects of the damp.
It must approach you slowly and force itself into your mind.
It must stalk you like a tiger.
It must bring you face to face at last with the king of terrors.
When I regained consciousness, I lay on my back and at full length on a low framework of wood. To this framework, I was securely bound by a long fastening resembling a surgical bandage. Bound? But why? Why? The bandage passed round and round my body, leaving at liberty only my head and my left arm. With much exertion, I could supply myself with food from an earthen dish on the floor beside me. It was meat, highly seasoned, but there was no water. Beatrice! Beatrice, where are you?
Here, Jean, as always.
Your voice sounds stronger.
Does it, Jean?
And I can see you now. I can see you as clearly as I saw you months ago.
How I wish it were true.
Your bonnet and the parasol you carried in summer, and the high-waisted blue dress.
You are weaker, my dear, and more fevered.
Have I been asleep?
Yes, Jean.
They must have been here while I slept. They have bound me. Why?
Stop those voices! Stop them!
Mine too, Jean. I am not here either, you know. Don't drive me away.
Beatrice, look.
Where?
At the ceiling of this room, 30, 40 feet up. What do you see?
I see painted on the ceiling a figure of Father Time.
Anything else?
But Father Time carries no sign.
No.
He carries instead what looks like a gigantic pendulum from an ancient clock.
About one thing, I swear I'm in my right senses. I saw that pendulum move.
A painting cannot move.
Yet I swear the pendulum did move. It swung a little back and forth, just like a real pendulum.
Try not to trouble your brain.
That pendulum is real. Beatrice, take care.
Take care of what? You're not looking at the pendulum now.
Take care of the rats from the pit.
I see them.
They're swarming out in dozens. You can see their eyes glitter. One of them ran across the hem of your dress.
Did it, Sean?
What did they want?
They caught the scent of the meat in the dish beside you.
But they'll not get it. Go away, you vermin!
Move your hand above the plate, Jean. Move.
Beatrice, where are you going? I can hardly hear you.
You are sending me away, Jean.
I sending you away?
My poor loved one. You can't bear to see the rats running about my feet.
Beatrice! Beatrice!
Yes, it's true. In a cell swarming with vermin. There are others I had rather see here. I'd rather see...
Did you call me Captain Dalbray? Then in spirit I am here.
Who are you?
Don't you recognize me?
No, I do not.
I am that second inquisitor, Fra Antonio, whom you thought unfair at your trial. But we were not unfair. We administer the law. That is all.
Go. I command you, go.
Not until I have first told you what you already guess.
Which is?
There are two forms of death for such as you. One, death with its direst physical torture. The other, death with its direst mental torture.
And I have been condemned to the second?
Your guess is good. Listen. Do you hear anything?
Yes, I do. I hear something.
Turn your eyes upwards. Look at the ceiling.
The pendulum.
Aye, the pendulum.
It's descended.
Only a foot or so, as yet. As you notice, it is not really a pendulum. Its underside is a crescent, formed of razor-sharp steel.
You mean?
A ponderous weight, Captain Dalbray. Its movement is slow now, but soon it will take on momentum. It will swing wider and wider, 30 feet perhaps. Presently, as it swings, you will hear it hiss, and with each broad movement, it will creep a trifle lower.
The steel is directly above me.
Yes, above the region of your heart. Lie still and look up at it.
How long before?
You need have no immediate fear. It will not be too soon.
But how soon?
Who can tell?
In the name of pity, give me some answer.
Hours, perhaps days.
It's beginning to swing wider. I can't take my eyes from it.
Its glitter fascinates you, eh? See how it shines in that wild light.
And this is your utmost refinement in cruelty.
The law, Captain Dalbray, is never cruel. And now, still in spirit, I leave you to your meditations. It will not be too soon. Minutes, hours, days.
Down, steadily down it crept. Days passed. It might have been many days before it swept so closely as to fan me with its morbid breath. Minutes, hours, days. The odor of the sharp steel forced itself into my nostrils. The right, to the left, far and wide. The shriek of a damned spirit. To my heart, with the stealthy pace of a tiger. Down. Certainly, relentlessly down. I prayed. I wearied heaven with my prayer for its more speedy descent. I grew frantically mad and struggled to force myself up against that swinging, glittering death. No avail. Down, still unceasingly, still inevitably down, the sharp steel flashed past within 3 inches of my chest.
Beatrice!
John?
Beatrice, Beatrice, where are you?
I heard you calling, John. I am here.
It is a strange thing, Beatrice. I'm quite calm.
You are resigned, then?
No. That is the strange thing. Even now, I am not resigned.
Is there a way out?
How can there be? 10, 12 more vibrations, and will fray the serge of my robe. Only lightly as a razor in a delicate hand. There will be many sweeps before it bites deep. No, I can't escape it.
You kept me away from you, Jean. You locked me out of your thoughts. If I am here only in your thoughts, why should I fear the rats?
The rats!
You open your eyes and your eyes blaze. What is it?
The rats! Do they still swarm here?
Across the floor and over the meat platter. They have taken nearly all your food.
Yes, of course, they're ravenous, and they have sharp teeth.
Well...
The meat is oily and spiced. If I take what remains of it, scatter, you vermin! And rub that meat from the bandages that hold me here.
Try it, Jean, try.
It may be too late. If I leave my body a fraction of an inch up.
Try it, I tell you, try.
Ah, but look, they scatter as soon as I do try.
But they are watching you. I can see their eyes glitter. They're creeping back.
Can I stand the rats crawling across me? Can the flesh barely...
One of them has leaped on the wooden framework. Another follows. They're gnawing at the bandage.
7, 8 more sweeps of the pendulum.
The bandage, give way.
A little
lie still, Jean, lie still.
10, 12, a dozen rats now. Is death, I wonder, worse than this disgust?
A dozen sharp knives could do no better. The bandage is loosened to ribbons. Now, if you move sideways, carefully, and drop to the floor.
Ah, Beatrice, I can't move. My arms and my legs are numb. There is no power.
The steel has sprayed your robe. A minute more will be too late. Try.
Then, with all the strength that is in me, and all the hate that I bear my enemies...
Free!
A second time. Free!
Jean. The pendulum stops. They are drawing it back up through the roof.
Each move I make is watched. You never doubted.
Yet with all they could do to you, they have failed twice.
They will not fail. No more dallying with the king of terrors.
What else can they do?
I can't say. See how the rats gnaw in silence at that bandage. To what food, I wonder?
But you escaped the pit.
I escaped it once. Listen.
What do you hear?
A groaning. It's a grinding as of metal.
It was only the cogwheels of the pendulum.
I think not, Beatrice.
Why not?
It seemed to come from behind those iron-plated walls. It seems to shake the dungeon as a mill wheel might shake it.
Stand up, my poor Jean. Get up off your knees.
I can't, Beatrice. I can't endure anymore.
The paintings on the walls of this dungeon, the skeletons and imps and devils, they seem different.
They are different. The colors sharpen and grow bright. The demon's eyes glare. The skeleton hands outstretch. Don't you catch even yet the odor of heated iron?
Heated iron?
Beatrice, my darling, I have been much humbled. But I won't have you see me in tears. I order you to go.
Jean, in the name of heaven.
Beatrice.
You're sending me away.
Yes,
Jean.
in the name of heaven. Go.
A suffocating heat pervaded the prison. A deeper glow settled in the painted eyes that glared at me. I could draw no breath of air into my lungs. Against the loom of that fiery destruction, the thought of the pit and its coolness come like a soothing balm. I staggered to the edge of the pit. I looked into it. The enkindled walls and roof lighted it to its depths. Yet for one wild moment, even then, I refused to believe the horror of what I saw beneath me.
Does the pit please you, Captain Dalbury?
Not the pit! Merciful God, anything but that!
And how shall you avoid it? Look.
This dungeon has changed its shape.
That is true. The walls are closing in. It was formerly a square, and now it is
flattening slowly toward the center to force me into the pit.
Of course.
It'll force you along with me.
Again, apparently you must be told, Captain Dalbury, that you are speaking only to your own sick fancy. I am not here at all. Farewell.
And now closer and closer through the red burning walls, forcing me into the pit with a swiftness that left me no time for thought. I shrank back, but the closing walls pressed me relentlessly onward. At length, for my seared and writhing body, there was no longer an inch of foothold.
I screamed once, I tottered on the edge of the pit. The fiery wall rushed back. An outstretched arm caught my own as I was about to fall fainting into the abyss. It was that of General LaSalle. The French army had entered Toledo. The Inquisition was in the hands of its enemies. Vive la France!
And so closes Poe's celebrated story, The Pit and the Pendulum, starring Henry Hull. We invite you to another adventure of suspense next Tuesday at the same hour. Until then, this is the Man in Black saying good night.
William Spear, the producer, John Dietz, the director, Bernard Herrmann, the composer-conductor, and John Dixon Carr, the author, are collaborators on
Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, the Hollywood Radio Theatre. Starring Robert Taylor and Denise Garcelle in Westward the Women. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. It's sometimes nice to look back to the trails blazed by our ancestors and take heart from their courage. In tonight's play, I think you'll be fascinated by the unusual situation of one man bossing a wagon train of 100 women intended as wives of the California settlers. And as our stars of this intriguing Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, we have Robert Taylor and Denise Garcelle playing their original roles in Westward the Women, starring Robert Taylor as Buck Wyatt and Denise Garcelle as Denard. California, 100 years ago, a settlement called Whitman's Valley. It's early morning, but the saloons are open, and Roy Whitman knows where to find the man he's looking for.
They tell me you just came up from San Diego, Bud.
Yeah. Sit down, Roy.
Brought a party all the way there from Missouri, huh?
I'm going to get drunk for a week trying to forget about it.
You got plans for the week after?
No.
Then I got a job for you, if you're interested.
Oh, don't run cattle and don't grow wheat.
You ever really look at this valley? Wheat and cattle and horses and ranches. The men who own them, well, now they know that what I told them about this valley was true.
You want me to pat you on the back?
No, not yet. You see, in all my planning, I forgot one thing. Women. Good women to be wives and mothers. To make this valley a place that'll last forever.
What's that got to do with me?
The men want wives. They put up the money to get them here. They're just as sick of this as I am. Saloons, gambling, well, you know.
Yeah, I know, and I like it.
I want you to go to Chicago with me, Buck. I'll recruit the women. You'll guide us back across the country.
Oh, no, I won't.
How much pay did you get to bring those folks to San Diego?
Plenty.
Whatever it was, I'll pay 1,000 more. Well?
You're really crazy, aren't you?
Maybe.
All right, you got a deal. How many good women do you figure on bringing here?
There's 100 men put up the money.
You better recruit 150 women, then. If we're real lucky, you'll only lose 1 out of 3.
Well, I'm kind of anxious to get started, Buck. You still figure to stay drunk for a week?
You start looking for me day after tomorrow. I'll be real mean, but I'll be ready.
So we're on our way to Chicago, me and Buck White, and we'll bring the women back. Now, just remember, I don't guarantee the looks, but this much I promise. They'll be good women, and they'll be your fortune. And God help you if you don't treat them right, because you'll answer to me. All right, Buck, let's get started. Yeah, fine men, Buck. Fine men.
Get one thing straight, Roy. Whether you get your good women or not, I get my money.
That's right.
You really think these fine men will marry those good women if they ever get here?
Yes.
They're crazy, too.
Sure. Crazy enough to build a home out of the wilderness. That kind of crazy I like. All right, ladies. Ladies, please. We've been months getting here to Chicago, Mr. Wyatt and I. And if necessary, we'll spend months picking out those of you we want to take back. So just simmer down and fill out those application papers. We'll meet you upstairs in the hall at 1 o'clock. That's it for now, ladies. And thank you.
Well, all right, we'll fill out those application papers upstairs. That won't be bad.
We're wasting our time, Sherry.
Why?
Why? Didn't you see the look he gave us? The way we're dressed, that's why.
But we have no time. We'll come straight to the theater.
And we'll go back to the theater.
Oh, Laurie, no. We go to the boarding house. We change our clothes. We fix our hair. We take the rouge off our faces. And we come back like two little angels.
You think Mr. Whitman won't recognize us?
We won't even recognize ourselves.
Oh, it won't work, Dan on.
Then we'll have nothing. Oh, Laurie, please. It's a chance for a whole new life. For that, I will try anything.
Me too, honey. Come on, we'll have to hurry.
All right, next application. Miss Rose Myers, please.
Yes, sir.
You're a school teacher?
Yes, sir.
Good. I'll need someone like you to keep a journal of our trip. Go to the desk, sign your name, please. Patience Hawley.
Aye, Captain.
New Bedford, Massachusetts, huh?
That's my home port, Captain, but I figured it was time to scrape my hull and weigh anchor.
You've stated your age on your application, but looking at you...
Noken. You can't ask a woman to state her age right, but I can ship my tonnage and extra to boot.
Yes, ma'am, I would say that you could.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and sign on.
Thank you.
Well, that should do it, Buck.
How many all told?
138. And I'd just soon we get started.
Mr. Whitman, please.
Well?
I am Mademoiselle Fifi Danon, and this is Miss Smith, my friend.
Look, girls, go home, huh?
Oh, I'm sorry we are a little late, but it was very necessary.
Why do you want to go to California?
Well, we...
He said, why California?
We want a change, monsieur.
Of what?
Of scenery.
Would it be a permanent change?
Oui, monsieur. A permanent change.
Well, your applications look all right to me. Sign the book, ladies.
Thank you.
Merci, monsieur. Merci.
You got any idea what you're doing?
Oh, they'll be all right, Buck. They'll do fine.
I'm sure trained.
Well, you ready to talk to him?
I'm ready, and I got plenty to say. Now, listen close. We go from here by boat, St. Louis, then to Independence. We jump off from Independence, cross the Big Blue River, the Little Blue, the Platte, and the Sweetwater. We take the South Pass over the Rockies down to the Big Salt Lake. Then over the desert. It's a long, hard grind with no let-up. Rain, hail as big as eggs, breakdowns, prairie fires, sandstorms, dust storms, alkali water. No water. There'll be cholera, Indians, drownings, stampedes, and stupid accidents. We'll pass old graves and leave new ones everywhere along the way. So if you're smart, you'll get up now and leave and forget all about California. That's my best advice. Follow it. Nobody wants to quit, huh? All good, brave women, huh? Well, you've made Mr. Whitman real happy. Now, can any of you handle a horse? I don't mean just ride, I mean handle. 7 of you? 8? 8. All right, give your names to Mr. Whitman. Can any of you handle mules? A team of mean, iron-mouthed mules. 4 courageous ladies. You'll be a big help, I'm sure. Now, what about firearms? Any of you shoot a gun? I mean, shoot it and hit what you're aiming at.
Jean can, and so can I.
All right, here's my gun. Catch.
I caught it, mister.
This is a 3-foot map of Whitman's Valley. Let's see you hit it.
What's that in the middle of it, Mr. Wyatt?
That's the Adams Ranch on the left and the Warren Ranch on the right.
Gino'll shoot first, mister.
Mr. Whitman, would you care to join me on the floor? When you're ready, ladies.
We're ready. Your turn, Maggie.
Holy Moses. Well, look, Buck, look. Ladies, it appears you're blowing 2 ranches right out of Whitman's Valley.
Is that what you meant us to do?
That's just what I meant. You're a real comfort to me. Now about those frilly, fluffy clothes you're wearing. Get clothes and boots that are rough, tough, and comfortable. Wouldn't hurt any of you to wear pants. I mean, pants. And speaking of pants, I got men waiting for us at Independence. 15 men to help me get you through to California. Just one thing about those men. Stay away from them. Don't ever forget that. All right, Mr. Whitman, they're all yours.
Well, Rose, still taking care of her journal, huh? Good girl.
7 full pages, Mr. Whitman. The boat trip to St. Louis, then here to Independence. Now a fresh page for our real start.
Good, good. Just write in the book that I've taken great heart with the conduct of the women. The way they're all learning to shoot, to handle a wagon, drive a mule.
We can't wait to get started, Mr. Whitman. And Mr. Wyatt's terribly upset. He wanted to leave at daybreak.
Well, upset enough, Mr. Wyatt's going to wait a mite longer. Get all the women together, Rose. We're going to kneel on this Missouri ground and pray. Well, Buck, we're on our way.
Yeah. Get ready to run for your life.
You don't think they've learned how to drive?
I think they have, but let's find out. Stretch out! Stretch your wagon!
You see, Buck, all these weeks of preparation, you've missed one thing.
Have I?
The will of a woman when there's a wedding ring in sight.
Maybe so. You better get forward, Roy. I'll hang back and watch for the stragglers.
All right, Rose. Who is he? He's been riding off our bow all day.
He seems very nice, Patient. His name is Sidney Cutler.
Now, you listen to me, Rose. On this voyage, there's going to be no he-in and she-in.
Oh, I know.
Well, then you better let him know, because he's taken an interest, or hadn't you noticed?
Patient, you've been married, haven't you?
Aye. My man's dead. Him and my 3 boys with him. They all went down together off Cape Horn. Took the biggest storm in 50 years to sink my men.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right, child. That's all right. You mules, mind your course there. Heave a port. Heave!
Look at them, Roy. Scrubbing, washing, splashing all over. Don't they know we're in the middle of nowhere?
You don't know women.
Me? I don't know women? What's so funny?
Ahora tambos. You make me laugh.
Get in the cook wagon. See that we get some decent grub for supper.
Yes, boss. Very good. All the time, very good grub. I fix.
Wait a minute. I got another job for you.
What?
Roust around and see if you can find the grave of a Jim Quackenbush.
Jim Quackenbush?
You heard me.
Jim Quackenbush. Very good. I ask.
Hey, Danon.
Yes?
Get some of these women to look for clover.
What for?
Cut off the tops and cook them up. That's what the Indians do, and they don't get scurvy.
Laurie, Jim, come and help me. We eat clover for supper.
listening, Dad. Why must sad music be so beautiful?
That's Rose playing that song. Last night she played the same song, too. She said it is from her home, some little farm village. What's she got to be so sad about, Laurie?
I don't know.
Maybe she's in love. Like Sidney Cutler is.
Oh, come on. Let's get this straight.
Hey, Ito.
Thank you, boss.
Well?
No drink qualquer bush, boss. Boss, why you look for grave?
Well, because me and Jim, we've been pals for years. I couldn't live without him.
But if you die, you got to live without him.
No, I don't.
Please. Is boss all right in the head?
Boss all right in the head. Now go to sleep. And wait a minute.
You see something, boss?
Yeah, second wagon there on the far side.
That's woman's wagon, boss. That is woman there.
Yeah, sure. Only a man's with her.
Boss, no. No gun.
You stay where you are and shut up.
You can't come here. You know what
If you just keep quiet, who's going to know?
No, I won't let you.
That's not what you said when you talked.
Someone's coming. It's Wyatt.
Pull a gun, Riley, and I'll kill you.
But, look, I know I broke orders, but all I was
Get
told...
on your horse and get out.
Oh, now take it easy. It's a long ways back. Nobody can make it alone.
You can try.
You're making a mistake, Buck.
You're right, Cat. I should kill him.
Oh, we need every man we got.
This kind of fun will rip a train wide open. On most trains, the law calls for 30 lashes. On my train, from here on, it's a bullet. Now use your heads and stay alive. Get going, Riley. All right, ladies, settle down. We got to get up with the birdies.
There is not much to miss there, Mr. White.
I thought you'd be in on this, Dana.
Me?
You.
Don't you ever shave?
Go to sleep.
You always look so dirty.
Sherry, look. Don't you go getting ideas.
It is not me that get ideas. It is that ideas get me.
Oh, you sure forget easy, don't you?
Huh?
All that big talk. We go to California. It's a new country, a new life.
That is what I said. That is what I mean. But ideas, they still get me.
Buck, wake up.
Hmm? Oh, hello, Roy.
I just got back to camp, Travers and me.
You find water?
Found Indians. Across the river, 40, 50 of them, heading this way.
They see you?
I don't know. I'll rouse the...
You'll say nothing to any of them. It's 3 hours till daylight. Let them rest. They'll be hysterical soon enough.
Well, they'll be dead soon enough.
On the trail, I'm boss. Or did you forget?
Sorry.
The rush is at daybreak. We'll be ready for them. Now give me a hand and we'll round up the stock.
We'll continue with this week's production of the Hollywood Radio Theater in just a moment. Make a friend and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has, like Fiorello LaGuardia, the busy little mayor of New York, who found time to get on the radio and read funnies to the kids. There was a man who loved children, and through his love saw the United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund come into being. To start such a fund, LaGuardia went to Europe, not as a representative of the UN, but as an American citizen. He traveled from country to country, investigating conditions, speaking to the people, and making friends. In his native land, Italy, he helped hand out food to the needy and won their admiration. On his return to the United States, LaGuardia worked day and night to sell the need for a children's emergency fund. And finally, the General Assembly of the UN adopted his proposal unanimously, in a resolution which stated that as many children as possible to the age of 18 would receive help from the fund on the basis of need, without discrimination because of race, creed, nationality, or political belief. Workers all over America donated a day's pay to the fund, as did children in all kinds of schools, organizations, and churches. But LaGuardia didn't live to see the full success of the great work he helped to start. His big heart stopped the night before the UN announced aid allocation to over 3,700,000 children and mothers in 12 European countries and China. But others picked up where Fiorello LaGuardia left off. People like him, who knew that by helping others, you help your country. Now, our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act 2 of Westward the Women, starring Robert Taylor as Buck and Denise Dossell as Denard. It's the following morning, but the Indian attack has failed to materialize. Too many wagons, too many rifles. For the time being, the wagon train is safe. And by way of celebration, Roy Whitman persuaded Buck to call a day's holiday.
I thought you asked me for a day of rest.
Oh, let them dance, Buck, if they've a mind for it. And keep their spirits up. Well, what about the men joining?
The men are where they belong, out scouting.
You figure the Indians will be back?
How do I know what they'll do? No hard feelings, or I'm just uneasy, I guess.
You'll feel better when we're moving again.
Yeah, sure.
No, don't shoot. It's just me.
Oh, Dan on, huh?
Why can't you call me Miss Dano like you call all the others?
Is that what you came up here to ask?
If I'm still Dano when we get to California, California won't be any different for me than Chicago.
Don't worry, not all the men in California want to get married.
You, for instance?
Me, for instance. That's good perfume you use.
The best. Does it bother you, Buck?
Get back to your wagon. That rule goes for you and me, too. I told Roy Whitman back in California.
Oh, now you tell me the story of your life. Let me tell you mine. It's much more interesting.
I know yours. Now go back where you belong.
Boss, it's me, Ito. I look for grave, boss. No, Jim Quackebush.
Keep looking.
Boss, men come back now. They say no more Indian.
Good.
Nice perfume, huh, boss? Very pretty lady?
Why, you little...
It's all right, boss. I go.
But, Rose, it don't make sense, child. If you're sick, why shouldn't I tell you?
There's nothing anyone can do. Please, patient.
Rose, you don't mean you're smoking oakum. Who else knows about this?
Nobody here. Back home, they all know. That's why I'm going west, patient.
A baby.
I've done wrong. I've suffered for it. I don't want my baby to. Out there, he'll have a chance.
Oh, now don't you worry, Rose. He won't run aground.
You won't tell. Promise me you won't.
Oh, they'll know soon enough without me telling them.
It'll be months yet.
Sure, honey, sure. Now, you lie down and let me cover you.
All right, boys, we'll stand 2-hour watches during the night, same as usual. Keep the fire going here by the corral, but don't let any of the... Where's Cat? I said, where's Cat?
I don't know, Buck. Likely somewhere's around.
I thought he was with you.
Well, yeah, he was. Maybe he went to the cook wagon for coffee or something.
You and Dan on, huh, Cat? You kill her?
Kill her? What's the matter, you crazy? All I did was just rough her up. Looks like she just fainted, Buck. She'll be all right. Sure, I didn't do nothing.
You were with her.
All right, I was with her, Buck. Now, is that such a...
You remember what I told you?
Yeah. Boys don't like the rules you make, Buck.
I'll take care of them later.
Now, Buck, you're going to give me a chance to draw, ain't you? Buck, you wouldn't just...
Go ahead, draw. Maggie, get Laurie Smith and take care of Danon. I'm all right. It's going to be awful tough getting to your valley, Roy.
So make up your mind, Sid. Why was Buck to see you riding next to Rose here? He'd shoot you down the same as he did Cat.
Yeah, maybe so.
Why, it's gone crazy. He'd kill any one of us next.
When are you leaving?
Tonight. So make up your mind.
Rose, come with me. We'll make it back, all right?
No, I can't.
I'll take care of you, Rose. Honest, I will.
I can't.
Look, if it's that, Rose, I know. Patience told me.
And you still want me?
Listen to me, honey. If there was time, I wouldn't be talking like this. There isn't any time. I love you, Rose. I want to marry you. Come back with me and
I can't.
You think it's wrong to leave the others? Is that it?
Yes. I've done enough wrong for a whole lifetime.
You coming or not?
I'm not leaving Rose.
Suit yourself. And good luck.
Bert! Wait! Roy?
Well, the men are gone, and 8 of the women with them. Must have waited till we rode out to scout. When I got back to camp, they were gone. Only 2 of them left, Sid Cutler and the Japanese cook.
Well,
we turned back.
We do?
We come nearly halfway. Thank God it's the easy half we'll face going back.
We're not going back. My job is taking trains through. If you lose a train, nobody ever hires you again. I've seen it happen too many times. Well, it's not going to happen to me.
I don't care what happens to you. So's women. You can't get them through. It can't be done with women alone.
Then I'll make men out of your women, Roy. You breed cattle in that valley of yours, you kill off the weak ones. By the time we get to that valley, you'll know that the women who are left are fit stock. Now get back to camp and rouse them out. By the time they get their big blue eyes open, I'll be there to talk to them. Yes, I've got a surprise for you. It seems that during the night, the men left. And with them went 8 very wise ladies. Now, as I to give you time to think, you might feel sorry for yourselves. You might get a little envious of those 8 very wise women. So I'm going to drive you till you're too tired to think. You're going to start by fixing breakfast. It'll be daylight by the time you're through eating, and I'll be waiting for you. You're going to learn to shoot. You're going to learn to ride. You're going to learn how to handle your wagon. That goes for you, too, Danon, so get that dumb cow look off your face. Now start moving, the lot of you. Cup of coffee, Roy?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Bring the coffee, Ito. What'd you say?
I say in Japanese, boss. All you do is make them hate you.
Well, you can say it in English, because I hope they do.
Come on aboard, Mr. Whitman. Set yourself.
Thanks, Patience. Well, yeah. Feel any better, Rose?
Who says anything's wrong with Rose?
I'm fine, Mr. Whitman. Just kind of tired, I guess.
Well, I wanted to put in the journal, Rose. Just write it down how the men deserted and how we're going to push ahead just the same. And you can say that this afternoon we faced a new disaster.
This afternoon? But it's still morning.
Mr. Wyatt and I have been riding ahead. It's been a landslide. Boulders as big as this wagon. Cover the trail for 200 yards.
And what's he got to say about it, Mr. Wyatt?
He says we'll have to roll those boulders and clear the trail.
Then I guess we're gonna. Come on, you mules. Ee-yoo!
Stop wasting your breath cheering about it. That's just one of these boulders. Now, come on, get to it. What's the matter, Danon? That rock too heavy for you?
I do the best I can.
Why don't you do better than the best you can?
Minot de Cam, il est toujours après moi. Qu'est-ce que tu lui fais, garçon?
Take it easy, Sherry. Don't let him get you all upset.
Oh, keep yourself shut up.
Come on, ladies. Get behind that rock.
Oh, you shut up, too.
I'll shut up when the trail's clear. Now,
And I've got more news for you, ladies. You did pretty well clearing that trail yesterday, but there's a hill ahead of us. Only it's much too steep to drive wagons down. So if you want to get to California, the wagons will have to be eased down the hill, lowered down. That means block and tackle and ropes and every ounce of strength you can muster. Eat a good lunch, ladies. Any mistakes this afternoon, it may be your last. Hold those mules back. You're going down too fast.
hang on there, Jesse. We'll get you down.
Hold back on that rope. It's getting away from us. Put on your wheel brakes. Your wheel brakes.
Look! The axle's turned loose. The axle's broken.
Let go of the rope. Let go of it.
Buck.
It's no use, Roy. But get to him if you can. Who is in that wagon?
Mary Saunders. Jesse Toller.
All right. Get the next wagon up here. Sid, Ito, get that other block and tackle. I said, who's next? Come on, it's been done before. The only difference was it was done by men.
By men, huh? All right, I'll take the next wagon down. Easy there, mule. Mind your helm.
Hold him back. You're giving him too much head.
Just get these bullies on the prod. I can handle them.
All right, ladies, get on that rope. And pay it out easy. Set your brakes, Patience.
Set your own brakes, mister, and turn me loose.
Tackle flat.
All right, start her down.
Turn me loose up there. I made it.
You weren't so big, I'd kiss you.
If you weren't so puny, I'd let you. Hey, how'd you get down here?
Horseback. I wasn't pulling any wagon.
All right up there. Who's next?
July 24th, 1851. Our journey has been halted now for 2 days. We have buried our dead, Mary Saunders, Jessie Toller, and the 2 Abbott sisters. But we have conquered the trail. Many of the women are sick with fever, but Mr. Wyatt says we must go on. God grant they be saved.
Better get in the wagon, Sherry. They're rounding up the mules. They'll be hitching in a minute.
But look, Laurie, look over there.
Oh, it's just a rabbit.
Dig out my spice bag when I give the raffle. For supper tonight, we shall eat rabbit à la dano.
Oh, just be careful. I don't trust you with a rifle.
Run in there, Sid. The wagon circle. Keep them coming, Roy. Get those mules in here.
Who fired that rifle? Hey, you lobsters! Turn them away! Stampede!
How is he, Mr. Whitman?
How do you think he is? Tromped on by a herd of stampeding mules. Oh, he'll live, but he can't thank you for it. You see what you started?
It wasn't her fault. It could have happened.
What do you mean it wasn't her fault? Who fired that gun? Mules are crazy, but there isn't one on the train you couldn't learn
Oh,
from.
taisez-vous donc. Vous n'avez pas fait exprès quand même.
Don't talk to me in that lingo. I don't know what you're yapping about, and I don't want to know.
Oh, vous avez un bec et une tête de mule insupportable.
Roy was out of his mind to sign you on. From now on, stick to that wagon, both of you. Don't move from it. Everything you touch is that much more grief.
Sale cochon.
Don't Sal Cush on me.
You
You too, huh? All right, what did you say?
I say you're wrong, boss. Too much, boss. This lady, she do 2-3 times more work than everybody.
Don't tell me I'm wrong, even if I am.
When you wrong, boss, I tell you, even if you are.
And this time, Laurie, you don't stop me. No one stop me. Not you, not him, not anybody. Laisse-moi partir. Je pars jusqu'au...
What are you trying to tell me?
But I'm leaving. I'm going to try to reach that fort back there. Maybe I will, maybe not. I will know if I stay here. I will kill him. I'll kill him.
Mr. Wyatt.
I told you to stay in your wagon.
That's exactly what I intend to do. I just thought you might like to know that Dandon's taken one of your horses. She's run away. She's going to try to reach that fort back there. Well, are you just going to stand there?
Sid.
Yeah, Buck.
Take over. I'll be back as soon as I can. You little fool. Stop fighting, will you? You could have drowned yourself trying to cross that river. I said stop fighting.
I'll kill you.
You crazy, no good riding that horse to death. Well, did I knock any sense into you?
Yes. Thank you. I'll be all right now.
I was on your trail for 2 hours. Where'd you think you were going?
I didn't care.
Well, let's get back. My horse will have to carry both of us. May not make it now till morning.
What you did?
Did what?
You came after me.
Your mouth, it's bleeding. Hit you harder than I thought.
Wipe it out. Well?
Well?
Get ready.
For what?
I'm crazy, yes? All right. I'll give you some craziness. I tell you something. I'm going to tell you that I love you.
Yeah?
From the first time I see your beautiful face in Chicago.
What?
It's beautiful to me. It's a nice, rugged face. Beard and all. I love it. Would you like to hear that?
Yeah.
Well, I like to hear it, too.
All right. You've got a nice, rugged face, beard and all.
Chérie, c'est très drôle.
You want me to tell you I love you, huh?
Is it so difficult?
Well, don't you think it's a little too quick for a man to...
Oh, first time, it has been too quick for you, isn't it?
Come back here.
Yes, boss. Like these?
Like these.
How much do you go to the camp?
As soon as we reach the top of this rise, we'll be able to see it. What's the matter? Been traveling too fast for you?
Much too fast. I did not care if we ever reached it.
We'll be there in half an hour. And when we are, just remember that you're...
Well, I am... What?
Look. Down there.
Oh, the wagon train. It's burning, on fire. Both on the ground. Those are buddies.
They came back, Dan. The Indians came back.
Make a friend, and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has. By helping others, you help your country. We pause now for station identification.
Curtain rises on Act 3 of Westward the Woman, starring Robert Taylor as Buck and Denise Dossell as Denon. Denon and Buck have reached the encampment of the wagon train. The tragic shambles of the Indian raid. The surviving women are silent, exhausted, stunned.
Roy, I'm sorry.
Stop saying you're sorry.
But if I hadn't left camp...
What difference? There was more than 100 of them. I've been waiting for you, Buck. So listen careful. When you said you could get the women through without the men, I didn't believe it. But now I know they can make it. Take them. Take them to the valley. Now, leave me be.
Roy, I can't. The supplies, the wagons. How many are left? I said, how many are...
He's dead, boss. He's dead.
He said the women can make it, Ito. But not after this. He was wrong.
Some horses, right? Some mules, wagons. Mr. Whitman, right?
You women. Well, he's dead. Mr. Whitman is dead. The last thing he said was to take you through to the valley. I'm sorry, but I can't do it. You've fought and you've died. Sickness, floods, accidents. Now this. There's just too much against you. We'll start back in the morning.
No! I won't turn back. Not me. Not me. Not me. I won't turn back either.
All right. If that's the way you want it, that's the way you'll get it. Ito, what about Cutler? Where's Cutler?
Dead.
He's here, Mr. Wyatt. He never left my side.
Rose, please.
Lori. Where's Lori? I can find Lori.
She's under that wagon, Demo. She didn't suffer none. She was one of the first.
Oh, Lori. My poor Lori.
Who else?
18. We did what we could.
I'll put the names in the journal. Oh, but not now. Please, not now.
6 days in the Indian raid. You know how many miles we've gone?
No, boss, no. But I find something.
40 miles, maybe 50 at best. Nothing but rain day and night.
Sure, boss, sure. But I tell you, I find...
You checked the wagons? Everything all right back there?
Everything good, boss. Woman sleep, baby.
It'll be a long, wet night.
Yes, sir, boss. Boss, please, you listen. Jim Quackerbush. I find grave. Jim Quackerbush.
Where? Where?
Come, I show. In dark, I pour over something. I hold of lanterns. It say, Jim Quackerbush.
Dead of cholera?
Oh, yes, sir, boss, yes.
Get a shovel. Get 2 shovels and show me where.
Shovel, boss?
What a man. You couldn't have picked a better night for it.
Boss, I think I dig enough, huh? I go back to camp.
You stay right where you are, but take it easy. Don't jam that shovel, Tom.
Boss, why we be so careful?
Wait a minute. Wait. Give me that lantern. Well, Ito, you see what I see?
Oh, Rito, come on. There's a jug down there.
There's 2 jugs down there. Rum.
Rum?
Whiskey, sake, only it's rum.
Simon Graves, the cholera.
Well, that's one sure way of keeping it safe. I buried these jugs 5 years ago.
Oh, Nanda, sakita, sakita.
What'd you say?
I say good old Quackerbush. Oh, gonna be very wet night, boss. Huh? Wet tonight.
Yeah, that's something brand new out there, ladies. That's desert. And it's like walking through a furnace. I said walking because that's just what I mean. What mules and horses we got left, well, they just won't make it with a full load. So you're going to walk and you're going to strip the wagons. Junk everything you don't absolutely need, everything. And guard the water barrels with your life. For the next week or so, they're going to be your life. All right, start unloading.
You mean the furniture we brought? Our clothes, our nice dresses?
I said everything, didn't I?
But we come out here to be married. How are we going to look? How are we going to look when they see us?
Oh, God, listen. This poor woman. What do you think they do at night when we camp? They open their trunks. They see the pretty things. They touch silk again. Silk. Oh, what do you think has kept them going?
These poor women, huh? You buried Lori in a silk dress. Do you want to live or do you want... I don't care what you do. We'll be starting across in an hour.
Come on, ladies. Let's dump the trunk. Rose, now, just don't you go trying to push any trunk around. I'll give you a hand.
Doesn't matter. Throw it all away. Just save what the baby might...
Rose, you mean now?
I think so. Just don't tell him. Please. Please.
Oh, now, don't you worry, honey. We'll take care of you.
What do you think you're doing? Get her out of that wagon.
It's Rose. She's going to have a baby.
Out here?
Yes, out here. Because she knows you won't stop. Not even for a baby.
When did I say I wouldn't?
Oh, please, just leave us alone. Just let her ride in the wagon and then... Oh, go away.
Come on, no.
What'd you say?
I say, Urito woman.
Get up to that lead wagon. We're going to stop. Look at him. Like it was home sweet home.
It is, boss. Listen.
Well, ladies, can we start moving again?
Move right ahead, Mr. White. It's the boys.
It has been more than a week since I have made an entry in this journal. Yesterday we reached the end of the desert. Thanks to Providence and Mr. Wyatt, we survived the crossing. Even my tiny baby boy. Mr. Wyatt says that if all goes well, We will be inside of Whitman's Valley in 3 days. We cannot believe it. We just cannot believe it.
What the devil are you doing? Who said you could stop here? Get back in the wagons. Keep them moving. Stretch those wagons out.
Oh, leave us alone. Go to sleep or something.
You all gone crazy? What do you think you're doing?
We have agreed it's a good place to stop. It is shady. There is a stream. We can wash. We can mend clothes. We can
I told you you're here. Whitman's Valley is right over that hill. There's somebody else having a baby.
No baby.
Well, then what?
We are not going to the town.
You're not what?
Look at us. Our clothes are rags. We don't go in looking like this, like tramps. You go to the town. And when you come back, bring your things that make us look like ladies.
You heard her, Mr. Wyatt.
Frou-frou, feminine things. We don't move from here until you do. And if the men come near us before we're ready, they never go back.
And we mean what she says.
All right, ladies, if that's the way you want it.
Spread your sails, ladies. There's a freshening breeze, and I smell men ahead.
Now, if you'll stop asking questions, I'll try to give you some of the answers. First of all, about Roy Whitman. He's dead. Indians. We left a lot of the women buried there, too.
Well, what about the rest of them, Wyatt?
The women are camped just over the hill. Oh, no, you're not going. None of you are going anywhere. This is the way the women want it, and this is the way it's going to be. They won't come into town until they look their best. You get within range of them now, and they'll blow your heads off. I got some idea of what most of you went through to get to this valley. But none of you came through the hell these women did. So just make sure you're good enough for them. Make sure you treat them right. Because God help you if you don't. Whitman's gone, but I'm still here.
Well, here must be some females. What do they want us to do?
Well, they gave me my orders. I want a wagon, and I want it loaded with things they can wear. Nice things. Until then, you stay here, and they stay there.
You're going to have a time rounding up petticoats in Whitman's Valley.
Yeah, well, you've got stuff for trading with the Indians, bolts of cloth, blankets, any kind of crazy trinkets that'll make a woman look like a woman. The sooner you get them, the sooner they'll be. Well, ladies, now that you've quit clawing each other and fighting over what I brought back, let me take a look at you. Well, what do you think? What'd you say?
I say, let's go, boss.
You're sure a sorry lot of females, but they ain't seen one of your kind for so long that even you'll look good.
Stay and talk if you want to. We're leaving for town.
Just one more thing. They've been building a big pavilion in town all these months while they've been waiting for you. That's where you'll go. You got a big spread of grub, and there'll be music and dancing. That's how you'll meet the men. From there on, ladies, it's up to them and it's up to you. Now start moving. Stretch out.
Well, gentlemen, here we are. Likely as not, we're about as handsome as a school of mackerel. But we done the best we could. Now, you can look us over, but don't think you're going to do the choosing. All the way from Independence, we had your picture in our mind. We could either shut our eyes and dream what you was going to look like, or we could open our eyes and look at the rump of a mule. Well, ladies, I guess even this bunch is prettier than them mules. So come on, gentlemen. We're choosing partners for the dance.
Buck, where are you going?
No place special. There's a preacher riding into town. I want to make sure he gets here safe.
I go with you?
Yeah, you go with me.
A preacher out here? He has not made any marriages.
Likely he'll be awful rusty,
Maybe we let him practice on us?
Yeah, I guess that's the least we could do for him. I shaved.
Oh, yes. So nice and smooth. It's a beautiful face, and I love it. Oh, Cherie.
Just between you and me.
Yes?
We better get that preacher and fast.
Theater is produced by Mr. Irving Cummings. Our orchestra is under the direction of Rudy Schrager. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us next week at this same time for another presentation of the Hollywood Radio Theater.
The NBC Theater presents
Screen Directors Guild Assignment. Production, The Exile. Director, Max Opels. Star, Douglas Fairbanks, Jr.
This is the Screen Directors Guild presentation of the adventurous legend, The Exile, starring Douglas Fairbanks and introducing the director of the film, Max Opels. The statement that art acknowledges no national boundaries is particularly true of the motion picture medium. Thus it is with a great deal of pleasure that the NBC Theater welcomes tonight a director who received his film education in Germany and France. In him is exemplified the rare combination of talents which are the starting point of the screen director's art. Among his American motion pictures are Letter from an Unknown Woman, the soon-to-be-released production Caught, and, of course, tonight's story, The Exile. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Max Opels.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm very pleased and flattered that tonight the Screen Directors Guild presents The Exile, with Douglas Fairbanks Jr. in the screen role of Charles II and Jeanette Waldo as Kay. For many years, I have had an idea about how history should be presented in the dramatic form, and The Exile is that idea come to life. For me, over centuries, parts of history take on the flavor of an old ballad, singing the deeds of brave men who lived in a kind of fairyland. But if such a quality is to be placed upon the screen, it requires a special sort of actor. He must possess a certain flair, a certain something I can call only Fairbanksism. Fairbanksism is a very vital substance in movie making, kind of glorious energy which escapes from most of us when we lose the dreams of childhood. Well, fortunately for this idea, Douglas Fairbanks came to me one day and he said,
Max, I want you to direct a picture for me. Listen, I'll tell you the story. The story begins on a stormy night in the year of our Lord, 1660. It's night, a storm with thunder and lightning, a slashing downpour of rain, and a horseman. A horseman fleeing across Holland in the middle of the 17th century. The fate not only of a nation is riding tonight, but of a way of life. A horseman riding the whole fugitive night. And the name of that horseman, Charles II, exiled King of England. In the bright morning, the exiled king is at his ease, pretending to sleep on the bank of a Dutch canal. Pretending to sleep because an enemy, a mounted man in a black cloak and a round hat, with ascetic, suspicious eyes, is riding slowly toward him. Stops withoat dismounting.
You, peasant.
Huh? Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Greetings in God's grace.
Greetings.
And have you seen aught of a man about 2 yards high with black hair and impudent manner?
Excuse me, but I am a stranger here, far from home, and enjoying the hospitality of these Netherlands.
English?
Indeed.
Far from home? For what reason?
My health.
God heal you, sir. And have you seen aught of the fugitive English King Charles Stuart, banished from England and hiding here?
What? That scoundrel among men, that lazy, self-indulgent wastrel of... Imagine England in the hands of a man like that, eh?
Not if Cromwell's men discover him. You have not seen him?
Is he about?
We found his horse wandering exhausted in the wood.
Knave, tyrant, tormentor of dumb beasts. Speed you on your search, sir. And may you and Charles II come face to face, one day not far off.
We shall. Farewell. Farewell. Health and a long life, countrymen.
My thanks, countrymen. My thanks. I must be on the move. But where? Where?
You there on the bank.
Oh. Ahoy, canal boat.
Can you help me? I can't keep this barge in midstream.
Keep it headed straight. I'll jump aboard from the bridge.
Well, hurry.
Plenty of time now, lass. Plenty of time. Now, steady as you go. Steady.
I'm trying.
All right. Now. Quick, hand me the pole.
Here.
Good.
Hold it against your shoulder.
I see.
And push.
I have it now.
Oh, that's so much better. Jan would have been furious if I had grounded his barge.
Jan? Who's Jan?
He owns the boat. He lets me use it if I haul his cargo.
Is he your master?
My cousin.
Healthy?
Very.
Muscular?
A huge man.
And he lets you do his heavy work, does he?
He owns the farm next to mine, and he owns the debts on my farm and my inn. 3,000 guilders I owe Jan.
You have a farm and an inn, eh?
Ever since my father died.
Tell me, this farm and inn of yours, is it close?
Not yet. I must anchor another night.
Good.
Why?
I find leisurely travel sometimes very soothing. And you need help with this barge in swollen waters, don't you?
Yes.
Good. Well, I come from a seafaring nation. Consider me your crew. How sweet the moonlight sleeps upon that bank. Here will we sit and let the sounds of music creep in our ears.
How pretty. What is it?
William Shakespeare, a poet who had his day, 50 years ago. Soon forgotten, but while he sang right beautifully.
Oh. Charles.
Hmm?
I was just trying the name.
Try it again.
Charles.
Again.
Was not your English king named
Scottish king. Oh. Charles Stuart, and a Scot.
They say he was a most scandalous man.
A little rakish at times, but not too bad.
They say it is dangerous for an Englishman to side with the exiled king in these times.
Well, it's a little inconvenient at times, yes. But that is why I wonder, Mistress Katie, if I could hide with you for a while.
How?
Why, I could work on your farm and at the inn. I should ask nothing in return but shelter and board. Now, tell me, how would you say, could you use an extra man in Dutch?
Kunt u een extra man gebruiken?
Kun you an extra man...
Gebruiken.
Well, could you?
Yes.
Good. Good.
How sweet the moonlight sleeps upon that bank. It is very lovely.
You are lovely.
Are you sure he will be soon forgotten, this Willem Shakespeare? If he says such true and lovely things?
For weeks, the exiled king works at Katie's farm and inn, willingly, even gladly, performing the most menial labor. Only his Cavalier friends in The Hague have been told of his new hideout. And now, one day again, history rides the Dutch lowlands.
Your Majesty! Your Majesty!
Hyde, old friend.
I have news from England.
Come. Hyde, you might have been followed here.
Aye, but the news warrants great risks.
Oh?
Your Majesty, General Monk has declared for us.
General Monk? On our side?
Even now, his army marches against the Roundheads. England is split into more factions than ever. And General Monk thinks the country would rally to your side if you returned now.
Return? Now?
At once, Your Majesty.
I'm sorry, Hyde. No.
But with Monk on our side now, how can we fail?
I said no, Hyde.
These men are hungry. They yearn for home and family.
I know.
10 long years in exile.
I know
Majesty.
that, too. Bitterly enough.
Is this a time to show hesitation and fear and doubt?
Fear? Who speaks of fear? Great heaven, man, for 2 years after Cromwell killed the king, my father, I fought and met defeat, wasting the blood of men who trusted in me. And all because our hopes were false. False! I was told the 3 kingdoms would rise behind me to a man until I faced the enemy. And I was left alone with a handful of men. Brave men, but beaten beforehand and doomed in advance by false hopes. False hopes, false starts, false promises. And always the blood of free men uselessly forfeit. Now, I'll go home, Hyde, when I am freely called by all my countrymen. And not before.
The men are ready now. They call you leader, king.
King? What good's a king who's only king to some?
So be it, sire. There is other news, not quite so favorable. Colonel Ingram is in Holland.
Ingram? Here? That is evil news.
If there is one man in Christendom I fear above another, that man is the executioner Ingram.
Describe the man to me so I'll know him if we meet.
Think of the face and habit of death, and that is Ingram. His skin is parched and yellow like a dead man's. His lips are a straight white gash across his face, and his eyes burn with a light like grave worms in their bony sockets.
A consecrated man.
A fanatic, fearing nothing.
Naturally, what is death himself to fear?
Charles, if you will not return to England, then flee.
Flee Ingram? I think not, Hyde.
No, otherwise the cause is lost, Your Majesty.
Flee where? Holland is overrun with Cromwell's spies and swordsmen. Besides...
Charles, where are you?
Besides, I like it here. In spite of Ingram.
You are listening to the Screen Directors Guild production of The Exile, starring Douglas Fairbanks, and introducing the director of the film, Max Opels.
Two more weeks of idyllic pastoral life on Katie's farm. Then one afternoon, Charles is fishing in the canal, for if a cat may look at a king, then a king may look for a catfish. Unheard by him, a figure dressed in tarnished, regal clothing moves up behind him, leading a moth-eaten horse.
Are you a Hollander?
Huh?
A Dutchman?
Huh? Oh, good day, sir, good day.
I'm told there is an inn hereabouts.
An excellent inn, my lord. I know, for I work there.
Ah, but you're English.
True.
What is your capacity at the inn?
I have been promoted to overseer.
Excellent. A fellow exile and an overseer. Tell me, what costs bed and board to a fellow countryman, you know?
2 guilders a night.
2 guilders. Suppose I tell you in all confidence, and that when I have spent the night at your inn, you may charge the next guest 20 guilders without protest, for you may tell him honestly, a king slept in this inn. Eh?
King? Which king?
Look at me. And though these English garments be the worse for hardship, and though my lineaments be weathered and war-beaten, say, if you can, that you do not recognize your king, Englishman.
Not Charles Stuart.
And the wandering, exiled Stuart. Yes.
Oh, sire.
Arise and lead me to your inn. You and your employer shall be rewarded handsomely someday.
Oh, come in, Charles. Did you finally get His Majesty, our guest, to sleep?
Finally, yes.
He is very indiscreet for a fugitive, Charles.
Very indiscreet.
Letting all those strangers in the tap room know who he is, but swearing us to secrecy.
I tell you, he'll bring Cromwell's Roundheads down on us looking for him.
Charles, he worries me. He told me he wants you with him when he invades England again.
Oh? And when may this be?
He said soon.
Uh-huh.
It's all so stupid and wasteful. There are far better things to do than quarrel over politics and kingdoms and all that rubbish.
We disagree there, Katie. England is a nation of some 7 million people who depend on their leaders. We owe them some sort of debt of...
Debt nonsense. You men will always find some excuse to start fighting and to be very proper about it. Debt indeed. Now, I have a debt, a real one that you can count and that means something to plain people. 3,000 guilders.
I know.
I gave you a job and shelter when you wanted it, and now you plan to leave me for that beerhead.
If my king calls me, Katie,
You will desert me?
I will follow my call.
Then I will not need your services any longer, Charles.
I'm dismissed?
Yes.
Now?
I will not spend my time and my money teaching you farming and management of an inn and see it all go to waste over politics. It is best you leave before...
Before what?
Before I come to depend on you too much.
I understand. I'll leave in the morning. Good night, Mistress Katie.
Come in, please.
Ingram.
The face and the habit of death, and that is Ingram. Like a dead man's, his mouth a straight white gash across his face. And that is Ingram.
Ingram?
Do you work at this inn?
Yes.
English?
Yes.
I've seen you before. Somewhere.
It may be.
Tell me plainly, of which party are you?
Party?
The parliamentary party?
You mean the Roundheads?
Do you call them so?
Candidly, sir, if I ever see my home again, I shall belong to no party. I have recently renounced politics.
Then perhaps I can trust a man without any convictions.
I suppose that depends on the trust.
I am looking for a man whose face I have not seen in many years. Rumor places him hereabout. His name is Charles Stuart.
You refer to the king?
We call him Charles Stuart.
What? Who down there takes the name of his sovereign, Charles II of England?
The fool, the pompous idiot.
And what is this? A despised Roundhead in the royal presence? Bear your head. Bear your head, I say.
I remove my hat only in the presence of God and in the presence of death.
Sire, this gentleman here is looking for an uncrowned king. The gentleman's name is Ingram.
The executioner?
Your servant, sire.
I'll retire to my room.
Wait.
I'm tired.
You shall sleep soundly.
Oh, no.
Draw your sword.
No. Please, I'm not really the king. I'm not the king. I'm an actor. Dick Pinner. Pinner's my name.
Draw your sword.
But I'm just an actor. A poor, out-of-work actor. Believe me, please, believe me.
Enough, Ingram. The jest is over.
What jest?
Oh, can't you tell a knave from a king? Look at me, Ingram. Look at me. Spare this craven fool clowning for his keep and look at me. Surely you know a Stuart when you see one. Look at me.
To be sure. Stuart. To be sure.
Pinner, slide me your sword, quick. Thanks. Now, see how it is to deal with an armed Stuart for a change.
Charles Stuart, I charge you to surrender. You are trapped, Stuart. My men surround the inn.
In my service at this inn, I learned a famous recipe for rabbit pie. It goes like this. First, catch the rabbit. And keep a firm grip on your sword. Remember it, Ingram. Long live the king!
Robbins, Thurlow, all of you! Colonel Ingram, after him, men, dead or alive! Wait here, Robbins.
Who are you? What is the meaning of this?
You are the mistress of this inn.
What if I am?
Where is he?
Who?
The Englishman who works here.
If you mean Charles, my retainer.
Where is he?
What right have you to invade a Dutch house and hound a hard-working man to death because he is loyal to his king?
Don't play the fool with me. He is the king.
Charles? The king?
It's plain you're innocent in that matter. But mind you, don't shield the man if you would remain innocent in the matter.
What now, Colonel Ingram?
It's plain from her manner that Stuart's more than handyman to her. Watch her. She'll lead us to him.
Katie, you shouldn't have come here. They'll not admit to search around this windmill.
Charles, that man with the face like a skull, he told me who you are.
And let me tell you in a few moments what I wanted to spend my life telling you. I love you, Katie. Above all things, deeply and gratefully.
Gratefully? Why?
Because in your love, I've found a few precious moments of shelter. I've learned from you another life than fear and flight and battlefields and parliaments. If I should die, remember that I loved you. Not as King Charles, doubtful monarch of a restless realm, but as Charles, master of his own soul.
Charles, look, they're coming.
I knew it. Quick, inside the mill. Here. Against this wall. Hide. Behind these sacks.
Robbins, guard the door. Thurlow around the back. I'll meet the Stuart single-handed.
He's coming in alone.
God be with you, Charles.
Charles Stuart. Stuart, how will you die? I give you this chance to face me alone, for I would relish killing you with my own blade. Stuart!
I am here. Defend yourself, killer.
Rejoice, O England. Thy deliverance is at hand.
Oh, well spoken, sir. You write your own epitaph.
We'll finish this alone, you and I.
You'll die for that vanity.
I'll live for my beliefs.
And I for mine. Back, Inquisitor. What? You give ground to a Stuart? Back, I say, back.
Rusty.
Rust, Ingram, is the color of old blood. Your crimes are upon you, killer. Back! Up the stairs!
Blasphemer!
Back!
Heretic!
Back, I say, up!
Ungodly Stuart!
Why? Because I think God made men free? Die! Another time, Ingram. Not just now. Die!
You must die if England is to live.
Rot. England will live no matter what happens to either of us. On guard. Killer!
Charles?
It's over, Katie.
Thank heaven. Charles, listen. Outside.
There's trouble. And surely Roundheads do not make trouble for other Roundheads.
Your Majesty! Your Majesty!
Hyde! How? What?
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right.
Oh, thank God you're safe. I bring great news, great news.
Oh?
A new free parliament has, on behalf of all the people and all beliefs, asked you to return to England as their king.
No. They accept my terms. Religious freedom for all and all the rest.
Everything.
Oh. Will you leave me alone with Katie for a moment?
Your Majesty.
Katie.
I know, Charles.
What shall I do?
What your heart tells you, Your Majesty.
Charles, no, Charles.
Your Majesty. You are my Charles, but you're their king. And they are so many, and I am one.
But if that one is all...
Your people are hurt. There are many wounds for you to tend.
But what will happen to you?
I will have many things to do. I'm going to plant more tulips in the west field bordering the road, and my inn will be famous now. And I shall pay my debts.
Katie.
And my memories will be my greatest fortune.
And mine. And all these memories I'll put like rose leaves in a box. And I shall love you always, beyond measure, beyond proof, beyond battle and the folly of nations, beyond life, where we shall meet again.
Charles, England is at the door.
Coming. Goodbye, Katie. One kiss.
To last forever.
Coming. Coming.
Gentlemen, the king.
And I shall love you always, beyond measure, beyond proof, beyond battle and the folly of nations, beyond life, where we shall meet again.
The NBC Theatre has presented the Screen Directors Guild production of The Exile, starring Douglas Fairbanks, with Janet Waldo, and introducing the director of the film, Max Opels. Next week, the NBC Theatre brings you the world-famous screen director Alfred Hitchcock, introducing the delightful comedy Mr. and Mrs. Smith, with Robert Montgomery in the starring role. And now, here again are tonight's stars, Douglas Fairbanks and Janet Waldo, and screen director Max Opels.
Doug, this has been the way you told me the story?
Yes, and you said you'd direct the picture.
It must have been quite an experience for two such talented artists as yourselves to work together.
Yes, there's one of Mr. Fairbanks' accomplishments I shall never forget.
His acting?
Sure, and his practical jokes.
Why, Max, how can you say such a thing?
Well, one day I had a birthday, and they bring me such a beautiful cake on the set. But when I tried to cut it, a disaster.
Why?
It was made out of wood. Very embarrassing. But when Doc brought out a real cake, then we had a nice party.
Well, you see, we really loved you after all, Max.
So nice. And, but for your practical jokes, I forgave you when I saw your latest picture, The Fighting Old Flynn.
Did you like it, Max? I'm very glad. It's to be released next month, you know.
Yeah, I liked it very much, Miss Waldo. It's about a dashing, romantic Irishman who does the most amazing things you have ever seen, just to win the lady he loves.
It sounds wonderful. Mr. Fairbanks, I understand that besides starring in The Fighting O'Flynn, you also wrote it and produced it.
Well, yes, that's right. But I hope you enjoy it too, Janet. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good
Good
night.
night, Max.
Good night.
And good night to you, Douglas Fairbanks Jr., Janet Waldo, and Max Opels. Tonight's cast included Raymond Burr, Carl Harbord, Paul McVeigh, Joe Grandy, and Luke Krugman. The Exile was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, your announcer, Frank Barton. The Exile was presented through the courtesy of the Fairbanks Company and of Universal International Pictures, now releasing Crisscross, starring Burt Lancaster, Yvonne DiCarlo, and Dan Duryea. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Directors Guild assignment. Production, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Director, Alfred Hitchcock. Star, Robert Montgomery.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Webster's definition of coincidence is, in part, a group of concurrent events remarkable from lack of apparent casual connection. That's quite a mouthful. Somehow it seems to me a simpler definition might be that coincidence makes half, at the very least, of the best stories in the world possible. This, then, is a story founded on people and the accident of coincidence.
Sergeant Quinn, we've got to nab him soon before he meets some babe who won't go his route and he flips bad enough to wipe her out.
Do you suppose, Lieutenant, his wife, if he's got one, knows what danger she's in?
What I wonder is, does this guy know how sick he is?
Our mystery drama, A Model Murderer, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Larry Haynes and Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The world is filled with men of all stripes and colors, driven by an inner compulsion to maintain a macho image. Not so much for the world at large, but for themselves. Such a one is Lou Richmond, appliance salesman. At first glance, not such a glamorous business. But then, at first glance, neither is Lou. Except that, for some inexplicable reason, this 40-odd-year-old man with a receding hairline and slightly paunching has his own special magic with women and the luck of the devil getting away with it until... But that's the story, isn't it?
Excuse me. But will you just permit me to say how exquisitely lovely you are?
How can I stop you? You've already said it.
You know, I've been watching you from the other side of the bar. Watching? My eyes have been glued.
It would have been hard not to be aware of it. Particularly since the bartender tells me you brought me this.
Oh, the drink. You haven't tasted it yet.
I don't usually accept drinks from strangers. And one is my limit, anyway.
Well, you don't have to drink it. I'm sorry if I was out of line. It was only meant to be a gesture to beauty, which I hadn't meant to follow up. Forgive me.
I should say thank you. I didn't mean to be ungracious.
Oh, you couldn't be ungracious if you tried.
You come on very strong, don't you?
Well, I didn't mean to. It's just that as a professional photographer, my eye always leaps and is caught by the exceptional. But I should leave you. You're obviously waiting for someone.
Waiting is the right word. It's become a rather annoying avocation.
Well, I just can't believe any man would stand you up.
It wouldn't be the first time. I don't think I'm going to give him the chance again. You said photographer.
Yeah. Oh, I should introduce myself. My name is Philip Evemonte.
The Philip Evemonte?
Well, I guess so.
No, I really am flattered. I mean, my name is Christine Park. Won't you sit down?
Well, if you're sure you want me to.
I'm the one who has been stirred up. I don't see why you should be, too.
And I'll drink to you, to your matchless beauty. No, don't say anything. Just accept, like any goddess you're due.
You're a bit much, you know.
The trouble with honesty, no one believes the truth.
Now, wait a minute. I've heard some expert lines in my time.
No, it's no line, Miss Pollock. Except my lifeline. You know, without subjects to bring it to life, my camera is no more than an object. I risk anything to give it the opportunity to live.
You think of me as a model?
Oh, what else? You know, I could make you the #1 model in the country within 6 months.
Oh, I'd like to believe that.
Oh, you can. What do you do?
Here in Washington? What else? I'm an executive secretary.
Yeah, but you have models. You can't tell me you haven't.
That's right, I have, but I didn't quite cut it.
Well, that's because you didn't have the right photographer. Would you, like to take another whirl at it?
Why, yes. Anything rather than what I'm doing now.
Would you like to talk it over as a business proposal?
As a business proposal?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Good. Well, this is hardly the place, but, see, I'll be gone by tomorrow morning. And you say you have a date.
I had a date, Mr. Evemonte. I consider it broken as of 5 minutes ago.
Well, then, suppose we go up to my room and discuss your future.
Your room?
Yeah, as I said, this isn't the place, and you know who I am.
Yes, sir. I realize I may not get a break like this again. I don't have that kind of money. I don't have any money at all.
Well, there's got to be some way to raise it.
If you can get me work, I'll plow back every cent I make.
Yeah, I know, baby, and I'd help out, but you have to have something to make a start. I mean, it's got to be L.A. or New York for the big run. You need a wardrobe and just to be there. Now, I'll spring for film and studio, but I can't run it all.
I know. I couldn't expect you to. But I just don't have the money.
Yeah. Well, it was a good try.
Well, does that have to be the end of it?
No. Not as far as we're concerned. We can talk it all out again tomorrow. Meantime, we can have a ball together and live it up, huh?
Well, not just a minute, Mr. Evemonte.
Now, let's make it Philip.
Let's make it nothing. This was strictly a business proposition, you said.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't. Look, I'm not interested.
Yeah, but I am. So let's get with it, huh?
You let me go, or I'll scream.
No. Better not try that, kid. I could mess you up. I could break your arm.
What are you talking about?
You and me, and while you're here. Now, shut up if you know what's good for you. From now on, I call the turn. I'm in charge.
Yeah? Who? Oh, sure. Put him on.
Hello. This is Lieutenant Matthews, 45th Precinct. Who's there?
Detective Sergeant Bill Quinn, D.C. Police. I just wanted to cross-check with you in New York. It looks like we got Phil the Flash on the loose again down here.
You sure, Sergeant?
Well, Mike, Fitz is tired of operating.
How much did he take this babe for?
Well, nothing in cash, but she got beat up pretty bad. Now, he's got to be nailed before he goes for something big.
Did you get any further make on him?
Same description, nothing new. I'm sending up all the poop by telex for cross-reference. How do you figure him, Mike? You think he's some kind of a kinky sex fiend?
Well, I'm not all that big in psychology, Bill, but I don't figure him that way at all. See, I see him married and henpecked. Something pegs him down at home, so he moves out to prove he's a man, not a mouse.
What kind of weirdo you figure you're married to?
No, not so weird. Just strong. Too tough for him to crack.
Strong? How?
Who knows? Mentally, I doubt physically. Maybe she holds the purse strings.
Well, so what's the answer?
Just that we gotta nab him soon before he meets some babe and he flips bad enough to wipe her out completely.
I wonder if his wife, if he's got one, knows what danger she's in.
What I wonder is, does this guy, whoever he is, know how sick he is?
It's like a hobby with me, see? I mean, other guys go for antique cars or old stamps and like that. I go for women. Now, what's so bad about that? I mean, beautiful women. I always had them, even before Phoebe. Half the fun is the line, the technique, the way to break them down. They all go for my line. I never figure them not to. And I can use the dough. Phoebe sure keeps me on a short leash and demands the old paycheck right on the line. So a guy's got to have a little outside income somewhere, right? Sometimes I have to laugh. If she only knew. I mean, like, if she only knew how close she is from the truth. And how far.
I thought you were supposed to be on the late shuttle last night, Lou.
Well, you know how it is with business, Phoebe. Things came up.
What things?
You really want to hear?
I really would, for once. If it was the truth.
Now, that's what knocks me.
What?
Always a needle. You don't believe me.
No.
Huh? Well, that's that.
Not quite. Let's lay it right on the line, Lou. I've had it up to here. I want a divorce.
Oh, that's nice. You want me to give you one?
That's right. You've lived off me for too long.
Now, wait a minute, Phoebe.
No, not even an instant. I've had it. You can go tomcatting around all you want. I don't care anymore. But you better take care. Because you're not going to have it so free and easy from now on, one way or another. I'm keeping tabs on you.
All right, what does that mean?
You better look out for your pickups. Because sooner or later I'll find you out and I'll stick you, my big macho butterfly. When we break up finally, you're going to take all the blame.
I didn't have any particular answer, except to coast. Phoebe is independently wealthy, and it's a wise man who knows which side his bread is buttered on. Except who could have figured Athena? Oh, that was the thing that blew everything 6 ways from nowhere. Athena, the goddess of justice. But who knew she would weigh the scales on me? It started out just like usual. Excuse me. Would you just permit me to say how exquisitely lovely you are?
Should I? Just because you tried to buy me a drink?
No, the drink was a gesture. My statement was a compulsion. After all, I am at best half a man.
How is that again?
Well, the other half of me is my camera. Insatiable, demanding, never satisfied with anything less than perfection. So, when I see it with both eyes...
Are you trying to tell me you're a photographer?
I am.
Well, it's a small world. I'm a model.
Oh, really? Professional?
Of course. Well, not quite yet. It's a little difficult in Youngstown to get started. That's why I came to New York.
Perhaps I can help. May I introduce myself?
He's gone this far. Why not?
But my name is Philip Evelyn. Yours?
Athena Blackwell. I mean, that's the name I'm going to use when I... Evelyn? Not the Philip Evelyn.
Well, I suppose I'd have to say yes to that.
But you're one of the most famous photographers in the world.
Well, I've been very lucky. Because I know how to pick the right subjects to make me look good, to make me successful. Like you.
You want to photograph me?
No, not only to photograph you, to create you.
Create me?
Yeah. Well, that was a clumsy way of saying it. What I meant is, I want to evoke your personality so it shines with your beauty. I see you in ethereal creations, the sheerest of satins and silks, molding you, and yet concealing you.
Why? I mean, there's so much expense involved, isn't there?
Well, would it be too much to pay to become the top model in the country? I could make you that in 6 months.
The top model?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'd have a little money saved up, but I don't think it would be enough.
Yeah, how much?
It's so expensive to live in New York. There isn't so much left. About $3,500.
Well, we'll just have to make it do. Where are you living now?
Oh, I have a furnished room in Queens. It isn't the best place, but it's reasonable.
Yeah, now, look, we've got to move you out of there right away. We'll check you into the Savoy region. The address is very important. Now, we've got to start creating a wardrobe for you tomorrow, and I'll help you shop. And then we'll see about building you a portfolio. But look, this isn't a place to talk business, is it? Why don't we go up to my room?
Oh, I don't know. This is moving awfully fast.
Well, that's the way with success when you get a chance to grab it.
How do I know that? I mean, I may have been alone at a bar, but I'm not a pickup.
No, we're talking about a career. Or don't you want one?
Yes.
Well, let's forget any personal relationship, okay? Let's just consider how lucky it is we ran into each other and what a huge business success, if we handle it right, we can make together. Now, shall we go upstairs? Plan the future. I had her hooked, and obediently she came upstairs. $3,500 was a nice little bundle, and for the 10 days I'd had to spend in New York, it would serve us very nicely. The fringe benefits would come soon enough. It's a nice little setup, I thought. How the devil could I know it was the beginning of disaster?
Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive, said Sir Walter Scott. He might have had this whole affair in mind, for what has happened so far is simple compared to what is to come. And with those further revelations, I shall return shortly to bring you Act 2. Some people never learn, and Lou Richmond is typically one of them. This little masquerade he's conducting in New York proves to be the last straw for his long-suffering wife, Phoebe. And the new chapter in his life story that he has opened may very well prove to be his last. And not only because his wife has decided to close the book on him.
I just can't take it anymore, Dennis. So I'm going to lower the boom. I'm going to take your advice.
Well, it's about time, sis. The only thing that gravels me is that it's going to be expensive.
My own brother's going to run up legal fees on me?
No, don't be silly. But your little brother, Dennis, can't afford to go skiff-hopping around the country like the crumb you married.
Well, his firm pays for that.
Yeah, but they won't pay for me to keep tabs on him. They don't care what else he sells as long as he moves their merchandise. And the expense I'm talking about is private detectives.
Oh, we have to use those. I hate anybody else knowing any of my private business.
Well, that's one of the things that heel Lou counts on. But if you want to nail him, it's the only way. Where is Charm Boy now?
New York.
You know where he's staying?
No, he's careful never to let me know.
Well, you can find out from the company he works for.
I doubt it. They're all very buddy-buddy there, and word seems to be out if any of the little women call, clam up. Anyway, it's too late to catch him on this trip. He's due back tomorrow.
Well, when's his next one?
I don't know.
Well, let me know the moment you do, and I'll get a detective agency on his tail.
Damn good thing I didn't know what was going on back home in Cleveland with my old lady, because I was sure having enough trouble on my hands with this babe Athena in New York. Like she acted dumb enough to have bells ringing in her head. The only trouble is, before she shelled out her dough, she wanted me to be listening to him, too. Plus, the entertainment tab was running up out of sight. And so far, that was all out of my pocket.
Yes? Roland?
What?
What's the matter with you? Don't you recognize your own name?
Yeah, of course. My mind was somewhere else for the moment.
Tell me something, Phil.
If I can.
It's a bit late to be asking, but are you married? Me?
Oh, you gotta be kidding.
Oh, no, I'm not. Not one bit.
Well, the answer is no, baby.
And where do you live?
Well, you know, a photographer's life on the go all the time. I got a pad in L.A., the hotel suite here in New York. In Europe, I sponge on friends who are happy to have me around. You know, Cannes, Antibes, London, Paris, wherever the smart people gravitate.
You're so famous, I'm surprised that right here in New York, nobody yet has walked up to you and recognized you as the Philip Easton.
Well, that's because I'm the man behind the camera. They see the women I've made the glamour queens, not me. Just as they'll remember you, not me. When I make your face known around the world.
Philip?
Yeah?
You are going to make me a glamour queen, aren't you?
Oh, you know it, Athena, honey.
But when do we start making the pictures for my portfolio?
Hey, first things first, huh? Now, we got to get you settled at the right address, and we got to build that wardrobe. The apartment deal's all set, and the couture place is holding all those clothes. When are we going to lock everything up?
It's so much money. Almost all I have.
Is that all that worries you? I'll call the coast tomorrow and have them transfer some of my funds.
You mean you'd be willing to cover it all?
Well, why not? After all, my interest in you is a little more than just professional.
How much more?
Well, let's settle up here and go back to my hotel suite. I can explain so much better there.
Oh, Phil, I want to believe you. I want to believe you so much.
And what was that?
When someone took a flashlight picture. Something for your scrapbook, a moment to remember. Practically instant results in less than 15 seconds.
Well, who told you to snap it? Was it you, Athena?
No, I had nothing.
You can tear that up right now, flash gun Casey.
Don't you want to see it first?
No.
Oh, Phil, please, can't we just look at it? There's the bell, warm as love. You make a nice couple. Oh, it is a good picture. Can't we have it?
Oh, all right. Here.
I'll get the change, sir.
Now, keep it and blow.
Yes, sir.
But give me that.
Please don't tear it up.
Okay. I'll shove it in my wallet.
It's a nice picture, Phil. We do make a nice couple.
Yeah. Come on, let's get out of here. My place. Where you can really relax.
Lieutenant Matthews, 45th Precinct. Who? Sergeant Quinn? From Washington? Oh, yeah, sure. Put him on. What? Right outside in the squad room? Well, send him in. Oh, how do you like that? Speak of the devil. Bill Quinn?
That's me, Lieutenant Matthews.
Well, it's Mike to you. Come on in.
Thanks, Mike.
What brings you to New York?
Oh, I ran a prisoner up to turn over to your headquarters downtown. Figured as long as I was here, I'd drop in and meet you in person.
Well, that's great. Here, grab yourself a seat. Prisoner? Not our boy.
Phil the Flash? No, more's the pity. We ran into a complete dead end on him.
Yeah, I know. Funny thing, coincidence, you know. I was just going over his file.
That's one reason I dropped by to meet you. That guy kind of niggles around in the back of my mind. You got anything new on him up here?
No. He just seems to be laying low for a while.
Maybe he ran out of gas or forgot the call.
Oh, no, not this boy. He'll be back. He's like all of them. They get a good thing going, and they just got to run it into the ground. They never know when to quit.
What's so good about it? He don't clean up that much.
Well, he don't do so bad neither here. Let's see. We've collated everything we've been able to off the wires. Chicago 74, Iris Calicio, $1,500, and aggravated assault. 75, Marion Shettle, $500, no other charges. 2 ladies in 76, another couple of grand, and one assault charge. Washington, you know the story. Oh, here, 7 separate complaints, civil and criminal. Add it all up, 17 separate females, and maybe a total of 35 to 40 grand. And these are only the ones who try to turn him in.
Same line every time?
Sure. Claims to be Philip Piedmont. Doesn't even look like him. This guy's maybe 5'11". Piedmont's 6, 7, or 8. This guy's heavy set, paunchy. His teeth are not so good. He's balding. But Emont has a head of hair like a lion and a set of choppers like a movie star.
How did he get away with it?
You're asking me, Bill? Well, it's a crazy world.
Just the same, I'd like to pin him down.
Yeah, so would I. Just one break, I ask, before it's too late.
Too late? You mean before he gives up the scam?
Well, if I knew he'd give it up, I'd settle for that. You know what I told you over the phone? I'm afraid if he don't, it's going to back up somehow real big.
Well, like how?
Well, one of these dames is going to see the light and realize what a ride she's been taken for. And she might just get hold of something lethal like a gun or a knife. Put a couple of holes in him.
Wouldn't you figure maybe he had it coming?
Yeah, well, maybe. But what really worries me with this guy's history of assault and battery is what he might do if one of them tried to blow the whistle on him before he had a chance to duck. I'm afraid of how far he might go to keep his identity a secret. Hey, sometimes I think I'm getting old. My wife says even my worries have worries. Come on. Let's go hoist a couple of beers in the local pub and congratulate ourselves that as far as we know, old Phil the Flash is off the prowl.
No.
Well, why'd you come up here to my room?
To get things settled, to find out just where we stand.
You know where we stand, Athena.
I don't. Oh, I mean, first of all, I thought we had a business arrangement, but now...
All right. Now what?
Now it's something else. Something that I'm just not ready for, Phil.
Oh, come on, Athena. You've been building up to it all day since lunch, and dinner was the clincher. Now, why do you think I cut our night out short and brought you back here, huh?
I said at least it was to talk about my career first.
You've been hinting at a lot more than that, not only tonight, but all week.
You just don't understand me, Phil.
I understand that you don't trust me any way at all.
I never said that. If you mean the money, it's just that it's all I have. Everything seems so expensive, and it's all so rushed.
Now, you thought you'd just make a little play for me and see if maybe I wouldn't foot the bills, carry the ball all by myself.
No, that's not what I thought.
Sure. Maybe it even went a step further. You thought, why don't I go for the whole ball of wax, tie the sucker up completely, make him marry me so I got a real lock on him?
Oh, I didn't. I did no such
Are you going to tell me that wasn't what you were after tonight, making sure I was single, lining up a photographer to take a picture of us?
I didn't order that picture.
Or maybe you had. But what'd you think you could do? Hold me up for another little bundle to hide in your security blanket?
I don't know what you mean. How could I hold you up for... Oh, I see. You lied. You are married.
Well, that wouldn't make any difference to you. Nothing you could do about it anyway, since I was smart enough to pack the photo away in my wallet. All right, Dave. The party's over. Out.
So, it was all true. You were just using me, just trying to get money out of me by pretending that I could be... I'll bet you're not even Philippine smart at all.
Okay, that's enough. Out.
What? Wait, you're nothing but a cheap con man. I bet this isn't the first time you've done this sort of thing. I ought to report you to the police. And maybe I just will.
Now, wait a minute.
Not on your life. I've seen all I want. No, Phil. Whoever you are, let me go.
Not until I get my wallet back.
What are you talking about?
Now, you know what. Don't try to act innocent. Now, give me that hand to hand.
I don't have your wallet. You put it on the high floor there.
Yeah. Where is it now?
I don't know. What are you doing?
I'm looking for my wallet and that picture you thought you were so smart getting.
You can see it's not in my pocketbook.
All right. Where have you got it?
I haven't got it. Have you gone crazy?
I want that picture.
I haven't got it. If you come any closer to me, I'll scream.
Oh, no, you won't. You're going to keep your mouth shut.
Keep away from me.
Huh?
Oh.
I told you to keep it shut.
No,
Now, where is it? Ow! You tricked me.
I don't.
Quiet. Just be quiet. Be quiet. That's better. Okay, now, come on. Don't try to fool me. Come on, where is it? Where's my wallet? Athena. Athena. Oh, no. Oh, good Lord. I can't have. You can't be. You can't be dead.
Experience is a matter of instinct about life, said Oscar Wilde. Or words to that effect. No one is more experienced than a veteran police lieutenant. And Lieutenant Matthews' instinct was right. Lou Richmond has finally gone too far. But will he get away with it? We'll find that out when I return shortly with Act 3. At the climax of Gilbert and Sullivan's operetta, The Mikado, the three principals sum up the dramatic tension of the moment in these statements. Here's a howdy-do, here's a pretty mess, and here's a state of things. Now, I don't think Lou Richmond could be so polite and contained in his quandary. It is, after all, one thing to have an angry, disillusioned woman on your hands, but quite another to have a dead one. Oh, wait a minute. Is she really dead? We didn't stop quite long enough before to find out, did we?
I never figured anything like this to happen. I just never figured it. I didn't choke her all that much. Maybe when we fell, somehow her neck... But what's the difference? She's dead. I gotta get out of here. No, wait a minute. No, the wallet. That picture. That's her only tie to me. I gotta find that first. And let's see. Where could it be? It's crazy. I had my wallet when I came in here. I put it on top of the high boy there. Nothing back. Under. It's not anywhere. Now, what could have happened? Now, let me think now. We came out of the restaurant. I was putting my wallet in my pocket. Maybe I dropped it there. Or maybe in the cab. Or getting out. Yeah, getting out. That must have been it, getting out. That's what it must have been. It sure ain't anywhere in the suite or I'd have found it. Well, kiss your luck, Lou Richmond. And hightail it out of here fast.
Shall I order the beers, Mike?
No. Wait till I answer the phone. Lieutenant Matthews here. What? Where? Dead? Well, is there any idea? Athena Blackwell. Okay, I'm on my way.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me, Mike. Forget the beer, huh?
I'm sorry, Bill. My precinct, some dame. Homicide. So you can't argue with the big M. You want to see how we handle it in Sun City?
Why not? I didn't plan to go back to D.C. until tomorrow. Busman's holiday, eh?
Homicide's never any picnic. But, I got a funny hunch about this one. Maybe you ought to drag along. I knew it, Bill. I could just smell it. Here, you see this?
Registration?
Yeah. Guess who? No. Yeah. Philip Evemonts.
Well, there's no chance it could really be.
No. Not. I just checked the West Coast. Now, I knew he was there to accept an award, but, you don't take chances. I called and I talked to him, and he's there.
So this is our boy again.
Our boy.
Just like you pegged it. It got out of hand for him.
Yeah. Looks that way.
You got any leads?
No. Same description. He checked out a couple of hours ago. The night maid came by to clean up and discovered the body.
There must be some way to identify him. Fingerprints, the desk clerk, or something.
We'll try, but right now I can't imagine what we could dig up would ever put him on the spot.
Who is it? Who is that?
It's all right, Phoebe, honey. It's just me.
Lou?
Who else?
Why, I didn't expect you back until late tomorrow.
Yeah, well, my plans got changed. My business was all finished, so I took the chance to get on home to you as fast as possible.
What's the matter? One of your lady loves walk out on you?
No, it wasn't like that. I just wanted to get back home.
What? Well, that's a switch.
Now, look, Phoebe, honey, I'm sorry. I'm tired and it's late. Let's not have any go-rounds, huh? Give me a break.
A humble little Richmond. What happened in New York? Something go wrong?
No. It's just, I've been thinking, hon. Maybe I do spend too much time away from home. Tomorrow, I'm going to tell the office I've had it with the road. It's time I stayed home more, mended a few fences.
They don't need mending, Lou. They fell down a long time ago.
Well, maybe it's time you and me started rebuilding them.
A little late for that.
Maybe it is. I guess we have to wait for tomorrow and the future to find out, huh? But tonight, I am so tired, honey. I'm good for nothing. I just want to hit the hay and maybe never wake up. I slept like I'd had knockout drops and woke up feeling not much better than if I had. I grabbed some OJ and left for the office. But first, I headed for the out-of-town newspaper stand to pick up a news in the Times. The story was in both of them. Buried in the right-hand bottom of the Times' first page. Splashed all over the news with a picture of Athena they dug up somewhere. But only guesses about me. Nothing about the wallet. The next day, it was inside the Times, but still on page 2 of the news. No mention of the wallet. By the end of the week, the Times had forgotten it, and the news had a small squib that police had no clues. The wallet was gone, disappeared. My prayer had been answered.
It's just that Lou's been so good to me the last few months, Dennis.
Oh, come on, Phoebe. Now, look, if he has, there has to be a reason. That crumb Lou Richmond never stopped operating a day in his life. You mean you're giving up the idea of any divorce action?
There's just no way I could go ahead with it now.
What do you mean now?
Well, in 3 months, he hasn't made a road trip. He's working right here at the office in Cleveland. I have his number. I talk to him every day, and he's home every night. Just like it was when we were first married.
You're making a big mistake. Now, I can see the way you feel, but this guy hasn't changed.
Why won't you give him the benefit of the doubt?
Because that miserable phony never gave you a break, and he doesn't deserve one from you. I don't know what turned their sails, but you mark my words, he is ducking something. He'll only be on good behavior as long as it suits him. And then he'll be back on the prowl again, and I don't like to see my only sister taken for a patsy.
All right, Dennis. I promise you, if the out-of-town trips start again or anything else, you can call in your bloodhounds. But until they do, I'm going to give Lou the benefit of the doubt.
The next month really drove me up the wall. The office routine had me grinding my teeth. And all the forbidden women around me with their skirts blowing in the wind really chimed my bells. What was worst of all was Phoebe suddenly making dove's eyes at me again. So I made my decision. It was safe now. I'd gotten away with it. It was time to take the act on the road again.
Sergeant Gwynn?
Yeah, speaking. Who's this?
Your New York buddy, Lieutenant Matthews.
Hey, hi, Mike. What's doing? Where you calling from?
Where else? New York.
Don't tell me you got a break on our old friend Phil the Flash.
No such luck. Matter of fact, there's been no action for nearly 6 months. Now, I was just sitting here cleaning up the files, and I pulled his.
Nothing new at all, huh?
Not from here.
You think killing that girl really brought him up short?
Yeah, it seems that way. Anyway, we got too much else on the books to keep this active. Now, I'm going to have to bury our friend in the whole file.
I hate to think of that bird getting away with murder.
So do I. But what can I do without any evidence? If I can't find him, I can't move against him.
You don't think sooner or later he'll pop up again?
Between you and me, yes. Somewhere. Sometime. I just wish they hadn't ridden me off the case from upstairs, because my hunch is stronger than ever.
What hunch?
You remember I told you this boy was headed for big trouble to begin with? Well, now that he's committed murder and got away with it, one will get you 100. He's going to try it again.
You're not going back on the road, Lou.
I've got to. The office insists.
Then quit your job.
I can't do that.
Why not? I have more than enough money for both of us. You've always half lived off me anyway.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. It'll never be all the way. I'm not quitting, and I'm going back on the road.
Dennis was right. You haven't changed. You just can't wait to get back to chasing again where it's safe. Well, you're not going to get away with it.
Now, what are you talking about?
You go back on the road, and I'm going to have a private detective on your heels wherever you go. You so much as look at any other woman, and he'll have the goods on you, and I'll divorce you so fast and clean, you'll be wiped out.
So that was it. She meant every word she said. Then I knew right at that moment that Phoebe had to go. I'd gotten away with it once. I could do it again. It was just a matter of figuring out how. But Phoebe was as good as dead. No way anyone could stop me. And that's when the roof fell in.
Answer the door, will you?
Who is it?
How do I know?
Police, open up.
Police?
Come on, open up. We know you're in there, Richmond. And don't try anything. The house is surrounded.
What is it, Lou? What is it?
Well, I don't know. I just don't know.
Well, we better find out.
No, don't.
We've got to, Lou.
Excuse me, madam. Detective Archer, Cleveland Police. No, don't you move, Richmond. We got you covered. All right, put the cuffs on him.
Handcuffs? What are you doing?
Are you, Mrs. Richmond?
Yes?
I'm sorry, but we're arresting your husband.
What's the charge?
Suspicion of murder.
Oh. How did you know?
Lieutenant Matthews here from New York will tell you that.
But I looked behind the high boy.
So did we at the time. We missed it, too.
Where was the wallet?
Behind the wooden backing. It was loose at the top. The wallet slipped down inside it, behind the drawers. The hotel just started to redecorate, and when the high boy was moved, they found it. Fortunately, the hotel manager recognized the girl in the picture as the one who was murdered and called the police in. We get your name and address from the wallet, of course.
Oh, murder.
Well, that's exactly what it was, Mr. Richmond. And I'm sure glad we caught up with you in time to make sure you had no chance to do it again.
Coincidence. As I said in the beginning, if it weren't for coincidence, half the best stories in the world would never have happened. A picture taken at the wrong time, a damaged highboy, a lost wallet, and a hotel's decision to redecorate. If it hadn't been for all of them, Lou Richmond might have gotten away with murder as easily as he did with his impersonation of the famous photographer. I'll be back shortly. A melancholy story. What makes such a tawdry and despicable man? Perhaps all of us must share the blame a little. Day after day, the newspapers chronicle stories of human beings like you and me taken in by the flimsiest of schemes. Why? How? Who doesn't, in his heart of heart, dream of being rich or famous or powerful? Of all the 7 deadly sins, greed is the most insidious. But of course, you and I will never be taken in. Or will we? Our cast included Larry Haynes, Marion Seldes, Catherine Byers, Earl Hammond, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
now, Saturday Night Theatre. The Case of the Late Pig by Marjorie Allingham, dramatised for radio by Gregory Evans, with James Snell as Albert Campion and Cyril Sharps as Lug. The Case of the Late Pig.
The main thing to remember in autobiography, I've always thought, is not to let any damn modesty creep in to spoil the story. This adventure is mine, Albert Campion's, and I think I was pretty near brilliant in it. Though I must admit, I nearly got myself and old Lug killed, and even now I hear a harp quintet whenever I consider it. It begins with me eating in bed. Lug, I ought to explain, is my, gentleman. He's an old war stallion, and he came straight from serving time at His Majesty's pleasure to serving me at mine. Some time ago, Lug acquired the habit of reading the Times to me while I eat, whether I like it or not. His taste doesn't run towards the literary and journalism, so he only reads the columns that appeal to him. He reads the deaths.
How about this one, then? Peters.
I was reading a letter. It interested me particularly because it was both flowery and unsigned. Lug laid down the paper with gentle exasperation.
Know anyone called Peters, Cock?
Hmm?
Oh, God. Peters, R.I., aged 37, on Thursday the 9th at Tevering after a short illness. Funeral, Tevering Church.
Peters? Did you say R.I. Peters?
Why? Know him?
Well, not now.
Oh?
We were at school together. Sweet little angels at St. Botolph's Abbey. Pig Peters took 3 inches of skin off my chest with a rusty penknife to show I was his branded slave. He made me weep till I was sick, and I kicked him in the belly. Then he held me over an unlighted gas jet until I passed out.
Blimey.
I haven't seen Peters since I went into the sicker with carbon monoxide poisoning. I promised him then I'd go to his funeral.
Oh, get your black suit. I like a nice funeral when it's someone you know.
Have a look at this. What do you make of it?
Why should he die? He was so young. This what come this morning?
Yes.
There are thousands more fitting than he for the journey. Peters, Peters, saith the angel. Why? He was so strong, so unprepared. The roots are red in the earth.
And the century creepeth on its way. Why should the mole move backwards? It is not yet 11. Well?
Bit out the prayer book.
Don't be an idiot.
I remember learning it when I was a nipper.
What's the machine, then?
Royal, portable, new. No peculiarities. Nothing special about the paper, sold everywhere. Let's see the envelope. Oh, WC1, the old central stamp. Chuck it in the fire.
I don't know. Peters, you see, this and the announcement...
Don't be daft. Sling it in the fire.
Lug got up and waddled out with the tray. R.I. Peters. It was Pig, all right. I remember him booting me to persuade me to call him Rip. He was the major evil in my life, along with the devil, injustice, and Latin prose. When he fed my collection of leaf skeletons to the junior study fire, I wished he was dead. Remembering the incident 20 years later, I was mildly surprised to find that I still did.
I just did a look at the map. Know where Tevering is?
Should I?
Couple of miles west of Keepsake. We can pop into Highwaters and see Sir Leo.
I don't know.
And Miss Janet.
I suppose that's what decided me. Sir Leo Pursuivant is chief constable of the county and a lovely old boy. He's got a daughter, Janet. I still like her, in spite of everything. Tethering. It was hardly en fete, a ploughed hill with a huddle of cottages on it. The churchyard in late winter was a sodden mass of dead cow parsley, overgrown and pathetic. Peters had been an ordinary, unlovable sort of twerp, and he was being buried in an ordinary, unloved sort of way. I began to wish I hadn't bothered coming. But then, as we were standing by the graveside in the light rain...
To take to himself the soul of our dear brother here departed. We therefore commit his body to the ground. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes.
Good.
Dust
Watch it.
to dust.
Pig, you almost had me in with him. What's the matter?
Of the resurrection to eternal life.
I'd know it anywhere.
What are you twittering about?
Pig had several revolting habits, even at 12 and a half. One of them was a particularly vicious way of clearing his throat. I've just heard it for the first time in 20 years.
Amen.
4 others had come to see Pig laid to rest. A pleasant, stolid-looking chap, a girl in rather flashy black, a rather nasty old man, and...
Whippet, what are you doing here? Well, you see,
He didn't answer, and without thinking, I raised my hand to clip him. He never did answer unless he was clipped, and force of habit was too much for me. Gilbert Whippet had been my junior at St. Botolph's. I hadn't seen him for 15 years, but he still looked the same. It's about as easy to describe Whippet as water or a sound in the night. I can't really say what he looks like, though presumably he's got a face, since it would be an omission I'd be sure to observe. Somehow he made me unreasonably angry.
Whippet,
what are you doing at Pig's funeral?
I was invited, I think. Yes, look, I had this. Came this morning. Why should he die? He was so young. There are thousands more fitting than he for the journey. Goes on in the same vein. Here. Odd. About the mole, I mean. Informal invitation, I suppose. I came.
He drifted away as though there were nothing to keep him in place. He left the letter in my hand. It was identical to the one that I had received that same morning. As I came out of the churchyard, I noticed the stolid, pleasant-looking chap glance at me inquiringly. I went over to him, wondering how to put the question that was in my mind. He helped me out.
Sad business. Quite young. Did you know him?
I don't know. I mean, I was at school with an R.I. Peters, and when I saw the Times this morning, I thought... When I got here, I felt it must be some other Peters.
Big man. Too fat. Sandy hair and light lashes. Went to school at Cheapskate.
Yes, that was the man I knew.
Sad business. He came to me after an appendicectomy. Shouldn't have had it, really. Weak heart. Picked up a touch of pneumonia on the way down. Well...
I see.
Couldn't save him, poor chap. I'm in practice here. Run the nursing home over the hill. Taking a few convalescents. Never had a death here.
We stood there chatting aimlessly for a while, and then I went back to town. I didn't call into Highwaters to see Leo and Janet. I wasn't in the mood. Pig's funeral had rattled me somehow, left a sort of half-heard echo in my ears. Later, I looked out some old-school photographs and had a good look at him. You could see even then what he was going to turn into. But it was nothing to get excited about. He was dead. I shouldn't see him again. Well, all that was in January. By June, I'd forgotten the fellow. And then Janet Pursuivant, rang up. I'd never heard her hysterical before. She was twittering into the phone like a nest of sparrows.
It's horrible. Leo wants you to come at once. I can't say it over the phone, but Leo says it's... listen, Albert. M for mother, U for unicorn, R for rabbit, D for darling, R for Arthur... No, I mean R for... No, E for...
What?
Oh, Albert, murder.
Hang on. I'll be there. Leo was standing on the steps of Highwaters when Lug and I drove up. He came down to the car and grasped my hand.
Janet told you?
Yes.
Not a word, not a word. Move over. The mortuary is behind the police station. I'll direct you. Now, my boy, I want your opinion. We're going to trust you. I haven't put a thought in your mind. I haven't influenced you in any way, right?
No, sir.
Good. In here. There, under the sheet. Take a look.
I said nothing. Lying on the table was the body of Pig Peters. He was unmistakable, and I knew without touching his limp, podgy hand that he hadn't been dead for 12 hours. Yet in January, and this was June.
Dead.
What?
Damnable cad, though. Ought not to say it, perhaps, but...
You knew him?
I met him. Had a most unpleasant interview with him only last night. Rather awkward in the circumstances.
What was he calling himself?
Alias, eh? Very likely. It never occurred to me. Harris, Oswald Harris. More money than was good for him. And the manners of an enemy NCO. Terrible fella. See the wound.
It's hard not to. It looks as if he's been kicked through a felt hat by a cart horse.
Yeah, very good. Damn nearly right. A substitute urn for cart horse and you're bang on the button.
Urn?
Geranium urn. Stone. Big so-called ornamental thing. Madness to keep him on the parapet, always said so.
So, a stone urn fell off a parapet.
Oh, very good, very good. Except the fell part.
What?
No way round it. The urn was one of several, all firm as the Rock of Gibraltar. Must have been pushed.
I see.
Damned awkward. Still, I thought you'd agree with me. Seen all you want?
I glanced down at the corpse. Pig, certainly. Dead again 5 months after the funeral. There was enough mystery in the business already. I kept my contribution to myself. I let the sheet fall back. I couldn't believe that Leo had dragged me down here just to confirm his suspicion that Pig had died from a bang on the head. There was more to come.
I'd like to have a talk with you. Private matters. We'll get out to Holt Knights. See poor Poppy. Have a look at one or two things.
Holt Knights? Is that where it happened?
Come on. Getting chilly in here.
As we walked to the Lagonda, I considered the business. Holt Knights. You see, if Keepsake is a sort of County Eden, which I suppose it is, Holt Knights, well, that's the Rose Garden. Keepsake's as perfect a village as you can imagine. Norman Church, Village Green, 2 splendid pubs. On one side it's got an estuary, on the other a ring of modest estates. Holt Knights is the largest. It was run down for a long time, just a millstone round someone's noble neck. Then Poppy Ballou retired from the stage and bought it, and, well, she turned it into the finest hotel and country pub in the kingdom, with an 18-hole golf course attached. All very lazy and homely and comfortable. And now... But we'd reached the cars by then. Leo was looking at Lug with mistrust. I stepped in. Lug, I'm going to drive Sir Leo over to Holt Knights. You'd better go back to High Waters. Take a bus or something.
A bus? A bus?
Yes, one of those big green things. You must have seen them about.
Extraordinary fella, your man. Saved your life in the war, did he?
Good Lord, no. Why?
Just crossed my mind. Serious business, this, you know.
Yeah?
More than half a dozen good fellas, including myself, were in a good mind to put that Harris chap out of the way last night.
What?
Well, one of us must have lost his head.
I'd better stop the car.
You see, Harris was going to buy Holt Knights.
Buy the Knights? How on
Well,
earth?
Poppy was a bit in debt, apparently. She'd accepted a mortgage from some fella in London. Nice chap, good terms. Seems he was an agent for Harris.
I see.
Harris came to the hotel and started bragging, throwing his weight about. Said he was going to rip up the golf course, close the hotel, build a dog track, a dance hall, a fun fair, buy up some of the other estates, perhaps. He would have killed the village.
Yes.
Killed it. We tried to buy the mortgage back, me and some of the other fellas. He wouldn't have it. He was such a bore.
And then this morning...
He was sleeping in a deck chair, and an urn fell on his head. Damned awkward, Campion.
Holt Knights on a June evening. Breathtaking. The lawn rises to the Georgian facade of crushed strawberry brick and the high chestnuts mass behind. As we pulled up, the place seemed deserted. I decided to have a look at the spot straight away. Leo led me round to the terrace where the deck chairs, flimsy and oddly Japanese-looking in their bright colours, straggled along under the windows.
There, under that sack. Just fell off the parapet and...
Good Lord! This must weigh the best part of 100 weight. I'm surprised it didn't smash him to pulp.
Oh, glancing blow, my boy. There's the chair over there.
Good Lord.
Yeah, a heap of firewood, huh? He was out here by himself, snoozing. We were playing cards in the lounge. None of us would speak to him. Childish, if you like, but there you are. Fellow was an unmitigated tick. The clouds are blowing up. What? Oh, there's Poppy. Let's go in.
Albert, good to see you. Leo, you're a lamb to send for him. Come and have a drink. Isn't it awful? Such a horrid man, Harry. Has Leo told you how he tried to pick?
It's not easy to describe Poppy. Over 50, I suppose. Tight grey curls, wide mouth, enormous blue eyes. That's the easy part. The rest? Well, she's friendly, generous, with a sort of naive obstinacy. She dresses with enough frills to rig a frigate. It suits her nature, if not her figure. You see her and you like her. That's all there is to it.
But it was very wrong of someone. I'm not being silly, am I, Albert? I did tell them it was dangerous. I said it would lead to trouble.
What?
Last night when... Haven't you told him?
But
you must. It's not fair.
I was coming to it. I've only had him down here half an hour.
It was like this. 2 or 3 of the more hearty old pets hatched a plot. They were going to get Harris drunk and get him to sign a document relinquishing the option, right?
Well, yes.
I told them it was dishonest. I said it wouldn't work, and, well, it didn't.
Harris just got truculent and passed out. We had to put him to bed.
He went to sleep it off on the terrace next morning, and that beastly thing fell on him.
Awkward, you see. Damned awkward.
Leo's Inspector Percy.
Pusey.
Such a nice man. He's been through the servants with a tooth comb. Hasn't found a thing. Not even a brain, poor ducks.
So, he looks like one of the guests.
And I only have such dear people.
There's going to be a hellish scandal.
I think I'd better see that parapet.
Be careful, my boy. The slates aren't all they should be.
Well, any theory I might have had about a feather-brained cat is out of the question.
I know.
Someone must have lifted the thing up before they pushed it out. The parapet's wet here, just underneath where the urn would have stood.
Yes, I noticed that.
Do you know why it is?
No idea. No water anywhere else on the parapet.
No. But it must have been under the urn.
Yeah, look there. Mincing down the drive. Horrible little man.
Yes. Do you know him?
No. Poppy seems to, though. He's been hanging around here recently. You must have a word with her about that. Let's go down.
I glanced out of the window and saw the little figure at the bottom of the drive. I recognized him immediately, principally because of the extraordinary sensation of dislike he aroused in me. The last time I'd seen him was 5 months ago, weeping ostentatiously into an enormous black handkerchief at Pig's first funeral. As I steered the Lagonda back towards high waters through the yellow evening light, I did a bit of constructive thinking. I'm not one of those intellectual sleuths with a mind like an adding machine. I'm more like a bloke with a sack and the spiked stick. I collect all the odds and ends and turn out the bag in the lunch hour. Well, it seemed to me then that the bag was pretty well full, and I had a fair idea what was going to come tumbling out. One of Poppy's guests had clearly got overprotective. A sad business, I felt, but thankfully almost over. I had no idea then what was still in store. As we drove down the narrow village street, I thought of Pig and his 2 funerals, past and present. I asked Leo a question, as casually as I could.
Tethering? Yes, of course I know it. Just across the fields.
Isn't there a nursing home there?
Yes, run by Brian Kingston. Good fella. Very small, though, very small.
Is he?
No, the nursing home, not Kingston. Big fella, you'll like him.
Yeah?
Yeah, dear chap. Coming to dinner tonight, just the 4 of us.
You know him well, then?
Fairly well. I was playing a hand with him when this confounded urn fell and made all this trouble.
Bridge?
Before lunch? Good grief, no. Poker. We were just settling up when a shadow fell past the window and there was a sort of thud. It wasn't an ordinary thud, and... oh, damned unpleasant. Didn't like the look of him, did you? Dangerous. Thought a fellow you'd set the dogs on instinctively.
Who?
That chap we saw skulking around in the nights. Told Poppy about it, but she just brushed it off.
I think I've seen him before.
Where? Where was that?
Oh, at a funeral somewhere.
Very likely.
As we rolled up the drive to high waters, Janet came down the steps to meet us. She fussed about Leo lovingly before she bundled him off to change for dinner. Her attitude to me, however, was rather different.
Oh, by the way, your friend called at about 6:30, but didn't stay. I said you'd be in for dinner.
Lug, oh, so that's it. What's he done now?
Oh, not Lug. I like Lug. Your girlfriend.
Girlfriend?
Did she leave a name?
Yes, she did. Miss Effie Rowlandson.
Never heard of her. Was she a nice girl?
No. No, she was not.
So I went into high waters alone. Old Pepper, pottering around in the hall doing the odd jobs that butlers do, seemed pleased to see me.
Mr. Campion, how nice to have you back at high waters, sir.
Thank you, Pepper.
The letter came for you this morning, sir. It's on the chest.
Oh, thanks.
You're in your usual room, sir. I'll bring up your bags.
Good Lord.
I beg pardon, sir?
Nothing, Pepper. Oh, saith the owl, aho, sobbeth the frog, oh, mourneth the worm, where is Peters that was promised us? The angel weepeth behind golden bars, his wings cover his face.
His wings cover his face? Why should these things be? Who was he to disturb the heavens? Consider, oh, consider the lowly mole, his hands are sore, and his snout bleedeth.
Same envelope and paper as the first. A pleasure to read.
Poor little mole.
Analysis, Larg, that's what I want, not sentiment. Help me with this tie.
Right.
I've got 4 minutes to get down to the dining room.
An owl, a frog, a worm and an angel are all upset because they can't find this here Peters. Keep still. Oh. Well, that's clear, isn't it? And it was Peters that was under that sheet this morning.
The same.
Queer. What'd he die of?
Flower pot on the head with intent. Where are my cufflinks?
Ah, it's rubbish, that note. I told you, chuck it in the fire.
The point you seem to have missed is that Peters died this morning.
Well?
The note was posted last night.
So, the bloke what posted it
knew that Peters was going to die today.
Yeah, well, maybe I was wrong.
The little mole's a prophet. The puff pastry has a sausage in it after all.
Botulistic, most likely.
I arrived at the dining room with half a second to spare, and Pepper regarded me with affection, which was more than Janet did, I was sorry to say. I sat down and found myself next to the pleasant-looking chap with whom I had chatted at Pig's tethering funeral.
About 6 months ago, I think. Brian Kingston. I think we met before.
At a funeral near Tethering,
yeah. That chap we saw at Holt Nights, you know, Campion?
Yes.
Kingston says he's staying in the village.
At Mrs. Swift's. Apparently, this Mr. Hayhoe...
What's his name?
Hayhoe. Well, apparently...
Hayhoe? Hayhoe? Idiotic name, must be false.
I don't think so. Hayhoe is quite a common name.
Hayhoe? I don't believe it. Look, this is hardly the time to be funny, Kingston. I mean, this is a serious business, my dear fellow. It's very serious. I mean, I'm saying, wasn't it?
Wasn't Hayhoe that queer fella at the funeral?
Peter's funeral? Yes. Yes, I think he was. There was an odd sort of girl there, I remember that. Wait a minute.
What?
I just thought of something. Perhaps we can have a chat after dinner. Did you know Peters well?
Not intimately.
He wasn't a nice chap. I think I'm onto something. Can't tell you here.
But we didn't get a chance to talk after dinner. The inspector in charge of the case came to see Leo, and he excused himself, taking me with him. We adjourned to the gunroom.
Well then, Pusey, what have you come up with?
I don't know what to make of it, sir. It seems like we've made a mistake. But where it is, I can't tell you. I spent the whole day questioning people, and, well...
And no one but Sir Leo has a decent alibi?
No, sir. Everyone has an alibi. And a good one, too. They all knew each other well. One of them couldn't have done it unless...
Unless what? Well, go on, man. We're in lodge here.
Unless all the gentlemen knew, sir. Unless you... Unless they were all in it together.
Conspiracy, eh? Is that what you think?
Well, sir, it hardly seems
feasible.
feasible.
I don't know, Pusey. It's an idea. And yet, it couldn't have been so in this case. They would have all had to be in it. Don't you see? And I was there.
Yes. Of course, sir. I was forgetting that.
Oh, no. Impossible. We'll have to think of something else, Pusey. No, we'll go over the alibis together. I mean, there may be a loophole.
They settled down to work, and not wishing to trespass on the inspector's province, I drifted off to find Kingston. I finally tracked him down on the terrace. He was standing alone in the moonlight, smoking a cigar, and looking rather like a Hollywood leading man. He took my arm eagerly.
That chap Peters.
Yes?
Well, this is rather in the nature of a confession.
Oh, yeah?
No, I didn't rob him or anything. I took down his will. I wrote it out and he signed it.
I don't quite see what...
Look, I know I can trust you. I have heard about you from Janet. You see, I altered it a bit.
Did you now?
Oh, not in substance, of course, in form. As he dictated it, it ran something like this. To that unspeakable bounder and unjailed crook, my brother, born Henry Richard Peters, whatever he may be calling himself now, I leave all that I possess. I do not do this because I like him. Well, it went on in the same vein. I didn't think it was decent. A thing like that can cause a lot of trouble. I cleaned up the wording a bit.
Very sensible. But I don't quite see where this is leading.
Well, you see, as soon as I saw Harris, he reminded me of someone. Tonight at dinner, when you mentioned the funeral, I remembered who it was.
Peters?
Yes. The more I think about it, the stronger the likeness becomes. Well, you see what I'm driving at?
I think so. You think Peters and Harris are...
Brothers.
Oh.
Now I've said it, it doesn't sound so exciting, does it? Anyway, I thought there might be...
There you are. I've been trying to find you. There's a call for you, Dr. Kingston. A Mrs. Bedford.
Oh, yes. I've been expecting this. She's a week overdue. I'd better go. Would you say goodnight to your father for me?
Of course. Good night.
Good night.
I'll let myself out. Thank you for a splendid evening.
Quite, romantic, isn't it? Out here in the moonlight. Night-scented stocks in the garden. Nightingales in the ilex.
Albert?
Yes?
Do you know who did this beastly murder?
No, not yet.
You think you'll find out?
Yes, I'll find out.
Albert, will you hold my hand? It'll be a dreadful shock to Leo when he has to know.
Poppy?
Well, they'd all shield her, wouldn't they? After all, she has the most to lose. Go back to town, Albert. Give it up now. Don't find out.
You look very lovely tonight. Your hair, your dress, oh...
I'm sorry about this afternoon. I'm sorry about what I said. That woman, I know...
Oh, Mr. Campion. Oh, I beg your pardon. Forgive me, Miss Janet.
What is it, Pepper?
A young lady has called to see you, sir. I put her in the breakfast room. A Miss Effie Rowlandson, sir.
Miss Effie Rowlandson. I'm afraid I looked at her blankly. She was petite, blonde, and girlish, with starry eyes and the teeth of a toothpaste advertisement. Her costume was entirely black, save for a long white quill in her hat, and the general effect lay somewhere between Hamlet and Aladdin.
Oh, you don't remember me. Oh, I was sure you would. Oh, how awful of me to come.
Perhaps you got the wrong man.
Oh, no. I remember you. At the funeral.
Oh, yes. Rowley Peters' funeral over at Tethering.
That's right.
I do remember now.
I knew you would. I just knew it. I'm like that sometimes. I just know things. I knew you'd help me. He trampled on me.
I beg your pardon?
I don't know when I've been so mistaken in a man. He was hard, I knew that. All men are hard, aren't they? Not like him. Oh, but I ought not to talk about him like that, did I, when he's dead? If he is dead. Is he?
Who?
Oh, you're cautious. Rowley Peters, of course. I used to call him Roly-Poly. Didn't know of making cross. Well, it's wrong to laugh when he's dead. If he is dead. Do you know?
My dear girl, we went to his funeral, didn't we?
Look, I've come to consult you, Mr. Campion. I'm putting all my cards on the table. I want to know if you're satisfied with that funeral.
It wasn't much to do with me.
Oh, wasn't it? Well, why was you there, I want a straight answer. There was something funny about that funeral, and you know it.
I'm perfectly willing to help you. Suppose you tell me why you think I can.
Well, I'll trust you. I was engaged to marry Rowley Peters, Mr. Campion, and then he went and died in a hole-and-corner nursing home and left all his money to his brother. And if you don't think that's suspicious, I do.
Because he left it all to his brother?
Well, it's funny he died at all, if you ask me. I think he's done the dirty on me. If he's hiding, I'll find him if it's the last thing I do. I came to you because you're a detective and... I like your face.
Splendid. But why come here? Why come to Keepsake, of all places?
Oh, I've got a friend in the village, and he's seen my photographs of Rowley. A few days ago, he wrote to me, this friend. There's a gentleman in the village very like a friend of yours, he wrote. Come and take a look. Well, when I got here, I found the man I'd come to see had got himself killed this morning. So I came to you.
And you want to identify him?
Yes.
Why me? Why not go to the authorities?
Well, you see, I felt I knew you.
It was a strange night with a great moon sailing in an infinite sky. Lug, peeved at being fetched out at such an hour, drove us through Keepsake, its streets empty and mysterious in the false light. Miss Effie Rowlandson shivered in the back seat with a blanket round her knees. I began to feel that she was going to be a great responsibility. Well, here we are, Miss Rowlandson. Are you sure you wouldn't prefer to save this till morning?
No, thank you. I made up my mind to go through with it tonight. I've got to know.
Come on. We'll see if Inspector Pusey's still up.
Come along, miss. No need to be scared. I tell you, sir, we could do with a bit of help. We tried the landlord of his flat in London.
No good.
No, nothing. It's through here, miss, if you don't mind.
All right.
Fine. Just a bit cold.
There's a light switch just inside the door. Now, there's nothing to be afraid of. I'll go first. Don't worry, miss. He's the only one in here. He's on a table and there's a sheet over him. So when you want me to draw it back, just you right. Now. Oh, my God!
He's gone! He's gone!
What's happened to him? You told me he'd be here. I was going to look at him. And now he's gone.
Perhaps it would be best if the young lady went home.
Oh, I'm not going back to the Feathers by myself. I won't. I won't.
I'll drive you down. The situation had all the unreality and acute discomfort of a nightmare. The fields and walls and hedges on either side of the road were ghostly in the false light. It was hot, and there wasn't a breath of wind anywhere. Effie, beside me in the Lagonda, was shivering so much I thought she might pass out.
I've had a shock. I steeled myself, and it wasn't necessary. That was one thing. Then I realised Rowley got out by himself. That sheet, it was just thrown back like someone had got out of bed. You didn't know Rowley Peters like I did, Mr. Campion. He was clever. He was clever and cruel. And he's about somewhere. He's hiding.
He was dead this afternoon. Since miracles don't happen much nowadays, he's probably dead still.
I'm not an imaginative girl, Mr. Campion. But you read of funny things, don't you? Suppose he was to rise up behind one of those banks by the side of the road and come out towards
Shut
us.
up! There's some perfectly reasonable explanation. When you get back, have a stiff drink and go to bed. You'll find it's all been cleared up by the morning.
Oh, you're hard. I like hard men. I do, really.
Well, we're here. Stay by the car. Which door is it?
It's the one marked club room. Expect it'll be locked.
The one round here?
Yes, it's that one.
I say, you're fearfully late. Do you know what the time...
Good God! Whip it!
Oh, Campion. Hello. Terribly late, isn't it? I'm just off.
Hey, Whip it. Where are you going?
Well, bed. Where else? It is past midnight, you know.
What are you doing here?
Well, I heard you knock, so I thought
Not here at the door, in Keepsake.
Oh, well, I'm staying here for a day or two.
Mr. Whippet, it's gone. It's disappeared. What shall we do?
Ah, Miss Rowlandson. It's very late.
It's gone. Rowley Peters' body.
Oh, awkward. Holds things up so. Well, glad to have seen you, Campion. I'll look you up sometime. You'd better go in, Miss Rowlandson. It's terribly late.
Good night, Mr. Campion.
Good night.
Yes, good night. Oh! Your foot? You seem to have left it in the door. I can't...
Look here. If you know anything about this business, you better tell me. What do you know about Peters?
Nothing. I'm just staying here. Oh, I've heard the talk, of course. Close the door when
Wait! You had one of those letters. Have you had any more?
About the mole? Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I have. I've got it somewhere. I say it's terribly awkward, you losing the body. Have you looked in the river?
The river? Do you know anything?
Do you mind, Campion? You're creasing my dressing gown. Well, it's the obvious place, isn't it? Now. Oh. Look, it's fearfully late. Way past my bedtime. I'll look you up tomorrow, if I may. I don't mean to be rude, but... Oh, what's that?
Well...
Good night, Campion. See you tomorrow. Good luck with the body.
As I drove back to the police station, I tried to reconcile Whippet's appearance with the whole mysterious business. And why the river? Why should he think the body would turn up there? I covered the half-mile in a little under a minute and pulled up outside at the same moment that another car arrived from the opposite direction. As I climbed out, I recognized Leo's respectable Humber.
That's you, Campion. Most extraordinary business. Pusey told me over the phone. I don't like monkey business with a corpse. Not a bit like my district. Indecent. Pusey, anything to report?
Come round and look, sir. All these windows were bolted on the inside. I checked round at about 11 o'clock. Well, the body was here then. I was thinking about bed when Mr. Campion arrived with the young lady and Mr. Lugg. Oh, he's inside, sir, drinking tea.
Yes, he would be.
Well, that's when we made the discovery, sir.
Well, did the key leave your possession?
No, sir.
Pusey, I've always found you an efficient officer, but you're asking me to believe a fairy
No,
story.
sir, you see...
If the body didn't go through the windows, it must have gone through the door. And if you had the only...
Excuse me, sir. But Mr. Lugg and me, we made a discovery. See, all the buildings in this yard were put up by a local builder. And, well, they've all got the same lock.
I see. Any keys missing?
Well, no. But, well, we've had the builder in doing a bit of work recently. There's been a lot of toing and froing.
Scammed inefficient.
Yes. Well, there's something else we found. Look, over here. Huh? Now, this fence was perfect this afternoon. These boards have been kicked out tonight.
So this was where he was brought through,
Looks so, sir.
Have you looked in the lane behind?
Yeah, me and Mr. Lugg had a good look round, sir. There's nothing. The ground's too hard for there to be any marks. He was a heavy fella. Seems very likely it was done with a car or a cart. Yeah, excuse me, sir. I think the best thing is if we wait till morning and question all those as live nearby.
In the end, we left it at that. Leo drove back to High Waters and Lugg followed in the Lagonda. Pusey went to bed, and I walked off down the lane at the back of the shed, with the moon already sinking and faint streaks of light in the east. It was colder, and I was in the mood to walk home. The lane went on for some distance between high hedges, and I sauntered on, my mind on the business. After a while, I passed through into a field that rose up to form a considerable hill, black against the sky. It was very dark at the bottom of the hill, and as I plodded on, lost in thought, there came down to me suddenly a sound at once so human and so terrifying I felt the hair on my scalp rise. Pig! For a moment I stood still, prey to all the irrational fears of childhood. Then I set off up the hill at the double. Suddenly, as I reached the brow, I saw something silhouetted against the grey sky. A tripod with something on it that I at first took to be a machine gun. It was a telescope.
A very good day to you.
Yes. Good day.
Perhaps I have the advantage of you, sir. You are Mr. Campion.
And you're Mr. Hayho.
It'll do.
We met at a funeral.
This is a most unexpected pleasure. I was hoping for an interview. I didn't expect to find you wandering about in the dawn. Most young men nowadays prefer to spend the best part of the day in bed.
You're up early yourself. Waiting to see the dawn?
That and other things. I take it you are investigating the death of that unfortunate fellow Harris.
Do you?
Well, you needn't be coy, Mr. Campion. I can be very useful to you.
Oh, yes?
Yes, for a reasonable sum, I will undertake to give you certain information.
Information that it would take you a long time to collect alone, and which should lead you to a very successful conclusion of the case. Your professional reputation will be enhanced, and I shall, of course, take none of the kudos. Now, the terms...
Harris was a relation of yours, I suppose.
My nephew. Not a very dutiful one. He was quite wealthy, you see, and, well, not very generous.
Nephew. Well, that explains the mystery of the cough.
What?
And Peters. The gentleman whose funeral you attended, was he a nephew?
I have several nephews, Mr. Campion. Look, I hate to press the point, but shall we say 500 guineas for a complete and private explanation of the whole affair? Or, of course, we might split it up into lots, as it were.
If you do know anything, it's your duty to go to the police.
Oh, dear me. Is this your last word?
I'm afraid so.
Oh, well, I gave you the chance. You can't deny that.
Well, if that's all...
My dear young man, don't be hasty. I can help you. Why should we quarrel?
If you knew anything of importance, you'd hardly dare talk about it.
Look, you don't understand. My position is simple. Safe and simple. I have an asset that I intend to realize. There are two likely purchasers, you and another party. I shall simply dispose of the goods to the highest bidder.
Fine. Well, I'll offer half a crown. Let me know if I'm outbid.
Wait. You've a lot to lose, Mr. Campion. Suppose we meet here tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock. If I can't get satisfaction in other quarters, well, I may bate my price a little. What do you say?
Perhaps.
Here then, 7? Good morning, Mr. Campion.
And I went off down the hill. At the time, I thought I was quite justified in letting him stew for 24 hours. At the time, I didn't know the kind of person I was up against. Whenever I'm apt to get over-pleased with myself, I remember that little chat on the early morning hillside. As I came wearily up the drive at high waters, it was full dawn. The air was magnificent, the sky a translucent blue, and the birds were roaring at one another in undisturbed abandon. I had a tepid bath and slept for a couple of hours, but I was waiting for Leo when he appeared around 8. We went for a stroll round the garden before breakfast, and I put my request to him.
Had the fellow watched?
Yes.
Good idea. I'll ring Pusey. Extraordinary name, hey-ho. Any reason above general suspicion?
He tried to sell me information. In fact, he tried to sell me the solution to the whole business.
What? Bring him in. I mean, this is no time for pussyfooting, my boy. We want to get him down to the station and tell him where he stands.
I don't think I would, sir. Leave him loose and see what he leads us to.
Well, I don't know, but, well, as you like. Prefer the more straightforward methods myself. Oh, well, let's go in. I'll get on to Pusey.
As it happened, of course, he was perfectly right, but none of us knew that then. I breakfasted alone, and Janet drifted in, tossed me a glance of faint contempt, and drifted out without speaking, 2 bright spots of colour burning on her cheeks. I decided, for want of anything better to do, to drive over to Holt Knight's to see Poppy. I found her in the lounge. It was early, and so we were alone. She seemed delighted to see me, and, as usual, insisted on getting me a drink at once.
Scotch on the rocks, as the Americans say.
It's a bit early.
Oh, Albert, don't be a fuddy-duddy. Here, more rocks than Scotch. How's that?
Thanks. Did you have any visitors yesterday morning? Someone who popped in and then left, perhaps?
Well, yes, I suppose I did. I'm afraid I haven't told Leo about it. It's rather awkward. People down here are terrible snobs.
I don't quite follow.
It was Hey-Ho. He's an awful little bounder, but he's got to live like anyone else.
Hey-Ho is a friend of yours?
Oh, no, not a friend. But he came to me for help yesterday morning.
He wanted to borrow money?
Oh, no. I mean, I might have lent him £1 or 2, but you wouldn't say he borrowed money. You see, he came to me and told me the whole story. Harris was his nephew, apparently, and there'd been a lot of jiggery-pokery going on. This little tick Harris had done Hey-Ho out of all his money. Well, I mean, I knew what Harris was like, so I could quite believe him. I let him into Harris's room.
You what?
Oh, Harris was in there at the time. Hey-Ho wanted to see him privately. There was an awful row, and Harris sent him away with the flea in his ear. I never told Leo.
And that was on the morning that Harris was killed?
Well, yes, of course. Yesterday.
Well, how do you know Hey-Ho wasn't here when the urn toppled off so conveniently?
It wasn't convenient, Albert. My God, look at the mess. It certainly wasn't convenient.
Poppy.
He wasn't here. He left a long time before that. I know what goes on in my own house, I hope. I know it's the fashion around here to think I'm a dear, silly old fool, but I'm not completely demented. Here, let me freshen up your glass.
Thanks. And so why was Hay-Ho here yesterday evening?
Well, it's difficult to explain. He came to offer me his help as a man of the world.
Thanks.
I think he really came to scrounge a drink.
I looked down at the glass in my hand and twirled the little blocks of ice round and round in the pale amber liquid. It was then that I had the whole case under my nose. Unfortunately, I only saw half of it. I hadn't had time to consider this for very long when I heard the sound of a car on the gravel outside, and thinking it might be Leo, Poppy and I strolled out to meet him. But it was Lug in the Lagonda, and as I hurried up, I saw that his great moon of a face betrayed unusual excitement.
Hop in. The General wants you down at the station. Got something for you.
They found the body.
Oh, got your second side outfit working again, I see. Oh, morning, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Poppy. Leo's waiting for me down at the police station. I'll send him along when the excitement's over.
Do. He's a pet, Albert, one of the best. Tell him I'm silly and sorry, all right?
Where was it?
In the river.
The river?
Calm as you please. Bloke in a fishing boat picked it up.
But... dear me.
Funny place we come to. First they bang a chap on the head, then they sling him in the river. Some persons are never satisfied, really.
But why the river? It's bound to be found sooner or later.
It's an outrage. Disgraceful. In my own village, it shocked me, Campion. There was no point in it. I mean, it's wanton mischief.
Do you think so?
What do you mean?
I think there should be a post-mortem.
What?
Someone good, but someone discreet as well. Not Kingston, for heaven's sake. Anyone else locally do?
Well, yes, there's old Professor Farrington. He did something of the sort for us some time ago. But you can see for yourself the cause of death. Are we justified in having a post-mortem?
It's always justified in the case of a violent death.
Yeah. When you saw the body yesterday, did you notice anything that put such an idea into your head?
No, I didn't. But this makes all the difference. Water has a peculiar property, doesn't it?
What do you mean?
It washes things. As I walked out of the police station, I was thinking of Whippet. Whippet and the anonymous letters, Whippet and Effie Rowlandson, Whippet and his extraordinary guess about the river, if it was a guess. I decided to look for Whippet. He wasn't at his hotel, and in the end I had to go back to High Waters unsatisfied. After lunch, I decided to take a turn about the garden to try to get a few things straight. It was one of those vivid summer days that are hot without being uncomfortable. As I walked down the grass path between the lavender hedges, I heard the sound of voices, and something familiar about one of them caught my attention. 2 deck chairs were placed side by side on the rose lawn with their backs to me, and I heard Janet laugh. At the sound of my approach, her companion rose, neat and cool in his white flannels. I experienced an odd sensation, half relief and half exasperation.
Whippet! Campion! Found you at last. I've been searching for you all over the place, my dear fellow.
Oh, yes, where?
Oh, here and there, roundabout.
I've been busy. Hello, Janet.
Now, this is a nice friend of yours, Albert. Oh, do sit down.
There's a deck chair over there. Complicated things.
It's been found, you know, in the river.
Yes, I heard in the village.
You've got a lot to explain.
Yes, I know. Well, that's why I've been looking for you. There's Miss Rowlandson, for one thing. And, this. Came this morning. Have you had one?
Although the Skinner is at hand, his ease is in the earth. Peace and hope are in his warm heart. He foldeth his hand upon his belly. Faith is his that can remove the mountain or his little hill.
Same postmark as the rest. Funny, isn't it?
Do you make anything of it?
No.
He foldeth his hands upon his belly. Who's the he?
Well, I took it to be the mole. His little hill, you know.
Well, I suppose you both know what you're talking about.
I think I'd better go now. Now that I found Campion and cleared all this up. You've been most kind to put up with me, Miss Pursuivant.
My pleasure, Mr. Whippet. Goodbye.
I'll walk with you to the gate. Look, Whippet, you'll have to explain. What are you doing in this business in the first place?
Who's that girl, Effie? She's got a strong personality, Campion. I met her at Pig's funeral, and she sort of, well, collected me. When she asked me to drive her down here yesterday, well...
What about the letters?
You're not supposed to take them seriously, are you? Anonymous letters. Well, and yet, I wonder who's writing them. It's very disturbing, Campion. I'll be at the Feathers. Look me up when you can spare the time, and we'll go into it. Goodbye.
I don't want to interfere, Albert.
No.
Mr. Whippet told me a bit about Effie Rowlandson.
He did? Well, thank goodness for that.
I don't think you should let her annoy him.
What?
It's bad enough to bring her down here in the first place, without letting her get her claws into other people. I hate to have to talk to you like this, Albert, but really, you know, it is rather disgusting of you.
Before I could stop her, she turned on her heel and stalked back into the house. I followed her, of course, but she had shut herself in her bedroom, and once more I was given furiously to think. I went into the library, a large, old-fashioned room, cool and with the aromatic smell of paper. I sat down in a big leather armchair to think things out, but my lack of sleep was too much for me. I dozed off. I was awoken by...
Sir.
What is it, Pepper?
Sir, the telephone, sir. Miss Poppy Ballou ringing from Holt Nights. Perhaps you'd like to take it in here, sir?
Thank you, Pepper, yes. Poppy.
Oh, Albert. I've got an awful confession to make.
Oh, yes?
I'm afraid you're going to think I'm rather stupid. It seems Hay-Ho did come back that morning, the morning Harris was killed. One of the girls saw him. It was a long time after his row with Harris. I thought he'd gone. The girl knew I'd given him permission earlier, so she thought it... Oh, Albert, will you have to tell Leo?
Arrest Hay-Ho? Why, I don't think we can arrest him, don't you know? Bring him in, question him, wanted to do that all along, but we can't hold him.
But you must hold him. That's the point.
We're not a tittle of solid evidence.
Pull him in for something else.
Trump up a charge? Well, the fellow's a blackguard, I know, but monstrous.
At least keep him for 24 hours.
Well, what's on your mind, my boy? You sound apprehensive. Anything in the wind?
I don't know. Look, you think about the question of arrest. I'll go down to his lodgings with Pusey and pick him up. There's a constable on the place, isn't there?
It's all under control, sir. He's been in all day.
Good, good.
That's his room, where the light is. You can see him if you look.
Where?
Oh, there he is, Inspector. That shadow on the curtains. He hasn't moved for an hour.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry, Constable.
What, sir?
I'm afraid you're going to be dealing with dog licenses for quite a long time to come.
It was a coat and bolster over a chair, of course. Pusey stood looking at it when we got into the stuffy little attic bedroom, and he kept his temper remarkably well. From the constable's evidence, Hay-Ho could have had an hour's start at the most. Pusey mobilized his small force with speed and efficiency. He reported on his progress to Leo at the police station around about 11 o'clock.
He didn't leave by bus, and he hasn't got a car. If he went on foot by any of the main roads, he moves a deal faster than any ordinary animal. Can't understand it. Unless he took to the fields.
Seems to pin it, though, this bolting. Extraordinary thing. I took a dislike to the fellow the first time I saw him. Must have been hiding in Hall Nights all the time.
We'll get him, sir. The whole village is on the lookout, and none of us here will rest tonight. You go back to your bed, sir. You can leave him to us.
You've searched the hilltop?
Every inch. His telescope's up there, but nothing else. Besides, he couldn't get up there without being seen. Not unless he was a mole.
What?
Travel underground, you see, sir.
Leo drove me back to high waters, and I climbed into bed for the first time in 48 hours. I was in dreamland, as the books say, the minute my little golden head touched the pillow. I only seemed to have been asleep for about a quarter of an hour when...
Mr. Albert! Mr. Albert! Oh, Stroop, wake up! Mr. Albert!
What?
6 o'clock, he told me to wake you.
Oh, God.
Now, why you bothered? Ayo's running away from a pack of rozzers all set to jug him for murder, but he's not going to pass up his little appointment with you. Oh, dear me, no.
Have you rung Inspector Pusey?
Yeah, not a sign. Searching all night, he said. Not a whisker.
Oh, dear.
I'll come with you if you like. Nothing like a long country walk before the dew's off the grass. Cools the feet.
I sent him back to bed, dressed, and went out. It was a fine, clear morning with a promise of great heat in the day to come. The sky was opal, the ground was soft, and it was a pleasant morning for walking. But I found my feet lagging, and I entered the hill meadow with the deepest foreboding. When I reached the summit, I felt relieved. I disturbed no more than a brace of larks, and the hilltop was bare but for Hay-Ho's old brass telescope mounted on its tripod. I wiped the dew from the lenses with my handkerchief. The view was stupendous. Holt Knights was rose-red and gracious in the grey saltings. The river mouth sparkled in the morning sun, and around it lay the pocket-handkerchief fields. The corn high and green, the pasture browned a little in the hot weather. I stood there for a long time looking at the scene. So peaceful, so quiet, and so charming. There was nothing out of place, nothing frightening or remarkable. And then I saw it. About half a mile away, in the midst of a field waist-high in green corn, there was a dilapidated scarecrow. A grotesque, unnatural creature set up to terrify the not-quite-so-clever rooks. But the rooks were swarming upon it. Mr. Hay-Ho had been found.
Just one, you think, sir?
It looks that way. One thrust, strong and deep, over the collarbone and into the jugular.
Done here, do you think?
The road's just over there. The murderer wouldn't have had far to carry him.
It might have been done here. There's enough blood.
What was he doing in the middle of a field with a murderer, anyway?
A bit of private business. I'd like an opinion on the wound.
Well, Professor Farrington will be along later this morning to see the other body.
We can get Kingston to have a look in the meantime. Are we going to leave him up here?
Well, we should. At least until Farrington arrives. But we can't leave the fella hitched up out in the sun like this. It isn't decent.
Pusey and I took Hay-Ho's body off the piece of broken paling and laid it down among the green, whispering corn. The police then brought it on a tumbril to the little mortuary behind the station. Leo and I stood alone in the mortuary shed between the two white-covered things that had come to upset so violently the time-honored piece of keepsake.
This is what you were afraid of.
Something like this. He had definite information, you see. He talked about it.
But who's done it, Campion? Don't you see, my boy, a terrible thing is happening. It's the strangers who are being killed off. The field's narrowing down to our own people. Good God, what's to be done now? Come.
I've got Dr. Kingston outside, sir. Very anxious to help.
Oh, well, better have him in.
And I've sent a constable down to fetch Miss Rowlandson to have a look at, well, the other gentleman. She'll be back any time.
Good.
Right. Well, if you'd like to go in, Dr. Kingston, it's, this one here. Oh, dear me, quite a mess, isn't it? Well, it looks like it was done with something, narrow and sharp. A dagger. A trophy, perhaps. Something like, you know, the ones on the wall of the billiard room at Holt Knights. That kind of shape. Now, there's nothing to worry about, Miss Rowlandson. No more nasty shocks.
Are you ready?
Yes. Oh. Yes. Yes, that's Rowley Peters.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes. I wasn't in love with him, but I'm sorry he's dead.
Now, come on, miss. Let's go back to the station and have a cup of tea. We better get a statement down on paper.
He used to take me out a lot. We got engaged, or nearly engaged. And then... Oh, Mr. Campion, you know the rest.
Yes.
Can I go now? I'd like to be by myself for a while.
Yes, of course, my dear.
Life's outside. He'll drive you home.
And so it's really Peters we've got in there, isn't it?
I'm not sure anymore. I thought I recognized the corpse. I thought it was Peters, but now... You can't really identify a man after 25 years, and the two brothers were obviously alike.
Does it matter? They're both dead.
Whereas the murderer, on the other hand,
is still roaming around somewhere.
Well,
Good morning, Inspector.
Ah, Professor Farrington.
You've got a remarkable amount of bodies here. I heard from Sir Leo what you were suggesting. It's diabolical, a diabolical thing.
Then you think I'm right?
Not so fast. I wouldn't dare give an opinion without a careful autopsy.
No, of course.
But you may be right. I wouldn't be at all surprised. We'll know before long. Have this sent round to me. I'll let you know for certain in a day or two.
Oh, I thought...
But I think I dare express an opinion, a very tentative one, you understand, that he met his death sometime before he had that crack on his head.
Poison?
Chloral hydrate, most likely. The bang on the head was in the nature of a blind. You've got a clever man working against you, Mr. Campion. Now, let's have a look at the other poor fellow.
For 2 days, things hung fire, and Pusey and I collected what useful scraps of information we could. Janet developed a strained expression, Poppy took to her bed, and even Whippet was more solicitous than I'd supposed possible. I packed him off to talk to Janet, who was kind enough to put up with him. Kingston, of course, was very much in the foreground, and I even found him useful. He was an inveterate gossip with a cavalier regard for the laws of libel. Leo was perhaps the worst affected of us all. He sat in his gun room staring mournfully at his magnificent collection of sporting trophies. A mass of papers lay disregarded on his desk.
We've got 10 days. The inquests have been adjourned to give us a breathing space, but that means we've got to get results. Every morning I wake up wondering what the day's going to bring forth. We've got a killer at large in the village. God knows where he's going to strike next. And what have we got? Nothing.
Oh, Leo, come on. It's not as bad as all that. Kingston's put me on to Peters' solicitors.
Peters. We've got 2 Peters. We don't know which is which.
The first Peters, the one who died in Kingston's nursing home. Apparently, he was insured with mutual ordered life endowment for £20,000.
Yeah, so it all went to Harris?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. Interesting. But what does it mean? Oh, look, Campion, I've known you since you were a child. And I know when there's something on your mind. If you know anything, you must tell me. I think I could bear anything rather than this uncertainty.
Oh, Leo. I'm not sure.
Well, it doesn't matter. I must know.
I know how the first murder was done, and I think I know who did it, but I'm not sure. At this stage, proof is impossible. Give me another day or 2.
Well, I'd rather you told me now.
We can't do anything without evidence. 48 hours.
Very well.
There is something, though. Can you get a Home Office order for the exhumation of R.I. Peters, buried over at Tethering last January?
Well, I could try. But, my dear fellow, identification after all this time.
I've got an idea about that.
And it's important?
I don't know. I think so.
Well, I'll see what I can do.
Can I use the phone?
Yes, of course. Anyone interested?
Dr. Kingston.
Oh, been making a bit of a nuisance of himself lately. A bit too much like a schoolboy.
He should enjoy this, then. I'm going to ask him to show me round his graveyard.
No, really. I'm glad of something different to do. It's been a quiet day. You said you were interested in the soil.
That's right.
Well, yes. I think there might be some kind of preservative. About a year ago, a grave digger dragged me out to see a most odd thing. He opened up a grave to put in a relation of the dead woman, and the coffin lid had come off. She'd been in the ground for 3 years, but the body was almost perfect. How did you guess?
Cow parsley. You often find it growing in soil like that.
Oh. Wait a minute. You're not thinking of an exhumation, are you?
Perhaps.
I say, it'll be rather jolly. Exciting. I've never been present at an exhumation.
Nothing fixed, so you'd better keep quiet about it. Gossip could be fatal.
A question of identification, I suppose. What a stroke of luck he was buried here. In 99 cemeteries out of 100.
Yes, but do keep quiet about it, for heaven's sake.
Oh, yes, of course. Besides, I don't see a soul to talk to.
The following day, the 3rd since Hay-Ho had been found, I woke up with a sensation of apprehension, a premonition that things were going to move, although if I'd known in what direction, I don't think I'd have got out of bed. It began with Professor Farrington's report. He came over to make it verbally while I was at the station with Pusey.
It was chloral hydrate.
So, he was poisoned?
Well, it's difficult to decide how much the man had taken before his death. There's no way of knowing, you see, whether when the stone crashed down on his head, he was already dead,
or just drugged.
What would the chloral hydrate have done exactly?
Made him sleepy. If you came on a man suffering from a small dose of the poison, you'd think he was in a deep, natural sleep.